Come in.
Hello.
Ro-
Are you Philo Vance?
Yes, I am. Rather exhausted, Vance. Vance. You see, I've been working in my office all night.
Really? Where's your secretary?
Neither of my secretaries is in yet. They have a more lenient employer than I.
You're easier on them than you are on yourself. Is that what you mean?
Something like that. Now, what can I do for you?
I don't know yet. I'm just looking around.
Oh, shopping?
Mm-hmm. For bargains. Got any?
Right at the moment, I don't have anything except a definite desire to go to sleep. Perhaps at some other time, this vague type of conversation might be very interesting, but not now, though. Will you forgive me?
For that? Yes. Vance, you're a private investigator, aren't you?
Well, that's the generally accepted impression. Why?
Well, right now you're working for a man named David Peacock. He's hired you to protect him and a strong box he keeps in his safe. Get him on the phone now and tell him you've resigned from the case.
So early in the morning? I never disturb my clients at this hour. Sorry. I wouldn't call him even if I knew David Peacock or what you were talking about.
Nice try, Vance, but it won't work. I have a friend outside I want you to meet. Please don't move.
Interesting morning. An attractive young lady, a gun, and a friend.
This isn't anything you can talk your way out of, Vance. Hold everything. Junior,
Yeah?
come on in here.
Yeah, I'm coming. Well, here I am, hey?
That's Philo Vance, Jr.
Oh, that's Vance, huh? Nice-looking fella, hey? Huh? Hey?
A curious fellow at the moment. This is a rather unusual visit, I might say.
Oh, you don't know how unusual. Vance, this David Peacock you're working for. Are you going to resign as I asked you to?
I don't think so.
Make up his mind for him, Junior. And remember, Vance, I'm holding this gun.
How could I forget either you or it?
Don't you know you should be quiet, hey, Vance, hey?
No, I don't, as long as you asked. And if I'm not, then what?
Maybe that'll teach you, hey? And in case that isn't enough, maybe this will.
No! Well, I don't like your method of instruction, my friend. It's time I took a hand in this education course. You wouldn't put that gun down for a moment, miss?
Oh, now, Vance.
Well, no harm in asking. Well, it's your gun or Junior's fist. You'll have to admit that isn't much of a selection.
You get one break. You can make your choice this time. But if you don't quit working for David Peacock, remember, this is just a sample.
My dear young lady, whoever you are doesn't matter, but this does. I told you before I don't even know David Peacock. But this afternoon, I'm going to see him and apply for the job you're so sure I already have.
Strange thing you're coming to see me this afternoon, Mr. Vance. Very strange.
Why, Mr. Peacock? What's strange about it?
Only yesterday I was considering engaging your services to protect me. I already have a bodyguard, a private detective named Moran, Jimmy Moran. Do you know him?
No, can't say that I do. He can't be a licensed operator, or I'd have heard of him.
He's not from the city, and he's very rough and not very smart. That's why I thought I might call you.
I see. Perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me why you think you need protection, Mr. Peacock, and why you don't call in the police.
Why do I think I need protection?
Yes.
I'll tell you why, Vance. In this house, there's a strong box in my safe. The safe has an unusual combination, and I've been assured that it's burglar-proof. I'm the only one that knows the combination.
I'm listening.
The safe is in a room for which I alone have the key. Yes, and I've been informed also that the room is burglar-proof. That's quite necessary, you see, because my entire fortune is in that safe.
And you wanted to hire me to protect you and it, right?
Well, I was considering it, as I told you. I haven't quite made up my mind. Though how you happened to come down to see me this afternoon is more than I can understand.
I could explain that, but I'd rather not. Mr. Peacock, who gets all your money when you pass on?
Well, my niece, a very charming, well-bred young lady. Wait till you meet her, Mr. Vance. You'll like her.
Does she live here with you?
No, but she visits me every day. Wonderful girl, wonderful. Completely self-reliant. And she can protect herself, too. Carries her own gun and knows how to use it. Ought to. She practices enough on the range out and back.
A social young lady who carries a gun. She does sound like someone I want to meet.
You probably will someday. Vance, I'm sorry you had this visit for nothing. For the time being, I think I'll stick with my present bodyguard.
Just as you say. Although I did have a personal reason for coming here.
Oh?
Uncle David? Uncle David, where are you?
Well, that's my niece now. In the library, Polly. Come in here.
I'm on the way. Hi.
Well, it looks as though I will get to meet your niece, doesn't it, Mr. Peacock?
It most certainly does, and you'll find her charming, believe me.
Uncle David, Oh.
Well, that's all right, Polly. Come in. Polly, I'd like to present the very distinguished private investigator, Philo Vance.
Introductions aren't necessary, Mr. Peacock. I've met your niece in my office early this morning.
Look, hey, do you have to stare out the window? Can't you stare at something in this room, eh, just for a change?
Shut up, Junior. I'm thinking.
Well, that's why you're nervous. If you'd stop thinking, you wouldn't be nervous. That's why I'm never nervous, hey?
Philo Vance followed me here from my uncle's house, Junior. I know he did.
So what if he did? So I'll give him another treatment like I gave him this morning in his office. Then we keep him here. That means your uncle is alone with that guy Jimmy Moran we planted in his house. That's what we want, ain't it, hey?
Yes, sure it is. But I don't like it. With Vance in the picture, it changes things too much. Maybe we could buy him off.
A guy you can't scare off, you can't buy
You
off.
don't know how true that is, Junior.
Oh, so you came back for a second lesson, huh, Vance? Hey? Okay, I'll give you a little homework this time.
This time you'll learn something. This time I'm handing out the assignments. Well, young lady, that takes care of your friend, Junior. He and I are even. But how about you and me? Feel like talking now?
Not especially.
There's one thing you ought not mind telling me.
What is it?
I know you always carry a gun. How is it you didn't use it just now when I was evening up matters with Junior? You are on his side, aren't you?
I'm not on anybody's side, Vance. All I want is to be on the winning side. Remember that. It might explain a lot to you later on.
Step back, Mr. Moran, if you please.
Okay, Mr. Peacock. I'm back. Go on, open the door. I won't look.
You can look if you like. It's a sheet metal door, absolutely burglar-proof, they tell me. No harm can come in your watching me open the door.
But the safe I can't watch, huh?
Well, you know better. I have a fortune in money and jewels in this box I'm carrying. I just made sure everything is intact. Now I'll return it to the safe. Come with me, please.
I'm a real bodyguard. When I'm on duty, where you go, I go.
That's why you're being paid, young man. Here's my wall safe. Please hold this box while I open it.
Go ahead.
Turn your back, please.
Okay. I'm turned.
I trust you, you understand, but no one knows this combination but me, and I'd prefer that situation to stay just as it is. What was that?
Sounded like a shot. Shall I go see?
No. Please stay where you are. You may turn around now and hand me the box.
Okay. Here you are.
Thank you. There. A few spins of the dial. There we are. Well, Mr. Moran, your work is practically over for the day. Nobody can get in the safe. Nobody can even get in this room after I close and lock the door. So that's that. Your job isn't very difficult, is it, Mr. Moran?
No, Mr. Peacock? That's what you think.
Well, Vance, is there anything else you'd like?
I don't think so, Miss Deering, unless you can induce Mr. Markham to invite me in on an interesting murder case this morning. You know, I applied for a job yesterday afternoon, but was turned down by Mr. Peacock.
All I know is he showed bad judgment. Now you want me to use my influence with the district attorney and get him to invite you in on a murder.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you commit one, Vance?
Why?
I guarantee you do it so cleverly that even you couldn't solve it. Vance against Vance. Sounds interesting.
Whom would you bet on?
Vance,
Ellen, dear, you're wonderful.
take the laugh out of your voice and those words would sound wonderful. Vance, I found the cutest restaurant. Could we have dinner there tonight?
If you like. I'm wearing my agreeable disposition this morning. I'll get it, Ellen. Which phone is it?
1561.
Got it. Hello.
Vance Markham.
Well, my favorite district attorney. Ellen and I were just talking about you.
No matter what you said, it isn't true.
Well, we were saying some nice things.
Oh. In that case, I reserve the right to change my testimony.
Motion granted. What's up, Markham? A murder?
None that I know of.
Oh.
Sorry to disappoint you, my friend. This is strictly a social call.
I'm
Hello?
surprised, but not
Who's calling,
disappointed.
Vance,
It's
excuse
nice
me,
of you
there's
to
Mr.
say that,
Peacock
but
on the
In a
phone.
minute, Ellen. Oh, Markham, let me call you back, will you please? I have another call.
By all means. Bye, Vance.
Goodbye.
On 1562, Vance.
Right. Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is David Peacock. I told you yesterday I didn't need you, but I do very badly.
What's the trouble, Mr. Peacock?
Well, a minute ago, I went in the room where I have my wall safe. I opened it, and everything is gone, Vance. You understand? Everything is gone.
That was the safe that couldn't be opened?
Well, somebody opened it. Somebody must have worked out the combination. I've told it to no one, and the safe wasn't forced. Vance, you've got to come right out. You've got to go to work for me. I've got to get my money back.
Where's that private detective that worked for you, that Jimmy Moran?
Well, he's still in the house. I called you even before I called the police.
Better call the police, Mr. Peacock. I'll leave now, and I'll be out at your place in half an hour.
Oh, it's you, Vance.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you without your friend Junior around. Is your uncle in his study? He's expecting me.
I suppose that's where he is. You don't learn very easily, do you, Vance?
I'm a very apt student when I'm learning the right things. You needn't bother to come with me. I know the way. I was here yesterday.
I remember. Very well.
Thank you. You know, of course, that your uncle's safe has been robbed.
What?
That's what I was told on the phone. Everything is missing.
He kept his whole fortune in the safe. I'm going in to see him with you.
It's all right with me. This is the study, I believe.
Yes, come on in. Uncle David.
Don't touch anything. Stay right here in the doorway. I'll take a look at the body.
Vance, tell me, is he dead?
Very dead. Bullet passed right through his throat and is embedded in the woodwork of the wall.
Oh.
The police are on the way here, I imagine. I asked your uncle to send for them. But now I'm going to send for the district attorney.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Peacock murder case opened when Philo Vance found the body of David Peacock, immediately after Peacock had reported his burglar-proof safe had been opened and a strong box inside rifled. Vance has already met the dead man's niece, Polly, and her friend, Junior, and told me that Polly always carried a gun. From the shooting range at the rear of the Peacock house, we took a bullet that had been fired from her gun and have sent it to headquarters to be compared with the murder bullet. Vance and I are in the murder room examining the bullet hole right.
Markham, who removed the bullet from this wall?
Sergeant Heath.
He's very careful and very thorough. He wouldn't have made this scratch on the wood next to the bullet hole.
Would that be important, a little thing like that?
In covering up a crime, a murderer generally knows enough to wipe out the big clues, Markham.
Well, that may be headquarters. I've been waiting for a report on the bullets I sent them. I'll answer that. Markham speaking.
Walter's Police Laboratory, Mr. Markham.
Oh, yes.
Just want to let you know the bullet we took out of the wall and the bullet you told us came from the gun belonging to Peacock's niece were both fired from the same pistol.
Thanks, Walters. Bye. Hear that, Vance?
Yes, I did. I'm glad I told you about the shooting range the girl used. Of course, you're holding her, Markham.
Of course.
Good. Before we go any further on this case, I want to pay a visit to a friend of hers, a strange young man named Junior.
Oh, it's you, eh? Moran the private dick. What do you want here?
Sit down, Junior, sit down. I got an idea you and I are being setups for a gal. Both of us being played for patsies. Peacock was murdered, you know that.
Yeah, I heard.
The stuff was missing out of his safe. Did you take it?
No, and I didn't knock him off either.
Neither did I. I got an idea your friend Polly cut this cute caper herself.
What?
Now, she rubbed him out and is going to make it look like I killed him. Or you did. You get that?
Maybe you did kill the old guy, hey?
How stupid can you get? The finger would be on me right away, wouldn't it?
Well,
Who was in the house?
Well, how...
Me. Who's got a record if they go back far enough?
Well, I...
Me. Look, Junior, I was working for that dame, and so were you. So we're all in this together. Only I'm not going to be tagged with a bum murder rap. You get that?
Don't bother me. I'm thinking, hey? That ain't good. It makes me nervous. It makes me so nervous. You know what I'm gonna do, hey?
Even if you had a mind, I couldn't read it. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna give you 1 minute to scram out of this joint of mine. And if you ain't out in here by then, I'm gonna toss you out on your ear. And the way I feel about you, I hope you make me do it. Do you hear, hey?
That's his car right ahead of us, Vance.
He's the private detective Moran, eh, Markham?
Yes.
Something tells me I'm glad we followed him after he left Junior's. I think I'll get more out of him than I would from Junior anyhow. Keep following him, please.
Vance, I don't follow you. We know Polly must be the murderer. The murder bullet, the bullet we took out of the wall, came from her gun. And she's certain the gun was never out of her sight.
Markham, suppose the murderer got a bullet from the target range just as you did. Then, after he killed Mr. Peacock with his own gun, he extracted the real murder bullet from the woodwork and inserted one he knew would be traced to the niece.
Yeah. That would account for the scratch on the woodwork next to the bullet, wouldn't it?
Of course. His knife might have slipped while removing his own bullet.
Yes.
Now that I've told you my theory, I think it's time I talked to our friend Moran. Speed up a bit, Markham.
Right.
Pull up alongside of Moran, let me transfer to his car, and then, if you will, you can do me a favor.
You know I will. What is it?
Find that Junior whom Moran was visiting. Pick him up and bring him to the Peacock house. I'll phone you there, and please be sure the niece is there, too.
Vance, you just practically exonerated her with the bullet theory.
Not quite. She's a very clever young lady, Markham. I might be thinking just exactly the way she wants me to think. Have her there, will you?
I'm a little confused, but I'll do it your way.
Thanks. And now that we're practically alongside Mr. Moran, signal to him, will you please?
Right.
He isn't paying any attention. He's speeding up.
So I see.
Keep with him. Get ahead if you can and force him to the curb.
I'll try. This car's a newer model than his. I ought to be able to do it.
Now, Markham, cut your wheel over now.
Right.
There, that did it.
Hey, what's the idea? You two guys crazy or something?
You keep going as soon as I get out, Markham, which will be right now. I'll call you later.
Good enough. Bye, Vance.
Hey, what's the idea of cutting me off? You looking for trouble, Mac? I got a lot of it laying around ready to let loose.
I'm sorry we had to cut you off, but you wouldn't stop when we signaled.
Why should I stop? Who are you to signal me? Hey, wait a minute. I know you. You're Philo Vance.
That's right. And you're Jimmy Moran. You're supposed to be a private detective, they tell me.
Go ahead, Vance. I know all about you. Get cute. Get real cute so I know it's you.
I'll try. Look, Mr. Moran, somebody apparently opened the combination on Mr. Peacock's safe. That same somebody first found a way to get past the sheet metal door of the room. And what's most important, somebody killed Mr. Peacock.
Well?
Who could have opened that door and that safe?
Anybody with talented fingers could have gotten in the door and the safe, Vance.
Such as?
I wouldn't know.
Well, that's too bad. Now I'll have to find out for myself.
That's too bad, too. Now, is it all right if I drive where I want to go and drop you off?
Of course. But do me one favor, will you? Meet me at the Peacock house in 2 hours. 2 friends of yours will be there, and if they aren't glad to see you, I assure you I will be.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead and arrest me. You're the district attorney.
Yes.
You know my gun killed my uncle. You know I'm supposed to inherit from him, so arrest me.
Go on.
But see if you can prove why or how I'd open a steel door and a safe and grab everything in that safe, especially when the stuff would be mine anyhow.
You have a point there, and it's one of the reasons you're not being arrested. Yet. You might be interested in knowing that we've picked up a man known as Junior.
Well, what about
And in
it?
another room in this house, we're holding a private detective named Jimmy Moran.
Well, what's next?
Well, right now, we're waiting for Philo Vance. He wanted all 3 of you here when he arrived.
Which is right now. Good evening.
What's good about it?
Hello, Vance.
That remains to be seen. Where's Mr. Moran being held, Markham?
In the den, the room where the safe is
The
located.
door unlocked?
It is now. The key's in the door, though. I had the police expert who opened it leave it there.
Good. Well, Markham, I have one phone call to make, and then I can promise you a break in this case. I think I can tell you who killed Peacock as soon as I find out how a safe that couldn't be opened was opened.
It couldn't be opened, Mr. Vance. Not without the combination. We guaranteed that safe when we made it. Of course, if an acetylene torch was used, that would be different.
No torch was used. The safe is in perfect condition. Could somebody figure out the combination?
It isn't very likely.
I'm sorry, I should have known better. The combination contained 4 numbers, and it would take days, months maybe, to get the right figures in the right order by trial and error. Tell me one other thing, if you will, sir.
Anything I can.
Did you make the safety box, the one that fitted into the safe? It's about 16 inches long, about 3 inches high.
It's possible we did.
Well, I wish you'd check, and if you did make it and you sold one recently, I'd like to know whom you sold it to. I'll hold the wire. Hello, Moran.
Okay, Vance, I'm here like you asked. Now give me the sales talk and keep it clean. What's this all about?
I need help. I just made a phone call, and I know who killed Mr. Peacock and who robbed the safe in this room. You've got to help me prove it.
I do, huh? Well, right now, all I hear is words. I need the music to go with them.
Moran, listen. Knowing who the murderer is puts my life in danger. If I don't have a chance to prove my case, I want you to remember this.
Hey, what was that?
Sounded like somebody locked the door.
Yeah? Well, I'll soon find out. Hey, we're locked in here, Vance. Hey, what's going on? Hey, open this door. Open it up.
I'm afraid nobody can hear us except the person who locked the door, and I'm quite certain that individual has no intention of opening it.
Okay, but what's the gimmick? Why lock us in? Vance, it's gas.
Yes.
Somebody's feeding it through the keyhole.
That's your answer, Moran. Yeah, stuff this paper in the keyhole,
Yeah.
quickly. We're trapped if we don't keep that gas out.
Give me the paper. It's no good. It's coming in now through the bottom of the door. That stuff will burn our insides out, Vance.
This is a rather sorry way for me to wind up a case.
Who cares about a case? I care about getting out of here. Where'd you get that paper you gave me?
From the desk over here.
Any more there? Any papers clipped together? Look fast.
Yeah, here are a few, but we'll never shut out the gas with these.
I don't want the paper. Give me the paper clip.
Yeah.
Give me it fast.
Yeah, here you are.
Okay. Gotta straighten out this clip and fit it into the lock. If we get a break, maybe I can get us both out of here,
I
man.
certainly hope we get that break.
Now, if this clip doesn't snap, we got a chance. I think I can catch the lock and turn it. I think I'm getting it. There.
Good.
I did it. Vance, I saved our lives. What have you got to say to that?
I'll tell you in a minute. Markham! Markham!
Yes, coming. Well, Vance,
What do you mean, well, Vance? Somebody just tried to kill Vance and me, and I saved our lives. Didn't I? Well, didn't I, Vance?
That's what you imagined you did. Actually, you really saved nothing but my reputation, Mr. Moran. Markham, you can arrest Jimmy Moran for the murder of David Peacock.
Hello, Vance. Sorry I kept you waiting. How late am I?
Not very, Ellen. It's only a few minutes past 8 o'clock.
Sorry. I had a lot of trouble with this hat. Just couldn't get it to sit right.
Oh, well, its posture is perfect now.
Good. Now let's sit down and we'll order.
All right.
And you can tell me all about the Peacock murder case.
Well, I told you over the phone that Jimmy Moran, the self-appointed private detective, was the murderer. He's confessed, and we've recovered the money.
You never told me how you knew it was Moran.
Well, let's start from the beginning. Peacock phoned me to say his safe had been robbed,
Yes.
but that he hadn't given the combination to anyone.
And you knew that nobody could open the safe without the combination.
Nobody did. Peacock opened the safe himself earlier today. Moran was carrying the deposit box. Peacock made him turn around so he wouldn't see the combination. Then, while his back was to Peacock, Moran slipped the real deposit box into his trouser leg and handed Peacock a duplicate he had ordered. Peacock put that one in the safe
And found out later that it was empty.
and called me to report it. Then he must have realized what happened, that Moran must have distracted him momentarily and switched boxes on him. He accused Moran, and Moran shot him.
Wait just a second. Why did Moran switch boxes? Didn't he try to open the safe?
When he first started to work for Mr. Peacock, he undoubtedly tried, but couldn't get anywhere with the combination.
I see.
In order to get into the room to work on it, though, he had to get past a sheet metal door.
How did he do that?
Ellen, that door was my best friend. When I got Moran to open it when he thought we were in danger from the gas which Markham planted, he showed me he could open the door without a key.
Tell me just one more thing and then we'll eat. Why did Polly and her friend Junior try to keep you off the case in the very beginning?
They had the whole deal set up with Moran as an accomplice. Murder wasn't included, however. It's true that Polly would inherit when her uncle died, but she didn't want to wait that long. So she hired Moran, an expert around safes, to steal the money. But he double-crossed her.
And then when Moran killed Peacock, he planted the bullet from her gun in the woodwork after removing his own bullet.
That's right. But I figured that out at the beginning.
Okay, so let's stop worrying about the beginning and start to eat. After all, this is the end of the Peacock murder case.
Sit down, my boy.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry to make you come out to my home with those papers, but I did need them.
That's all right, Mr. Church. Yeah, there they are. If you'll sign them, I'll take them back to the office in the morning.
Very good, Paul, very good. Nothing like having a conscientious assistant, huh?
Thank you.
Have a smoke, boy. Have one here, right in this box.
Oh, thank you.
Wait a minute, I'll light it for you. There we are.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad you came out, Paul. It's kind of lonesome out here in this big house with nobody to talk to except that bodyguard of mine.
Yeah.
Glad you came out, boy.
Oh, thanks. I can't stay. Hey, what?
You should have seen your face.
It's not so funny.
You should have seen your face when that thing exploded. It was wonderful.
Oh, you think so?
It's an old gag, but it still works. That's the funniest thing I ever saw.
Well, it wasn't to me. I don't think practical jokes are very funny.
Oh, you don't, huh?
No.
Now, isn't that too bad? Maybe I don't think a lot of things are funny either. Like what's happening to the books in my office.
What do you mean, sir?
You know what I mean. They're being juggled around. There's been a lot of money taken from my business in the past 6 months, and I didn't take it.
Oh, but Mr. Church,
It had to be either you or Miss Kraft. But we won't go into that right now. Shake hands, boy, so we'll know there's no hard feelings about that little explosion.
All right, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, what the?
The hand buzzer always gets him.
Oh, yeah?
Well, come over again, Paul. Come over again. And don't worry about that money you've taken from me. I have plenty of time to do something about it. If I decide to.
Can't you stop that typing for a minute, Anne?
Why, sure, I suppose so. Why? Well, now what?
Anne, something's got to be done about the boss.
Sounds like melodrama.
Now, please, listen.
What'll you bet nothing has to be done about the boss? That you and I are normal people, and that outside of the fact that Mr. Church is a little eccentric with his practical jokes, he's pretty normal, too.
Look, it isn't anything to kid about.
Darling, I'm completely serious. Look, you tell me what's wrong with this situation. You and I have good jobs, we're in love, At least you try to convince me that you're in love with me, and I'm quite sure I am with you. So, what's wrong?
Mr. Church knows that there's been money disappearing from his safe here in the office. He let me know he can send me to jail any time he likes.
Paul, no.
That's the way it is, Anne. Now, do you still think nothing has to be done about the boss? Well, do you?
Well, I'm not sure.
Anne, darling,
Yes.
you know how I feel about you. And nothing will happen to us, providing something does happen to Mr. Church.
Good morning, Miss Deering.
Why, Vance, you're in early. Good morning right back at you. I've got some typing to do, and there's nothing in the mail that would interest you.
District Attorney Markham called?
No, not yet. And Vance,
Yes?
I'm taking judo lessons.
What was that?
You know, judo. It's the science of self-defense where the frailest woman can successfully defend herself against the strongest man. Said that in the book.
The theory being that leverage applied correctly can overcome muscular strength.
Well, that's almost exactly what the instructor told us last night. Here, let me show you.
All right.
Now, look, you're a hold-up man. You sneak up and back of
Do you
me.
mind if I take off my hat first?
You're a hold-up man, not a gentleman.
Very well, the hat stays on. Now, what do I do?
You're a hold-up man, and you're in back of me, but I don't know you're there, you see? Now, come on.
Stick 'em up!
Oh, you scared me. Guess that's the general idea, though, isn't it? Now, I'm supposed to kick back with my heel and get you in the ankle. Oh, Vance,
Yes?
I guess I forgot to mention. You're supposed to stand still.
I'm sorry. What happens if the hold-up man doesn't stand still?
Well, I guess I'll find that out in my second lesson. Eventually, I throw him over my shoulder, though. Not bad,
Not bad, except for the hold-up man.
Oh, him. Who cares about him?
Never mind, Ellen, I'll get it myself.
Come to think of it, I must remember to ask my instructor what does happen in case I fellow doesn't stand still.
Hello.
Vance, Markham.
Hello, my friend. Any nice fresh murders at the district attorney's office needing a first-class solution?
Not at the moment. Anything doing at your place?
Ellen was just trying to throw me over her shoulder.
Well, things are pretty... She was trying to do what?
She's practicing judo. In case a hold-up man sneaks up in back of her, she wants to be able to defend herself and her worldly possessions, which at the moment consist mainly of a wristwatch.
How is she doing with her judo?
If a hold-up man gets near her tonight when she gets home, somebody'd better tell her the time.
Not too good, eh? Well, Vance, there is a little excitement down here, but nothing of importance, pretty much routine. You ever hear of Sidney Church?
I think so. Practical joker, very wealthy, semi-retired.
That's the man.
Mm-hmm.
He called to say he suspected his assistant, Paul Wilson, of systematically robbing him. Intends to file a formal complaint soon, he says.
Nice of him to warn you. I'll call you later and see how you're fixed for lunch.
Good enough. So long, Vance.
Goodbye.
Vance, I know what I did wrong. I've got a lot of work to do, but as soon as I'm finished, let's try that hold-up thing again.
If you like, Ellen. I'll look forward to being thrown over backwards.
Wonderful. Wonderful. It's fabulous.
Thank you.
I got to try this again.
Oh, yes, do.
Now, all anybody does is sit down on this cushion.
Yes, that's right.
Like this. That's wonderful. Will I have fun with this?
No, I thought you'd like it, Mr. Church. I originated
You
it.
did? Well, all I can say is that you're a genius. A genius, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Church.
I've never seen anything quite like this.
Well, now, I bet you never heard anything like it either. You really like it.
Oh, it's just what I always wanted.
Well, splendid.
Now, let me see if I know how to operate.
Oh, it's very simple.
You load it with blank cartridges right here.
Yes,
at
that's
the
right.
Bottom of the seat.
Mm-hmm.
And then when somebody sits on it, boom! Mr. Williams, this beats everything.
I'm so glad
it
you
beats
like
the
it.
hand buzzer, the itching powder, the dribble glass, everything.
Oh, well, you've made me so happy, Mr. Church. I want you to know that. I'll keep working on new things for you. I've got an idea for a gimmick that... Oh, what was that?
Whiz, I'm sorry.
Oh, for
Gee
heaven's
whiz, I
sake.
guess I just can't help being clumsy.
What are you doing in here, Terry?
Well, I'm your bodyguard, ain't I, gee whiz? I heard shots in here, so I took out my gun and came in nice and quiet, only I tripped over the rug and my gun went off.
Fine bodyguard.
Well,
Terry.
Yes, Mr. Church.
Come over here a minute, will you?
Oh, okay.
Right here next to me. That's right.
Oh, gee whiz, you're not sore at me.
Imagine, he thinks I'm angry at him, Mr. Williams.
Yes, imagine.
No, you wouldn't be, man.
Sit right down, Terry. Right there.
You're Mr. Church, if you say so. Oh! I'm shot. I'll kill him.
Terry, you're wonderful. Mr. Williams, you're wonderful.
Oh, now, Mr.
And this
Church.
new device of yours, it's wonderful.
Thank you.
I haven't had such fun in years. And I won't have as much fun again until I send Paul Wilson to prison.
Williams Novelty Shop. Mr. Williams speaking.
All right, this is Church, Williams.
Oh, yes.
That pillow you sold me, huh? The one that fires a blank cartridge when somebody sits on it?
Oh, yes, Mr. Church.
Well, it's in my safe now with the rest of my little entertainment devices.
I see.
But I want 3 more.
Oh.
I'm going to give a dinner party, and I want 3 more.
Well, when is your party, Mr. Church?
When? As soon as you have the pillars ready, of course. Oh, excuse me a minute.
Yes, of course.
I have company. Well, what are you doing here? No.
Mr. Church! Mr. Church! Mr. Church!
Hello, Ellen.
Hi, Mr. Malcolm.
Where's Vance?
Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
The boss is at the barber's. What's up?
That Mr. Church I told him about on the telephone, the one that was going to have his assistant, Paul Wilson, indicted for grand larceny.
Yes, I overheard your conversation. What about Mr. Church?
There's very little about him right now. He's dead, been shot.
Shot?
Somebody came into his house an hour or so ago, killed him, and robbed his safe, which was open.
Uh-oh. Golly, this Church individual was quite a character, wasn't he?
He certainly was.
Always teasing people with flowers that shoot water and stuff like that.
Yes, we know, of course, that Church believed Paul Wilson was stealing from him, and Wilson knew that Church was in contact with me. There's nothing at the house, however, to indicate who fired the shot into our eccentric friend.
Well, Vance will find something. Doesn't he always?
Invariably. I'm going down to the barber's to pick him up, and after that, our first stop's going to be Paul Wilson's apartment.
A completely logical move, Markham. It would be the first thing I'd do. Wilson is your number 1 suspect, believe me.
I think so, too, Vance. That's the reason I wanted you with me when I came to call on him. This is his apartment right here, the landlady said.
Did you hear that, Markham?
Yes.
Somebody in this apartment's hurt. We've got to get in there. It wasn't locked. Well, come on in.
The light switch, Vance. Should be alongside the door somewhere. Vance!
That boy's hurt pretty badly. Is he Wilson?
I don't know, probably. Wilson, who shot you?
We better get this boy to a hospital.
Yes.
Better call, Markham. Phone's over there.
Right. I have an idea about this shooting, though, Vance.
It'll hold, won't it, Markham?
Yes, I think so.
All right, now, Wilson, come on now.
It'll be all right.
Operator,
This is District Attorney Markham. Send an ambulance to apartment 35 at the Dolan Arms right away.
I'll take care of it, sir.
How is he, Vance? Any sign of being able to talk to us?
None that I can see. The bullet went in and out of his shoulder as near as I can make out. I fixed a temporary bandage that ought to hold until the ambulance gets here. Well, this complicates our case, don't you think?
Maybe. Only I have a completely different idea. I think Wilson here killed Sidney Church, then came back here to his apartment and tried to commit suicide.
By shooting himself in the shoulder?
All right, then. He tried to make it look as if he was shot by whoever it was that killed Church. He didn't want us to suspect him, so he rigged this little production.
You think that?
Certainly. We'll probably find the gun downstairs in the alley where he threw it out the window. I don't care whether he tried to kill himself or whether he tried to make it look as if somebody else was trying to kill him. In either case, he was looking for an out after shooting Sidney Church. He's guilty.
That, of course, is very possible, Markham.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't make me feel a bit better to say this to you, but I don't agree with that at all.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Church murder case opened with the shooting of Sidney Church, wealthy practical joker who had previously reported to me that he suspected an employee, Paul Wilson, of stealing from him. Vance and I found Wilson shot, and although I'm convinced that the wound was self-inflicted, Vance thinks otherwise. Vance and I are in the hospital room now, trying to get the truth out of Wilson. We've kept information about this from the newspapers. All right, Wilson, suppose you tell Vance and me now. Who shot you?
I can't. I don't know who did it. I never saw him.
That doesn't sound very logical.
I don't care how it sounds. I was sitting with my back to the door. I heard it open. I started to turn around, and before I could see who it was, I was shot, and I must have passed out. There must have been a silencer on the gun. It didn't sound like a shot.
In that case, Markham, we'll know if he's telling the truth when the medical examiner gives you his report. If the bullet went in the back of the shoulder and out the front, I think we can assume that Wilson couldn't have shot himself.
Maybe we can and maybe we can't. It all depends on the angle of the bullet.
That, of course, is true.
Wilson.
Yeah.
You were stealing from Mr. Church. He knew about it. You believed he was about to report you to me. You broke into his house, killed him, and robbed his safe, didn't you?
Please, Mr. Martin. Please leave me alone. My shoulder's pretty bad. It hurts.
You have been to Mr. Wilson's home.
Yes, I have. Not to kill him. Now leave me alone, will you?
Let's go, Vance. I won't need a police guard outside this hospital door. When our friend Mr. Wilson feels like talking, he'll let the nurse know and we'll come back.
You'll come back, Markham. I doubt whether it will be necessary for me to come here again.
How are we supposed to act when we talk to a landlady?
I don't know, Ellen. I guarantee one thing. You're not to try to throw her over your shoulder. Promise?
Sure. Chances are, with my luck, that the landlady has taken 2 judo lessons. You know where I'll wind up.
I don't know where, just how. Well, Ellen, let's see what she can tell us about her tenant, the slightly shot-up Mr. Paul Wilson.
Maybe she has an extra apartment she'd like to lease.
Markham has his way. She's going to have one. Paul Wilson's.
Yeah, what is it? If you're selling anything, I don't want any.
No,
You want to rent an apartment, I ain't got any. If you just want to waste time, I don't have any.
How do you do? My name is Philo Vance.
You don't say. Well, I can't use any of that either. What do you two want?
We want to know something about Paul Wilson.
Paul Wilson? Oh, that's fine. He's in my place 2 days and gets himself shot. Go see his girlfriend, Ann Kraft. She lives right next door. If anybody ought to know anything about him, she should.
You say Paul Wilson only lived here 2 days when he was shot?
That's what I said, ain't it? What's the matter? You hearing bad, dearie?
Oh, really?
2 days ago, he took the apartment. He and this Kraft girl were going to be married, and that's all I know. Good day.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith.
Ooh, now there's a character to try my judo on.
You'd better go home and practice, Ellen. I'm going to call on Miss Kraft.
Will you call me and let me know what happens?
Yes, I will.
Well, in that case, don't think it hasn't been charming. See you later, Vance.
Yes?
I'm Philo Vance. May I come in?
Well, yes, I suppose so. What is it you want?
I want to talk to you about your fiancé, Paul Wilson.
Don't mention his name to me. I never want to see him again. We had an appointment last night, and he never kept it. He hasn't been in his apartment all night.
He couldn't very well be. He's in the hospital.
Oh, no.
He's been shot.
What? Where? What hospital? What happened to him? Tell me what happened to Paul. I'll get my hat and coat. Please tell me what happened while I get them.
We don't know. That closet door's stuck. I'll help you with
No,
it.
no, never mind. I can get it. There. Please, Sorry. Mr. Vance, tell me what happened to Paul and where he is.
He's in the Baker Hospital, and he's not hurt badly.
Oh, thank goodness. If you want to know anything, come back some other time. Please, Mr. Vance, not now. I've got to get to Paul.
Well, gee whiz, Mr. Wilson, if you say so, okay, but you sure you know what you're doing?
Of course I know, Terry. Now, you and I have to stick together, don't we?
Yeah.
We both used to work for Mr. Church, didn't we?
Yeah, we worked for Mr.
Hand me that glass of water, will you?
Yeah, sure. Here we are. Gee whiz, I'm sorry.
Oh, what did you do now?
Oh, I guess I'm just clumsy. That's why I decided to be a bodyguard. Nobody cares how clumsy a bodyguard is.
Yeah.
Look, Mr. Wilson, do you know what you're doing?
Of course I do.
Well, I mean, after all, you were shot and everything, and you could be a little touched, you know.
I'm not. Now, take this money. That's all I have. $1,000.
$1,000?
I kept it under my pillow for safekeeping. I'm glad now that I did. Take it, Terry. It's yours.
Well, gee whiz, okay. You know, I couldn't figure out what you wanted when you called me on the telephone, but gee whiz, if it was to give me a grand, call again, will you, Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, now you understand what you're supposed to do.
Oh, sure. Just not say nothing about seeing nobody around the house just before Mr. Church was killed.
That's right.
You can trust me, Mr. Wilson. Well, so long, I'm gonna get...
What's the matter with you?
I think I knocked over the thermometer. You see what I told you? I can't have every time...
Paul, what happened to you?
Ann, who told you I was here? The district attorney wouldn't let anybody know, and I didn't call you because I didn't want to worry
Oh,
you.
never mind that. How do you feel?
I'll live. All right, Terry, that's all.
Who's he?
Nobody. So long, Terry.
Oh, yeah, gee whiz, yeah. So long. Goodbye, miss. Nice to have met you. Some other time, maybe.
Oh, Paul, what's happened?
Now, Ann.
First Mr. Church was killed, and then nobody could find you.
I know.
Well, what is all this?
It's what you and I decided, isn't it, Ann?
Well,
If nothing was going to happen to us, something had to happen to Mr. Church, didn't it?
Look, I don't care if your name is Philo Vance or anything else. Nobody can come in here and talk tough to me.
Terry, I want to know where you got the money to buy those new clothes. Now tell me.
I found it. Now get out of here before I throw you out.
Terry, listen to me. You were Mr. Church's bodyguard. You decided
I guess
that...
you want me to throw you out of here. Oh, you ready to get tossed out?
Hardly.
Okay, you had your chance. Now see how you like this.
Not very much. Now it's your...
Look out! Gee whiz, I ain't even very good as a bodyguard for myself.
Yeah, let me help you up.
All right, come on. Thank you.
There we are.
Yeah.
Now, look, Terry. I came here to talk to you. I found you with an armful of new clothes and a lot of money lying around.
Almost $600 I got left.
From what?
Well, from the $1,000 that Paul Wilson gave me, so I shouldn't say I saw nobody around the joint when Mr. Church got killed. It was all the dough he had, too. Kind of stupid it was.
Stupid? Why?
Well, because what could I tell anybody? I didn't see nobody around the house, not a soul. As far as I know, Mr. Church could have dropped dead. And you know, Mr. Vance, from what people say with his practical jokes and all, that wouldn't have been such a bad idea.
This safe here in the church house interests you, Vance?
Very much, Markham. That's why I asked your permission to see it.
If it's not locked, go ahead and open it if you want. It contains a lot of the tricks Church used to like to play on people.
Also, a lot of money.
As we understand it, there was a lot of money, but not when we found it. Whoever killed Church took that. Or are you going to dispute that point, too?
No, I'm inclined to agree with it.
Good.
What's this? Supreme itching powder. Is that funny?
Not to me. Nor those dribble glasses either. Nor that handshake buzzer over there.
Church wasn't murdered. He just gimmicked himself to death.
What?
Oh, don't take me seriously, Markham. What would you say this was?
That's the tin box where Church kept his money.
Really?
Bless you.
Thank you. Apparently, our dead friend used sneezing powder in his lighter moments.
Yes.
Hilarious hobby, don't you think?
I'm not thinking anything except that you asked me not to arrest Paul Wilson. And we haven't found any other suspect to take his place.
You mean you want to know who killed Sidney Church?
I most definitely do.
I can tell you that.
Good.
I can also tell you where to find the rest of the money that was here, I think. After you send Sergeant Heath to pick up Wilson's girlfriend, Ann Kraft, for murder. Write down everything that goes on in here, Ellen, please.
Leave it to me, Vance. I'll do it.
Good. Go ahead, Paul. You were talking to Miss Kraft.
All I wanted to know is why she did it. Why did you do it, Ann?
You think I wanted to go to jail for stealing from the company?
But you wouldn't have gone to jail, Ann. I was protecting you.
And doing quite a good job of it, too, Miss Kraft, if I may say so.
Who cares what you say, Vance? This stupid guy tried to spoil everything.
You shot him, didn't you?
Sure. I'll tell you everything now. You found the money I took from Church's apartment in my closet. What's the good of holding out? Yeah, I killed Church. And I shot Paul.
I knew you'd shot me, Ann, but I still loved you. I still wouldn't have told.
Told what?
That it was I who was stealing from the office. Church figured it was Paul. I think my boyfriend would have taken the rap for me, but I didn't want it that way. I saw how I could get rid of him, grab myself some money, and be in the clear.
You really wanted to kill me then?
Sure. What are you, a bargain?
Oh, Ann, you poor kid.
I meant to kill you in your room, put the gun in your hand, and make it look like suicide. When I didn't want you to see me. When you started to turn around, I shot. How was I to know you were so in love with me you'd never talk?
I told you that, didn't I?
Yeah, you told me. Guys say a lot of things.
But I meant that.
Look, Vance, how did you know I did it?
If you really want to know why I knew you were the killer, we've got to go back to your apartment.
For what?
To look in your closet, where the police found the money from Church's safe. Once I knew you'd taken it, I knew you were the murderer.
All right, but how did you know? I'm entitled to know that.
Church kept sneezing powder in the box where he kept his money. When you opened your closet door yesterday to get your coat, remember, you sneezed.
So that's what it was.
That's what it was. When I saw Church's safe later, did a little sneezing myself when the powder got into my nostrils, I realized what must have made you sneeze. It was the money that had been lying in the safe next to the sneezing powder, which you had hidden in your closet.
Fine thing. Old man Church still playing practical jokes after he's dead. I think maybe I'm going to have the last laugh. I think I can make a break for it right
Ellen,
now.
stop her. You're nearest the door.
Where do you think you're going?
Let me alone!
Oh, look, Vance, I did it. I did it with my little Judo. Look at her lying on the floor. I must have knocked the wind out of her.
Oh, you most certainly did, Ellen.
Well, I did.
I guess it's time we turned this young lady over to Mr. Markham. I don't think she knew what she was getting herself into when she started stealing from her employer in the beginning.
All I know is that we're at the end of the Church murder case.
That's very pretty, Miss Deering. Very pretty, very even, very clear.
My voice, Mr. Vance?
You're typing, my dear. You don't mind my looking over your shoulder while you work?
No, it's not your looking I mind, just your commenting.
Oh.
Besides, you ought to be very happy that I'm singing. When a secretary sings, she's happy in her work. Working for a private investigator is the nicest job a girl could have.
Working for a private investigator?
The private investigator. The best in the country.
Well, now that's much.
Are you Philo Vance? Are you?
Why, yes. Please come in.
Vance, listen. You're clever. You're brilliant. Help me. Please help me.
Well, I promise I'll try. What is it?
I'm Mrs. Grace Rawls, and last night I had a dream. I dreamt that a man came to me and gave me $500.
Well, that's hardly anything to get so excited about, Mrs.
You don't understand. This morning, I met the man, the same man I saw in my dream, and he gave me the money. Well, here it is. Look at it. $500. He handed it to me on the street, and he disappeared.
Philo Vance's office?
Hello, this is Mrs. Rawls. I was in to see Mr. Vance yesterday. Please connect me with him.
I'm sorry, he isn't in.
Well, find him, then. Please find him at once. Tell him that last night I dreamed that same man came to me and gave me a new car. This morning when I woke up, The same car I dreamt about was in front of my door. Tell Vance he's got to explain this before I go mad.
My dear Mrs. Rawls, you came to tell me about the third dream you had, the one you dreamt last night. Now, why don't you tell me?
I don't know. I don't know if I dare. Those other two dreams I had coming true when I woke up. I'm afraid.
If I'm going to help you, I'm going to have to know about this latest dream.
All right. Only I'm scared, Vance. I'm afraid. You see, last night, the same man who came to me in the first two dreams came again. This time, he told me I was going to meet a man named Sam Davis. And when I met him, I was going to kill him.
Gosh, I'm tired. Yeah, I can tell. Hold your end of this load up, will you? Don't make me carry it all. Shut up. Hey, Pete, you think we dragged this thing far enough?
Yeah, a little further out and it'll be safer, Mort.
Okay. No wonder you're tired. It's so dark out here on this wharf. I could go to sleep right this minute myself.
I could go to sleep any minute, any time, any place. I guess I'm just one of those guys who was born tired.
Everybody's born tired. Nobody sleeps as much as a kid, does he?
Only me whenever I get the chance. Okay, Mort, this is as far as we go. Set it down.
Yeah. You ready?
In a minute, I gotta rest a second. Oh. Let's see here. Sure makes a guy sleepy. Okay, pick up your end. I'll get mine.
Right.
Count 3 and over the rail with it. Ready?
1, 2. No. Well, Pete, that does it. There goes the last of Sam Davis. His body's down at the bottom by now.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm glad. Now I can go home and get a good night's sleep.
Well, Vance, I'm always glad to see you when you come down here, of course. But even though I am a district attorney, I have no jurisdiction over dreams.
I know that, Markham. I just thought I'd talk this out with you. That woman was serious and in deadly fear.
She dreamt some man was going to give her $500. The next day, she met this man, and he gave her the money.
Right. Her next dream had this same man giving her a new car. When she woke the following morning, there was the car in front of her door.
And her latest dream, which she detailed to you about an hour ago, was that she was told she'd meet and kill a man named Sam Davis.
Yes.
And you take her seriously, Vance. I'm surprised at you. I don't know who Sam Davis is, but I guarantee he's alive and well and is going to stay that way.
Perhaps. And then again, perhaps not. There's an old theory that dreams foreshadow things to come. And...
All right with you, Vance. Hello?
Mr. Markham, this is Rogers, Homicide Department.
Yes, Rogers.
We've just fished a body out of the river, Mr. Markham. He was murdered and tossed in.
Oh, was he? Do you know?
Yeah, a couple of the boys knew him. Character named Sam Davis, a gambler.
What?
I thought you might like to come down to the morgue.
Yes, I certainly do. Thank you, Rogers. You heard that, Vance?
Yes. Apparently, my friend Mrs. Rawls is doing some mighty potent dreaming these nights.
Now, let's be reasonable, Vance. You know what she told you wasn't possible.
I don't know that at all. I'll admit it doesn't seem reasonable for her to dream she was told to kill a Sam Davis, then for him to turn up murdered. But there's something to her dreaming, and I'd better go see her.
I should say you should, before she goes to sleep again and dreams she's the district attorney.
Markham, the most important thing we must remember is that there is a connection between her and this Sam Davis who turned up murdered. What that connection is will solve the mystery of Mrs. Rawls' very prophetic dreaming.
Want me to have her brought in?
I think not. Not right now, that is. I'd like to handle this my own way.
And what is that?
I'm not sure at the moment. Perhaps I ought to do some dreaming myself. Daydreaming, of course.
What's this?
Oh, very good shot, Mr. Lee. Very good. You hit that target right in the middle.
Yes, that's the general idea when you're shooting with a bow and arrow. That is correct, isn't it, Pete?
Who knows? All I know is I'm tired.
Well, you worked rather late last night, Pete. Rather late and rather well. Getting rid of Davis's body was a good job.
Thanks.
I helped Pete, Mr. Lee. You know that. I helped him.
Yes, Mort, I know. I'm grateful to you both. And now, if you'll just be quiet one moment, I'll see if I can duplicate my last shot.
Oh, them arrows really travel when he lets them go, don't they, Pete?
Shut up.
Yeah, I know, 'cause you're tired.
Because he's tired and I want to concentrate.
Gee, good shot, boss.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you. Oh, Mort, will you go over there and get those arrows out of the target?
Yeah, sure, but you got one more arrow left, Mr. Lee.
I lost one yesterday, and I'd like the others, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
Pete.
Yeah?
Pete, what's your opinion of Mort?
Him? He's all right. A little stupid, maybe, but he's all right.
Do you think he'd ever do any talking if the police picked him up?
Well, that's hard to tell. Maybe yes, maybe no. Like I said, he's stupid. You can't figure out what he's going to do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. In case the body of Sam Davis turns up, I'm afraid I would be very embarrassed if he talks. Oh.
Hey, Mr. Lee, don't shoot that arrow down there now. Mort's in front of the target. You might hit him.
Really? That was the general idea. Good idea, don't you think?
All I know is it sure wasn't good for Mort.
She don't want to say why she wants to see you, Mr. Markham. She just says she's got to.
What was her name again, Rogers?
Rita Crane.
I never heard of her, but ask her to come in, please.
Sure. Okay, Miss Crane. The DA will see you.
Thanks. You're Mr. Markham?
Yes, please sit down.
Thanks. Look, Markham, I've never been to the cops before to gripe in my whole life. But I'm doing it now and liking it.
Just what are you talking about, Miss Crane?
That's Sam Davis you found in the river. I just heard about it on the radio. I think I know who killed him.
Do you? Suppose you tell me the whole story.
There's no whole story. There's just this. Sam was a gambler. He'd bet on anything, any time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a gambler, too. I'd like to bet I know who killed him.
Really? Who?
It was a woman. A woman named Rawls, Grace Rawls. She had a crush on Sam from here to China, and he kept sloughing her off. He was my guy, D.A., mine. She couldn't take being shoved around.
So it's your theory that she killed him?
What do you mean, theory? Sure she killed him. Nobody else would. Of course, he had trouble with Eddie Lee on account of Eddie was jealous of the business Sam was handling, but Lee wouldn't have killed Sam.
So this woman, Grace Rawls, did know Sam Davis?
Sure. Only not well enough to suit her. He saw to that. When he kept ducking her, she told him he'd never get away with it. She meant it.
Apparently. You might be interested in knowing she's been to see Philo Vance, who's working on this case. I think perhaps I'd better tell Vance about your coming to me.
Sure, tell him. Tell him, the cops, the militia, the Marines, tell everybody. But come up with that dame as the murderer of Sam Davis, Markham. Sam used to say that in case of trouble, he'd bet I'd be on his side to help. That's one bet he's going to collect, even though he's dead.
You still insist that you didn't know Sam Davis, Mrs. Rawls.
I never said I didn't know him, Vance. Never. And taking me down to the district attorney's office isn't going to make me change my story. Well, of course I knew him.
I'm not taking you down to see Mr. Markham. I'm taking you to police headquarters. I want you to have a look at some rogues gallery photographs.
What for?
You claim a man came to you in a dream, and that he came to you 3 times. Is that right?
Of course it's right. I dreamt everything I told you I did.
I'm not doubting you, Mrs. Rawls, fantastic as your story sounds. And I'll tell you why I asked you to drive me down here to headquarters. By the way, is this the car left outside your house by the man you dreamed of?
Yes, it is.
Very pretty car. After you, Mrs. Rawls.
Thank you.
I want you to look at the photographs in the gallery. Then perhaps you'll be able to pick out the man you claim you saw in a dream.
All right, I'll do it. But, Vance, I'm not entirely stupid. I don't claim that what I told you makes sense. I only claim I told you what happened.
Many things that happen in this world don't make sense, Mrs. Rawls. But there's generally an explanation for them. And that's what I'm trying to find. It's the room to your right as we go in this door.
Oh.
Have you ever been to headquarters before?
No, never.
Oh, hi, Mr. Vance. Can I help you?
No, Murphy, no thanks. I want to look at the pictures in the gallery, okay?
Sure, Mr. Vance. Go right in.
Thank you. This way, Mrs. Rawls.
Oh. Are there pictures in all those files?
Yes.
Do I have to look through all of them?
I doubt it, Mrs. Rawls. A lot of those files contain photographs and records of criminals who are dead. But they are classified, and there's always a chance that we might find what we're looking for without too much trouble.
But what's the point of all this, Vance?
I'm hoping that perhaps you'll be able to pick out the man of your dreams, Mrs. Rawls. And if his picture is here, I promise you the murder of Sam Davis is practically solved.
No, Vance. None of these is the man.
I know this is monotonous, but how about this drawer, Mrs. Rawls? Recognize any of the men here?
No, not him. No, none of them is the man I saw.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try this section. While you're looking at those photographs, Mrs. Rawls, would you mind telling me how friendly you were with Sam Davis?
Friendly? Well, we weren't friendly at all. I like to make a bet or two once in a while on a horse. He handled a bet, that's all.
We've been told you liked him a great deal.
I? Like a bookmaker? Oh, Vance, please. Well, it's true that I am a widow, and I could like whomever I please, but a bookmaker? I'm surprised. Vance.
Yes?
This man here, this picture, that's the man who came to see me in my dreams, and it's the same man I met on the street.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter? You said if I found the man who came to me, you'd have the murder practically solved.
I'm glad I said practically, Mrs. Rawls. Unfortunately, this is Mort Wilson, and he had the bad judgment to get himself killed by an arrow early this morning.
This is District Attorney Markham. The nightmare murder case began when Sam Davis was murdered after Mrs. Grace Rawls had a dream in which she was told she was going to kill Davis. She has identified the man in her dreams from a rogues gallery photograph. But that doesn't help us at all because that man was found dead too. All we know is that Mrs. Rawls has no recollection of killing Davis, and that Davis had an enemy in Eddie Lee, a big-time gambler. I've sent for Mrs. Rawls in an effort to get to the bottom of this, and she's in my office. Mrs. Rawls, I don't have the patience that Philo Vance has, and I refuse to believe this ridiculous story of your having dreams that later develop into realities.
I'm sorry, Mr. Markham.
You're sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you won't tell me the truth, that you hated Davis because he wouldn't have anything to do with you, and you killed him.
That's not true. I didn't kill him. There's nothing you have that links me to his death.
Except your visit to Vance practically predicting Davis's death.
Would I do that if I were going to kill him? Would I get involved in a situation like this for no reason?
No.
Then I demand you let me go. And I demand that you leave me alone, and that Philo Vance does too, unless you can prove something on me. And you know how much chance you have of doing that.
I'm getting tired just hanging around, Mr. Lee. Can't something happen?
Like what, Pete?
Like you stop playing chess with yourself for a little while and tell me how we're going to make some dough quick.
It'll be made for us, Pete. With Sam Davis out of the way, most people who want to bet on anything in this town will come to me. You'll get your share.
Oh, I don't know. I think I'll hit the hay. I'm tired. You getting company, boss?
Apparently. See who it is, will you?
Sure. Are you home?
Why not? I got nobody to hide from.
You wouldn't say that if that girlfriend of Sam Davis's ever found you. But I'm here in case of trouble.
Answer the door.
Yeah?
Hello, I'm Philo Vance. Thanks for asking me in.
Well, I didn't ask you nothing, but as long as you're in, what do you want?
If you're Eddie Lee, I want to talk to you.
I'm Eddie Lee Vance. Come in. Wanting to meet you for a long time.
I wouldn't be so happy that I finally did if I were you, Mr. Lee. You know what I'm here about?
Certainly. It's about 2 killings. You found out that Sam Davis and I were business rivals and that Mort Wilson worked for me. You have an idea that I killed them both.
It's more than an idea. You could have killed Davis, had Wilson dispose of the body, and then killed Wilson so he couldn't talk.
Very reasonable. I could have. But you don't arrest people on pure logic, Vance. Don't you have to have some proof of some kind?
Perhaps I have that proof.
You're very resourceful, aren't you? Well, I like to think that I am, too. Suppose we make this a contest.
Look, Lee, I'm not playing around with words with anybody like you. You're a crook and a killer, and there's one way to handle guys like you and only one.
Physical logic, Vance? I never thought you'd descend to that.
It's the only kind men like you understand. Now, do you start talking about what happened in those killings, or do I go to work on you?
Now, Vance, I assure you I have no intention... You meant what you said about beating me up, didn't you?
I meant what I said about finding what part you had in all this. And if it means beating you up, I'll do it. Perhaps you weren't convinced with that one clip I gave you. Maybe this...
You know, Mr. Lee, no matter how smart a guy is, you whack him over the head with a gun butt, and down he goes.
Why'd you hit Vance, Pete?
Why? He was going to work on you, wasn't he, boss? Don't tell me you'd have liked that.
No, but I can handle myself.
Sure, but suppose you come in second. Suppose he got you to spill about killing Sam Davis.
What makes you think I killed him?
Well, it was you that told Mort and me where to find his body and take it out and dump it in the river.
Yeah, I did tell you that, but it doesn't mean I killed him.
Ah, you can trust me, boss.
Oh, I'm quite sure of that.
Well, then let's stop fooling around. What do we do with Vance?
Oh, him?
Yeah.
Oh, Pete, my boy, I'll take care of him. In my own way.
Vance, please. Please, wake up. Oh, brother, that bump on your head.
Hello, Ellen.
Hello.
How did you get here? For that matter, how did I get here?
Well, I can answer the first half of that. Somebody called the office and asked if I was your secretary. I said yes, so they told me to come to your apartment right away, that you needed me.
I certainly did. Those wet cloths you put on my head did the trick, Ellen.
Who did the trick of knocking you out?
I deserved that. I was very impolite. I turned my back on Eddie Lee's principal stooge.
Well, apparently they didn't want you dead, so they carted you here to your apartment and then called me. Now what?
Now we're no further than we ever were in this mystery, Ellen. That's a situation I guarantee ends right here. From now on, we're going to get action.
But Vance, I don't
Markham,
see...
listen. There are two alternatives in this murder case. One is that Mrs. Rawls is telling the truth, and the other is that she isn't.
Well, that's hardly an epic remark. Tell me how she could possibly be telling the truth. How could she dream about a man who later showed up to give her money and leave her a car, then tell her she was going to kill Sam Davis?
It could be done.
Oh, Vance.
Now listen. She wasn't dreaming, of course. We know that's not possible. But she might have been made to think she was dreaming. Awakened in the middle of the night, a man in her room. She wasn't completely conscious, and he might have talked to her, told her what he wanted her to think she dreamt, and then disappeared in the dark.
Why would anybody do that to her?
To make her think she killed Sam Davis. It was a clever plan and might work with an impressionable woman like Mrs. Rawls. In fact, it did work, if she's telling the truth.
And if she isn't?
Then she made up the whole thing to throw us off in the event that she killed Davis. Knew an association between her and Davis would be made by us and wanted to take as much suspicion off herself as was possible.
That's great, only how do we find out?
Ellen is finding out right now.
Your secretary, how?
There was one tangible element in this entire case, Markham. I won't tell you what it is, but Ellen is tracking it down.
All right. But Vance, aren't you overlooking one major element? The death of Mort Wilson. Who killed him?
I haven't the slightest idea. But I'll find out, believe me.
Well, that's interesting.
I'll get that. I told Ellen she could reach me here, and it's probably she. Hello? Oh, yes. Good work, Ellen. Very good work. So it was bought 1,000 miles from here. Well, this murder was planned a long time. Well, thanks, Ellen. You did a wonderful job. Bye.
Well, Vance?
We've got what I wanted, Markham. Have Eddie Lee, Mrs. Rawls, and Lee's henchman Pete down here in an hour, and in an hour, this case will be over.
Waiting around, always waiting around. Hey, D.A., how much longer?
Vance will be here soon. Your employer doesn't seem in too much of a hurry to see Vance, right, Mr. Lee?
Matter of fact, I'm not, Markham. I like Vance all right, but he plays rough.
And how about you, Mrs. Rawls? What are your feelings about Vance's arrival?
I don't care one way or another, when, as, or if he gets here.
Hello, everybody. Guess I'm a little late. I had a stop to make.
Hello, Vance. Here are the people you wanted. And incidentally, your hour is up.
Yes, I know, and I won't be more than a few moments now. Pete, how tired are you?
I'm always tired.
Too tired to confess that you helped your boss kill Mort Wilson?
Yeah. Much too tired for that.
Well, you won't have to confess it. I can prove most of what I'm saying. Lee, you're quite handy with a bow and arrow, aren't you?
Never handled one in my life.
That's strange, considering that the leading sporting goods store in the city picked your photograph out of a dozen brought to them and said that they had sold you archery equipment for years.
I used to buy it and give it away.
I just came from your house in the suburbs, Lee. There is unmistakable evidence that an archery target has been removed from the back lawn. The holes were still in the ground. And here's an arrow I found in the bushes. A duplicate of this arrow killed Mort Wilson.
You found the arrow I lost, huh? Well, good work, Vance.
It'll make a good case, I guarantee that.
Thank you, Vance, for cleaning this up. So it was your secretary, Miss Deering, who checked the sporting goods shops, and that's what she called you about before.
No, that wasn't what she called about, Markham. Remember I told you there was one tangible element in this case we hadn't investigated?
Yes, but you didn't say what it was.
That's right, but you might have guessed. Finding where that one tangible element came from enables us to solve this case. So while you arrest Eddie Lee and Pete for killing Wilson, you can also arrest Mrs. Rawls for the murder of Sam Davis.
All right, Vance, what was this tangible element that practically convicted Mrs. Rawls of planning and killing Sam Davis?
You remember, Markham, that she told me some man had come to her in a dream and had given her money.
Yes.
Then appeared later and gave her an automobile. And still later to tell her to kill Davis.
Yes, I see. The money couldn't be traced, but the automobile could.
Exactly. Ellen traced it, found it was bought in a city many miles from here.
Mm-hmm.
When she called me to tell me that the purchaser answered the description of Mrs. Rawls, I knew she'd planned the whole thing, and that the story of her dreaming was all a lie.
We know why she wanted Davis dead, but not why she identified Mort Wilson as the man who allegedly came to her in her dream.
Why shouldn't she? She knew Wilson was dead by that time because she'd seen the stories in the papers.
Oh, I see.
With Wilson dead, he couldn't very well deny it either. She also knew he was tied up with Eddie Lee, for that matter, and that her identifying Wilson as her sleep visitor might involve Lee.
That's very true, of course. And your finding that arrow and the archery was enough to get a confession from Lee after we worked on his accomplice, Pete. Lee killed Wilson, all right, but I don't know why.
I can tell you that. Lee had sent Wilson and Pete to carry off Davis's body. Lee had probably come to call on Davis and found him dead.
Uh-huh.
Inasmuch as somebody had done him a favor by killing Davis, he wanted to do that somebody a favor by getting rid of the body.
And Mort Wilson was under the impression Lee had killed Davis, and Lee was afraid he'd talk. Is that it?
Exactly.
Well, it's all over now, but I still think that Mrs. Rawls made a mistake in coming to you in the first place with her ridiculous dream story.
All murderers make mistakes, Markham. The trick is to find them. She thought she was being very clever when she came to me in the beginning.
I wonder what she thinks now, at the end of the nightmare murder case.
Billy, stop. Stop teasing or I won't give it to you at all.
Oh, yes, you will. And right now.
Oh?
Come on, Jenny, you know I'm dying to see what you made me.
Oh, it must be important to you if you left that piece of cheesecake. What's the matter? Don't you feel well, darling?
I feel very fine and very curious.
Oh, sorry. You're going to have to wait, and you're going to have to stop pestering me while you're waiting, and that's all there is to it.
Pestering? You think I've been pestering you?
Oh, yes.
Well, wait till you find out what a pest I can be. Jane Ashley, you made me a present. I want it. At least I want to know what it is.
Guess.
Cheesecake. You made me a cheesecake.
Oh, you think I'm that silly? Cheesecake has been my rival for your affections ever since I've known you. Nope. No cheesecake.
Uh-huh. Pair of socks?
What? So I'd have another pair of socks to wash after we get married? Oh, nope. No socks.
Well, a sweater. That's what it is, a sweater.
Oh, you're not even lukewarm. Oh,
All right. You little imp. I've taken enough of this. Are you going to tell me or aren't you?
Depends on what you have to tell me.
I love you, darling. Very much.
Well, in that case, I've got your present right here in the drawer.
Good.
Here it is. You like it?
Hey, that's swell, a mask.
That's right, Billy. Oh, I get awfully worried when you go out to do a job. Somebody might recognize you sometime. Wear this mask I made you.
Sure I will, honey. And thanks. Pretty good idea, too. That guy last night could have identified me, sure, if he'd lived. With my record, they'd have grabbed me in an hour.
I'm glad you like your present, Billy.
And that's pretty, and it's practical. Shows you think of me when I'm not here. I like that.
I like thinking about you when you're not here. It's the next best thing to having you here, Billy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what's the matter?
Matter? Look at the time. Mike's waiting downstairs for me in the car. I got a job to pull right now, Jane.
Oh.
A photographer who's working bright and early in the morning and keeps all his cash in the studio.
Oh, we'll call me right afterwards, darling, and darling, wear the mask for luck.
Sure. But I won't need too much luck, honey. If that photographer resents being robbed, he's the one that's gonna need it.
Tired, Sally?
Bored. It's a little trying being Miss Outdoors at 7 in the morning.
Just hold that tennis racket a little higher over your head, honey.
Uh-huh.
That's good. If I get this picture, it'll be the last one. Morning sun is just what I need. Beats artificial lighting a mile. Now, last one if it's good, kid.
Oh, pleasant words, Mr. Merton. Very pleasant words. How's this?
Fine, but just tilt your head up a little bit.
Huh?
Good. Keep your left hand away from your legs. Gotta have legs in the picture or the clients won't buy.
Neither will the customers. What would I do without legs, I wonder? I spend hours every day making up my face, going to beauty parlors about my hair, and what's the most important part of the picture? My legs. Mr. Merton, you're a pretty wealthy man. Why do you work this hard and this early?
Well, Sally, I'm like my clients and their customers.
Huh?
I like legs, too. Now hold it just that way while I take a look in the camera.
All right.
I've got a hunch that this is...
Okay, Rembrandt. Hold it just where you are.
Well, what have we got here? A guy, a gun, and a mask.
Oh, Mr. Merton,
You
please.
sure you're in the right place, buddy?
Don't you wish I weren't?
Oh, don't point
You over there in the stand. Stop the yapping. You won't get hurt. You won't either, Sonny, if you're a nice guy and hand over the dough in that safe over there.
Stick up, huh? Okay, come on over and get it.
That was the general idea of my coming here. Now, don't try anything cute, pal. Just hand me the dough that's in there and I'll get out of here. Well, what are you waiting for?
Just till I get near enough to you to...
Sucker!
Wait!
Dirty! Shut up, sister! Shut up! Haven't I had trouble enough? Shut up, I said. All right, I'll shut you. I gotta get out of here.
Gotta get that telephone. I gotta...
Hello?
Call the police. Man here wearing a mask killed Mr. Merton. Shot me. Stop him. Stop him.
hope you don't mind dropping into this hotel lobby, Vance.
No, not at all.
My secretary was to leave an envelope for me at the desk so I wouldn't have to go all the way downtown to my office this morning.
I don't mind, Markham. We still have an hour before court opens. Will you be long?
Just long enough to pick up the envelope so I can have it with me in court.
That's the trouble with being a district attorney. You have to spend so much time in court. Personally, I prefer trying to find criminals whom you can take to court. It's more exciting, more of a challenge to the imagination.
You ever hear a murderer's alibi, Vance? That's generally the height of imagination. But today's case isn't a murder. It's a case where two men... Just a moment.
Markham on the telephone, please.
Phone call for me?
Apparently.
A boy. Oh, boy.
Yes, sir?
I'm Mr. Markham.
There's a call for you in booth 3, sir.
Oh, thank you, boy. Just a moment. Here you are.
Thank you.
Come on, Vance. It's probably my secretary just telling me that she didn't finish the papers in time and that she'll bring them directly to court, but we'll see.
I hope that isn't what the call is, Markham.
You'd like it to be a murder, wouldn't you?
No, but if there were a murder, I'd like to be in on it at the beginning. Here we are, Markham.
Booth 3. Here it is. Excuse me, Vance.
Certainly.
Hello, Markham speaking.
DA, Sergeant Heath, homicide. Your secretary told me where I could reach you.
What's up, Heath?
Murder, DA. Stick up and murder. Guy broke into the studio of a rich photographer named Merton early this morning. Shot him when he tried to resist.
Merton?
Yeah, he's dead. Guy also shot Merton's model, but she was able to call downstairs to the switchboard.
Go on, Heath.
Well, the switchboard guy tried to stop the killer, but he took a smack on the head from the guy's gun instead. Staggered out front in time to see the guy race away in a sedan. Got the license number and called it in.
Good. We get one break on the case anyway.
Oh, we get more than one, DA. Just got a call at headquarters that a radio car spotted the sedan and is chasing it. Thought you'd like to know.
I certainly would. I'll come down to headquarters with Philo Vance, Heath. Wait there for me, will you?
Sure. Oh, look, do you have to bring Vance? This is no case for a mastermind, DA. If we get the car, we'll get the guy in it that shot Merton. Why bring Vance in on this?
I'll tell you why, Heath. He and I were going to court. As long as we're together, and as long as there's been a murder, there's no way I know to keep Philo Vance away.
Step on it, Mike. We gotta get more speed. That prowl car's picking up on us.
I can't help it, Billy. I got my foot on the floorboard now. We're doing better than 70.
Keep going and stop slowing up for those curves. That's what's holding us up.
We gotta slow up for 'em, Billy. This crate'll crash if we don't. They ain't banked too good.
Keep close to the inside. We'll pick up a little time their way. The cops are taking the turns wide.
Now, whatever they're doing, it's working for 'em. I don't like this. I'm scared.
Keep going, dope. Keep your foot down on the gas. I'll stop those cops. When they get close enough, maybe I'll throw a shot at them just for luck.
Better wait till after we get around this bend, Billy. Hold on. This is a tough one.
The wheel, Mike. Stay with that wheel. The curve. We gotta... Mike!
Well, we finally caught up to it, eh, Tommy? Take a look. That's what I call a real crack-up.
Sure is, Pat. It sure is. And the guy we were chasing is still inside nice and pretty, just waiting for us to show up.
Of course, he can't very well do anything about being hospitable or nothing on account... Yeah, he's dead. That's a good morning's work for us.
Sure. Guess I'll go back to car and radio headquarters, huh?
Why not? Just tell him that some guy tried to stick up and we chased him. Of course, we didn't catch up to him, but that doesn't matter. On account of death, did.
Hello? Hello?
Janie?
Oh, Billy, I've been so worried. That radio said that a
That
man...
was Mike, Janie. He drove me from the studio after I killed the photographer.
Oh.
And when our car crashed, I got out and planted the gun and mask on him and beat it just in time to duck the cops.
Oh, Billy, I'm so glad you called. I've been absolutely frantic.
No need to be, Janie girl.
Oh.
The only trouble with this morning was the fact that I didn't get what I wanted at the studio.
Shucks.
Be over at your place in a couple of hours. Wait for me.
You know I will.
Oh, that present you gave me, that mask?
Yeah?
Well, it's been picked up by the cops, naturally.
Uh-huh.
Only they think that Mike was alone in the car and that he killed the camera guy.
Well, good.
Very lucky present you gave me.
Oh, I'm glad, Billy. And I'll make you something else. A surprise.
Do that, baby. Make it a cheesecake surprise. I had to leave a nice, fresh cheesecake I bought in the car when Mike got killed. Isn't that a shame?
You're quite a good driver, Sergeant Heath. You got us out here to the scene of the crash very quickly. Right, Markham?
Right, Vance, although I don't know what you can expect to find out here.
Except a wrecked car used for a getaway after a stick-up and a killing.
The dead killer's body has been removed, Vance, but nothing else has been touched. Why did you want to take a look at the car?
I'm not sure yet, Markham. Perhaps I had no reason. But I'll know that better after I take a look inside it. Coming, Markham?
Yes, of course. Heath?
No, not me, D.A. I've been out here once this morning. It's too hot in the sun for me. You two go ahead. I'll wait in the car.
We wrapped up this stick-up murder in short order, don't you think, Vance?
Well...
And we got a hospital report that the model the killer shot will recover. All in all, it sounds like a good morning's work.
Even though you didn't get to court.
I have several capable assistants, Vance. They took care of matters there for me. Well, here we are.
The car's not wrecked as badly as I'd thought.
It crashed into that tree with enough force to kill the driver. And the driver was the man who held up and killed Merton, the photographer, so I guess that's all that could be asked of it.
I suppose that's right. Markham, there's a folded topcoat on the back seat of the sedan. Next to it, a package.
There's a cheesecake in that package, Vance, and that's where the police found it, and the coat. They went through the coat, but there were no means of identification in it. Fingerprints told us nothing either, by the way.
Something is telling me something, Markham.
What are you doing with that sunshade, Vance?
Putting it back up to its normal position, my friend. Just want to see if it could have been jarred down by the crash.
Well, could it?
I doubt it very much. In fact, Markham, I'm not even sure whether you've got your killer or not.
Now, Vance, please. The man was seen running out of the studio building. He was chased by the phone operator who got this license number. Police cars picked up the trail almost immediately, and one of our cars was chasing this one when it crashed. The murderer wouldn't have had a chance to get out and turn the car over to a Confederate while the chase was on.
Oh, that's right. But I still think there were two people in his car. And it's very possible that the murderer got away.
I don't know why you think that, but as long as you do, what are you going to do about it? Up until this minute, we thought we had a complete case in the killing of Mr. Merton. We found the murder gun and the mask here in the car. We have what we want.
I doubt whether you have. And I doubt whether I'm going to be of any help to you till I find the other man that was riding in this car when it crashed early this morning. And that, Markham, is going to be a man-sized job.
This is District Attorney Markham. The cheesecake murder case opened with the murder of George Merton, photographer who specialized in leg art, known colloquially as cheesecake. His model, Sally Burns, is in a hospital recovering from a bullet wound. And Philo Vance and I have inspected a car in which we believe the murderer fled the scene of the crime. The car, the driver dead at the wheel, seemed to have solved the case, but Vance is of the opinion that another man was in the car and escaped. His identity, if there was such a person, is unknown. Who he is or where he is...
Read it to me again, Jenny. I like to hear it.
Uh-huh.
Just the part where I fooled her.
All right.
Gee, this is good cheesecake. Where'd you get it?
Huh? Oh, the usual place, Rowley's.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Billy, here we go. Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Department is confident that the murderer of George Merton was killed in the crash that followed a wild chase through the suburb of Arlingville. The car was identified as the one in which the killer fled, with the telephone operator in Merton's building supplying the identification.
Great.
Sally Burns, Merton's model, identified the mask found on the dead driver as that worn by the hold-up man, and the gun in the driver's pocket has been checked and proven to be the murder weapon. Well, that's it, Billy.
I guess I'm pretty smart, huh?
Oh, I never doubted that for a minute, honey. Well, hey, listen to this. Another story on the murder.
What?
It says, Philo Vance, noted private investigator, in an interview today said that he believed a second man was riding in the car, which the police believed to be the one used by the murderer of George Merton.
Give me a paper. Vance refused to give any reasons for his belief, but it is understood that District Attorney Markham is placing great faith in Vance's theory and has referred it to Homicide Sergeant Heath.
What do you know about that?
I don't get it.
Me neither.
How could Vance think there was somebody else in that car?
Gee.
How could he know about me? The cops chasing us never got a look. They couldn't know there were two people in the car.
Golly.
I didn't leave anything there except the cheesecake. Hey, what could Vance mean?
What could Vance mean, Billy? Well, Vance could mean that he's just as smart as you are.
Don't bet. Sweetheart, this little clam bake this morning didn't work out according to plan.
I got no dough from Merton, but I know where there's a load of it just waiting to be taken.
Where, Billy?
There's a factory payroll getting made up this afternoon. I got the place cased. It'll be a snap. After that, wedding bells. Okay with you, sweetheart?
Oh, sure. Do a good job, honey.
I will. A good job, and I buy a string of pearls for you.
Oh.
A bad job, and the state gives me a rope for free.
Just dump the money out of the bag, Freddie. I done my job. Guarded you when you went to the bank for the money.
Right. Well, here we are. $30,000 worth of Uncle Sam's calling cards. It was sure shaky when I carried it from the bank, even with you around. Well, here's the greenback shower.
I sure wouldn't mind getting caught in that kind of rain.
I guess not. All in 10s and 20s, Pat. Oh, hand me the payroll list, will you, so I can begin to fill the envelopes?
Sure. Here you are. Hey, nobody's allowed in here.
I know. I like that. Then we won't be interrupted.
Huh?
All right, put all the dough back in the bag you just dragged from the bank. Come on, get moving.
Stick up, huh?
I ain't playing games. Now, don't either of you be a patsy because the dough isn't yours. It belongs to the company. But your life belongs to you, and believe me, I'll shoot in a minute if either of you gets cute. Including you, copper.
No kidding. I think
No, don't do it, Pat. Don't start anything. I'm giving them the money.
Ah. Well, that's being smart, pal. I want the money. I don't want either of you to turn around and get a look at me. And I want 5 minutes to get away before you start screaming. Well?
Everything your own way, huh?
Sure. I like me. I'm entitled to that. All right, get moving. Get the dough in the bag so I can get out of here.
I suppose you're wondering why we're going to see the model who was shot, Markham, inasmuch as the police have already questioned her.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
Well, Markham, we've never been up against so hopeless a situation before. I have absolutely no assurance that there were two men in the murder car. Just my theory. We have a topcoat, which means nothing, and a cheesecake, which doesn't help us, and, well, that's all. Perhaps the model might supply us with a little information.
All I can tell you is that she remembers nothing. Apparently, she was hypnotized by the gun in the murderer's hand. But you'll find that out for yourself. Oh, nurse.
Yes, Mr. Markham. You want to see Miss Burns?
We'd like to. How is she?
She's resting in her room. Please try not to do anything to disturb her.
I won't, nurse. I promise you that. Come on, Vance.
I'm with you.
Hello, Miss Burns. I'd like to present Philo Vance.
Hello.
How do you do?
Miss Burns, Mr. Vance would like to ask you a question or two. Do you feel equal to answering?
What do you want to know?
I was hoping that you could tell us something about what the hold-up killer looked like. Something that would help us find him.
I can't. The police asked me that. I've tried and I can't. When he came into the room, all I could look at was his gun. I kept staring at it, expecting any minute it would shoot. I keep seeing that gun and the middle finger of a man's hand on the trigger. I see it all the time. I see it right now. Oh, please don't ask me anything more, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Burns.
Please don't be upset. It's all over now. But you've helped us, Miss Burns. Believe me, you have. Come on, Markham.
I'm sorry I'm such a baby.
You're not. You're a very brave girl and a very helpful one. Thank you very much. I do hope you feel better.
Oh, thank you.
Goodbye, Miss Burns. Vance, what did you mean by telling her that what she said was helpful? Trying to make her feel good?
Not at all. She was helpful. I'll know exactly how helpful as soon as we make a stop at Rawley's restaurant.
You mean to tell me you found something in this case that ties up with Rawley's restaurant?
Yes.
Where was I all this time?
Right here with me. I'll admit this much. Rawley's is just a guess, but if it's a good guess, I think I'll have your killer for you. You see, I can describe him in a manner so definite that if he'd ever been to Rawley's, they'd remember him.
I don't know how you can do that, of course, but why go to Rawley's to describe our murderer?
Rawley's makes the best cheesecake in town.
That may be, but I don't like cheesecake.
I know, but our murderer does. I hope.
Of course, I'm proud of our cheesecake, Vance. It's famous all over the country, and this cheesecake you have is definitely ours.
That's what I thought when I borrowed it from the police, Mr. Rawley. You might be of great assistance to me and the police if I could describe a man with a completely distinguishing characteristic, One whom I imagine is very fond of cheesecake. Would you identify him?
Oh, well, I hardly think so. So many people like cheesecake.
I was hoping that perhaps you'd sent cakes to his apartment at some time or other. And if you had, that perhaps you could give us the address.
We have a record of every customer's name and address, Vance, but you'd have to describe the man pretty well if I'm going to come even close to recognizing him.
I'll describe him so well that there isn't a chance of your not knowing him if he happened to be one of your customers, Mr. Raleigh. And if he did happen to be one of your customers, he's as good as caught right now. Hello, Sergeant Heath. Glad you're here.
Hello, Heath.
I drove down to this address just as soon as I got word that you and Mr. Markham wanted me to meet you, Vance. What's up?
Heath, Sally Burns, the model, told Vance that she was fascinated by the killer's middle finger around his gun when he broke into Merton's studio.
Well, sure. That's why she couldn't even come close to describing the guy. That and the fact that he wore a mask.
I'll take it from there, Markham.
Okay.
You wait down here, if you will. Heath, come with me.
All right. Where?
Up the stairs of this house. Keep your eyes open, Markham.
I will. Luck to you, Vance.
Thanks. Now, Heath, when that model told me that the killer's middle finger was around the gun, that got me thinking. Nobody shoots a gun with his middle finger. It's always the index finger.
Yeah, that's right.
Lower your voice now, Sergeant, please. We have to walk up a flight of steps to grab our killer.
Hey, what happened after you figured out there was something wrong with the trigger finger, Vance?
You remember the cheesecake found in the murderer's car, Heath?
Yeah, sure. Why?
I brought it to Raleigh's restaurant. It was made by them, all right.
So?
So I gave Mr. Raleigh a description of the man I knew was the real killer, Heath. I told him the man we were looking for had a paralyzed index finger.
Hey, that's probably right. Else why would he shoot a gun with his middle finger?
No reason. Heath, Mr. Raleigh remembered a customer whose finger was paralyzed.
Yeah?
He looked up his records and found that he had delivered cheesecakes to him several times. Gave us his name, Bill Avery, and his address.
Yeah, I get it. And we're crawling up to his apartment now. Is that it?
That's it. Now, I know he's in there because while Markham and I were waiting for you, we spotted him. And this is his apartment door. Wait.
What for?
Just wanted to try the door. Might have been unlocked, but it's not. Quiet now.
Yeah, there's nobody inside.
Yes, there is, Heath. I hear somebody moving around. Go on, help me break down this door now.
One more ought to do it, Vance. There we are. Hey, there goes a guy trying to get out the window of the fire escape. Grab him, Vance.
Don't worry, I will. Leave him to me. Get downstairs and help Markham head him off in case I don't get him.
Right?
Pretty smart, aren't you? But you haven't got me yet.
Slight difference of opinion, my friend. I'm getting out on that fire escape with you.
And that's what you think.
Oh, well, that won't stop me from getting out there with you.
Okay, smart guy. You're going down the fire escape the hard way over the rail.
No, I'm not. I doubt it.
Help! Help me! I'm falling!
Hey, Vance, is this the killer down here?
Yes, Markham. That was our murderer. All right, Markham, I know. You want me to tell you why I was so sure there were two men in the murder car.
On a sunny morning like this, Vance, I'm entitled to be enlightened, don't you think?
I think. Well, Markham, the first reason was this. You and I are driving in your car. The sun is out, and you have the sun shield pulled down.
Of course. It keeps the sun out of my eyes when I'm driving.
Right. Well, the sun shield on my side is pulled down, too. That's because I don't want the sun in my eyes. There were two sun shields on the murder car, both pulled down.
Yeah, that would indicate there was a passenger in the murder car, come to think of it.
Not conclusively, of course. But then there was that cheesecake and a topcoat belonging to the dead driver across the back seat. Why the back seat, Markham?
I don't know.
The natural thing to do with a topcoat if you're alone in a car is to throw it over the seat next to you.
Except if there's somebody sitting in that seat.
Right.
I see now why you knew there were two men in the car, Vance. Wonderful observation.
Thank you. Merely a combination of circumstances that couldn't be explained any other way to my satisfaction. Now, Markham, you know why, in the beginning, I insisted that the dead driver was not necessarily our murderer.
Yes, I do.
I know why you insisted in the beginning, and also how you found him at the end of the cheesecake murder case.
Just ease this crate to a stop, Mike. Just ease it. Like this, Johnny? Good. Good boy, Mike. Very good. Now let me have the shotgun. You want me to come with you? If you like. You might be helpful in spreading the talk around about what happens to a guy who crosses Johnny A. Very helpful. You know, he was making a deal with Big Eddie Morris? Yeah. I sure wouldn't like to be in Nick's shoes when he grabs the lead from that shotgun, boss. You mind your own business like you've been doing, and you'll never catch lead from me, Mike. Never. Come on. Don't make no noise. Right. Hey, look, Johnny. You could see Nick from here. Back of his head through the window, see it? Sure. But I knew it would be there. I knew he'd be there. I've known everything he's done or thought of even in the past 2 weeks. Watch out for those bushes. You gonna get right on top of him, Johnny? I'm gonna get so close that I can't miss. So close. Like from right here. One slug through the window, then through him, and that should do it. Hey, shoot, Johnny, shoot. As soon as I fire, you and I beat it back to the car and get away fast. Very fast. I got you. Where do we go? You drop me at Sonny's house. Gotta see my girl after a good night's work. She's going to South America tomorrow. That's another reason I gotta see her tonight. A guy's gotta give his girl a goodbye kiss. Yeah, that he does. Well, Mike, this is it. Hey, just thought of something. Yeah? Can't let nobody go away anywhere without saying goodbye. You mean your girl? Yeah. Well, you're going over there after this to say goodbye to, ain't you? Sure. But, she's not the only one going somewhere. You take Nick in there, he's going somewhere, too. So goodbye, Nick. Goodbye.
Please sit down, Miss Belmont.
Thanks, D.A. Swell layout you got here. Pays to be a district attorney, don't it?
Not too well financially, but rather well in satisfaction.
I know what you mean, Markham. That's the kind of reason I'm here. Satisfaction. I'm going to pay off a guy named Johnny A. Ever hear of him?
Yes. He rates way up there on our list of public enemies.
Well, Markham, I was his girl. I was up to this morning. In an hour, I'm off to South America, only before I go, I got this to tell you. You know Nicky Keating got blasted last night?
I know of him.
Johnny A. did that job, Markham. He killed Keating and came running to my place after he did it. I threw him out. You see, Nicky Keating was my brother. That's what I got to tell you. Get Johnny A., Markham.
In view of what you told me, I don't doubt but that we will. We'll need your testimony, of course.
You're on your own from here. Johnny A.'s got too many friends. He's all yours, but I've helped all I'm going to. I'm going to South America, and don't try any legal tricks to keep me here. I'll suddenly be taken with lapse of memory.
Where is Johnny A. now?
I think he blew town, but I happen to know he'll be back tonight, and he'll head for my place.
Oh?
Bust in there around midnight tonight, and he's all yours. So long, Markham. Nice meeting you. When I get back, drop around to my place with your friend Philo Vance. I hear he's kind of attractive.
I may do that. Where will you be in South America, Miss Belmont, in case we need you?
Well, now that's kind of hard to say, Markham. South America's such a big place.
Pardon me, but I was told Philo Vance was in this gymnasium. Have you seen him?
Sure, there he is over by the punching bag in the corner. Sure glad I'm not that bag.
Thank you. Hello there, Vance.
Well, Markham, glad to see you. I'd ask you to sit down, but there isn't anywhere for you to sit except that exercise horse, and you'll be much more comfortable standing, believe me.
I'll take your word for it. What are you doing at midnight, Vance?
Well, up till now, there was a good chance I'd be sleeping. Why?
This morning, a girl named Sonny Belmont was in my office.
Huh?
She told me that a gang leader named Johnny A. was the man who fired a shotgun slug into Nick Keating.
Sonny Belmont. Isn't she Johnny A.'s girl?
She was, but she was also Keating's sister.
Oh.
She left early today for South America, but she told us that Johnny A. would be at her house around midnight tonight. I thought maybe you'd like to be in on a kill that doesn't require any of your very adroit masterminding.
Oh, I most certainly do, Markham. I'll be there. Rather unusual social event, though, isn't it?
What do you mean?
With the hostess out of town, there'll be a party at her house. A certain party, that is, of course.
Drop his head in the water and keep it there a little longer. He'll talk.
No.
Go ahead, do like I say.
Right, boss.
No, don't do it.
This Crumb's no joker. Johnny A.'s right hand. And if it was Johnny A. that knocked off Nick Keating, he'll tell me. Okay, haul him up.
Right, boss.
All right, Mike, this is your last crack at staying alive. Johnny A. knew Nick was playing ball with me, so he made with a shotgun. Right or wrong?
Why is she going?
The tub, stick his head in it and hold him there this time.
No.
I'm running out of patience.
No, wait a minute. Let these goons let go of me, will you? I'll talk.
Heard what the man said, boys. Let go of him.
Right.
Okay, Mike. What do you got to say?
It was Johnny A., all right.
That's what I thought. Looks like the showdown between him and me, then. Big Eddie Morris against Johnny A. This has been coming for a long time. Where is Johnny?
I don't know.
Think the water might help you remember?
No, look, Eddie, you gotta believe me when I tell you I don't know.
The water tub, boys. I can't stand guys who only do halfway talk.
I told you what you want to know.
Now hold him there for a while, kid. Not too long, of course, just till he stops breathing. Then we make plans to get Johnny A.
That's the second time that car's passed you, Vance.
I know. And at midnight, it is a little unusual for a car to circle a block twice.
You know, I think I recognize the man next to the driver, Big Eddie Morris. He's Johnny A.'s leading rival for gang dishonors in this town.
And he, too, is watching the house of your friend, Miss Sonny Belmont.
All I can mean is that Johnny A. is inside that house across the street, Vance. I think I'll signal to Sergeant Heath and close in on it.
You imagine that Johnny A. is in there asleep?
Yes, I do. I believe Miss Belmont's tip. Heath and his men are waiting for me to wave this white handkerchief, and I think I'm going to do it.
Well, it's exactly midnight. You might just as well.
That house, Vance, that explosion came from Miss Belmont's house.
I know, and if Johnny A. was in it, that's the end of him and the end of our case. Or so it seems. But somehow I doubt that very much.
Hola. ¿Es usted el señor que llama señorita Belmont?
See, the operator has her, Markham, I think.
Un momento, señor, por favor.
Gracias.
Adelante, por favor, señor.
Just sit tight, Markham. I'm sure I'll contact Miss Belmont in South America. The operator's trying to get the call through now.
Vance, it's only an hour since the explosion, but we've already done some great work on this case. The body in that house was identified without a shadow of a doubt as Johnny A.'s, and you succeeded in finding where Miss Belmont is.
Not too difficult, Markham. There are only 2 airlines to South America. I checked them both. Found which one took a girl answering Miss Belmont's description and where they took her. The operator's now checking the hotels in that city. We'll be talking to her shortly. Wait and see.
We're going to a lot of trouble just to inform the young lady that her ex-boyfriend is dead. I think I'd rather go after Big Eddie Morris. It was undoubtedly he or one of his gang that planted the bomb that wrecked Miss Belmont's home and killed Johnny A.
I'm sure I'll be seeing your friend.
Aquí es señorita Belmont. Hello? Hello? Hello, who is it wants me?
Hello, Miss Belmont. This is Philo Vance. You don't know me.
No, but I will, since I get back. I was mentioning to your friend Markham that we all ought to get together sometime.
I'd hardly call 5,000 miles just to accept an invitation, Miss Belmont.
Oh.
I want to tell you that your boyfriend, Johnny A., is dead.
Tried to shoot it out with the cops and caught one, huh?
Not exactly. Your home is partially wrecked, Miss Belmont. A bomb exploded.
And Johnny was caught in the blast. Good. The joint's insured and he's out of my life. Well, it's nice of you to let me know, Vance. You're making sure I have a good time on my vacation.
I'm glad you've enjoyed yourself up till now, because your vacation is over. You're coming back.
Who says so?
I do.
Suppose I don't come back. What then?
Then I'll come down and get you.
Huh. You know, Vance, that sounds like the best offer I've had in years.
Okay. Quiet, all you guys. Quiet down, will you, please? Now, listen, you guys. I talk better with a gun in my hand than I do with my face. But I got something to say.
All right, go ahead. Hey, you mug. Give Big Eddie a chance, will you? He's paying for this party. Let him talk if you want.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Quiet, please. Now, get this. We're gathered here tonight to mourn the passing of a beloved... Well, never mind. I thought I had a speech memorized, but skip it. Now, look. Boys, this is straight from the feed box. Johnny A. is dead. Some of you guys used to work for him. Okay, so now you work for me.
What kind of a deal, Eddie?
Same kind you got from Johnny A. The take is still here in this town. We'll make even more if we have one good organization instead of 2 fighting each other. Well, what do you say?
Sure.
That's what I want to hear. All right, fellas, enjoy yourselves. I'll be back in a minute. I got to make a phone call and find out what happened to the dancing girls I ordered. Don't nobody go away now. Here?
Would be circle enough to leave now, Eddie.
I'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
Quite a party going on in there, Eddie.
Who are you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance.
So your name's Vance, and so there's quite a party going on in there. So?
What's the occasion of the celebration?
Oh, kind of a party to announce a new benefit organization. Yeah, that's what it is. A benefit organization.
Whose benefit, besides your own?
Look, Vance, I know all about you. You're supposed to be smart, and you're supposed to be tough. Right now, I got a phone call to make. You gonna be smart and let me make it, or tough and try to stop me?
It might be very smart to stop this entire organization right now.
Yeah?
Eddie, I have an idea. The district attorney wants to see you.
So let him send me a summons.
He did better than that. He sent me.
You sure you know what you're doing, Vance?
You yourself said I was smart.
I take it back. You're an egghead. Now get out of my way.
Seems to me I said you and I were going to see the DA.
Seems to me I
see the DA.
Seems to me I see... Now, get.
You know, my perfect never hit. But the results are going to be the same.
So sure.
You're going to be bouncing around any minute now, Eddie, and this ought to give you a start.
You take it, get it first.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Johnny A. murder case opened before Johnny A. was murdered. A was a gang leader who had killed an underling, Nick Keating. Johnny A.'s girl, Sonny Belmont, told me that before she left for South America. But while she was in South America, a bomb destroyed part of her home, and we found Johnny A.'s dead body in it. Vance spoke to Miss Belmont, and she flew back here, where she is now, in my office, waiting for Vance, who is going to see Johnny A.
Kind of surprised I'm here, aren't you, Markham?
Yes, and I'm just as surprised that Vance isn't. I wonder what's keeping him.
Don't forget, he never got a look at me. If he had, he'd have been here an hour ago. What time is it, by the way?
5 o'clock. I don't mind admitting that's what's worrying me. Vance went to see Big Eddie Morris 2 hours ago.
You know, that's the trouble with you guys who carry watches. You worry too much. Me, I never carry them. I wouldn't have one around. What good are they? All they do is make you hurry when you want to take your time, and that's not for me. I'm a gal that likes to take her time.
Your theory is undoubtedly excellent for you, Miss Belmont. But Vance should have been here an hour ago.
Maybe he doesn't know I'm here.
Oh, excuse me, please. Hello?
Markham, sorry I've been delayed.
Where are you, Vance?
I only found out myself a few minutes ago. It seems that Big Eddie and I had a little session. But I guess we made too much noise because a few of his friends interrupted us. And that's all I remember.
Are you hurt?
Well, my eye isn't in very good condition. There must have been 5 or 6 of them, so I don't feel too badly, although I guarantee a few of them do.
I'm glad it was nothing serious, Vance. But listen, Miss Belmont is here in my office. We've been waiting for you.
Meet me instead, will you, Markham? At what was once her home. And bring Miss Belmont with you, if you will. I'm sure she can help close this case and round up an entire gang of criminals and killers.
All right, Vance, we'll be there. I'll bring Miss Belmont and a squad of Sergeant Heath's best men.
Never mind them, Markham. Just bring Miss Belmont and a piece of beefsteak for my eye. Quite a mess they made of this room in your house, Miss Belmont.
Big Eddie Morris made quite a mess out of you, Vance. And the stuff at his house is insured.
So am I, against repetition of an accident like the one that happened to me. Markham, your men looked over this place pretty well, didn't they?
The police bomb squad did. They found evidence that the blast was caused by a simple bomb which could have been planted in the house or thrown through a back window.
Presumably by the men in the car we saw circling the block. Well, let's see now. The blast was at midnight. Miss Belmont, you got to South America sometime during that day. What time was it?
I've got no idea. Time doesn't mean a thing to me.
Miss Belmont has an allergy where watches and clocks are concerned. Vance won't have them around.
When I get anywhere, as long as I get there, I'm on time. Understand, Vance?
I can understand why anyone who had an appointment with you would subscribe to that, yes. You know, you're quite attractive.
Throw away your watch sometime and I'll come over and see you.
Do that, Miss Belmont, please. In the event you do, we'll need no watch. Time will stand still.
You know, I was under the impression that we met here to get some evidence against Big Eddie Morris.
Oh, I got all the evidence I needed before you arrived, Markham. You remember I was here first.
Yes. What evidence did you find?
This.
What's that?
It looks like a piece of tin.
It is a piece of tin. A curved piece, about 3 inches long, I'd say, and the color is, well, a sort of dull gray. I picked it up off the floor.
With all the beautiful bric-a-brac in this room shattered by the explosion, why would a piece of tin interest you, Vance? I don't understand it. But then again, I don't have to. Just say the word and we'll move in and make an arrest.
You're the district attorney, my friend. It's a little silly to make an arrest if you can't get a conviction, and I haven't enough proof. Yet. My next move is to get more proof. And, Miss Belmont.
Yes?
I'm going to need your help.
Sure, I know you. I'm Johnny A.'s girl. Right?
I was Nick Keating's sister, Eddie. Long before I was Johnny A.'s girl. And Johnny killed Nick.
Oh. Well, what do you want with me?
Look, Eddie. You know I was the finger in every jewel lift Johnny ever made. I went to a nightclub, spotted the dames with the biggest diamonds and the best-looking furs, and put the finger on them for Johnny. I could do that for you.
Yeah, you could. And you could double-cross me, too.
Do you think I'd do that, Eddie? To the guy that did me a favor and rubbed out the guy that killed my brother?
I don't know. I'll let you know after you work your first job for us.
Waiting for somebody, friend?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Vance.
That's right, and you're one of Eddie Morris's boys. One of the boys that piled into me when Eddie and I were seeing how tough we were at the banquet yesterday.
Oh, gee, Vance, I had to do that. If I hadn't, well, but a lot of guys smacked into you. Don't pick on me.
Why are you sitting in this car with the engine running across the street from a very smart nightclub? As if I couldn't guess.
Look, Vance, don't interfere with us. Keep out of it. Don't mess around. You're getting big Eddie's hair.
Get out of the car. I'm sitting in for you.
Not a chance. I'm...
Sorry, my friend. If my information is right, I can't waste time. Out you go. Come on. There, that's it. Now, you'll keep right there until the police... Uh-oh.
Okay, Joe, get moving.
Hey, fellas, wait for
All right,
me.
get going quick. Hal and you guys. You too, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm in.
Wait a minute. Sid. Come on, I said, Joe. Get this car moving. Nice work, Sonny.
Thanks, Eddie.
This diamond I grabbed ought to be at least 15 carats. Nice piece of change. Joe, where you driving?
Just a minute. I'm not driving anywhere, and I'm not Joe.
Vance.
Hey.
That's right, only I'm not alone this time. I have a gun for company, as you can see. And there's a car full of policemen right in back of us.
You crossed us, didn't you, Sonny? I oughta...
Please, Eddie, don't do anything you won't live to regret. Miss Belmont had her choice of crossing you or helping us, right, Miss Belmont?
That's right, Ben. And you're so much better looking than Eddie.
Eugene Macy, alias Potato Head Williams, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of murder. Step down.
Got the whole Eddie Morris gang, eh, Markham?
The entire bunch, Vance, and that includes all of Johnny A's boys, too.
Eddie Morris, alias Big Eddie Morris, suspicion of robbery and murder. Step down. Now, that winds it up, Mr. Markham.
Thanks, Ely. Keep them all nice and happy until we need them.
Okay, dear.
Vance, you know who really deserves a vote of thanks? Sonny Belmont. She certainly helped us.
She most certainly did. Which reminds me, I have an appointment with her at her new apartment. I want to thank her for her help.
But you already thanked her, Vance. In my office an hour ago.
Yes, I did, Markham, but not enough. I couldn't. There were too many people around.
Anybody ever tell you you were wonderful, Vance?
Not recently.
Well, put me down in your book as today's entry, then. You're wonderful.
I left my book home. I'm afraid you'll just have to keep on telling me.
I'd tell you anything, Vance, any time.
Well, not to switch from a very interesting subject, me, I'd like to know something about Johnny A.
What, for instance?
What kind of a man was he?
He was a scared rat. He never moved without a bodyguard. He used my place as a hangout. You know why?
Why?
Because he was scared to use his own apartment. I thought I loved him.
He wasn't afraid to use your house?
That house was the safest spot in the city. Windows were bulletproof. Doors were sheet metal. You couldn't get into that joint with an acetylene torch. Johnny A. paid for all those extras.
Quite a character.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about him, about you, and about me. Now let's talk about you and me.
Sounds very interesting. We'll see how interesting after you tell me just one more thing, if you don't mind. When you left for South America, where was Johnny A?
I don't know. He came to the house after he killed my brother, told me he'd be back the following midnight, and left.
I imagine if he'd left, he'd be alive today.
What do you mean, if he left? He did leave.
No, I'm afraid you killed him before you left for South America, despite the explosion which occurred when you were 5,000 miles away. I'm afraid I can prove you killed him, Miss Belmont. Now it's your turn to be afraid.
Please, Vance, let's not waste time with this. I've got to know how you built the state's case against Sonny Belmont.
All right, let's start from the beginning, Markham.
All right.
Her house was practically a fortress. Metal doors, bulletproof glass, everything you could think of. How could anybody get in there to plant a bomb in the living room?
Perhaps it was planted there the day before it went off. Someone coming in pretending to be a meter reader or something.
It was planted there the night before by Miss Belmont. She had been trying to break up with Johnny for some time, had a bomb all prepared. When he told her he had killed her brother, she shot him, then prepared the bomb to explode at midnight the next evening.
How did you know that?
Remember the piece of tin I picked up in her house, Markham, in the room where the bomb exploded?
Yes, of course. Dullish gray, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Uh-huh.
A piece of metal like that could come from a cheap alarm clock. I checked and found an alarm clock the same color in a store near Miss Belmont's home.
Yes, that would indicate a time bomb was used, inasmuch as Miss Belmont had an aversion to clocks.
Even if she had no aversion to them, Markham, she never would have had a cheap alarm clock in a lavishly furnished room. It was a time bomb, all right.
Yeah. Vance, the Eddie Morris gang could have planted that bomb.
Markham, the day of the explosion, you had Miss Belmont's house watched every moment from the time she left your office. But your men never saw Johnny A. come in that day, yet his body was found after the explosion. Now, what's the answer? Simple. Johnny A. had been there since the night before. Dead, of course, but there just the same.
Yes.
The Morris gang could never have gotten into that house at any time to plant a bomb.
Well, Miss Belmont's confession shows your reasoning was correct. She had me fooled completely, especially since she helped us trap the Eddie Morris gang.
That was merely to throw us off her trail, just as her trip to South America was supposed to do.
Yes, I know that now. Too bad about her, Vance. She's very attractive.
I thought she was attractive at the beginning, Markham, but she's just a killer at the end of the Johnny A. murder case.
Sorry, Sergeant Heath. I still say we send for Philo Vance on this murder case.
Hey, why? The whole homicide department work, haven't we? And if that isn't enough, I ought to have a man here by tomorrow at the latest.
I know all that. I still say this is a case for the maestro.
The maestro. Philo Vance, the murder maestro. Oh, sure, he's helped on cases, but we don't need him on this. What's so tough about it? A millionaire named Simon Joyce is walking along a road.
Mistletoe Road.
All right, Mistletoe Road. A hit-and-run driver clips him. So maybe it's murder. And because the thing happened so close to the state line and chances are the car crossed it, we get the FBI. Well, what else do you think we need?
I'm not discounting either your department or the FBI, Heath, but I still would feel better if Vance were on this case.
Look, Mr. Markham, I'll be reasonable. Maybe this was a planned murder. So if it was, we got 3 suspects. The dead man's niece and nephew who lived with him and his bachelor brother. Wait till we're through with them before you yell for Vance.
According to the dead man's will, neither the niece nor nephew inherited a dime, so they had no motive. No monetary motive, that is. And as I understand it, the 3 were very friendly.
Sure, that's right. I questioned the servants and found that out. But the brother, Mr. Markham, the dead man's brother, he gets the business all for himself. He and the dead guy were partners, and it was an awful good business. He's the one I'm going to work on.
Take it easy with him, Heath. I've questioned him myself, and he's a sick man.
He'll be a whole lot sicker after I get through with him. If he killed his brother, believe me.
One other thing, Heath.
Yeah?
Apparently you didn't object to the FBI being called in. Why object to Vance?
First of all, I don't even get a chance to call the FBI. James Evans, the dead man's nephew, brought them in. But I welcome the FBI, DA. I'd take them any time rather than work on a case with Philo Vance.
Now, Heath, Vance never takes any bows for the cases he helps us on. You always get the newspaper credit for the cases he solves.
That's just it, DA. Think what that does to my morale.
How much further, Markham?
Not too far. It's around a bend in the road up ahead.
That's the spot where Mr. Joyce's body was found, eh?
That's right. Knocked in a ditch on the left side of the road. The reason I'm certain it was premeditated, Vance, is that from what I understand, Mr. Joyce always walked at the very edge of the road.
If he were that careful, he'd walk on the left side of a road, facing any cars that might be approaching.
Our examination showed that the car that hit him was coming toward him, Vance. That's what bears out our theory. Sorry we're getting out here so late in the evening, but I couldn't reach you before.
I was busy cleaning up another case. By the way, you realize, of course, Markham, that we're being followed.
Oh, yes.
Well, my turn to be surprised at you, my friend.
I got a little tired of having you do that to me on every case we work on, Vance. You don't mind, do you?
Not a bit. I promise to do it to you again on this one, too. Providing you'll tell me who's in the car in back of us.
It's Dan Stevens of the FBI, Vance. He was on his way out here, and Heath told him we were coming out, so he said he'd follow us. Any objections?
Of course not.
He said he'd wait in his car until we were through examining the scene of the crime. He said he didn't want to get in the way.
What he meant was that he wanted to make his own observations. But that's perfectly all right with me.
Here we are, Vance. Here's the curve, and there's the spot.
Mr. Evans was found across the road, eh?
That's right. A little way down from that big tree.
Very interesting. If your theory is correct, and a car came down this road the way we came, intent on hitting Mr. Joyce, he'd have to come very close to that tree as he made the turn. I wonder.
You wonder what?
Come with me and see. Better get out my side.
All right. I'm right with you, Vance.
Well, I see our FBI friend has stopped, Markham.
He's keeping his word not to interfere till we were finished. Well, here's the tree, Vance. Tell me what there was about it that made you think.
Made me hope, my friend. Hope that perhaps the murder car grazed it.
And took some paint off, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't do us much good. As soon as the driver noticed it, he'd have the scratch repainted.
Oh, of course he would, but...
Oh, you found something on the tree, Vance?
I most certainly have. A bit of paint. Dark green paint. Markham, we may have something here. Signal to Mr. Stevens of the FBI to come over here, will you?
Certainly. Oh, Stevens! Stevens!
Yes?
Would you come over here, please?
Of course.
He's coming, Vance. Why do you want him?
Markham, do you know the FBI can take that little bit of paint on the tree trunk and tell you what make of car it came from and what year and what model?
Yes, I've heard that.
It's true. J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, mentioned it in a speech the other day. They can do the same tracing with a fragment of glass from the headlight and sometimes from a windshield.
Oh, hi there, Markham. You yelled for me?
Yes, I did, Stevens. I'd like you to know Philo Vance.
The private investigator? My pleasure, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. It's a privilege to meet a member of your great organization. Now we can consult the corpus juris secundum together.
Latin wasn't my star subject in college, Vance. What does that mean?
Nothing important, believe me. What is important is this. Mr. Stevens, I want you to look at that bit of paint on the tree.
Where? Oh, yes. Yes, I see it.
I understand the FBI laboratories can tell what make of car that paint came from, the model of the car and the year.
That's right.
I'll just take my penknife and remove that paint and a bit of the wood it's on. That won't hurt the tree any.
By what process does your FBI determine all the details from just a bit of paint, Stevens?
Well, it's pretty long and involved, and it isn't necessary for us agents to be familiar with the details, Markham.
Being cagey, Mr. Stevens?
No, not at all, Vance. I honestly don't know. I know enough to believe we've got a very valuable clue here, though.
I think we have. Will you rush it back to town for analysis?
I most certainly will. I'll phone Mr. Markham a report as soon as I get one. Oh, where will you be the first thing in the morning, Markham?
They've fixed a spare room for me at the Joyce main house.
I'll call you there. Where will you be, Vance?
With Markham. I haven't met our suspects yet, and after a good night's sleep, I'll start on that niece and nephew first thing in the morning.
Well, Vance, this is the room they've given us, according to the butler. Shall we go in?
Might as well, Markham. Just one moment, though. I want to fix the floor plan in my mind.
All right.
Now, James Evans, the dead man's nephew, has the room next to ours, right?
Yes, and according to the well-informed butler, he's retired. Sally Evans, his sister, has the room down the hall, but she hasn't come home.
That came from that room.
It must be the nephew, James Evans. Come on, Vance.
Right.
Mr. Evans, what's wrong? What's wrong in there?
Wait just a minute. Oh, Mr. Markham, thank goodness it's you.
This is Philo Vance. What happened to you, Evans? Nightmare?
Nightmare? It sure wasn't any nightmare. Somebody climbed in the window and tried to smother me with my pillow. Whoever it was went out the window when I yelled for help.
Vance, what are you looking for over there?
Just looking out the window of Mr. Evans' room, Markham. Somebody did climb up here and apparently down again within the past few minutes. This leaf I picked up from the floor was only recently torn from the vine.
Mr. Evans, I'll have the police double the guard around this house. You can go back to sleep.
Oh, thank heavens.
I guarantee you'll be safe from the man who just tried to smother you.
Man, Markham? The attempt to smother Mr. Evans here wasn't made by a man. Is that you who just came in, Sergeant Heath?
Yeah, Vance, it's me. Enjoying your breakfast?
Yes, very much. Care to join me?
I had breakfast hours ago. Where's Mr. Markham?
I left him upstairs sleeping. So you caught the girl who tried to smother Mr. James Evans last night, eh?
Well, how do you know that?
Oh, you're a good police officer, Heath. And the men who are guarding this house know their business. When I told Mr. Markham last night that the person who tried to smother Mr. Evans was a girl, I knew you'd pick her up.
Well, we did. But how did you know it was a girl? Even if you caught a look at a figure running from the house, it was too dark to see whether it was a man or a woman.
That's true, but the figure climbed through the fence surrounding this house, Heath. A man would have climbed over it, inasmuch as it wasn't very high. That much I could see.
You ask me, there isn't anything you can't see. Anyhow, I got her outside. She's the murdered guy's niece. You want her in here?
Yes, I'd like to talk to her while I'm waiting for Mr. Stevens of the FBI to phone in his report. Please, Heath.
Okay. Hey, Murdoch, bring that Evans girl in here, huh? All right. You getting anywhere on this case, Vance?
In distance, nowhere. In intensity, I'm doing very well, I think.
Well, what is it you want with me?
Miss Evans, I believe I'm Philo Vance.
I'm delighted.
Well, the words are right, but the tone is wrong. Heath, do you mind?
No, Vance, I'll leave you to. Yell if you want something.
Right, thank you. Miss Evans, why did you try to smother your brother last night? Excuse me, please, I'd better take that. Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, Stevens of the FBI. I got a laboratory check of that paint from the tree. Comes from a 1942 Plymouth. Probably a convertible.
Well, that's excellent, Mr. Stevens. Thank you very much. Do me one more favor, will you?
Well, sure, Vance. What?
The dead man had a brother, the only individual in this case who benefits from the will. Meet me at his office in an hour, will you? It's in the Wilcox building.
I'll be there. See you later, Vance. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, Miss Evans, as I remember it, I had asked you why you tried to smother your brother last night.
I did it because I loved my Uncle Simon.
Am I to see the connection between my question and your answer?
Of course. My brother killed Uncle Simon, so I wanted to kill him.
So your brother killed your uncle, eh?
Yes.
Can you prove that?
No, I just know it, that's all.
Well, that, I'm afraid, isn't enough. Miss Evans, what kind of car do you own?
I have a convertible.
Plymouth, 1942?
Yes. How did you know?
That was the car that ran down and killed your uncle, Miss Evans. Right now, I have a clue I want to run down. And then I'll be back to you.
Oh, Vance! Vance! Vance.
Hello there, Mr. Stevens. I've been waiting for you.
I got here as soon as I could. So, old man Joyce's office is in this building, huh?
On the ground floor. While I was waiting for you, I was looking around. Take a look at this car parked at the curb.
1942 Plymouth. Convertible.
With the initials B.J. on it. That could mean Bernard Joyce, the dead man's brother.
Well, let's go in and find out.
Right. Mr. Stevens, in the event that Bernard Joyce, who was the partner of the dead man, was stealing from Simon Joyce, could you tell from looking at the books?
No, but we have expert accountants over at the FBI.
That's what I imagined. After you, sir.
Thank you. Why do you ask about the books?
Because everything points to the brother as Simon Joyce's killer.
Oh.
The entire business now goes to him. The car parked outside, which we now know was the same make and model as the murder car, is his. And it would be a plus motive if Bernard Joyce had been stealing from the firm.
Well, we'll find out. Joyce and Joyce, architectural consultants. This is the office, Vance.
Let's go in, Mr. Stevens.
Well, what do you two want? What do you want?
Excuse us, please, Mr. Joyce. My name is Vance. I'm a private investigator. This is Mr. Stevens of the FBI.
Don't care who you are, who he is either. I'm a sick man. Hand me that water pitcher. Time to take one of my pills.
I'll pour it for you.
That's enough. That's enough. What are you trying to do? Give me enough water to drown me? I'm sick enough as it is.
Mr. Joyce, where were you when your brother was murdered?
He wasn't murdered. He was out walking. He was hit by a car. It was an accident.
Very well. The accident occurred early on Tuesday morning, about 8:30 a.m. Where were you at the time?
8:30 Tuesday? I don't know. I was driving around somewhere, I imagine. No place definite. Wanted to pick up my nephew, James. A fine boy, James. Only he wasn't home. His sister's a devil. He's a fine boy. Now, be quiet now, both of you. This is a business I'm trying to run. Hello?
Hello, this is District Attorney Markham. Is Philo Vance there?
Who? Vance?
That's my name, sir.
Yep, he's here. Wait a minute. For you.
Is there an extension I can use, Mr. Joyce, where I won't be overheard?
What's the matter? Afraid I'll hear you?
Yes.
Now, go in that office there and close the door.
Thank you. Stevens.
Don't worry, Vance. I'll see that Mr. Joyce hangs up the minute you pick up that phone.
Thank you. I won't be long, gentlemen.
Take your time, Vance, old man.
Right. Markham?
Hello, Vance. What was that sound? Somebody listening in?
That was Mr. Joyce hanging up the phone in the next room. What's bothering you, Markham?
Vance, I'm completely restless about this case. Nothing's happening. I was wondering if you'd found out anything.
I think so, Markham. For instance, I know who killed Simon Joyce, and I know why he was killed. But unfortunately, I can't prove a case against our murderer, yet.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Mistletoe murder case began with the finding of the body of Rich Simon Joyce, victim of a hit-and-run driver on Mistletoe Road. Philo Vance is working on the case, as is an FBI representative named Stevens, called in by James Evans, a nephew whose sister, Sally Evans, later tried to smother him. The dead man's fortune went to his brother and business partner, Bernard Joyce, from whose office Philo Vance just told me he knew who had killed Simon Joyce but couldn't prove it. Our men watching the Joyce home report that Sally Evans and her brother are in the living room. It is a little late.
So, you tried to kill me, did you? Tried to smother me while I slept.
I tried once, and I'll try again. Only this time, I'll do it.
Look, you little hellion, I'll teach you not
Come
to...
one step nearer to me, and I'll let you have it with this lamp.
You don't scare me. The place is full of policemen. You wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't I? Just try it and see. Why shouldn't I do it? You're a murderer. You killed Uncle Simon.
Stop acting. You did it and you know it. Don't try to make it look like me, or I
Don't
swear
do it,
I'll...
James. Don't touch me.
I'll make you sorry you ever... Oh!
Hey, what's going on in here?
What does it look like, Sergeant Heath? Looks like I hit my brother with this lamp, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what I did.
Vance, is that you in that car?
Yes, it's I, Markham. Just drove here from the city. Been interviewing Mr. Bernard Joyce.
Vance, what did you mean by telling me you knew who killed Simon Joyce but couldn't prove it? Tell me who it is, and we'll find a way of making the guilty one confess.
Sorry, my friend, not yet. Is that the garage where the family kept its cars?
Yes. Is that where we're heading?
That's right. How many cars in the garage, Markham?
2, both Plymouth convertibles. Belong to the nephew, James Evans, and the niece, Sally.
What year Plymouth, Markham?
I'm not sure. 41, 42, I'd say, as a guess. Why?
I'll tell you when I see them, which should be now. Well, there we are. Now, this car on the left, initials S.E. That must be Sally's.
Yes, that goes without saying. And the other one is James' car.
May I repeat what you just said? That goes without saying, too. This model of Miss Evans is a 1942. Well, that's interesting. Help me look for a scratch on the fender somewhere, will you?
Of course.
While we're looking, I'll tell you that Simon Joyce's brother has a 42 Plymouth convertible. I saw it. It had a scratch on the fender, newly painted.
Oh, I see what you meant when you told me you knew our murderer.
No, I don't think you do. Now, look here, Markham. Look, a newly painted spot on the girl's car.
Of course it is. Well, Vance, that complicates things somewhat.
Think so? Let's inspect her brother's car. I guarantee that has a newly painted spot on it, too.
What?
Our murderer is very cute, Markham. There was undoubtedly a scratch on the murder car, so he scratched and painted over the cars belonging to our other 2 suspects.
Vance, here's the scratch on James Evans' car. Newly painted over, too. There's a phone over there. Want to call the FBI and report this to Stevens? He has a right to know.
I believe he's questioning Miss Evans in the house now. I would like to call Mr. Joyce, though. That's a coin telephone, and I don't have any change. Let me have a nickel, will you?
Certainly. I'm sorry, Vance. All I have is $2 half.
Well, it doesn't matter. We'll call from the house. We can use the room we had last night.
Vance, wait a minute.
Why?
I can be of a little help on this case anyhow. The FBI report said that the paint from the tree came from a 1942 Plymouth convertible, right?
Yes, of course.
Well, look here at James Evans' car. It isn't a 42 at all. It's a 40.
He could have been driving Miss Evans' car, Markham.
That's right, I suppose.
No, I'm sorry, my friend. I didn't mean to confuse you, but it's wrong. Miss Evans' car can't be driven. I inspected the motor last night. The carburetor's been removed, and the dust around it indicates it's been out for some time.
But Miss Evans could have been driving her brother. No, I'm sorry. She couldn't have. That's a 1940. I found that out myself.
Confused, Markham?
Confused is a charitable word.
Well, you won't be in that state much longer. No longer than this evening, believe me. By that time, I'll have this entire case ready to lay right in your lap.
Any more questions, Mr. Stevens? Because if you have any, you'll get the same answers. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know.
All right, Miss Evans. I'm through with you, I imagine. Where's your brother?
He left here for town about an hour ago. He'll be back for dinner.
I hope you don't intend to leave the house.
He can go and I can't.
I wasn't able to see him to tell him that he couldn't leave. Now, I'm going upstairs to chat with Vance and Markham. I hope you'll... sit still, please. I'll take it. Hello? Stevens speaking.
Stevens, this is James Evans.
Yes?
I'm calling in to report. I intend to remain here in town, and I won't be back at the house till morning.
I'm sorry, Mr. Evans, but I'll have to ask you to come back.
Come back?
Yes, I have something very important to discuss with you. Very important.
Oh, really? Well, when do you want me to come back, then?
At once.
Okay, I'll drive back, but it'll take an hour. Goodbye.
Bye. Your brother's on his way back.
For my part, he can stay away forever. Look, Mr. Stevens, I know he killed Uncle Simon. I can't prove it, but I know it.
I assure you, Miss Evans, I'll investigate him thoroughly. And I'm sure Mr. Markham, Philo Vance, and Sergeant Heath will do the same. You might be interested in knowing that we do have a very definite clue. It seems that the car that killed your uncle...
Help! Help, Mr. Markham! Vance, help!
They're coming down, Miss Evans.
What happened here? What happened, Miss...
How did this happen, Miss Evans?
Stevens.
I don't know. I was talking to him, and a shot came from the window, and he fell right here, right in front of me.
How is he, Markham?
He's dead. Bullet got him in the heart.
My brother was in town. He just called up, and Mr. Stevens told him to come back. And then Mr. Stevens came over here to talk to me, and then there was a shot.
No. Take it easy, Miss Evans. You won't be under this strain much longer. Philo Vance has promised to name your uncle's murderer. There's no question that whoever killed him killed Stevens. We'll have him in custody by this evening. Right, Vance?
That's correct. But first, I want to pay another visit to the garage and then to the police laboratory. Come with me, please, Markham.
Vance, Mr. Markham. You'll soon see how we bring out fingerprints that are not entirely visible under a microscope. Now, this telephone dial you brought me...
The one I took from the telephone in Simon Joyce's garage, Doctor.
Yes, of course. Now, over it, I break this small vial. Here. The vial contains iodine crystals. The fumes from the crystals are invaluable in bringing out latent fingerprints. In a moment, we may even be able to see them with the naked eye.
Vance, if we were looking for fingerprints, why didn't we take the telephone receiver from the garage? If your theory is right, we could have gotten excellent prints from that.
Our murderer is clever, Markham. If, as I imagine, he used the phone in the garage, he would have worn gloves to hold the receiver. But he'd never have seen the necessity for wearing them when he dialed a number. Besides, gloves are unwieldy when you're dialing.
Prints are coming up, gentlemen. Just the tip of the finger, but prints just the same.
You have the fingerprints of the girl, her brother, and the dead man's uncle to compare those with.
Yes, these I have. Sergeant Heath got them early in this case. Now, I compare under the microscope.
I'll tell you whose prints they are.
Man, if you could tell us, why did we go to all this trouble?
It's the proof we need, Markham.
But, Vance, if you had told us the murderer before, the FBI man Stevens would be alive today.
The FBI was never on this case, Markham. Stevens was not an FBI man. He was an imposter. That's the reason I knew that the murderer was the man you told me had called the FBI. Markham, arrest James Evans for murder.
My nephew, James, my favorite nephew. I find it hard to believe. Please, Mr. Vance, the water pitcher.
Certainly, Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, it was because James was your favorite that he killed your brother. He knew the entire state would go to you, that you were sick, and that you would eventually pass on and leave everything to him.
A poor, misguided boy.
He thought he was very clever, didn't he, Vance?
In a way, he was, Markham. That business of calling in the FBI was very cute. We've never had that happen before.
Vance, how did you know that Stevens wasn't an FBI man? And that, as a consequence, James Evans never called the Federal Bureau?
That was my lead to him almost from the beginning, Markham. In the first place, according to the FBI manual, a federal investigator must either be a lawyer, a linguist, a scientist, or an accountant. Early in the case, I mentioned a very well-known law book, Corpus Juris Secundum. It's in every lawyer's office.
And Stevens had never heard of it?
That's what he said. And he didn't know that the Latin words meant second body of the law. Therefore, he wasn't a linguist. When we were on the way to visit Mr. Bernard Joyce here, Stevens told me that if there was a discrepancy in the books, he couldn't find it. He'd have to take it to the FBI offices.
Proving he wasn't an accountant.
Exactly.
Yes.
And when he couldn't explain the process by which the paint from the murder car was checked and analyzed, I knew he wasn't a scientist. Well, if he wasn't a lawyer, an accountant, a linguist, or a scientist, he couldn't have been an FBI man. Simple.
That's true, of course. But, Vance, what made you think to take the dial from the garage telephone?
If my logic was correct up to there, it was James who killed Stevens. He had called Stevens on the phone a moment before, saying he was in town. Yet a moment later, Stevens was shot.
This even I understand now. If my nephew was in town, he couldn't have been near enough to kill Stevens a moment later.
No, but if he called from the garage, he could have. And I believed he did call from the garage. And laboratory tests prove he did.
Vance, I know now what started you on your original line of reasoning. If, as you suspected, Stevens wasn't an FBI man, then Evans never called the Federal Bureau, but devised this scheme of supplying us with the false clue of the 1942 Plymouth car. His own car was a 1940, removing him from suspicion. And the scratch on the fender, he cunningly duplicated on his sister's car and on your car, Mr. Joyce.
He wanted it to look like I killed my brother.
He didn't care who was blamed as long as he got away with it. The reason he killed Stevens was because he knew Stevens could blackmail him forever after the masquerade was over.
Well, Vance, it seems that the masquerade is over now. And so, incidentally, is the Mistletoe murder case.
chin in your left shoulder, Mike. Get that shoulder up higher. Keep your left out. Further. That's it. Keep him away from that left. Keep jabbing, Mike. Keep that left hand in his kisser. Get him off balance with it. Now the right. Okay, Mike. That's enough for today. Come on over here. I want to talk to you. Let me have that glove. I'll take it off for you. Yep. That's it. There we are.
Oh, it feels good to get that mouthpiece out of my jaw and these gloves off, Sam. Oh, how'd I look in there today?
Yeah, you'll do. Throw this robe over your shoulders, eh? I want you catching cold right now. There you are. Now let's have that helmet you're wearing.
Yeah.
I'll put it away with the rest of the stuff.
Good enough, Sam. Well, what goes on now?
Nothing. You take a shower and you go home. Take it easy. No more workouts till the big fight tomorrow, and then nobody will be calling you Mike anymore. They'll be calling you Champ.
Think so?
Sure. What's the matter? Don't you like the idea?
Are you kidding?
Mike Daggett, heavyweight champion of the world. You come a long way, kid, and I'm the guy who brought you up there.
Yeah, I know, Sam. Thanks a lot.
Oh, forget it.
Oh, look, I gotta stop and see my girl on the way home. That's okay, isn't it?
Well, it ain't okay, Mike.
Huh?
I got nothing against Billy Stanley. She's a good kid. She's for you all the way. Only fighters and females don't make so good. At least not before a big fight. Look, call her up.
Well, what you say goes, Sam. Say, look, you really think I got a chance against the champ? This isn't any pep talk you don't give me.
You're a cinch, Mike. Only thing that can stop you tomorrow is the referee counting 10 over that cheese champ. He's a pushover, Mike, a pushover.
You really think that, don't you, Sam?
Think it, I know it. By tomorrow night, you'll be champion of the world. Think of that, kid. Just think of it.
I've been thinking of it, Sam. And right now, it's the one thing in the world I'm afraid of.
Yeah, who was that?
It's me, Silk. Sam Billings.
Come in and sit down, Sam. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
I sent for you so I could make you a present of some easy cabbage. Sit down, kid, sit down.
I come over because it was near the gym and I just got finished watching Mike Daggett work out.
Uh-huh.
Not because you sent for me, Silk.
Well, you won't be sorry. Sam, I've been managing the champ for 8 years now.
I know.
We got a couple of more years of easy dough ahead of us if your boy don't cop the Duke tomorrow night.
I ain't doubting that, Silk. Only my boy's a breeze to win. I know it, he knows it, and you know it, or you wouldn't be sending for me.
Maybe. But, Sam, look, we ain't in this business for love, are we, huh?
No.
No, none of us are. Now, suppose I fix it so you and your boy make more dough by losing. You, interested?
You want Mike to lay down?
That's right. On a golden pillow with an awful lot of cash for a blanket. Hey, where you going?
Out. No dice on your deal, Silk. Mike fights clean. He fights honest. That's it.
Not yet, it ain't. You stand between me and a fortune, Sam.
If I am, ain't moving out of the way.
No? Okay. Want to play rough, huh? Well, I'll toss you out of here right in your ear.
Hey,
Sam.
let go of me, you.
Yeah, sure, but this is just a sample of what you get if you let your lip get loose. Out! Chum. See, I wouldn't say anything about our conversation if I were you, Sam.
Because I wouldn't throw a fight, you throw me out of your office.
That's right. Only that ain't all I'm going to do. Your boy's going to lay down tomorrow night, Sam. One way or another.
Look, Billy, I shouldn't even be here. Sam told me to call you up, made me promise I'd go right home so I'd be in shape to fight tomorrow
Well,
night.
I'm sorry, Mike. I don't mean to quarrel, only I can't help it. Why can't you see things my way?
I can, baby. And maybe you aren't wrong, Billy, but give me a break. Look at what I put into this fighting business. Years of boxing at small clubs for peanuts, weeks of training, all to get a shot at the title.
Well, look what you'll take out of fighting, Mike. Cauliflower ears, your nose all twisted, maybe your brain, too, if you take one punch too many. It's all got to happen if you win tomorrow night.
Hey, now, look. Nobody's been talking to you and trying to get you to make me quit tomorrow, have they?
Oh, Mike.
No, baby. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that I'm all tight inside. I know how you feel. I know you haven't had any picnic while I was scrapping in those penny ante clubs. But don't pack me in now. Not when I'm going to grab the brass ring.
You take the brass ring, Mike, and it's the only ring there'll ever be for you and me.
But I need the dough the title's going to give me. I need it so we can get married, Billy, baby. That's what I've been planning on.
Well, it's no go, Mike. I don't want that, any part of it. I'll go on making my own living.
Sure, taking pictures of suckers in a nightclub. It's some job for my girl.
I'm going to keep that job, especially now that it looks like I'm going to lose you.
I'm not going anywhere, baby.
Yes, you are, right out of my life. I won't have the guy I love walking around on his heels.
There's got to be some way out of this, Billy. There's got to be.
All right. There is a way out. You've got to fight tomorrow night, but you don't have to win. You did promise me you'd quit if you didn't win the title, didn't you, Mike?
Yeah, I promised.
Then don't win. It's so simple. We'll have enough money from your end of the purse to get married and start off with. It'll last till you get a job. What about it?
I don't know, Billy. Maybe I'd do it if it wasn't for Sam, but... Well, he's had just as tough a time as we had. I owe him a clean fight.
I don't like to hurt Sam either. But this is for us, Mike. For you and me.
Okay, Billy, baby, you win. I'll take one tomorrow.
Mike, I'm glad you're here. I tried to get you at your place, but you weren't there.
Sam, we got something to tell you.
First, I've got something to tell Mike. Now, listen, kid. I just came from Silk Morgan's office. Threw me out. This leg of mine still hurts from where I landed on it.
He threw you out? Why,
That don't do nothing to Silk. He just got sore because I told him he wouldn't lay down for the champ tomorrow night. They got it all fixed for him to win. They're betting their shirts on him. When I wouldn't go along, Silk tossed me out the door.
Oh, he did he? Well, I'll get him for that.
Not him, Mike. Get the champ. That'll fix the whole crowd.
Leave him to me, Mike. Leave him to me. Tomorrow night, I knock the champ right into Silk Morgan's lap.
Mike!
Excuse me a moment, Sergeant Heath.
Oh, sure.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Mr. Markham. Never mind who this is, but you've got to listen to me.
All right, if I must, what is it?
There's a big fight on tonight. Mike Daggett against K.O. Connolly, the champ.
Yes, I know.
Well, Mr. Markham, I've been up all night trying to figure out what to do. I just decided the best thing was to call your office.
Well, having decided that and having done that, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
There's a mob in back of the champ, Mr. Markham, a tough mob, and they're trying to see that Mike Daggett doesn't win the title tonight. They'll do anything to see that Connolly keeps it. You've got to protect Mike. You've got to. Promise me you will.
Well, I'll promise you will try.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Markham. I'll never forget this. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, Heath,
I could hear that, D.A. You're not going to let that call bother you, are you? That business of knocking off the challenger has been in 100 movies and in 1,000 stories, but it just doesn't happen. Not in real life, it doesn't.
It hasn't yet, you mean? I promised the young lady that this Mike Daggett would have police protection, Heath. See that he gets it.
Sure, D.A., but the club will be loaded with cops tonight anyhow. We always have them on hand at a fight. Now, don't worry about anything. We'll handle anything that happens tonight. Who are you calling?
Philo Vance.
Why? Because some crackpot dame thinks the challenger is going to get knocked off tonight?
Hardly. I merely want to invite him to the fight, that's all.
Oh.
Hello, Office of Philo Vance, Private Investigator Miss Woods speaking.
Oh, Miss Woods, this is District Attorney Markham. Is Miss Deering still away?
Yes, she is. Her mother's still sick. So Mr. Vance keeps me on as his contemporary secretary.
You probably mean temporary, but we won't bother about that now. Is Vance there?
Is he here? He's practically on pins and needles waiting to talk to you. Just a minute. It's for you, Mr. Vance, here.
Thank you. Hello, Markham. I was hoping you'd call.
Well, thank you, Vance. That's very complimentary. But if you wanted to speak to me, why didn't you call me?
Well, I might have, except that I have no murder to invite you to.
Well, this time, Vance, I don't have any either. I just called to see if you'd like to be my guest at the big fight tonight. It so happens that I have 2 extra tickets, and it promises to be a great match.
Well, thank you very much, Markham. I'd like very much to go. You'll still have an extra ticket, but we'll dig up somebody. Thanks again, and I'll call you back and arrange a meeting place.
Oh, incidentally, Vance, I'm not promising anything, but there just might be a little unscheduled excitement at the fight.
Really, Markham? Well, that sounds wonderful. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Bye.
Mr. Vance, I don't want to sound like I'm forward or anything like that, but did I understand Mr. Markham had an extra ticket?
Why, yes, he has, Miss Woods.
Well, gee, if it wouldn't be putting anybody out,
I'd sure love to see that fight, Mr. Vance.
You like fights, Miss Woods?
In the neighborhood where I live, if you say you don't like fights, right away you're in one.
Really? I never have guessed. You like boxing matches, Miss Woods?
Well, I never boxed any. But, Mr. Vance, should we continue on with that history of the last thing we were working on? The President murder case?
I think we'd better, Miss Woods. What disturbs me is that was last week. We haven't had a single killing this week to work on.
Oh, there's going to be one tonight, Mr. Vance. I could tell you that without the slightest thought that I was a prefabricator.
I don't question your telling the truth, even though I think you mean prevaricator, Miss Woods. But you're sure there will be a killing tonight?
Natch, at the fight. When Mike Daggett gets the champ in the ring tonight, he'll murder the bum.
And now it is my pleasure to present that star of stage, screen, and radio, your friend and mine, sitting third row ringside, that popular comedian, Eddie Harris!
He's cute, isn't he, Mr. Vance?
I can't tell. His face is in the way. Time for the big match, isn't it, Markham?
Just about, Vance. They've introduced everybody from the promoter to the janitor. Yep, there they go, clearing the ring.
And now for the heavyweight championship of the world, 15 rounds to a decision, our feature attraction. At 189 and a half, wearing purple trunks, the young slugging sensation from this city, the challenger, Mike Daggett! Over here, at 210 pounds, wearing black trunks, holder of many records and recognized by one and all for his courage and his fistic ability, the heavyweight champion of the world, K.O. Connolly!
This is it, Vance. And so far, no trouble.
How could there be trouble? The fight hasn't started yet.
Mr. Markham means that there has been no evidence of the veiled hint of extracurricular activity he made to me on the phone.
Now, everybody, the title match is about to begin. May the contender and the champion put forth their best efforts. May the superior skill and stamina of one or the other be the difference between victory and defeat. Now, come out, fighting men.
There they go. Oh, wow, look at that right the champ let loose.
Miss Woods, please.
What's the matter, Mr. Vance? Don't you like fights?
Vance Daggett was hardly touched, and he's down.
He's getting up. Probably just knocked off balance, that's all.
The champ will get him now. There he goes, measuring him. Here he comes. Oh, he missed it. He missed him, the bum.
Markham, look at Mike Daggett. He's staggering.
There go his knees. They started to buckle.
There he goes.
5. He wasn't even hit, and he's down, Vance.
8, 9, 10.
There's the referee picking him up off the floor and carrying him to his corner. But Vance, he wasn't even hit.
Oh, I know he wasn't, Mark. But I got to look at him just before he fell. He may not have been hit, but I guarantee he's dead.
This is District Attorney Markham. The heavyweight murder case began when prizefighter Mike Daggett keeled over in the ring. Investigation showed that the challenger had been doped and poisoned, and revealed that Billy Stanley, Daggett's girlfriend and nightclub photographer, did not want Mike to win, nor did K.O. Connolly, the champion, or his manager, Silk Morgan. Vance, Sergeant Heath, and I have found out that Billy Stanley is at her apartment with Sam Billings, Mike's manager, and we are on our way up there.
Please stop, Billy. That isn't going to help things any.
I can't help it, Sam. I can't stop.
Billy.
He's gone. He should never have gone into that ring. He's gone, Sam.
Yeah, I
he
know.
was murdered. The police say he was murdered. He was poisoned. Oh, Sam.
I'll get it, Billy. Now, try to take it easy.
I beg your pardon. I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance and Sergeant Heath. We'd like to see Miss Billy Stanley.
Come on in. I'm Sam Billings. I was Mike's manager. That's Miss Stanley, only she
I can understand how she feels, Mr. Billings. Good evening, Miss Stanley. Permit me to tell you how
What
sorry
do you want
I
with me, Mr. Vance? What do you want? Haven't I had enough questions from the police?
Apparently not. You see, Miss Stanley, we found out that Mike Daggett was both doped and poisoned, and that you were with him when he ate last before the fight.
Yes, I was. That I didn't want him to fight. Found that out, too, I suppose. But did you also find out that I loved him, did you?
We'll take your word for that, Miss Stanley.
Look, Mr. Markham, Vance ain't getting anywhere with those silk gloves of his.
Heath, please.
I'm taking over. Look here, Miss Stanley. Your boyfriend was fed knockout drops, and he was poisoned afterwards. The Mickey Finn was so he wouldn't taste the poison. Now, you ate with him. Come on, admit you fed him the stuff.
No, I won't. I didn't.
You've got no right to come here and accuse
Billings, you shut up or I'll go to work on you. Now, come on, Miss Stanley. Tell us you did it, and we'll go easy on you.
I won't tell you that. It's not true.
Apparently, motorman's gloves aren't any more effective than silk ones.
Huh?
Never mind, Heath. Mr. Vance was entitled to that.
Miss Stanley, that's a professional camera on the table over there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Speed Graflex. You know, I'm a nightclub photographer.
Who develops your pictures?
And do it myself. There's a dark room in the club.
You liked Mike Daggett, didn't you, Miss Stanley?
Oh, yes.
You were going to marry him.
Yes, I was.
You loved him more than any man in the world, didn't you?
Yes, of course I did.
And why did you poison him?
I didn't.
Of course you did. Mr. Daggett was murdered by poison, by an acid used in developing pictures. It was handy for you to get. You got it. You used it.
No, Mr. Vance, I tell you I didn't.
Mr. Daggett was fed knockout drops. Sergeant Heath found out that you purchased several ingredients at a drugstore. These ingredients, when combined, would do the trick very nicely. You were the last person to eat with Mr. Daggett. Why don't you admit you fed him the drops and the poison?
All right, I fed him the knockout drops. I did it because I wanted him to lose the fight so he'd give up the ring. I did that, but I didn't poison him. I didn't, do you hear me? Mr. Vance, you must believe I didn't poison him.
I don't think I must, but I think I do believe it. That's why I'm going to ask Sergeant Heath to let you go.
Let her go? Vance, are you nuts? She admitted the knockout drops. I'll get her to admit she used the poison on Daggett, too.
I'd rather you didn't try, Sergeant Heath. I'd rather you let Miss Stanley free for a while.
What's the big idea, Vance?
Well, frankly, Heath, there's a chance she didn't poison her sweetheart. But finding out who did might be quite a problem. I have an idea that in some way Miss Stanley will simplify that problem for us.
Hey, champ, this Vance guy comes to us to tell us Mike's girl admits she gave Mike a Mickey. What do we care?
Sure, Silk. What do we care?
I wasn't certain whether you cared or not. I thought perhaps you'd like to know. And by the way, you might be interested in this. The police have released Billy Stanley.
Hey, Vance, the paper said that Mike was poisoned by some junk used in developing pictures. Don't you know that Stanley dame takes pictures in nightclubs?
Sure, she takes pictures in nightclubs.
That's beside the point. What is important to both of you is that you wanted Mike out of the way. Because from what I've learned, he could have beaten you easily last night.
Think so?
Yeah, think so?
I know so. What I think is that perhaps you wouldn't want him to try. We can't find out how Mike was poisoned. But perhaps you found some way of feeding it to him.
You can't come in here and accuse us of murdering Mike.
Ah, you can't come in here and say we knocked him off. And I'll teach you not to do things like that, Vance.
Go ahead, champ, show him. I don't like the way he looks anyhow. His nose is too straight.
Yeah, his nose is too straight. Fix that right now with the...
You've killed him, Vance, with that jiu-jitsu trick of yours. You killed him when you threw him over your shoulder.
I think not, Mr. Morgan. Not if he landed on his head. Well, so I own a victory over K.O. Connolly. That practically makes me the heavyweight champion of the world.
Would you like your picture taken, sir?
What?
Your picture, sir? You and the lady would make an attractive picture. Have it as a souvenir of your visit to this nightclub.
No, thank you.
No? All right. Would you like your picture? Oh, it's you, Mr. Vance.
Good evening, Miss Stanley.
Oh, Mr. Vance, I want to thank you for getting me off. But tell me, are you close to finding out who did kill Mike?
I think his killer is in this club, Miss Stanley.
You mean K.O. Connolly or his manager, Silk Morgan? They've got a ringside table, and they're looking this way.
Good. Listen, lean over and pretend to whisper something to me. Anything at all. Go ahead.
All right. What is it you want me to say?
Anything. but be emphatic.
Are you anywhere near knowing who killed Mike, Mr. Vance?
Really? Well, thank you very much. Oh, hello, Mr. Billings.
Hi, Vance. Hello, Billy.
Hello,
what goes
Sam.
on here?
Not a great deal. I'll see you later, Miss Stanley.
Right. I'll see you later, Sam.
Okay.
Would you like your photograph?
I'm glad you came over, Mr. Billings. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Mr. Silk Morgan and the champion making their way over to this table?
Yeah, it is. Wonder what they want.
I imagine we'll find out soon enough. Hello there, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Connolly.
Hi, Vance.
Hi, Vance.
Hey, Vance, what was it that Billy Stanley was whispering to you just now? Unless it ain't none of my business.
On the contrary, I'd say it was a great deal of your business. Miss Stanley told me that if I'd meet her at the back exit when the club closes, she'd tell me who poisoned Mike Daggett.
Good night, Al. Hello, Bill.
Me at my age, a stage door Johnny. Vance, why do I do things like this?
Because you're a good cop, Heath. Because I asked you to, and because Markham told you to.
Well, I can see the stage door from here. All the musicians are out and most of the dames, but where's that Billy Stanley?
I'm sure I don't know. Heath, how far would you say it was from here to the stage door?
It's about half a block.
Good. That's just right for us not to be seen and yet near enough to help in case of trouble.
Hey, Vance, here comes that Stanley girl. She's walking this way, too. There's no trouble.
No,
There's
look back of her. That dark figure. He's going to grab her. Come on, Heath. We've no time to waste now. Come on, Heath. We've got to get there in time.
Vance, that guy's got a knife. I can see it. Wait. We can't catch him, but a bullet will.
Mr. Vance, he was going to kill me.
Yes, I know, Miss Stanley. But Sergeant Heath shoots very well.
Yeah, I sure do. Got 3 marksman's medals. Got this guy right in the right spot, too. You won't try to use a knife on nobody again.
That isn't why you shot him. Not the only reason, I mean, Sergeant. He's the man who poisoned Mike Daggett.
Oh.
Now let's have a look at him. Though I know who he is, of course. Sam Billings.
What? He killed Mike? Mr. Vance, are you sure?
Positive.
So you know that, do you, Vance? So what good will it do you? I'm through. I know it. Sure I killed Mike, but what are you going to do about it?
Nothing. Anything I might have been able to do has already been done by Sergeant Heath's gun, Mr. Billings.
Vance.
Yes, Miss Woods?
You figured out that Sam Billings, Mike Daggett's manager, poisoned him with an acid he took from that Miss Stanley's darkroom. How?
How?
Yeah, how? How did you figure it?
Well,
And I'm telling you now, after you do tell me, I also have a why I'm going to ask you.
All right, Miss Woods. You're entitled to at least one how and one why. I'll tell you how I knew it was Billings. He was the only person, not counting Miss Stanley, who ever got near enough to Mike Daggett to poison him the day of the fight.
Oh, check. Well, now comes that why. Why should a guy's own manager knock him off?
Well, Billings thought Mike was going to throw the fight, either because of the threats of the champion and his manager, or because his girlfriend had pleaded with him not to win.
Oh.
As a consequence, Billings bet heavily on Daggett to lose.
You mean he bet against his own fighter?
That's right. Then, the afternoon of the fight, Mike told Billings he didn't care what happened. He was going out to win.
Yeah.
So Billings had to find some way to stop that. And he did.
By stealing some acid from Billy Stanley. Hey, but how did he get Mike to take the poison? He wasn't near Daggett when he was eating.
That's true. But just before the fight, Billings slipped a rubber mouthpiece into Mike's mouth.
Oh.
All fighters use them to protect their teeth. And the mouthpiece had been dipped in the acid.
Oh, now I get it. And after Mike dropped, Billings removed the mouthpiece.
A very natural thing to do.
Yeah.
Nobody suspected anything because Billings took all of Mike's equipment, which is what any manager would do.
What do you know?
Only this manager took with him the proof that he was a murderer.
Yeah, he took the proof, but he didn't fool you, did he, boss?
I merely suspected what he had done. I had to be sure. So I made certain he thought that Billy Stanley promised to name Mike's killer after work. Because if he were the murderer, he couldn't take a chance on letting her do that.
No.
There was a chance that she had seen him steal the acid and was going to tell me that. You see, that brought Billings out into the open and right into the middle of our net.
Gee, it sure did. And hey, you know something?
What?
Bring him in.
What a night.
Markham, you took the words right out of my thoughts. What a night.
Glad you decided to come along with me, Vance.
Thanks for asking me. It isn't every private investigator who is taken out on a case by the district attorney.
You aren't every private investigator, Vance.
Oh, well, thank you, Markham.
Right now, I wish I were an Indian guide.
Oh?
I think this is the spot where I'm supposed to meet Weeping Willie. But I'll have to get out and make sure.
Weeping Willie. Gangster nicknames are very descriptive, aren't they?
Definitely, only Willie isn't a gangster. He's what the highly literate newspapers refer to as an informer. And the police call a stool pigeon.
Oh.
He insisted to me on the phone this afternoon that he knows who killed Al Laporte yesterday and would tell me if I met him here alone.
You're not very complimentary.
We meant I wasn't to bring Sergeant Heath or any policeman for that matter.
Uh-huh.
I can't tell you why because I don't know. I do know I don't relish going out in this rain.
There's supposed to be a shack of some kind out here?
So Willie said.
I'll use the spotlight on this side of the car. Perhaps I can pick it out. There we are. Not over in that direction.
No.
Not over. Oh, there it is, Markham.
Yep.
We're practically parked on the threshold.
Right. We'll make a run for it.
Ready?
Yes, let's go.
Come on, Markham.
Right you are, Vance. You should get very wet, Vance.
Not too. Let's go in and see your friend, Weeping Willie, Markham.
Good enough.
Of course, if he does know who killed Al Laporte yesterday, this trip will have been worthwhile.
No question about that. Laporte was in a racket, slot machines, but he was murdered. Wonder why Willie doesn't answer.
Suppose we find out. Markham.
Yes, I see the body, Vance. A knife in his back. That's Willie, all right. He had an appointment with us, but somebody got to him first.
Somebody and something named murder.
Slug me, Sam.
I beg your pardon, boss.
I said slug me. Give me a slug. I want to play this slot machine.
Well, that's different. I gathered quite a different meaning at first.
You and your gathering. If you didn't know so many words, you wouldn't find it so tough to understand the ones I use. Give me a slug.
Certainly, sir. Here you are.
Plum, apple, lemon. Good, good.
Yes, it should be good. I fixed the machine myself.
That's okay, Sam. You did good.
Thank you.
Almost as good as I did with Weeping Willie up in his shack.
Yes, I'd say that was quite an achievement, Dave.
You would say. So if you'd say it, say it. What are you waiting for, to sing your prom? Slug me.
You want another slug?
You and your education. Yeah, I want another slug. Did I say that plain enough?
Yes, Dave, you did. You did. Here you are. But may I ask what you're trying to do?
May I ask? Yes, didn't you? I'm testing this slot machine. If it works like you say, and if the other's a gimmick as good as this one, we go in business tomorrow.
Yep, with no competition and nobody to identify us.
No competition because I knocked off Al Laporte yesterday.
Number one.
And nobody to finger us because I took care of Weeping Willie tonight.
Two.
You know, you got words, but I got ideas.
So?
When the cops find that knife in Willie, are they going to be surprised? Give me the slug, will you? How many times do I have to ask?
Here you are.
Thanks.
Well, what's the surprise the police are going to get?
I like you. You'll be surprised, too, when you find out. Let's see. Bar.
The jackpot.
Why, you stupid... Gimmick the machines, did you?
Oh, wait a minute.
All right, get up. I didn't hurt you. Just cut you up a little. Go on, get up. Use some of them words of yours to help you.
I don't think you should have done that, Dave.
Oh, you don't?
No.
I put 2 slugs in a machine, and right away it pays off. How long you think we'd be in business if you don't gimmick it better than that? Now fix this machine. Fix all the machines in the back by tonight. Fix them so they don't pay off better than 10%, or I'll fix you. For good.
How bad does it hurt, Sam?
Oh, not too bad, Millie.
There.
Whatever you put on the cuts took most of the pain away.
Oh, I'm glad. Now tell me what happened. Why'd the boss clip you, Sam? Tell me.
Well, I fixed one of his slot machines.
Yeah?
He tried it out, but I guess I didn't file down the notches on the last bar far enough. It caught, and the 3 bars came up.
Oh, the jackpot. jackpot.
Yes, the boss hit the jackpot and my jaw practically at the same time.
Oh.
He hits very hard, Millie. That ring he wears doesn't help any.
Yes, I know. Dave hits very hard, and that ring he wears cuts. That's why he wears it. But he shouldn't have hit you.
Yes, I was thinking that, too.
Yeah.
Millie, how long have you been with Dave?
Been with him?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hard to say. I guess I've hung around him for 10, maybe 15 years. It just seems like always. What's the difference? How many years make up always?
Are you still fond of him? Well, I know he hits you. I've seen him. You can't still be fond of him.
What are you driving at, kid?
Well, he shouldn't have hit me, Millie. I don't think he knows that, and I think I'm going to convince him. Hand me that telephone.
Who are you going to call?
The district attorney.
Good boy. Wait a minute. I'll look up the number for you. Here's the book.
Oh, thank you, Millie. Thank you. He shouldn't have hit me. I wouldn't do this if he hadn't hit me, Millie. You know that.
Yeah, I got the number. I'll get it for you. No, you're doing the right thing, Sam. Believe me, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to him when you get him.
Sure.
Hello?
Hello? Is the district attorney there?
The district attorney? What are you talking about?
Well, when do you expect him?
Hey, look, this is Millie, ain't it?
Yes.
What's all this about the DA?
Somebody here wants to talk to the district attorney.
Oh, I get it. Sam, huh?
Yes, that's right.
I get it. Look, you tell him the DA ain't in. Tell him not to call on the DA. Don't tell him the district attorney is coming to call on him.
You see, Vance, there are certain cases that are out-and-out police cases, and I think these two murders belong in that category.
I think I follow you, Markham. Al Laporte was a gangster. He was killed by another gangster. Weeping Willie was about to tell you the name of the killer, and he was murdered to prevent that.
Exactly. Carrying this thing a little further, there was a knife in Willie's back. That knife had fingerprints on it. A pretty clear set of fingerprints. They're being checked right now in our files, and in a moment we'll know who held the knife that killed Willie.
That suits me fine if we do, Markham.
There's doubt in your mind?
There's always doubt in my mind.
Allow me to dispel that practically immediately. Hello, Kenton.
Oh, hi, D.A. Hello, Vance. Here, come in.
After you, Vance.
Thank you.
Kenton, have you checked the fingerprints we found on the knife that killed Weeping Willie?
Yes, D.A., we did. The prints are very clear.
You see, Vance, that's the cycle I was telling you about.
Mm-hmm.
We're sure that Willie knew who killed Al Laporte, was going to tell us who killed Laporte when he was slain.
D.A., you're sure that Laporte is dead?
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Well, of course I'm sure. I identified his body myself while I was at the morgue.
Just wanted to know, that's all.
Why, Kenton?
Well, this is going to sound a little silly, but the fingerprints on the knife that killed Weeping Willie belonged to Al Laporte, who had been dead 24 hours at the time Willie was murdered.
You want something, Sam?
Oh, no, thank you, Millie. These cuts don't look very pretty, but I'll just dry my face and go out for a walk. Are you sure the district attorney's office said he'd call back when he came in?
Well, that's what they told me. Oh, that's a nice tie, Sam.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a little bit loose. Let me fix it.
Yeah, certainly. Right ahead.
I like to fix ties.
Yeah, fine.
There we are. That's better.
Well, thank you, Millie.
You're awful polite. I sure wish you were a big shot. I'd like to go for you. Somehow it's only the big shot I can go for, the guy on top.
Well, that's not so very unusual. Many people have just...
Oh. Who's home?
Well, hello, Dave.
Hello, boss. We didn't expect you to drop around.
I know that.
Well, how are the rest of those slot machines I fixed? Are they all right?
Yeah, I guess so. Sam, I hear you and the DA are real pals. That right?
Of course not.
I hear different. You know what I do to guys that cross me, Sam?
Huh? Well, what is all this?
Very simple, Sam. Funny me having to tell you what's simple. You and all those words, you know. But it still is simple. And what's so simple is that I can't let you go talking about me to any district attorney.
Millie, you told him.
Sure. What do you expect?
Now, wait a minute, boss. I wasn't
Millie
gonna...
told me, and Millie don't lie to me.
No, keep away from me. I was only fooling. I didn't mean to do
You'll
it.
never tell anybody anything about me. Ever.
Did you kill him, Dave? Did you kill him?
Sure. He begged for it, didn't he? He tried to cross me.
Nobody crosses me, Millie. Ever. Maybe you should remember that.
Oh, don't worry about me, Dave. I'll never cross you. As long as you stay on top, I'll be right at your side.
I'm sorry, Markham, only this is such an absurd theory of mine, I'd rather not discuss it further until we get to the morgue.
We'll be there very shortly. What do you expect to find when we get there?
A dead morgue keeper.
What?
That's right.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. This is a little ridiculous.
I know, but so is the finding of a dead man's fingerprints on a knife that killed Weeping Willie. This is a possible explanation.
If the morgue keeper is dead, too, that's a possible explanation? Not for me.
Let's wait until we get there and find whether I'm right or not.
You don't have to wait any longer. Here we are. Oh, there's Kenton of the homicide department outside the morgue door. Just a minute, Vance. Roll down your window, would you please?
Certainly.
Kenton? Kenton?
Hello there. Oh, hello, Vance. Mr. Markham.
Hello, Kenton. We just dropped...
I see you got the news, huh, D.A.? We've been trying to reach you.
Mr. Markham hasn't been in his office. He's been with me.
What news are you talking about? We came down to talk to the morgue keeper.
Can do that, all right.
Well, I'm glad of that. That rather explodes your theory, Vance, doesn't it?
I told you it was a pretty far-fetched idea I had.
Yes, I know. The morgue keeper's in there, then, eh, Kenton?
Oh, definitely. And it's perfectly all right for you to talk to him.
Good.
But if he answers you, that's news. He's been murdered.
Murdered?
He's as dead as any guy we ever had in that joint of his.
This is District Attorney Markham. The murder case we started on has become 3 murder cases. But Philo Vance and I are sure all are related, and all were done by the same person. Our morgue keeper is the latest murder victim, and Vance insists that his death explains how a dead man's fingerprints were on the knife that killed Weeping Willie, a stool pigeon, although he doesn't say how it does. Meanwhile, the murderer might be anyone, and he might be anywhere.
How do you do, sir? What can I do for you? Something I can show you? Stationery or perhaps a box of candy?
Nice place you have here.
Yes, it is. Perhaps you'd like to see some greeting cards now.
I'd like to see the back room. What's in it?
The back room?
Yeah, the back room. You're going to have to keep the machines in the back room for a while.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about slot machines.
I don't have any...
I'm putting 2 slot machines in the back room of your store.
But I...
They'll bring customers in. They'll keep them here. They play the machine. It pays off 10% of what's put in.
But...
You and I split the profit.
Crooked slot machines? I won't have crooked slot machines in my store.
Maybe you'd rather have a crooked nose.
Now,
I could break yours with one crack. The machines will be moved in this afternoon.
But
anything goes wrong with them, there's a card telling where you can phone me so I can send a guy over to fix them. That okay with you?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't... You're hurting me.
Come on, I ain't got all day. Is it okay with you? Or do I really go to work on you? Now make up your mind.
What time this afternoon will the machines be here?
Hello, Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham.
Well, hello.
Vance, we've got another one.
Murder?
Yes, that makes 4. And don't tell me you anticipated this one.
On the contrary. But I imagine it's tied up with our case.
We're pretty sure. It's a gangster named Sam. Excellent mechanic, as I understand it, and a slot machine expert.
Mm-hmm.
He'd been choked to death, and we found the body in an empty lot where it had obviously been thrown.
Oh?
There were marks on his face, Vance. He'd apparently been beaten up about 24 hours before his death. And whoever did the beating up wore a ring that did a lot of cutting.
No idea as to who did it.
None. Any more than I have an idea how Al Laporte could have gotten off his slab in the morgue to kill Weeping Willie.
He didn't, of course. I'll explain that some other time. Right now, I'm interested in grabbing our killer.
Good.
This is getting to be an epidemic.
I know. Oh, I can give you one little help, I think.
What's that?
I mentioned that this Sam was a slot machine expert.
Yes, you did.
Well, we had a call from a shopkeeper on Market Street who says that he's being forced to put in a couple of crooked slot machines this afternoon.
Oh?
I'm going to send a man down there to protect him.
No, Markham, don't do that. He's in no danger. I want to go down there. I have an idea how I can make a slot machine really pay off.
The man will be here any minute, sir. Any minute, I'm
Hey,
sure.
better. I come in here, I play this slot machine, I hit the jackpot, and what happens? Nothing comes out.
Yes, I know. I explained that to the man on the telephone. I'm awfully sorry about this. You see, I've only had these machines in this place for an hour or so, and I don't know very much about them.
Well, whoever that guy is you sent for, he'd better get here right away.
Oh, he will, I think.
It's tough enough to hit the jackpot on a thing like this.
Yes.
And then after I hit it, it don't pay off.
Well, I'm sure
What kind of a racket are you running?
No, I'm sorry. I assure you, everything will be taken care of.
Well,
All right, I'm here. What's the bid?
This gentleman here was playing the machine. He hit the jackpot, but nothing came out. And he said he'd go to the police.
Oh, he did, huh? Okay, you get outside, take care of your store. Leave me in the back room here with this guy.
Yes, I will. You understand why I called?
Yeah, I understand. I'll beat it. All right, you, what goes on?
Take a look. The 3 bars are where they should be. That means the jackpot. Nothing came out.
Well, the machine's in here now, and the sucker hits the jackpot. That's him.
What?
Who's talking to you?
Well, I don't see anybody else in here.
Keep looking. Ah, the machine here's probably stuck. I'll whack it a couple of times. It'll spill. There you are. Thing was jammed up, that's all. This matchbox was stuck in a payoff slot. The coins couldn't come down.
Pretty good way of making sure the machine doesn't pay off.
Look, you got your dough. It's there on the floor. Now pick it up and beat it. Now keep playing.
You pick it up.
What did you say?
You pick it up. It's your machine. Go on before I get tough.
You're going to get tough. And you were going to the cops before, weren't you? Well, little man, you're for me.
That's what you...
A little rugged, ain't you? Yeah. Sleep tight, tough guy.
What happened here? What did you do with that man?
I just knocked him around a little. He'll be okay. Drag him out in the street. When he wakes up, he'll get lost.
But his face, it's all cut up.
Little old Betsy did that. My ring. Girlfriend of mine named Millie gave it to me. Now, look. Straighten out this room after you bounce that bum out of here. No good to have a joint looking so sloppy. It's bad for business.
You sure those cuts on your face don't really bother you, Vance?
Oh, not at all, Markham. They're serving a very good cause, I hope.
I hope so, too. They look to me exactly like the cuts on the face of that dead machine expert, Sam, remember?
Yes, I do. And I was especially careful to be beaten up by the character who came to investigate the slot machine after I fixed the back of the machine so it would hit the jackpot and then jammed the payoff slot.
The pictures we took of your face will be ready any second.
Good.
Kenton's bringing them in along with the pictures we took of Sam's face. Now, if the cuts are similar...
Whoever beat me up beat Sam up, and in all probability later killed him.
Right.
And if he killed Sam, he killed the other 3, too, Markham. It all ties up in my mind. I know the motivation, everything.
Hi.
Hello, Kenton. Come in. I see you have the photographs.
Yeah, here they are. Take a look.
Let me see them, Markham.
Yes, here they are.
I'm not very handsome, am I?
Who can tell? Those cuts ain't pretty, I'll tell you that.
Kenton, those cuts are beautiful.
They most certainly are. They're almost identical with the ones on the picture of Sam. Vance, Sam's killer beat you up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to send Sergeant Heath out to pick him up. We can get him through the storekeeper. He has the phone number.
Markham, my friend, do me a favor.
Yes?
Let Sergeant Heath stay wherever he is.
What do you mean?
I want to go to see this particular individual myself. He did a pretty good job on my face when he called on me at the shop. I want to repay that call and the job he did on my face.
I tell you, Millie, you should have been there. You just should have been there.
How many times did you hit him?
How do I know how many times? A lot. I clipped him, he comes back for more. I clip him again. Back he comes. But he wound up like all of them do, on the floor.
You're my kind of guy, Dave. You really clipped him, didn't you?
I guarantee. Don't think I was petting him. You know, Millie,
Are you expecting anyone, Dave?
the guys who deliver the rest of the slot machine. They're a little early, but that means they work fast, so who's complaining? Come on in, fellas. Oh, sure.
Undoubtedly.
Well, you like what you got in the shop? Come down here for a little more, huh? Happy to oblige you.
Dave, is this the guy? Is this the one?
Look at his face, can't you tell?
Oh, sure, Dave. I can tell.
Now, suppose both of you listen.
Great.
First of all, I want you to know who I am.
Well, does it matter?
I think so. My name is Philo Vance.
Oh, you're Vance, huh? Sorry I didn't know that back in the shop. I'd have really worked you over.
I'm going to give you another chance.
Thanks.
Well, Dave, be careful of this guy.
I'm going to...
Wait just a moment. I'm going to give you a real reason for taking me apart.
Okay, I'll wait.
First of all, I know you killed Al Laporte because Al had the slot machine racket sewed up.
Listen to the man talk.
Then you killed Weeping Willie because he was going to tell the district attorney that you killed Laporte. You did a cute knife trick with Willie, then had to kill the morgue keeper.
Yeah?
You had a Confederate named Sam. He was a slot machine expert. You probably had a run-in with him. That's the reason he's dead.
You know, Vance, you sound very convincing. If I didn't know better, I'd begin to believe what you're saying.
He's accusing you of being a murderer, Dave. You can't do that. You're not going to let him, are you?
You can say that again.
Please don't. She said it already. Now, friend Dave, what are you waiting for?
Nothing. Not a thing. A thing. A thing. A thing. A thing.
Oh, you got him down, Davy. Break a chair over his head.
That's just what I'm going to do.
Sorry, my head's very sensitive.
Look at Dave. You knocked him out, Vance.
Yes, I imagine I did.
You were right. You figured everything right, and you knocked him out. Nobody ever knocked out Big Dave before.
He's had it coming for a long time.
You beat him, Vance. Nobody could beat Dave. He beat everybody. I don't understand it. You hurt him.
Yes, I imagine so. You said before I was right. You know he killed Laporte and the others.
Certainly I know it. I even watched him kill Sam. But you beat Dave. Nobody ever did that before.
You'd tell the district attorney about Dave?
Sure, I'd tell him. Why shouldn't I tell him? Dave ain't the big man anymore. You're the big man, Vance. You beat him. Sure, I'll tell the DA anything you want.
Thank you. I imagine Markham will be very interested in what you have to say. And I'm quite sure he's also going to want to hear how that dead Laporte's fingerprints were on the knife that killed Weeping Willie.
The man who asked the questions is out, Vance. I intend to sit back and be told, and I've waited long enough.
Yes, you have, Markham. But it was worth waiting for, wasn't it?
Certainly. Millie's knowledge of Big Dave's criminal activities are all we needed. But how did you get her to talk?
That's a long story.
Well, let's have it.
Well, Millie was on Dave's side as long as he was a big man. When I knocked him out, the one thing she worshipped in the man was gone.
Uh-huh.
But right now, you're interested in the Laporte fingerprints, aren't you?
I most certainly am. Al Laporte was dead when Weeping Willie was stabbed. And Laporte's fingerprints were the only ones on the knife. Come on, Vance. Stop holding back.
All right. Here's what happened.
Go ahead.
Big Dave went to the morgue on some pretext or other after deciding to kill Willie. He had with him a knife.
Yes.
When he got to the morgue, he asked the keeper if he could see Al Laporte's body.
The keeper let him. He took out the knife, pressed the dead Laporte's fingerprints on the handle, wrapped the knife in a handkerchief, and left.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Later, he stabbed Willie, still using the handkerchief, and left the knife to confuse us. He then realized that the morgue keeper could identify him if we figured what happened. And so he returned to kill him, too.
The rest I know.
Yes.
Well, this was quite a case, wasn't it, Vance? 4 murders all over slot machines with only one killer. At least he's in the middle of our net.
And Markham, as long as he's in the middle, we're at the end of the jackpot murder case.
raining all the time. Keeps raining all the time.
Fine applause. Do I have to bust a tonsil before you characters applaud? What a joint to work in. Squares. Where did they get off treating a performer like that?
Wait a minute,
Hey.
Josie.
Let go my arm, Joe.
I said wait a minute. When I say wait a minute, you wait a minute.
Well, what is it?
What's with that speech you just made? What's with insulting the customers in my place?
Did you hear the hand I got when I finished singing? Sounded like one guy and the whole joint was swatting a fly. What do they know about singing?
They don't have to know about no music, Josie. All they gotta know is to pay their checks. You crack to the suckers once more like you just did, and you're through.
Don't make me laugh.
I ain't trying to be funny.
You don't have to try. Why don't you get smart, Joe? You know you can't fire me. I got enough to put you away for 50 years, any time I like.
Wait a minute. Wait right here.
Well, make it fast.
Hello, Mr. Turner, boss.
What are you listening at the door for, Angel?
Me, boss, listening? Not me. I'm your head waiter. I work. I don't listen.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me, Mr. Turner, boss. Somebody wants...
You're having trouble with everybody, ain't you, Joe?
I'm not through with you, Josie.
You ain't kidding, you ain't. We were just talking about that before you spotted Angel snooping. You were gonna fire me, remember?
Oh, I didn't say that. What I said was that if you cracked to the suckers once more, you'd be through. That don't mean fired, Josie. That means through. For good.
Oh, Josie, please, you've got to listen to me.
Who says I gotta? You? Why don't you get lost, friend? I gotta get in my dressing room so I can change my clothes.
Do you realize what you're doing? You're ruining me, and for no reason now. Give me back my letters.
Not right now. Makes me feel good to see the big shot, Colton DeWitt, in the spot. We're on breeze out of here, DeWitt. And leave me a couple of $100 for spending money. Scram, I gotta go in and dress.
All right, here's your money.
Thanks.
I hope you live to spend it, Miss Josie Daniels.
Oh, hum. Da-da-dum. La-da-dum, da-da-dum. Hey, what are you doing in my dressing room?
I want to see you, Miss Daniels. The gentleman you just left outside was my husband.
Well, that's your problem, my friend. It's got nothing to do with me. So you're Mrs. DeWitt,
Yes. I know all about you and my husband, Miss Daniels. I know that he was infatuated with you. Know that he wrote you some letters. But that's all over now.
That it is, except for the payoff. When I decide how much I want for the letters he wrote, I'll let him know. Goodbye, Mrs. DeWitt.
Listen to me, Miss Daniels. My husband has no idea I know about him and you. But I saw the change in him. Saw him turn from a wonderful man to a broken wreck, living in fear of what you might do with the letters he wrote you. I'll give you $10,000 for those letters.
Don't be funny. That wouldn't even buy the envelopes.
Very well, Miss Daniels. But I'm telling you now, I'm going to get those letters, even if I have to get you first.
Come in.
I'm looking for Philo Vance.
I'm Vance. Please come in. I was just about to lock up. The office is closed for the day, Mrs.
I'm Mrs. Colton DeWitt. Mr. Vance, please listen to me. It's terribly important.
By all means. What is it, Mrs. DeWitt?
You've heard of my husband.
I know his position in the business world. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Mr. Vance, I've come to see you on a very delicate matter.
As a private investigator, that is by no means a novelty to me.
I didn't imagine it was, but it is new to me, Mr. Vance. Telling a relative stranger something that is so personal. It's my husband, Mr. Vance. He's in trouble.
Oh? Financial or female?
What do you mean?
It couldn't be anything else, could it, Mrs. DeWitt?
No. And it isn't anything else.
It's a woman, Mr. Vance, a singer. Her name is Josie Daniels. She's known as the Broadway Butterfly, and she works at the Cat's Paw Club.
What about her?
She's blackmailing my husband, Mr. Vance, bleeding him. And he's paying her because she threatens to show me some letters he's written.
But you know all about it.
Yes, but I can't let my husband know that I know about it. His pride would be gone. Things would never be the same between us if he thought I knew. I want you to buy back those letters, or get them any way you like. But I want them. Mr. Vance, here's my bank book. You'll see that I have a little over $10,000 deposited. It's my money, all the money I have in the world. Here's a blank signed check. Use what you have to get those letters.
All right, Mrs. DeWitt. I'll do it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vance. When will I hear from you?
I don't know. I'll go down to the Cat's Paw nightclub this evening to see Miss Josie Daniels. Where will you be later?
I'll be available, Mr. Vance. I'll be close by. Very close by.
The Cat's Paw, you said, huh, Mac? It's 9 o'clock. Not much doing there at this hour.
There may very possibly be after I arrive. How much further is it?
You worried about the meter? Maybe another nickel, tops. Hey, Mac, your face has been bothering me. Where have I seen it before?
Well, to the best of my knowledge, it's always been just where it is now, right on top of me.
I got your name on the tip of my tongue. I know that face. I've seen it in the Hey! You're that famous private detective, Philo Vance.
I'm a private investigator, but the rest of the identification is correct.
Oh, so you're the guy, huh?
Yes, I'm the, guy.
Well, what do you know? Never can tell who you ride when you're pushing a hack. Know who I ride the other night?
I'm not that good a private investigator. Who was it?
I got the name on the tip of my tongue. Well, this is it, Mr. Vance. The Cat's Paw Club. Only it's a little early, like I told you. I don't think the joint is even open yet.
I'll find out in a moment. Well, there seems to be somebody else trying to get in and somebody trying to stop him. Here's your money, driver. Keep the change.
Thanks, Mr. Vance. I sure wish I could think who it was I drove the other night. I got the name on the tip of my tongue, too.
Seems to be a little crowded there. Good night.
Good night. Hey, those two guys over the door seem to be battling. Want me to hang around just in case?
No, thank you. Good night.
I said you can't come in. The joint ain't open.
What? I've got to get in. I must see Miss Daniels.
Now, look, Mr. DeWitt, chances are Josie ain't in there either, and the club ain't open yet. Nobody comes in until after I open up. Now, but what do you want?
I beg your pardon. My name is Philo Vance.
What about it? What do you want?
The same as this gentleman, apparently. I want to see Miss Daniels.
Now, look, both of you, I just got here myself to open up this joint. Chances are Josie ain't in yet.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's her. That's Josie singing. I recognize her voice, and I'm getting in to see Josie now, and nothing's going to stop me. So get out of my way. Get out!
Don't get
Get
tough,
out of
Mr.
my
DeWitt.
way, I said, and stay out. I'm going inside, I said.
And I said you weren't. Now, don't
Get
get
out
tough.
of my way, I
said.
Get away.
Okay,
Get away.
that's the way you want it. Well, he begged for that sock, Vance. You seen him try to force his way into my club?
I'm more interested in his condition at the moment. You seem to have knocked him out. We'd better get him inside.
No, we'd better get him to a hospital. My car's right here, Vance. I'll go with you.
Very well. I'll take his head. You said this was your club. That means you own it?
Yeah. Your name's Turner, Joe Turner. Yeah, think this guy's okay, Vance?
Oh, I think he will be.
Oh, I hope so. You know something, if this happened inside my club, if I socked him inside the joint, it could take away my license.
Mr. Turner, if Mr. DeWitt were inside your club, there'd have been no reason for him to provoke a fight with you. Remember? Philo Vance speaking.
This is Markham Vance. Where have you been? I've been calling your home for an hour.
You sound like you're after me for a murder, Markham.
Sorry, Vance. I didn't mean to give you that district attorney treatment, but I did want to talk to you.
About what?
There has been a murder, Vance. A nightclub singer named Josie Daniels, known as the Broadway Butterfly. She was strangled sometime between 8 and 10 this evening. We're not exactly sure of the time.
I'm reasonably sure of it. I'd say it was between 9 and 10.
What?
Sorry, Markham, I didn't mean to appear like a genius, but it so happens I was down to see Miss Daniels at 9 o'clock tonight and heard her singing.
Oh, I see. Well, Vance, I know you like to get on a murder case as soon as it happens, so I've been trying to contact you. And incidentally, we have a suspect, Joe Turner, the club owner.
Really? I met the gentleman tonight, Markham. In fact, I spent about an hour and a half with him. The hour and a half between 9 and 10:30.
9 and 10:30. And you heard Miss Daniels sing when you were down at the club at 9?
Yes?
Then I was wrong. We don't have a suspect.
No, unless Mr. Turner's a very clever man.
How do we find that out?
I'm not sure. I've got to pay a visit to a music shop to know whether I know what I'm talking about or not.
Hiya, friend. Hiya. Come in. What can I do for you, friend?
My name is Vance. I've just telephoned a number of record companies, and they told me that
we
you...
got the largest selection of records in the business, and they were right, friend. They were absolutely right. You want hot records?
Well...
We got them going all the way back to Bunny Berrigan, Eddie Lang, the Mound City Blue Blowers, the Memphis Five, the original Dixieland Jazz Band.
I wasn't thinking of hot records.
You
what
want
I wanted
sweet?
was...
We got every sweet band from 1920 up to now with the Bar Harbor Society Orchestra, Ray Miller, Whiteman, Lopez, Coon Sanders.
I wanted was a vocal record.
Vocals. Take your pick, friend. Take your pick. You remember Lee Morse? We
Yes,
got all
but
of hers. Eileen Stanley, Lee Wiley, Helen Kane, the first of the Ethel Waters records. What's on your mind, friend? Which one do you want?
Well, I was told that a girl named Josie Daniels made some recordings a year or so ago, and that this was the one shop which might have some.
Daniels? Josie Daniels, the gal who got knocked off?
That's
Why,
right.
sure, we got records of hers. She only made two sides of one record, but we got it in stock. She made a thing called Stormy Weather, right, friend?
Yes, I believe that's right.
Got it in the back, friend. I gotta get it for you. Don't get much call for the record. Now, look, if you want jazz, we got
No,
Artie Shaw, Mr. B.G., got some original Dorsey Brothers, anything you like.
All I want is one record, if you don't mind.
Okay, friend, if that's all you want, that's all you get. We don't high-pressure nobody into buying nothing around here. I'll get you the Josie Daniels record, friend.
Thank
Only
you.
I'm telling you, it ain't much good.
And from what I understand, neither was she.
Sit down, Vance. Please sit down and tell me what you found out on the Josie Daniels murder.
I found out for one thing, Markham, that it's possible she did die at 8 o'clock and not necessarily after 9, as I said.
I don't think I understand.
Well, it might have been a phonograph record I heard playing outside the club the night she was murdered. She did make a record of the song I heard sung while I was outside at 9 o'clock.
Oh?
What that means, of course, is that the club owner, Joe Turner, no longer has an alibi. And for that matter, neither does Mr. Colton DeWitt, whom Turner knocked out in front of the club.
Because chances are the girl was already dead when the fight took place.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
And you know, Markham, I have...
Oh, just a minute, please, Vance. District Attorney Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is a friend of Philo Vance's. They told me at his office that I could reach him at yours. Is he there?
Why, yes, just a minute. It's for you, Vance, a mysterious female friend of yours.
Every female is mysterious, Markham, or so they'd like you to believe. I'll take it. Thanks. Hello.
Mr. Vance, this is Mrs. DeWitt. I didn't want to tell the district attorney my name. Can he hear us?
I doubt whether he can hear you.
Good. Mr. Vance, this is terribly important. Of course, I know the Daniels girl is dead. It's all over the papers. But I want to know whether you got those letters.
No, I haven't, as yet.
They mustn't turn up now, Mr. Vance. They mustn't. I'll double the figure I told you. I'll pay $20,000 for the letters my husband wrote that woman.
Will you, Mrs. DeWitt? I'm sorry you said that.
Sorry? Why?
Because it proves to me that you must have seen Miss Daniels after you saw me, which means just before she was murdered.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Butterfly murder case opened with the finding of the body of Josie Daniels, nightclub singer known as the Broadway Butterfly. Philo Vance, who is working on the case, has revealed that a Mrs. DeWitt, wife of a man Miss Daniels was blackmailing, had been to see him. And while he was in my office, he had received a phone call from her telling him that she would pay $20,000 for the return of letters her husband had written. It is shortly after the phone call, and Vance is still in my office, but has been silent for several minutes. What are you thinking about, Vance?
This case.
Yes, so am I. I'm also thinking of that remark you made to Mrs. DeWitt on the telephone.
You want to know how I knew she'd seen the murdered girl just before her death?
Yes.
Well, Markham, it's pretty simple. You see, Mrs. DeWitt came to me and offered me $10,000 to get back some letters her husband had written Josie Daniels.
Yes, you've told me that.
At the time, Mrs. DeWitt showed me her bank book. $10,000 was all the money she had in the world. On the phone just now, she offered me $20,000.
Well, she managed to get the extra $10,000 somewhere.
No, I hardly think so. I think she got the letters she wanted to pay me to get. She could then offer me 20, 30, or even 50,000 to get them, knowing they weren't to be gotten.
Ah. Vance, you have no idea how glad I am that you're on our side. What's our next move?
The normal thing to do would be for me to see Mrs. DeWitt, don't you think?
Yes, but I doubt whether you're going to do it because it is the normal thing.
Thank you. You're so right. You see, I know what I want to know about her, but I'm a little vague about her husband. He's the one I want to see, and he's the one I'm going to see.
You don't want to see me, Mr. Vance?
Not especially, Mrs. DeWitt. What I would like to know is this. Is your husband at home?
He's upstairs. Shall I call him?
No, he'll be down. May I use your phonograph to play this record I brought?
Of course. Only I don't understand.
You will, believe me. How does this machine work?
The last button on the right-hand side starts the phonograph.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, here we are.
Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky.
That's a nice voice, isn't it, Mr. Vance?
Very. By the way, Mrs. DeWitt, what did you do with the letters you took from Josie Daniels just before she was found dead?
Oh, I made a mistake in offering you the $20,000. I knew it right after I'd done it, but I wanted to cover up the fact that I'd seen
I
her.
realize that. That wasn't very smart.
That record! Who put that record on? Who put it on?
Colton.
I never want to hear that voice again. Never. All right, now. What is this? What kind of game are you two playing?
Colton, Mr. Vance just asked if he could
I know what he asked, and I know why he asked it. That was Josie Daniels' voice. That was Josie singing. I was supposed to hear the voice and confess I killed her. That was it, wasn't it, Vance? That's what you expected me to do.
Really, Mr.
Well,
DeWitt?
I'm not going to do it. She's dead and this record is smashed. I'll smash every record she ever made. I'll buy them and I'll smash them. Every one of them. Yes, I'll smash every one of them.
Please, you're upset. You're all excited.
Excited? Of course I'm excited. This was a trick, I tell you. A trick of Vance's to make me break down and admit I killed her. I wanted to. I would have if I'd had the chance, but I didn't do it. You hear me, Vance? Your trick didn't work. I didn't do it. Do you hear me? I didn't do it.
I hear you all right, Mr. DeWitt. But that doesn't necessarily mean I believe you.
Hiya, friend. Hiya. I remember you. You were in yesterday to pick up a Josie Daniels recording.
That's right.
Sure, I know. I got a great memory for faces.
Yeah.
Now, do you want something else, like the record player now? That's Hank Byrne, bestseller we got in piano. Of course, we got Frankie Carl, Lopez, that Lombardo record of Humoresque with the two-piano team going. What you want is piano,
Well, it isn't exactly what
No?
I really want.
I know, sure. Long hair stuff. Good. Got just what you want. Boston Pops, Philharmonic, got the Interby record of Claire de Lune, right? That's what you want, ain't it, friend? Classics?
No, not right at the moment. You mentioned before that you had a good memory.
I got a great memory. I can rattle off names of people who made records that you never even heard of.
I'm sure.
Bessie Smith, Queen of the Blues, Empire City 4, Billy Wilson and his Blue 5.
Excuse my interrupting you, please, but I really have business with you. Did you ever hear of Philo Vance?
Who'd he record for?
Nobody.
Oh.
I'm Philo Vance. I'm a private investigator.
Philo Vance? Why, I know who you are. You're the private investigator.
Yes.
Glad to meet you, friend. Glad to meet you. Now, what can I do for you?
You remember I told you yesterday that the company for which Josie Daniels recorded said that this was the only shop where her records could be bought.
Sure, and they were right. We got records by everybody.
Never mind. I'm sure you have. Now, this is what I want to know. You say you have an excellent memory. I want you to tell me if anybody bought a record by Miss Daniels in the past few days besides me.
Why, sure, I can tell you that now. Let me think.
By all means, do.
Let's see. He was, was it a lady? I think maybe... No. Oh, that's the funny thing, Mr. Vance. I can't remember. Sorry, I can't help you solve your problem, friend.
Problem? What you didn't help me solve was a murder, friend.
Yeah, who is it?
Mr. Turner, boss, it's me. Angel, your head waiter. Could I come in?
Come on. What do you want?
Mr. Turner, boss, I just come in to tell you I'm leaving. I got another job.
No kidding.
No kidding, Mr. Turner, boss. I got a good job in another joint. I'm leaving Saturday.
What makes you think so?
I don't know. Guy just offered me a job, and I took it, that's all.
You're not going anywhere. You're staying right here with me where I can keep an eye on you, Angel.
I don't get you, Mr. Turner, boss.
No? Well, maybe you'll get this. Don't think I don't know you were around here the night Josie Daniels was killed. Don't think I'm going to let you go somewhere where you can open your yap about what you think you know. Don't think that, Angel, you hear?
Yeah, Mr. Turner, boss. I guess I better go now.
And where do you think you're going?
Out into the club. I gotta get things fixed up for the night's business. See that everything's okay as long as I'm gonna be here permanent. I'll see you later, Mr. Turner, boss.
Yeah, Joe Turner talking.
This is District Attorney Markham, Mr. Turner. Could you come down to my office?
Well, sure, D.A. I guess I could. What's up?
Well, Philo Vance will be here, and he's bringing Mr. and Mrs. DeWitt. You want to know what's up?
Yeah.
It might conceivably be your number. Sit down, Mr. Turner, sit down. You know Mr. Vance here.
Just enough to say goodbye to. What goes on here? What'd you get me down here for?
Vance?
Mr. Turner, what did Josie Daniels have on you?
Have on me? Nothing. She worked for me, that's all.
I spoke to your head waiter, a man named Angel, right after I left a record shop this afternoon. He told me you couldn't fire her, that she could have stayed there as long as she liked.
Angel told you that? No wonder that punk wanted to quit. Well, Vance, whatever he told you ain't true. My word against his, right?
I hardly think so. He'd have no reason to lie. Mr. Turner, when I came along the other night, the night Miss Daniels was killed, you were keeping Mr. DeWitt out of your nightclub.
Yeah, sure. Josie was rehearsing and the club wasn't open.
Josie wasn't rehearsing. She was dead.
Don't give me that. You know she was in there then. You heard her start to sing after a while.
I heard a record playing, but more of that later. Markham, please ask Mr. and Mrs. DeWitt to come in here now.
Certainly, Vance. Mr. and Mrs. DeWitt, will you come in, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Markham. Mr. DeWitt, I was just pointing out to Mr. Turner here that the night Josie Daniels was killed, the night I found you trying to get into his nightclub, we didn't hear Miss Daniels singing.
Well, but we did. She was inside the club.
That was a phonograph record planted as an alibi. You see, if Miss Daniels were alive then, Turner couldn't have murdered her. Or you either, for that matter.
But, Vance, there was no record playing when the police broke into the club.
I know. Somebody took the record off. And DeWitt and Turner were with me. That leaves only Mrs. DeWitt.
No. No, I know nothing about it.
One moment, Mrs. DeWitt. Angel.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vance?
Come in.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vance?
Angel, you were paid by somebody in this room to put a record on the phonograph in the Cat's Paw nightclub at 9 o'clock the night Josie Daniels was murdered, and to later take it off.
That's right, Mr. Vance.
I want you to point out the person in this room who paid you.
The person? Why, sure. That's the person.
Yes, Mrs. DeWitt. Markham, you can arrest her husband, Colton DeWitt, for murder. Mrs. DeWitt, was Miss Daniels dead when you went in her dressing room and got those letters?
Yes. Yes, she was, Mr. Vance. But I had no idea my husband killed her. I couldn't admit I was there. You understand that?
Perfectly. Well, Markham, that clears up Mrs. DeWitt's part in the murder case. Anything else you'd like to know?
Yes. What was your lead to Colton DeWitt?
The phonograph record, of course. DeWitt had to get that record somewhere, and there was only one store in the city that sold it. I went there, but the clerk wouldn't describe a man who had purchased a recording by Miss Daniels several days before.
Then how did you know it was DeWitt?
I knew somebody had to start playing the record inside the club, Markham. Somebody had to start it, and somebody had to take it off the phonograph. I found Mr. Turner's head waiter, Angel, and persuaded him to tell me who had paid him to do that. It was DeWitt, who killed Josie in her dressing room, and then came out to the front of the club to establish an alibi.
Oh, my poor husband. He should have known that Josie Daniels would cause him trouble. Right from the beginning, he should have known.
Perhaps. Only we weren't concerned with the beginning. All we were concerned with was the end of the Butterfly murder case.
Well, here we are, Dad. Happy fishing.
Thank you, son. Thank you. I can't wait to get my line trailing in the ocean. Today's the day, son.
Yeah. Pretty calm out there, Dad.
Oh, the tuna will be running. They've got to be. Ever know me to go after anything I didn't get? I'll be seeing you, son. Wish me luck.
Well, I already did, but once more won't hurt. Good luck, Dad. I hope you can sell the tuna on the idea of being out there when you get there.
Oh, they'll be out.
Looks like there's only one fishing boat left. All the others must have gone out already.
Only need one, you know, son. See you at dinner. Bye.
Bye.
Tell the cook to be prepared for a big one, Arthur. I'll be home about 3 o'clock. Ahoy there! Ahoy, the fishing boat! Ahoy!
Ahoy yourself. What do you want?
My name is Case, Millard Case. I'd like to hire your boat to go fishing.
Sorry, can't do. Try some other boat.
But there are no other boats. They've all left. You're the last one here. I'll pay you anything you want. I've got to go fishing this morning, and you've got to take me.
What's going on here, Captain Smith? This man here.
My name is Case, Millard Case. Gentlemen, there's no question at all about this. You've got to take me fishing.
He wants to hire our boat, Iggy. Didn't you tell him it was already hired?
Hired? So what? So somebody's paying you. I'll pay you double. Gentlemen, I always get what I want, and right now I want to hire this boat. I won't listen to any arguments, gentlemen. I simply must go fishing this morning, and you simply have to take me. Let's have no further discussion about it.
Iggy, listen.
Right, Captain Smith.
You, Mr. Case, go take a walk or something. I want to talk to my mate.
Well, you just tell him to get ready to shove off. I'll be right over here.
Iggy, we got to take that old character aboard.
But, boss, how can we? You know we got a job to do this morning.
I know, but suppose he sticks around and sees that we shove off without anybody else coming aboard.
Oh, yeah.
You'll want to know where the guy is who hired us.
That's right.
This Case guy is used to having his own way. We can't take a chance on his raising the roof around here. That'll be followed by questions. And we can't stand questions.
Don't I know it?
We're going to take him out, Iggy. He wants to go fishing. Okay, we'll take him fishing. Only we don't make any contract to bring him back.
Oh, Captain Smith, how far out are we?
We're pretty near the spot where the tuna's running, Mr. Case.
Well, I'm all ready for the tuna when they start to bite.
Nice rod and reel you got there.
Oh, it's the finest. I paid... Oh, Captain Smith, I've got something on my line.
Tuna, probably. Well, reel it in, Mr. Case. Careful, she may give you a fight.
Oh, I'll be careful, all right. I'll give it plenty of play. Let it tire itself out.
See that it doesn't tire you too much.
No, don't you worry about me.
Iggy, come up on deck.
Yeah, Captain.
What goes? Our client is very happy. He's busy hauling in his first strike of the morning. And we wasted enough time.
I'm ready whenever you are.
That's right now. Let's go back to where he is.
You two are just in time. I've almost got him in. Watch me.
We sure will, Mr. Case.
Another 10 or 12 feet, and he's all mine. You won't be sorry you took me out this morning, gentlemen. Believe me, you won't be sorry.
We won't be, but you will. Okay, Iggy, over he goes.
No,
over it is, Captain.
Keep... Don't, please don't!
Well, we did it, Captain. And that gets rid of him.
Yeah. Can't help wondering, though, how big that tuna was that he hooked.
I could stop typing these notes any time you want me to, Vance. No trouble at all. Wouldn't mind it a bit.
Stop any time you like, Ellen. There's no rush on those.
I'm glad. What's the matter, Vance? Your private office too small for you?
You mean, why am I out here with you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Ellen, you're too modest.
Oh, don't tell me it's me that brought you out. I couldn't believe it, but believe me, I'd try.
It's a combination of you and the fact that I haven't anything unusually interesting to work on today, Ellen.
The district attorney has let you down. Hasn't let you in on a new murder case in days. Remind me to speak to Mr. Markham when I see him.
When you see him, it'll undoubtedly be because he's here about a new murder. And in that case, it's speaking to him won't be necessary.
Vance, please stop making sense.
It's a habit I'd just as soon not break, Ellen.
I used to make it a habit to win arguments. But of course that was before I started working for you.
You know, it's amazing.
Hello, Ellen. Vance.
Oh, hello,
Well,
Mr.
hello,
Markham.
Markham. Come in.
Thanks.
Come in, Mr. Case.
Right.
Vance, I must see you in your private office immediately.
Well, by all means. Come in, both of you.
Thank you. Vance, this is Arthur Case. You've undoubtedly heard of his father.
Oh, Millard Case? Yes, I've heard of him. How do you do, Mr. Case?
How do you do?
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Vance, Millard Case has disappeared.
What?
Yes, that's right, Vance. I drove my father down so he could go fishing this morning, and he was due back at 3 o'clock, but he hasn't returned.
Any report of any accidents to a fishing boat?
None at all. We think perhaps he never did get on a boat. As I understand it, he got to the dock rather late this morning.
All I know is I drove him there, and he hasn't come back. Vance, you've got to find my father. I'll pay anything you ask.
We'll discuss payment later, Mr. Case. What dock did you drive your dad to?
The Summers docks, Vance. At foot of Dobbs Street.
Foot of Dobbs Street, eh?
Yes.
Well, then, I'm off to the foot of Dobbs Street to get a head start on this case.
Okay, Iggy, cut it down. There's the buoy we're looking for.
Right, Cap.
Thanks. Now we stick around till a friend of mine shows up in his boat, and we'll get what we came after.
Well, suits me if he hurries. How about you, Cap?
He'll be here. We couldn't very well have that old Case guy around when we grabbed this stuff, could we, Iggy?
No, sir. He's better off where he is anyhow. Chances are he caught a lot of fish in his time. Maybe by this time some fish caught him.
Poetic justice of a sort at that.
Huh?
Never mind. Well, this is where we park till our friend shows up.
Well, I'll throw the anchor overboard.
Do that.
Here we go. How much is he bringing this trip, Cap?
About $20,000 worth. All perfect. All blue-white. All diamonds. And all coming in without paying a dime in duty.
Good.
Our friend will pass in his boat, throw him in the dory in back of ours, and we're off. You know, Iggy, this is real fishing.
Anytime you're
ready. Okay. All right, mister, just hold the fish up with your right hand.
Like this?
Yeah, that's right. Keep your rod and reel in your left and smile.
All right.
Now, smile pretty for the camera.
All right,
Smile. Hold it. Got it? Oh, good. Come back in an hour. I have one copy for you and a print for the doc file.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's see. I got to develop that batch for the guy who's going to...
I beg your pardon.
Huh? You can't want to see me. Where's your fish? Everybody what talks to me as a fish, they want me to take a picture of. Most times the fish are prettier than the people. Where's your fish?
Well, I don't have one at the moment. Apparently, you're connected with the fishing dock in a camera capacity. But maybe you can give me some information.
Pal, I'm so unused to talking to anybody without a fish in their mitt, I'm practically tongue-tied. You sure you ain't got a fish?
I'm positive. My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I'm a private investigator.
You sure are. I heard about you, Vance. What's up?
If a man came down here at 10 o'clock this morning and wanted to go fishing, what boats would be available?
What, boats?
Yes.
No boats. All of them are out by then. They're out and I'm sleeping. Time to get back. I'm here with my camera ready to shoot pictures of anybody who catches anything over 2 pounds. I bet I made 1,000 pictures this year already.
People are vain about their catches, I know.
Vain? They're out of their heads. Catch a fish, take a picture. Catch a fish, take a picture. I bet we got 10,000 pictures of guys and fish they caught and where they caught them, how they caught them, what boat they were on, how much the fish weighed, how much they weighed. Honest, Vance, you never saw so many guys fish foolish.
Well, fishing's a great sport and a lot of people enjoy it, my friend. Tell me this.
Yeah?
If one boat did happen to be around at 10 o'clock this morning, who would know what boat that was?
See that shack across the street?
Yes?
Belongs to Captain Smith. His boat's called the Daisy. He goes out a little late some days. Ask him. Maybe he can help.
Well, thank you. I will.
Anytime you grab a fish, Vance, and you want a picture taken, don't forget me. You get him on the line, I get him on film.
Thanks. I'll remember that.
Yes?
I'm looking for some information. You're Captain Smith?
So?
I'd like to know 2 things. What time did your boat pull out this morning, and were there any other boats around at the time?
We shoved off at 9:45. We were the last boat to leave. That all?
Well, yes, I suppose so. Thank you very much.
That's all right.
Hey, who was that, Cap?
Didn't give his name, McGee. And he didn't have to. I recognized him. That was Philo Vance.
Hey.
Young Mr. Case here gave us a good tip.
Yes, I did. I knew he'd be down here checking my father's disappearance. Glad I warned you two in time.
Hey, look, kid. You know, when that old guy came to us on the dock, we didn't realize it was your father, or we would have taken him with us. You know that, don't you?
I know it, Smitty. I didn't know it was your boat at the dock, or I never would have suggested he take it when I dropped him off.
Okay, as long as that's understood. We told the old guy we wouldn't take him. He slung his rod over his shoulder and started walking, saying something about he'd find somebody to take him out.
Well, he's gone, that's all I know. And for that matter, that's all I care about. I own everything all by myself, now that he's gone.
Well, look, let's forget your old man and get on to this business here. You got the stones we got from the buoy. You got the cash like you're supposed to have?
Yeah, of course I have, Piggy. Yeah, right here. I ought to get rid of these stones for about $30,000. I pay you guys $20,000, is that right?
That's right.
Here you are. And now that I'm in the chips, I'm through with this racket. Smuggling's too dangerous. In fact, it's completely ridiculous now that I'm to inherit all Dad's money. So this, gentlemen, is our last transaction.
You're being a little hasty, aren't you, young fella?
No.
We gotta have somebody sell these stones after we get them. You've been doing fine up to now. You're sticking with us whether you like it or not. And don't get any ideas about quitting. We wouldn't like that, would we, Iggy?
No, Cap. We wouldn't like it at all.
You two don't bluff me. I'm walking out of this racket, and if either of you thinks he can do something to stop me, I'll do something you really won't like.
Philo Vance's office, Miss Deering speaking.
Ellen, this is Vance.
Oh, hello, Vance. Mr.
Ellen,
Markham.
I think I'm on the track of something in the case disappearance. I don't have time now, but you call Mr. Markham.
I've been trying to tell you, Vance. Markham's right here. He's been waiting for
Good.
you.
Let me talk to him, please.
Just a second. Please pick up that phone, Mr. Markham, will you? It's Vance.
Right.
Have you got it, Mr. Markham?
Okay, Ellen. Yes, Vance. Markham, I guess I live right or something. I have a lead on Mr. Case's disappearance.
If you do have, it isn't because you live right. It's because you have the uncanny faculty of noticing the slightest incongruities in a case, Vance, and a wonderful way of analyzing their meaning.
If I'm that good, I'd better stop right now. Can't do any better than that, can I?
You can do much better. You can find Mr. Case, or whoever it is that's responsible for his disappearance.
I don't believe we'll ever find Mr. Case, Markham. I think he's been murdered. But I also think I have a pretty good idea of who murdered him and why.
This is District Attorney Markham. We are now working on the disappearance of Millard Case, wealthy, eccentric father of Arthur Case, who reported to us that his father was missing. After speaking to a photographer who specializes in pictures of fishermen, and after talking to a Captain Smith who owns a fishing boat, Vance is of the opinion that the elder Case has been murdered and believes he knows who did the killing. Right at the moment, I have finished talking on the telephone with Arthur Case, who is at home, and as I understand it,
Well, Smith, what do you and Iggy want in my home?
It won't take us long to tell you. Case, we don't like what you said when you were down at my shack this afternoon.
No?
In fact, we don't like a lot of things.
That's right.
Like, for instance, how your old man happened to come down to the dock while ours was the only boat around.
Well, that's one of the things that brought you here.
Case, let's understand each other. You drove your old man to the docks knowing he was a stubborn guy who wouldn't take no for an answer. About going out on my boat, I mean. You knew we'd have to take him or he'd start asking too many questions. You knew if we took him, we couldn't bring him back because we had to pick up those diamonds.
And you also knew we'd have to bump him, and you'd have that on us.
That's right. It was getting rid of my father and getting something on both of you at the same time. Kind of cute, I thought.
We don't think so. In fact, we don't want anybody around who can throw a murder rap at us, so grab him, Iggy.
I got him.
No, you don't. I'll yell for the servants.
Well, I'm glad you smacked him on the head, Cap. I couldn't have held him much longer. What do we do with him now?
We tie him up and carry him out of here, then dump him in the ocean.
Yeah, suits me. There's some fishing line over here in this room. I'll get it.
You know, I think this young fellow was trying to double-cross us all the way. That's the reason he got Philo Vance in on the case. He figured Vance would find some lead to us.
Well, how could he, Cap?
He can't. There is no lead to us or our boat, Iggy. Believe me. Go ahead, start tying.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
What for?
We can't take a chance of being seen carting a body out of this house. Nobody saw us come in, but we may be spotted leaving. Give me your knife.
Sure, Cap. Here.
Why are you turning your head away, Iggy? Can't you stand seeing me stab the kid?
Oh, it ain't that, Cap. Believe me, it ain't. It's just that later on, if somebody asked me, did I see who killed young Case, I could say no, and I wouldn't be telling a lie. You see, Cap, if there's anything I hate in this world, it's a lie.
Well, Vance, there's young Case, stabbed. Looks to me as if somebody wanted to wipe out his entire family and has pretty well succeeded.
I wouldn't waste too much sympathy on him, Markham.
What's that?
Thanks for calling and getting me up here, though. It simplifies things quite a bit.
How do you mean?
Young Case told us he drove his dad to the fishing dock yesterday morning. He wouldn't have left him there if there weren't a boat at the dock that could conceivably have taken his father.
The father wouldn't have stayed either, for that matter.
That's right. That means there was a boat. But Case wouldn't tell us that. And you know why not?
No.
Because if he had, he knew we could have traced the boat. And that's the last thing he wanted to have happen.
You mean he planned his father's disappearance?
I'm relatively certain now that he knew what would happen to him if his father, who, as we know, was stubborn, insisted on getting on the one available boat. Markham, did you ever hear of a Captain Smith?
Only what you told me.
Well, we're going to find him. And I think we're going to have to rent a launch to do it. Feel equal to a little boat trip?
Definitely.
It's kind of a fishing trip, but don't bring a rod and reel. Just bring your revolver. We'll need it to coax our fish into shore.
A little further out, Iggy. We drop anchor and wait. We ought to make contact in about 20 minutes, I figure.
We're a little ahead of time, huh, Cap?
Better to be early than late. If we weren't here, our contact wouldn't come back. He'd be scared. Now all he has to do is come in by his boat, throw a package in that dory we got in the water, and keep going.
You know, I'm kind of glad we got rid of that young Case, Cap.
So am I.
Now we got only the two of us to split the take, and we don't run no risk of nobody finding out we tossed the old guy overboard, huh?
That's right, Iggy. Perfectly right. Cut the motor.
Aye, sir. Well, I'm getting just like a regular sailor, Cap, huh?
You'll do, Iggy. Hey, there's a boat coming our way.
Where, Cap?
Off the port bow.
Well, say it in English. I ain't that good a sailor yet.
Off the front of the boat to the left.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Is that the boat we're waiting for?
No, I don't think so. I'll take a look through these glasses. It isn't a boat at all.
No?
There's two guys in this one, and one of them is Philo Vance.
What do we do, boss? Run for it?
Why should we? We're in the clear. Why give them something to think about?
All I know is that they must want something coming all the way out here to look for us.
We don't know they're looking for us.
Ahoy there aboard the Daisy.
He's looking for us, all right.
Ahoy! You want us?
That's right. There we are. We're coming alongside.
What do we do, Cap? What?
We keep quiet and let them do the talking. We'll find out in a minute what they want.
Are you Captain Smith?
That's right.
I'm District Attorney Markham. We want you on shore, Smith. Get going.
What do you want me for?
I can tell you that, Smith, when we get to shore. Remember me?
Sure, you're Vance.
That's right. He's Philo Vance. Now start your motor, back off a little bit, and head for shore. We'll follow you in our boat, and don't try anything tricky.
Okay, if you want us ashore, we go ashore. Start her up, Iggy.
Start swinging around and then head for the shore.
Hey, we better do it, Cap. That guy's got a gun, and you said he's got nothing on us.
No, I'm not sure. Get all the speed you can get out of that motor, Iggy.
All right, Cap.
Complete the turn, but instead of heading for the shore, head for that boat and get it right in the middle. We don't want to take any chances on either of those guys living.
Ram them, huh, Cap?
Ram them and get going, now.
Aye, sir.
Hey, keep away. You're going to run into us. So that's your idea, is it? We'll see about that.
You'll never get a chance to shoot again. Hold tight, Iggy. This is it.
All right, Cap. Come on. Here it goes.
That'll teach those two to keep their noses out of our business, eh, Iggy?
Oh, it sure will. Hey, Cap, any chance of their swimming to shore?
In this current, 6 miles out, not a chance unless they're part fish. Come to think of it, they will be part fish any minute now. Okay, Iggy, let's get moving. Maybe we missed our contact, but we took care of something a whole lot more important. Beat it close to the dock, Iggy, and I'll throw a line around that post.
Aye, Cap.
Here we are. I'll hop on the dock and tie us up. Hold on to the dock till I make the jump, Iggy.
Go ahead, Cap. We're steady as a rock.
There we are. Now to tie us up. Come on ashore, Iggy.
Okay. Here I am, and glad to be here. You know, Cap, that's the first time I ever did something like that. Ram a boat on the water and knock off a couple of guys that way.
It really doesn't matter how you kill a man, Iggy. The results are always the same.
You're perfectly right, Captain Smith.
Hey,
Come on, Markham.
hey, Cap, they're alive. The 2 guys we rammed. Let's get out of here.
Not so fast, young man. You're not going anywhere.
Don't let you clip my mate, Vance. I got a little return message for you.
Here, hold him off for a moment, Vance. I'm coming. Don't let you. Don't get him to me. I want to... My might's down. That did it.
Okay, Vance, I'm through. Don't hit me again.
Captain Smith is lucky. He's still able to talk. His mate is slightly unconscious.
Good work, Markham.
Hey, you 2 guys. Maybe you wouldn't mind telling me how you ever got to shore after we rammed your boat. You're supposed to be out in the middle of the ocean.
We would have been if we hadn't jumped overboard before your boat rammed us.
We simply swam underwater to your dory and held onto it while you very obligingly towed us back to shore.
So you see, Captain
Well,
Smith.
what's going on here? Oh, it's you, Vance. A little bit wet, ain't you?
A bit. Markham, this is my friend, the photographer.
How do you do?
Hi.
He's been very helpful on this case.
I have? Tell me how.
Tell me, too.
Later.
Hey, you want a picture of these 2 guys on the dock? I could take a snap of both of you, each holding one of the guys in your hands. Just like a fish picture. I'm so tired of snapping pictures of guys with fishes in their hands.
No, thank you. No pictures. But there is a resemblance between these 2 characters and the pictures you generally take.
Yeah?
These 2 poor fish thought they could get away with murder.
Catch anything yet, Ellen?
Nope. Not even close.
What are you using for bait? Perhaps that's the trouble.
Oh. Do you have to use bait? Well, I guess I better start all over again. Vance,
Yes?
what was the clue in the murder case we just finished? How was the photographer helpful?
Don't you know?
How could I know? Even he didn't know.
Well, it was relatively simple. He told me he took pictures of every fisherman that caught a good-sized fish.
Yes?
And that there was a notation in the dock office about what boat it was caught from. I checked those records and found that a lot of fish were caught from a lot of boats this season, but none from the Daisy.
Captain Smith's boat.
Right. If Smith's boat hadn't been used to catch fish, it must have been used for other purposes.
Oh.
If, as we know, it left the dock late, and the late Millard Case insisted on going out on it, Smith would have had to take him out and have had to get rid of him, which is what he did.
Yes, I know that now from his confession. Case's son was in on the mess, too, wasn't he?
Yes, but I'd figured that. It couldn't have been coincidence that had him bring his father to the dock when no other boat except the Daisy was available. Young Case wanted to get rid of his father and get something on Captain Smith and Iggy at the same time. That's why they murdered him.
You'd think with all his money he wouldn't have fooled around with men like that.
From what I understand, old man Case was pretty tight with his son. Young Case wanted some money to throw around, so he got in on the smuggling racket. Well, Ellen, want to continue fishing?
What do you mean continue? I haven't even started yet. And there's no better time to start than at the end of a deep-sea murder case.
Vance, there's a man here to see you. He hasn't an appointment, but he says it's important.
Thank you, Miss Bentley. Miss Deering there?
No, sir, she's out to lunch.
Well, tell her I'd like to see her when she returns, please. And ask the gentleman to come in, will you?
Yes, sir.
Go right in, please.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Vance?
Sit down, please.
I'd rather stand. Mr. Vance, what I'm going to tell you is perhaps the most unusual thing you've ever heard in your life.
It's only fair to warn you there have been a lot of unusual things in my life.
I know. That's why I came to you. You're supposed to be the best private investigator in the country. Now, look at this. Do you know what this is I'm holding in my hand?
I think so. It's the torn half of a dollar bill.
Yes, but it represents my happiness, my security, and possibly my life.
Just that half of a dollar bill?
Yes.
Well, we really have inflation, haven't we?
Don't joke, Vance. This is vital. This half isn't important. But the other half is.
How important?
It's important enough for me to pay $10,000 for the other half of this dollar bill. All right, please. Everybody remain in the outer office. I'll go to the private office with you, Heath.
All right, D.A. All right, everybody. Show's over. We'll let you know when we want you. This way, D.A. Right in here.
Right, Heath.
Now, the body was found right next to his desk. He'd been stabbed, so there was no noise, no nothing. A fellow named Worth found the body. He works here. He was in line for the big guy's job.
Found out quite a bit in so short a time, Sergeant Heath.
I bet your friend Vance couldn't have found out any more. Look, D.A., here's the whole setup. This dead guy, John Meeker, he owned the company. Now, practically while he was getting killed, his wife was on the way here from the reception room. She came in while this guy Worth was bending over the body.
Worth denies he killed Meeker, of course.
Who knows what he denies? He'd beat it right away. Wife told us all this.
It seems to me the first thing to do is pick up Worth, and that might be difficult.
I've got a call out for him now. Come on in. Well, what do you want?
I thought perhaps you might want to talk to me.
Nobody cares who you are. Go on back with the others. We'll get to you.
But
I don't care who you are, I said. Go on back.
Very well.
Just a moment. Who are you?
My name is Worth, David Worth.
Okay, so it's Worth. Beat it until we... Worth? You're Worth?
Yes, I found Mr. Meeker's body.
Come in and sit down, Mr. Worth, please. I'm District Attorney Markham, and I want to talk to you. First, I want to make a phone call.
Who are you calling, D.A.?
Philo Vance.
You can call him if you like, Mr. Markham, but I think I ought to tell you this. I just came from seeing Vance.
Coming.
Helen,
What
come in quick before anyone sees you here.
What was the hurry, Jeff? You practically dragged me through the door.
Do you realize what would happen if the police found you, the widow of my boss, at my door?
Oh, stop getting dramatic. They might think something they knew, but they don't know. And I made sure I wasn't followed. Now, be a nice boy. Invite me to sit down and act as if you're glad I came.
I am glad, you know that. But with your husband dead, murdered...
Oh, that isn't going to make any difference to us. You and I will wait a respectable amount of time, and then we'll get married. Oh, what a relief it's going to be married to somebody my own age.
I know, Helen. It must have been awful.
Nonsense. It wasn't so bad. I enjoyed myself a great deal with my late mate. Was just a little too old, that's all. No, what I want to know is this, Jeff. Did you see Worth before you left the office tonight?
The district attorney and Sergeant Heath were questioning him when I left. He's it for sure, Helen. They'll get him for killing your husband.
Maybe they will.
What does that mean?
It means that he's a logical suspect. When I came into John's office, I found Worth bending over the body. He had a motive. He takes over the business. His fingerprints might even be on the knife. He probably handled it.
And we have nothing to worry about.
I have nothing to worry about.
Helen.
Oh, you haven't either, as long as you behave yourself. And remember that I have the other half of that $1 bill.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the possibility of my sending you to the electric chair anytime I feel like it.
Now stop that talk and give me that bill. Now give it to me, or I'll...
Stop that, you fool! Jeff, you're choking
me. The torn half of the bill. I want it, and you're going to give it to me. Tell me where it is, or I'll...
Jeff, darling, stop! Please stop, you're hurting me.
I'm sorry.
I didn't realize what I was doing.
Oh, Jeff. Jeff, kiss me. Oh, when I was a kid and I hurt my hand, my mother used to kiss it and make it well. Jeff, kiss me.
I must have been out of my mind. Helen, darling.
Again, Jeff. Doesn't hurt anymore, but kiss me again.
You're Mr. Vance, aren't you?
Yes, I am. And you are the Meeker Company receptionist.
Yes, I am. Mr. Markham said he was sorry, but he couldn't wait for you here. He told me to tell you that as you requested, he allowed everyone suspected in the killing of Mr. Meeker to remain at liberty, temporarily.
Thank you, miss. Which office was Mr. Meeker's?
Oh, straight down the corridor and turn right. Want me to show it to you?
No, thank you. I imagine this was Mr. Meeker?
Picture on the wall? Yeah, that was the boss. Quite a guy.
This photograph shows him in his shirt sleeves.
That's the way he always worked. Coat off, sleeves up, fountain pen and pencil in his right-hand trouser pocket, no tie. He was a good guy, Mr. Vance.
I don't doubt it. Tell me a little about this place. Who worked here?
Well, it was just the boss and his two assistants. One was Mr. Worth and the other Jeff Hallahan. Those are their pictures.
I know Mr. Worth. He's been down to see me. He takes over the firm, I understand.
I guess, yes. He was Mr. Meeker's right hand.
I wonder whose right hand it was that held the murder knife.
I know you were up at the Meeker offices, Vance. What'd you find out?
Nothing, Markham. Nothing that would make me understand why a half of a $1 bill should be valued at $10,000 by our Mr. Worth.
Sergeant Heath is certain he's the killer. Claims that Worth had just finished killing Meeker when Mrs. Meeker came into the office. She practically caught him at it.
So I understand. But it doesn't explain why the missing half of the torn bill is so valuable.
No, it doesn't. Have you seen Mrs. Meeker yet, Vance?
No, I want to see my client first. You know, there's an old expression that money talks. I wonder what that torn half of a dollar bill has to say. Well, Worth, we've driven around for an hour, and I've brought you back home, and I still haven't found the reason you want that other half of the bill.
Now, wait a minute.
Suppose you tell me where you got the first half.
Suppose I don't.
That's a supposition I anticipated, believe me. How can I get the missing half if you won't tell me anything about it?
Anything I tell you will get me into this killing deeper than I am now.
That's quite an assignment. You're in pretty deep, you know. Well, you'd better sleep on it tonight and call me first thing in the morning.
Okay. Night. If I change my mind, Oh, Vance.
Yes?
Say, I just happened to think of something. You know who could have...
Worth!
I'm all right. It missed me. The flash came from that direction. Come on.
I'm right with you. We're heading right into a mess of shrubbery. Whoever took that shot at you is safely hidden, I'm afraid.
Back your car up and shoot the spotlight in here. I'll find whoever it is.
I doubt that. I'm fairly certain whoever shot at you is far away by now. It seems to me you ought to start talking, Mr. Worth.
Well, just who do you think it was that shot at me?
I think it was Mr. Meeker's killer. I think he's under the impression you might have seen him and were about to tell me who he is.
Well, maybe you're right.
Well, Mr. Worth, I'm waiting.
I don't know. I'm not sure. If I knew, I'd tell you, Vance. I'm in this thing so deep, I'll tell you anything to put the heat on somebody else. But I don't know. I just don't know. You wouldn't want me to lie, would you?
I'm not sure. In fact, I don't know whether you've been lying or not already.
Get up! You Hallahan. You're not hurt. Come on.
Stay out here breaking in here and smacking me around, Worth. What's gotten into you?
On your feet.
Gone crazy or something? You walk in here and start slugging without saying a word.
You took a shot at me while I was talking to Vance an hour ago. Well, didn't you?
I don't know what you're trying. Cut it out, will you?
Let's have some straight answers then. You did try to kill me, didn't you?
I didn't try to kill you. I just tried to scare you off.
From what?
From telling Vance anything that he might turn upside down.
Now we're getting somewhere. You killed the boss, didn't you, Hallahan?
Don't be silly. We found you bending over the body, didn't we?
Now, you tried to stop me from telling Vance that perhaps I saw you in Meeker's office a few minutes before his murder.
Did you see me?
No, of course not.
Well, in that case, I guess I wasted the shot I fired in the air. You see, I thought you'd try to crawl out of a murder charge by putting me on the spot. That shot was just a warning, let's say, as to what's going to happen in case you try anything as silly as that.
where Mr. Meeker should have been sitting, Markham.
I imagine that's right, Vance.
He's working in his shirt sleeves, as usual, when all of a sudden...
Vance, look out.
Okay, this time I got you, Vance. This fight.
You didn't have to be that realistic, Sergeant Heath.
It's all right, Markham. I'm not hurt. Heath was carrying out orders. I wanted to see how Mr. Meeker might have been killed. Only it didn't happen that way. This little demonstration proves he wasn't stabbed by anybody coming up in back of him.
That's fine. That's fine. There are so many things we don't know on this case. I guess that's something to be thankful for.
Look, why don't I grab this guy Worth and get this thing over with?
One reason is, Heath, that he didn't kill Meeker. Now, let me see. If the killer didn't come in back of his victim, he came from the front.
Jeez.
Or the sides. There are doors at both sides of this office.
Or the sides. In either event, front or sides, Meeker saw him, guessed his purpose, and... Markham, I've got it.
What have you got?
The reason for the torn bill. I know why it's valuable now, and I think I know who has it.
Do you also know why your client, Mr. Worth, wouldn't tell you anything about it?
Not yet, but I will in a minute. Ring that buzzer in front of you, please, Markham.
You want the girl from outside?
Yes.
Very well.
Gentlemen, I'm nowhere nearer to finding out who our murderer is than I was. But I guarantee I have the rest of this case solved.
What rest, Vance? See, in a murder case, all you gotta do is find the murderer. Or maybe I'm wrong.
You're right, Heath. But knowing the reason for murder sometimes helps.
Somebody want me in here?
Yes, I do. Please come in.
Okay, here I am. What's going on that I should know about?
Miss, see if I have this situation correct. Both Jeff Hallahan and David Worth were in these offices somewhere when Mrs. Meeker came to call on her husband.
That's right.
You didn't buzz Mr. Meeker or call him. You just let her walk on through.
Right again.
She found Worth bending over the body. He claims he heard Mr. Meeker fall and came running in. Jeff Hallahan came in here later. Now, that was the picture, wasn't it?
Sure was.
Good. Now tell me one thing more. What was Mr. Worth's job?
Job?
Yes.
He took care of everything inside. Had charge of the books, the money, everything.
That's all I wanted to know. Markham, get an auditor to work on the books of this company at once.
You think you'll find something wrong?
Definitely.
That means that Worth was stealing. His boss caught him, so he killed his boss, right, Vance?
No, Heath, it isn't right. Not entirely right, that is. I think Worth was stealing. But whether Meeker caught him or not, I don't know. And there was one other thing wrong with what you said, too.
Yeah? What was that?
Worth didn't kill Mr. Meeker. I told you that before. Whoever the killer is shot at my client last night when I was with him. We're narrowing down our suspects, Markham. But we have a very difficult situation to unravel.
No question about that. But that half of a dollar bill, that should provide the solution. You say you know who has it?
Yes, but knowing who has it and getting it before it's destroyed are two different things. Say nothing about the bill to anybody, please. Perhaps a dollar bill doesn't go as far today as it once did, but this one is going to go a long way toward solving our mystery.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Meeker murder case opened with the finding of the body of John Meeker, business executive, knifed in his office. Suspects include his wife, his assistant, David Worth, and an office worker, Jeff Hallahan, who we suspect was friendly with Meeker's young wife. Philo Vance entered the case when Worth came to him to urge him to find the other half of a torn dollar bill. But while Vance says he knows why the half is valuable, we do not. At the moment, Sergeant Heath is in my office giving me a report on the books of the Meeker Company, and Vance...
Here it is, D.A. Lowdown on the Meeker Company books. Somebody's been systematically robbing them for months. And according to everything we could find, it could only be one man doing it.
That must mean David Worth.
Right.
Vance said he suspected that was what Worth was doing.
And I said that old man Meeker must have caught him at it. So Worth killed him. You remember that?
Yes. But Vance is sure that Worth isn't the killer.
Well, so what? I'm sure that he is. I'm going to lock him up.
No, not yet, Heath. Vance told me there would be a development on the case tonight. We'll just wait till we see what that development is before we make an arrest.
Now, look, Worth, I'm not going to stand here talking to you all night. I know the story of the dollar bill. What I want from you is corroboration.
I've got nothing to say. Only believe me, Vance, I didn't kill Meeker.
Tell me the story of the bill.
You said you knew it.
All right, if you want it that way. You went into Meeker's office and found him dead on the floor. In his hand was the dollar bill. You tried to get it out of his hand and you tore it. Right so far?
Go ahead.
Mrs. Meeker came in then. She ran over to the body and screamed. Hallahan came rushing in. And all three of you stood over the body. You take it from there.
Well, that's all I know. When I had a moment before the police came, I looked for the second half of the bill. The one that was in the boss's hand. But it was missing.
Either Mrs. Meeker or Hallahan took it, eh? I suspected as much. But I know why everyone was so interested in the half of the bill in the dead man's hand. Now that what I suspected has been proven true, I think we're on the way to a showdown.
You mean to tell me you know why the other half of the bill has such value?
Definitely. But don't be surprised, Worth. It was just a matter of logic and deduction. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to call Markham. The finger is pointing to the murderer, all right. And I have a way to make him show his hand.
I think I understand, Vance. They're not to know who's calling, but I'm to phone Worth and Hallahan and Mrs. Meeker and give them that message.
Give it to them just this way, Markham. Say that the police know where the missing half of the dollar bill is. That it's in the home of one of them, and that I have promised to have it by nightfall.
I've got that, and I'll do it. Then what?
Then I want you to have men following each of the three suspects. It's very important I know where they spend the hour after you give them my message.
There goes that young fellow Worth, hightailing it to his house, Heath.
Yeah, Michael. He must have grabbed a cab as soon as he finished giving him Vance's message on the phone.
Come on, let's check with the men we had following Hallahan and Mrs. Meeker. Then we've got to report to Vance.
I don't get it, D.A. We give out an anonymous tip to three people that there's half of a dollar bill in one of their apartments. So that's supposed to mean something. Well, it doesn't. Not to me. But then, I'm not Philo Vance.
Come in.
Hello, Vance.
Markham, come right in.
Thank you. Here's your report. When we gave Mrs. Meeker, Hallahan, and Worth your message about the missing half of the bill being in their homes, Worth and Hallahan immediately left their office.
And went straight home.
Went straight home and rummaged through their rooms. Heath and I saw Worth do it from outside his apartment, and one of Heath's men saw Hallahan do the identical thing in his place.
What about Mrs. Meeker?
Well, now, that's a funny thing, Vance. She did absolutely nothing. Went shopping and to a movie.
Well, that proves that she has the missing half, anyhow, and that she carries it with her. That would be the only reason she didn't dash home to look for it.
In other words, the other two, Worth and Hallahan, thought the incriminating half of the dollar bill, if it is incriminating, had been planted in their room.
Right. Mrs. Meeker knew the message was a trick, inasmuch as she had the missing half all the time.
Yeah. Vance, suppose she does have the half bill, as you insist. How does that fit in with your theory?
She's the one I suspected had it. Now I know.
That means she's our murderer?
No, Markham. Doesn't mean that at all.
Well, then what is all this?
It's the solution, Markham. Just be on hand at your telephone so that you can call me at exactly 10 o'clock tonight at Jeff Hallahan's apartment. And when you call, don't mind a single thing I say to you.
Well, Vance, which one of us talks first? You've been here a half hour and you've said nothing since you said good evening.
You're lucky, Mr. Hallahan. You don't know how boring my conversation can be.
I'm not going to find out either. If you want nothing here, Vance, either you get out or I will.
Well, since you put it that way...
I'll get it.
Sorry, I'll answer it, Mr. Hallahan. I'm expecting a call. Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. I'm calling you as per schedule. Now what?
Oh, Mrs. Meeker. Yes, I expected you to call.
Mrs. Meeker? There are so many things about this case I don't know. Now I don't even know who I am.
No, the morning will be time enough, thank you. Just bring it to my office in the morning. I've been waiting a long time to see that other half of the bill.
I've been waiting a long time to find out what this is all about. Personally, I think I'm much prettier than Mrs. Meeker. Don't you, Vance?
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Meeker. You've been very helpful.
Thank you.
In the morning at my office, then. Good night. Now, let's see, Hallahan. Where were we again?
We were about to decide who was to leave, you or me. Well, I've decided. You stay as long as you like. I'm getting out of here.
I tell you, Jeff, you're crazy. I never called Vance at any time, much less half an hour ago.
Oh, don't give me that. I heard what he said, and I know why you called him. You intend to give him that half of the dollar bill.
Oh, Jeff.
The half you took out of your husband's hand after he was dead.
Will you listen to reason? I tell you, I didn't call him.
I'm listening, but that's not reason. You figure you'll crawl out of this by blaming the whole thing on me. And you have the proof that I killed your husband on that torn bill. But you're not giving it to Vance in the morning. You're giving it to me right now.
Jeff, let go of me. Let go.
Give me the bill. Give it to me so I can destroy it. I'm not going to let you have that over my head all my life.
If I give it to you, will you let go of me? Jeff, will you?
Give me the bill, Helen, and stop stalling.
Wait a minute. It's in my purse. I've been carrying it with me ever since I took it. Right over here, I'll get it.
Oh, no, you don't. If it's in the purse, I'll get it. People have been known to keep guns in purses, you know. Now, whereabouts are... Oh, I got it. Pretty $50 bill. Most beautiful $50 bill in the world with the ugliest words written on it. Now, give me a match, Helen.
There's a lighter in the purse.
Yeah, so there is. Now,
You'll give me the
What?
bill and the purse, Mr. Hallahan.
Thanks.
Yes.
How'd you get in here?
I knew you'd come right here after our little chat, so I followed you. I anticipated your coming here as early as this afternoon when I obtained a pass key to this apartment. Let me have the bill,
Use
please.
the lighter, you fool.
Yes, the lighter.
Sorry, but you don't have money to burn, Hallahan.
Oh, no, we'll see.
Well, Mrs. Meeker, there's your boyfriend. In his hand is the half of the dollar bill. The answer to this entire case.
What about it? So you'll find that Jeff killed my husband. That doesn't concern me at all.
I wouldn't say that. I think it does. I think you planned it all. But that's for a jury to decide.
Vance, how did you know there was something on the other half of that dollar bill? How did you know it was Jeff who killed my husband? You had to know that, or you wouldn't have staged the phone call Jeff told me about.
I knew, believe me. But how I knew will have to remain with me until I tell it to District Attorney Markham. Just let me sit at Mr. Meeker's desk again, Markham, and I'll give you the whole murder story and show you what happened.
Right ahead, Vance. I'm very anxious to hear.
I wouldn't be human if I didn't tell you that I'm very anxious to give you the details. Well, we'll start from here. Meeker is sitting at this desk in his shirt sleeves. He has a fountain pen and pencil clipped to his right trouser pocket.
Yes, I noticed that's where he carried them on that picture on the office wall.
That's where I saw them, too. And that's what led me to the solution of the crime. While Meeker was at his desk, the door on the left opened and Hallahan stood there with a gun in his hand.
Meeker was killed by a knife.
I know. I'll get to that later. There was Meeker sitting at his desk, his hands deep in his trouser pockets. Warning him against moving or making an outcry, Hallahan made his way up to his victim.
But Meeker, with his pencil in his right trouser pocket, where most men carry their money, was able to scrawl an indictment against Hallahan on a dollar bill.
Undoubtedly. He could do all that without taking his hand out of his pocket, so Hallahan never knew. Now the killer shifted the gun to his left hand. He drew a knife, which was just as deadly and a whole lot quieter than a gun.
I see now. Meeker had time to write the word killer and Jeff on the dollar bill then.
Yes. He then tried to get up to defend himself, but Hallahan was too quick. He killed Meeker and left the room with Meeker's body on the floor. As the dead man fell, his hand came out of his pocket with the dollar bill clenched in it.
Then we know what happened. Worth came in, saw the bill, tried to get it out of the dead man's hand, but tore it. He had seen some writing on the part still in Meeker's hand, but couldn't make it out.
What he thought it might be, of course, was a statement by Meeker that he, Worth, had been stealing. Anyhow, Mrs. Meeker came in, and it was she who managed to get the missing half.
And kept it as a weapon to get young Hallahan to do whatever she liked. Quite involved, wasn't it, Vance?
A bit, but it's all very simple now that we have our confessions. And I think that's the end of our work in this office, Markham.
The end of our work in this office and on the Meeker murder case.
Oh, Jamesy, what color tie do I wear with this?
With a double-breasted blue suit, Mr. Cardinal, I would suggest this one. Maroon with blue figures.
Maroon? That means red? I always thought that was some kind of a dope.
And that word is boron, sir.
Well, what's the difference? Moron, maroon, it's the same thing. Well, I got this thing on. How does it look?
Oh, precisely correct, sir. Precisely. And the word you were seeking to use instead of tie is cravat.
Cravat. Okay, I'll remember that, Jamesy. Yeah, it takes a little time to make a mug like me a gent, don't it, huh?
Generations.
Eh?
Nothing, Mr. Cardinal, nothing at all. Now, is there anything else you wish, sir?
Yeah, I wish the phone would ring so I know whether I got that date or not. Did I say that good?
Oh, very well, sir. Except that perhaps I would have said appointment.
Appointment. Okay, thanks, Jamesy. You know, I'm glad I hired you.
Thank you, sir.
You know, sometimes I can't get over this. Me, Tony Cardinale, ex-racket boss with a dozen English cut suits and English butler. In a couple of months, instead of dropping guys, I'll be dropping H's. Yeah, that's pretty funny, huh?
Is it, sir?
Yeah, you guys don't have any senses of humor. Jamesy, this is really living, ain't it?
Why, I imagine so, sir.
Yeah, it costs a lot of dough. A lot more than I thought it would, but it's worth it.
Yes, sir.
Jamesy, you gotta help me do a little bookkeeping one of these days. My dough's gone too fast. Let's you and I get together. I'll get it, Jim. No, you do it. It'll sound classier.
Very well, sir. Just as you say. Mr. Cardinal's residence.
Is Mr. Cardinal at home?
Mr. Cardinal.
This is Mr. Leo speaking.
Really get me.
Oh, just a moment, Mr. Leo. It's for you, Mr. Cardinal. It's Mr. Leo.
Mr. Lulu. Boy, that's what she is. Give me that phone.
Here you are, sir.
Hello, honey.
Tony. Oh, I'm glad you waited for my call. I was delayed a bit.
Oh, kid, I've been waiting all my life for your call, only I didn't know it. How's for tonight?
I'd like to go for a drive, if you don't mind, Tony.
Mind? Who minds? We'll go driving forever if that's what you want. I'm buying a new car this afternoon. I'll get it, pick you up at about 7. Then we can go put the feedback on someplace. We'll go eat somewheres. Is that okay with you?
Definitely.
Swell. See you at 7, sweetheart. Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, what a dame, Jamesy, what a dame. She's the one who was here last night for dinner. Like her?
Oh, very much, sir. Wasn't it she who seemed so concerned about some individual who disliked you intensely, sir?
Yeah. She meant Al Bailey. He's a skunk. And who cares whether a skunk likes you or not, so long as you keep out of his way.
Mike.
Yeah, Mr. Bailey?
You know what you have to do.
I think so. I walk over to the car, start it up, drive past here where you're standing, and start shooting. Huh?
That's right, but you start shooting at that target on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
We're 1,000,000 miles from nowhere out here, and nobody will see or hear us. And I don't want you to miss, even though this is only practice.
I won't miss. When do I get to do this in person?
Tonight, maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah. Tony Cardinale changed his name, but he didn't change his habits any. He took away my rackets, and now he's trying to take away my girl. Only I'm not going to let him. Go ahead now, get moving, Mike.
Okay, Mr. Bailey. This is some good idea. Where'd you get it?
From the FBI. I saw a newsreel once where they showed the FBI practicing. Okay, now, start the car. Come on. When you get opposite me, start firing at the target.
Good enough. Here I come.
Atta boy. That's it. Now.
How did I do, Mr. Bailey?
I'm just looking at the target now, Mike. You want to know how you did?
Yeah.
Well, all I can tell you is I hope you do as well on Tony Cardinale.
Tony,
Yeah, Lane?
I like you, Tony. Is that wrong?
Yeah, sure it's wrong. It's wrong for Al Bailey and the millions of other guys in this world. But for you and me, it ain't wrong.
What I started to say was, I like you, but maybe I like Al Bailey better.
Huh?
Park here a minute, will you?
You want me to park? It sounds like a routine I should be giving you. Okay, I'll pull over here by the right side of the road, and you and I can talk this thing over. Yeah. Now what?
Now, let's you and I talk.
Oh, it's there to talk about. Come here, baby.
Tony.
Listen, kid, don't slough me. I'm loaded with dough.
I imagined you were, but Bailey has money, too.
Sure, but I got class, I got ambitions, I got savoir-faire.
Savoir-faire? Oh, that, Tony, believe me, that you don't have.
So, all right, I don't have it. But I ain't missing an awful lot of other things, am I?
I don't know about them. All I know is that very shortly, you may be going to be missing me.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, this is Markham. I hope I didn't disturb you.
You didn't. I was just sitting around reading this evening, Markham. What is it that's happened to disturb you?
A murder, Vance. The girlfriend of an ex-racket boss named Tony Cardinale, now known as Anthony Cardinal, if you please. You want to know the details?
As district attorney, you wanted to know them. As a private investigator, I'd like to, too. What was the victim's name?
Elaine DeLeo. Here's what happened, according to Tony.
He was a witness to the murder?
Definitely. But before I go into that, I may as well tell you that, of late, Tony has become very social conscious. English car, English butler, English clothes, everything very elegant.
Including a very elegant murder he was a witness to, apparently.
Yes. His story is that he had just bought the car and was driving with a girl and had parked on the right side of the road when another car came by. Somebody in the other car had a gun, started shooting, and that was the end of Elaine.
What was Tony doing while all this was happening?
He claims that when he heard a shot from the other car, he slipped to the floor of his car and didn't get a look at whoever it was that did the shooting.
Well, that sounds reasonable if it were a dark road.
It was dark, very. Cardinal told us that Al Bailey, a racketeer, was also a friend of Miss DeLeo's and had objected to her going out with him.
Well, isn't that nice? Motive and everything, eh, Markham?
That's right. But you seem rather skeptical, Vance. I don't understand why. It is possible that Miss DeLeo was murdered, just as Cardinal said, and for the reason he gave us.
Is it, Markham? I think not. You see, Miss DeLeo was killed by mistake. Unless, of course, Cardinal killed her, which is possible.
Vance, you knew nothing of this case until I telephoned you just now. And yet you can make a statement like that?
Yes, with great confidence that I'm correct. Where are you now, Markham?
I'm with Cardinal at his apartment. Are you coming up?
Of course. Don't go away, Markham, and don't let Mr. Cardinal go away either. My name is Vance. Mr. Markham phoned me.
Oh, yes, sir. I am James, Mr. Cardinal's valet. Please come in, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. Your name is James, you said?
Yes, sir. James Lyons. This way, please, Mr. Vance.
All right.
Right through this door. Mr. Markham is with Mr. Cardinal now.
Thank you. I'll go in myself, James.
Very good, sir.
Hello, Markham.
Vance, come in. This is Tony Cardinal, Mr. Philo Vance.
How do you do?
How are you?
I understand you were with Miss DeLeo when she was shot.
Hey, now, slow down, Vance. Take it easy. This thing's got me all off base.
I don't doubt that. You claim you didn't see who it was in the car that fired the shot.
That's right.
Were you having trouble with Miss DeLeo?
Oh, we were very amicable friends.
Amicable, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I learn new things every day. The word is amicable, Mr. Cardinal.
Well, you say it your way, I say it mine. What's this got to do with Elaine's murder?
What about that theory of yours that you told me on the phone, Vance?
Later, please, Markham. Mr. Cardinal, I have an excellent memory.
Yeah?
It reminds me now, for example, that you and a Mr. Al Bailey were enemies, and that a Miss Elaine DeLeo and Mr. Bailey at one time were very friendly.
So what?
Tony, in your racket days, if somebody didn't do what you wanted him to do, he didn't live to regret it. In fact, he didn't live, did he?
Oh, now, Vance.
At the moment, I'm trying to make up my mind whether you killed Miss DeLeo for a similar reason. You see, in the event that you didn't kill her, I am quite convinced that somebody tried to kill you. Come on, Markham. We're going for a drive in Mr. Cardinal's car.
Where are we driving, Vance?
Out to where Mr. Cardinal was parked when the shot that killed Miss DeLeo was fired. It's right down the road a bit, I understand.
Yes, it is. And using his car is going to prove something to me?
Undoubtedly. Took me a little while to get used to this car, but it handles very nicely now. Now, let me see. He was supposed to have been parked just about here at the right side of the road. Oh, here we go.
Vance, I want more than anything else to hear why you knew that the girl was killed by accident. That is, if Tony didn't kill her.
You'll be able to tell me the answer to that yourself, Markham. This is an English car. The steering wheel is on the right-hand side of the car, not on the left, as in American cars.
Yes, I know that. Everyone in Europe drives on the left side of the roads. That's custom.
Of course. Now, if a car came in back of this one while we were parked, and if it were dark, where would he assume the driver would be?
Oh, I see. He would naturally think that the driver would be nearest him, in the left-hand seat, that is. And so when the murderer fired, he fired at the figure in the left-hand seat under the impression that that was Tony Cardinal.
That's right. When you mentioned an English car to me on the telephone, that's what I thought of immediately.
Vance, I know you better than anyone in the world, but you continue to amaze me. Dr. Watson, during his association with Sherlock Holmes, must have felt something like I feel right now.
Kindly save those feelings for the time I accomplish something on this case, if I accomplish anything. Well, I think the first thing that ought to be done is to find out how many people wanted Mr. Cardinal dead. Then to find which one of them killed Miss DeLeo in error.
Hurry up with that packing, Mike. We gotta blow this town fast now.
I'm hurrying, Mr. Billy. I'm going as fast as I can. Gonna be awful risky. Trying to scram with the heat on, though.
No, it won't. I got a private plane all gassed up and ready to take off. As soon as you're through with those releases, we'll get going.
Who's that?
I don't know. But keep your gun handy, Mike. I'll see who it is.
I'll be behind the door. Go ahead, open it up.
Yes?
Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Lyons, James Lyons. May I come in?
Why?
I'm Mr. Anthony Cardinal's valet. I think I might have something to say to you that's quite important.
Come on in. Well?
The gun in this other gentleman's hand is quite unnecessary, Mr. Bailey, believe me.
Stow it, Mike. Tuck the rod.
Okay, boss.
Well, now, let's have it. You're Cardinal's butler, and you're here. Why?
Well, sir, my entire duties were not confined to the Cardinal apartment.
Oh?
Yes, Mr. Cardinal was quite wary of you, Mr. Bailey. And very often he sent me to spy on you.
So?
Well, I just happened to be following you and this gentleman out to the country when you were practicing shooting from a car yesterday afternoon.
I get it. This is a holdup. You figure if I don't pay up, you're going to the cops.
Oh, no, sir, not the police. Never.
Well, what's the pitch?
Well, I thought perhaps Mr. Cardinal might like to know what you were doing yesterday afternoon. I'm quite certain you wouldn't want him to find out, would you?
This is District Attorney Markham. The Cardinal murder case opened when Elaine DeLeo was shot to death while in a foreign car owned by ex-racketeer Tony Cardinal. Philo Vance believes that the girl was killed by mistake, but he insists that if she weren't, then her killer was Cardinal. Al Bailey, underworld character and former boyfriend of the murdered girl, has been under surveillance, and my men report a visit to him from Cardinal's butler, James Lyons. Following the visit, Lyons went immediately to a phone booth where he is now just about...
Yeah, Jamesy, what is it? What is it?
Mr. Cardinal, I had to call you. It's urgent. I've got a very unpleasant duty to perform. Unpleasant in that I should have done it before.
Go ahead, spill it.
Mr. Cardinal?
Oh, look, never mind the English lessons now. I gotta know what it is you should have told me and didn't.
Very well, sir. Your friend, Mr. Bailey, and an associate of his were practicing target shooting from a moving car yesterday afternoon. I saw them, sir.
Oh, I get it. So it was Bailey who tried to get me and got Elaine, huh? Thanks, Jamesy. Where is Bailey now?
On his way to a private airport, I believe, sir. He owns his own plane, you know, and I've seen him fly several times. The airport is on Redley Drive.
Thanks, Jamesy. I ain't gonna forget this. Well, the cops have let me move around the way I like, so I'm leaving this joint now. Bailey thinks he's gone somewhere, does he? Well, he don't know that the only place he's gone is where I send him.
Okay, Mr. Bailey. Baggage is all stowed away. Wait till I climb in now, and then let's go.
Hurry up, Mike. Come on in so I can roll this window up and we can get going.
Where do you think you're going, Bailey?
You can't come in here. Mike! Mike, he's dragging me out of the plane.
Yeah, Bailey, I sure am. And I'm doing it myself. Me, Tony Cardinal.
Hey, look out what you're doing! Hey, Mike!
So, Tony, you come around looking for trouble, huh? Well, you're gonna get it.
There, I'm coming to help you.
That's what you think. Go. Okay, Bailey, I'm ready for you now. So you were practicing up on shooting from a car, huh? Well, I don't need no practice for this.
You never saw the day you could take me in anything, Tony.
Well, excellent work, Mr. Cardinal.
Oh, it's you, Vance. Where'd you come from?
I followed you here. I wanted to see where you were going in such a hurry. Now I understand.
Yeah? What do you understand?
A lot of things. Unfortunately, one of them is not who killed Elaine DeLeo. James, you're sure you've told me all you know about Miss DeLeo?
Well, there isn't much I could have told you, Mr. Vance. I haven't been working for Mr. Cardinal very long, and she was here only once.
Where did you come from?
Well, I've been in the States for some time, sir. London before.
And before that?
Well, my grandfather came from Holland. Is that important, sir?
At the moment, no. In fact, there's only one thing that is important, James. That is to find out who killed Miss DeLeo.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm quite sure that's so, Mr. Vance.
Vance? Oh, Vance, where are you?
In the library, Markham. You may go, James.
Thank you, sir. I'll be where you can reach me, sir.
I was hoping you'd come back here, Vance. Where were you?
I just watched a very excellent demonstration of street fighting. Only this street fighting was done at an airport.
Really?
Yes, Tony Cardinal caught up with Al Bailey and a friend named Mike and did quite a job of convincing them they ought not leave town.
Where's Cardinal now?
You won't have any trouble picking him up, Markham. In fact, he's probably on his way back here.
But Vance, he's still a suspect. There still is the possibility that he killed the girl in his car.
No question about that possibility. But he's too smart to run away and make us believe what we only think now. You know, come to think of it, this whole thing could have been an act.
What whole thing?
If Tony were really smart, and he is shrewd, Markham, he might have figured I'd follow him to the airport. And he put on a very convincing display of righteous anger against Mr. Bailey. Perhaps that was done for my benefit.
Don't you want to know how it was that Tony found out Bailey was going to the airport?
Not particularly, but if I did, I know you could tell me.
How do you know that?
Markham, when the butler James Lyons left the house, I knew you had somebody watching him. I know you had somebody watching Bailey's apartment, too.
Oh?
And when Lyons saw Bailey and then went into a phone booth, and shortly after Tony Cardinal left his apartment, I knew you'd know how Tony knew about Bailey.
Vance, I give up.
Oh, not now, please, Markham. Above all, not now.
And why not now, above all other times, Vance?
One very important reason. We're very close to the solution of the Cardinal murder case.
Yes?
That you, Vance? This is Cardinale.
Oh, hello. Rather late for you to be calling me, isn't it, Mr. Cardinal?
Make that Cardinale, Vance. I'm no gent. I was never cut out to be no gent. I got news for you, Vance.
Really?
Yeah. I'm blowing town.
Well, I've got news for you, my friend. I don't think you are.
Huh?
Tony, you've been trailed by the police ever since you left your apartment to go to the airport. Believe me, you haven't shaken them off your trail. But what was it you wanted to tell me?
Just this. I ain't no rat, Vance. I don't go lousing up guys with the cops. But before I bounced out of town, I wanted you to know enough to grab Bailey. Don't let him get away with this. He was trying to kill me when he got Elaine.
Well, thank you for that information. I'm glad you called, Tony. I tried to reach you at your apartment earlier to ask you a question.
What question?
How did you meet Elaine DeLeo?
Well, she was Bailey's girl. I used to see her around with him, and I got to know her.
And how did you happen to get James Lyons, your butler?
Elaine got him. She went down to one of those swanky employment joints and got him. Why?
Why? Well, Tony, after you're through talking to me and you find that there is a police officer waiting for you, as I said there'd be, ask him to bring you here to my apartment. I'm going to ask Mr. Markham over and have him bring Al Bailey and your butler, too.
What's the idea?
The idea is to clean up the Cardinal murder case. Pretty good idea, don't you think?
I'm a little sleepy, Vance, but very interested in what's going to go on here in your place.
I was sure you'd be, Markham. I think I'll get things rolling now. Tony Cardinale.
About time you got started, Vance. What's going on?
Tony, I was never convinced that it wasn't you who killed Elaine DeLeo.
No?
No. But then again, I wasn't sure you did do it either.
Oh?
Al Bailey.
Well?
You wanted Tony dead, didn't you?
I'm not talking till I see my lawyer.
It just came from seeing his doctor. I took care of that, huh, Vance?
You certainly did, Tony. Now you, James.
Yes, sir?
You were hired by Miss DeLeo, but you told me you had only seen her once when she came up to Tony's apartment. Why?
No reason, sir. I just didn't think to mention that she had hired me.
You also went to Mr. Bailey's place and tried to blackmail him into paying you to keep quiet about seeing him and his assistant target practicing from an automobile. Didn't you know you'd be followed to Mr. Bailey's?
No, sir, I didn't think of that, sir. You see, all I thought of was converting some information I had into cash.
That wasn't it at all, Lyons. You knew you were being followed. You wanted the story of Bailey's target practicing to be brought to the attention of the police. You wanted him to be arrested for murder.
I, sir? Why would I want that?
Why not? Inasmuch as you killed Elaine DeLeo.
All right, Miss Patterson, get ready to take this down, please.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Start talking, Lyons.
Yes, sir. Well, I intended to kill Mr. Cardinal when I followed his car the night of the murder. It was parked. I couldn't see very well, and I fired at a figure nearest me. The one that should have been sitting in the driver's seat.
Just as you imagine, Vance.
That's right. Go ahead, Lyons.
Well, that's all.
That's all? Why did you want to kill Cardinal?
I have no intention of telling you that, sir.
You don't have to, Mr. Lyons. I'll supply that information, if I may. Markham, Miss DeLeo was Lyons' daughter.
Oh, daughter? How did you know that, Vance?
The name DeLeo. It's Dutch, and it means the lion. Lion? Lions. Very close.
The father and daughter took different names when they came to this country?
I doubt very much whether they came to this country. You are an American, aren't you, Lyons?
It's your story, Mr. Vance. My part of it's through.
All right, then. He's an American. If he had lived abroad at all, he would have recognized that Cardinal was driving a foreign car and that the driver's seat was on the right. It was a new car, remember, and he'd never seen it before. But getting back to why Lyons wanted to kill Cardinal.
Yes, let's get that out of the way.
Lyons and his daughter were a team. She worked on important men, saw to it that her father was hired as a butler. Between them, they probably worked every racket from blackmail to robbery.
You're taking this down, Miss Patterson?
Yes, sir, I am.
The motive for killing Cardinal was simple. Lyons here was stealing from his employer. Cardinal was beginning to become suspicious, I believe. I'll need confirmation on that, Mr. Lyons.
All right, that's true. Just the way you said it. I never meant to kill my daughter. Never. Then when I found the mistake I'd made, I tried to get enough money from Bailey to get out of town. I also wanted the police to find out that he and his assistant had been target practicing from a moving car. But what led you to me, Vance? Just tell me that.
The discrepancies in your stories, Lyons. Your name and Mr. Leo's. And your very obvious attempt to have the police know about Bailey. All of those things added up. I'm inclined to believe, Mr. Lyons, that you may consider your career at an end.
No doubt about that, Vance. His career and the Cardinal murder case, both. You see, Vance, our office doesn't handle only murder cases. Sometimes, as in this one, the case is a little less physical, but still, it's interesting.
You don't have to convince me that being a district attorney isn't dull, Markham. This Joe Somer whom we're going to see, just what is the charge against him?
His partner is accusing him of grand larceny.
Oh?
I happen to know Somer pretty well, and before an indictment is handed down, I want to talk to him. I liked him. Quiet, always considerate. Nice of you to come with me, Vance.
I'm glad of the chance to get out of the office.
Good.
Well, this is the street you said Somer lives on. His house should be that one.
There's a crowd around that house, Vance. Something's happened.
No doubt about that, my friend. Let's find out what. Well, there's a police officer over there, Markham.
Yes.
Let's find out about this.
I'm with you, Vance.
Hey, stop shoving, will you?
Pardon me. Sorry. Excuse me, please.
Get back, everybody. Get back there.
Hello, officer. I'm District Attorney Markham.
Oh, sure. I recognize you, Mr. Markham. It's quite a thing we have here. Fellow lives here. A man named Joe Somer jumped or fell from the roof of his house.
What?
He was dead when he hit the ground.
Joe Somer, Markham. That's the man you wanted to see.
Not right now.
It was suicide, all right, Mr. Markham. Almost hit a couple of people when he jumped.
That's awful.
I found a suicide note in the house. There wasn't anybody home, but the note was right where I couldn't miss it when I went in. I'll turn it in with my report.
All right, officer. Well, Vance, I promised you a case. It looks like it's over before it even began.
That, my friend, is a matter of opinion. Perhaps there is no larceny case, but I have an idea that instead of it, we're going to have a murder investigation.
Hi, Miss Anderson. DA in his office?
Yes, he is, Sergeant. He's on the telephone, though.
Well, that's okay. He'll want to see me.
No, but I'll let you know as soon as something develops. Bye. Hello, Heath.
Hi, DA. Just got a report on that suicide note found at Joe Somer's house.
Yes?
Completely legitimate, DA. We had our experts check the writing. There's no question but that Joe Somer wrote it.
He wrote a suicide note and apparently jumped from the roof of his house.
What do you mean, apparently?
Well, Philo Vance thought it might be murder.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
That guy thinks everything is murder. I'm waiting for the day when there's a murder case that he'll say it's suicide.
You'll have a long wait, Heath. Vance doesn't often make mistakes.
Everybody makes mistakes, DA. Even I do.
Not you, Sergeant Heath.
Yeah, me. And if I can make him, I guess Vance can make him once in a while, too.
The possibility is there, undoubtedly.
Well?
The only thing is, I can't ever remember Vance being wrong for any length of time.
I don't imagine I'll be too long, Mrs. Sommer.
All
Thank
right.
you for letting me use this desk.
It's quite all right, Mr. Vance, but just what are you writing?
Nothing, really, just scribbling. Are there any more pens in this house?
You've tried all of them that I could find, including Joe's fountain pen. What's the big idea?
I won't know whether or not it's a big idea until later. Right now,
Oh, there's someone at the door. Excuse me.
Oh, go right ahead, Mrs. Sommer. Please don't let me disturb you.
Any more than you have, you mean? Yes? Oh, Mr. Dale.
Mrs. Sommer, may I come in?
Why, yes. Yes, of course. I have company, as you can see.
Oh.
Philo Vance, the private investigator. Mr. Vance, this is Alfred Dale, my husband's partner.
How do you do?
Hello, Vance.
It took Joe's death to get you over to our house, didn't it, Mr. Dale?
Well,
Too bad you didn't find time to come here while he was still alive.
Mrs. Sommer, I assure you,
Excuse me, please. Mrs. Sommer, I'm finished with those pens.
All right.
Now, can you tell me what your husband was doing on the roof? I'm trying to find out if he deliberately went up there to commit suicide or if he got the idea while he was on the roof.
He left a note, the papers say. Doesn't that indicate he went up there to jump?
Not necessarily. And I believe I was asking Mrs. Sommer.
Oh, sorry.
When I left the house yesterday morning, Vance, I asked Joe to fix the radio aerial on the roof. That might have given him the idea.
Yes, it might. May I go up and see the roof?
If you like. Wait till I throw a coat over my shoulders and I'll go up with you. Might just as well see the place where poor Joe jumped.
Like to come up, Mr. Dale?
All right.
This way, gentlemen. Up these steps to the second floor, then we go up through the attic to the roof.
Lead on.
There's a light at the top of these steps. I'll turn it on. You gentlemen might have a little trouble in the attic. There's no light there, and I'm afraid there are a lot of trunks lying around.
There are in practically every attic.
Go right ahead, gentlemen. I'll turn on this light.
After you, Dale.
Certainly. Very well. You know, there's something about this procession reminds me of the 3 little Indians.
Isn't that 10 little Indians?
Not after 7 of them were killed.
You're perfectly right, of course.
Careful now. It's pretty dark up here.
Indeed it is.
Just walk straight ahead, Mr. Dale. There are a few steps leading up to the roof.
You know, there are times when I...
Oh!
Sorry, I must have kicked one of your trunks.
It can stand it. Find the steps all right, Mr. Dale?
Yes, right here. Good thing you brought your coat, Mrs. Sommer.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Well, so this is the roof from which your husband jumped, fell, or was pushed to his death.
Pushed?
My husband killed himself, Vance. There, see, there's the aerial I told you about. Look over here on the other side of it. You see where there's new wire around the insulator?
Yes, I do. Apparently, your theory was right, Mrs. Sommer.
I imagine so. Well, what else do we do now that we're up here?
Not a thing. We've done everything I wanted to do. But what's more important, I've found out everything I wanted to know. I'm just about to go to bed, Markham, but I thought I'd call you and report what happened today at the Somers' house.
You know, I'm very anxious to hear. What'd you find out?
Well, first of all, I met Joe Somers' partner, Alfred Dale.
You did?
We went up to the roof.
Vance, what's happened? That was a shot. Vance, are you there? What happened?
It's all right,
Vance,
my friend.
Good.
I'm lying here on the floor, out of reach of any second bullet. Besides, there's no light in the room now. Somebody fired at me from the fire escape and got the lamp instead.
But, man, how can you be that calm? Somebody just tried to kill you.
Yes, I know.
And that means you were right. That Somers' death wasn't suicide, but murder. And the murderer was just close to you.
That isn't the only thing the shot meant, Markham. It also meant that I am very close to the murderer.
You're a smart dame, you are. Your husband knocks himself off, and what do? You come running to me.
Tony.
What is this, a playground?
Tony.
Tony. What do you expect from me?
Oh, Tony.
You think I'm going to knock myself out crying? Now get smart. You're cute and I like you, but keep away from me for a while.
But I don't understand why.
You don't understand why. I'll tell you why. You inherit a lot of dough. That special clause about suicide in your husband's insurance takes care of you. Me, I'm a mug. All right, so you go for me. So the cops find out. So what'd they say?
What can they say?
What can they say? They can say, I knocked off your old man so I could get you in that dough.
But Tony...
But Tony me for now.
So, yes. Well, Finally got you two together.
All right, now, Lila, take it easy.
So this is the dame that took my place. I was hoping I'd find her here. I'm going to turn her inside out. I'm going to...
Oh. Out. Now, you heard me. I said out.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't get rid of easy. Nobody's moving in till I get ready to move out, and I'm not ready yet.
No, get out of here, Lila.
Why? Because you slapped me?
Come on.
You slapped me before and I stayed. What?
Yeah.
Stop pushing me.
When I say out, I mean out.
Tony, you'll be awfully sorry about this.
Sure.
I'll make you
Out.
Tony, let me in. Let me in.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I guess Lila's got a temper.
You guess she has. You're a pretty good guesser. I'd hate to think what that girl would have done to me if you hadn't stopped her.
Right now I'm thinking about what she's going to do to me because I did.
Now, look, Markham, you listen to me. I know what I'm talking about.
I don't doubt that, Miss...
Just call me Lila. I'm going to hand you the murder of Joe Somer. Hand him to you right on a silver platter.
That's all very well, Lila, except that indications are that Somer committed suicide. He left a note.
I don't care what he left. I know a guy who wanted him dead. Just fool around with that.
Wishing someone were dead rarely is fatal to a victim.
Huh? Well, Tony didn't only wish. He gets what he wants. And he wanted Mrs. Somer. Joe Somer was in the way. Tony got rid of him. I don't know how, I just know he did.
All right, Lila. Let's concede for a moment that you know he did. How do you prove it?
That isn't my job. You're the district attorney, aren't you?
I was when I looked last.
Oh, very funny.
Just a moment. I want to call Philo Vance.
Well, you'd be better off calling a cop and having him pick up Tony.
Up until now, Lila, I've been a pretty good judge of my own welfare, thank you.
Hello, Vance speaking.
Markham Vance, listen, there seems to be more and more confirmation of your murder theory about Joe Somer.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Markham. Actually, and originally, it wasn't a theory, merely an idea, despite that suicide note.
Which has never been explained.
But which will be.
Good.
Now, what's the extra confirmation you called me about?
Well, there's a girl in my office.
Markham.
A girl named Lila, who is the ex-girlfriend of a racketeer named Tony Lester. She's been superseded by... guess who?
Mrs. Somer.
Oh, now, Vance.
Well, it had to be Mrs. Somer, or it wouldn't have had any connection with this case. In which event you wouldn't have called me. Reasonable?
Reasonable, understandable, and accurate. That's what it is, Vance. Now, this girl claims Tony is the kind of character who wouldn't let a mere murder stand in the way if he wanted something.
How right that is.
Please, Lila.
What?
Nothing, Vance. I wasn't talking to you.
Oh.
Well, I thought I'd let you know about this development.
Well, thank you. Now I'll let you know something.
Yes?
Despite the suicide note, which I'll explain some other time, I'll repeat that it definitely was murder. And I'll tell you something a little more important.
And that is?
That I also know who pushed Joe Somer off the roof.
This is District Attorney Markham. The rooftop murder case began with the apparent suicide of Joe Somer. Vance, believing Somer was murdered, has found substantiation of his theory, despite the presence of a bona fide suicide note. Inasmuch as Vance insists it is a murder, I know we have three suspects. Tony Lester, a racketeer, Alfred Dale, Somer's partner, and Somer's widow. To continue our investigations, I have met Vance in the office shared by Somer and Dale. Well, Vance, I found the partnership papers right here in the desk drawer. Vance, you're not listening to me.
Oh, yes, I am, my friend. I was just trying out all the office pens.
Are you through now?
Now, there. You'll now have my undivided attention.
Good.
What does the partnership contract say?
That in the event of death of one partner, the other partner takes over completely.
Mm-hmm.
Now, tell me, is Alfred Dale the murderer? I've just found his motive.
Yes, you most certainly have.
Issue promptly evaded. Very well, tell me this. What are you trying all those office pens for?
I tried all of the pens at Somer's house. With the cooperation of the homicide department, I borrowed the suicide note Somer left. And I can tell you definitely none of the pens wrote that note. In fact, I don't believe any of the pens in this office were used either.
But the note was definitely written by Somer.
So you keep telling me, and I agree that it was.
What's the answer? You think Somer wrote a suicide note? The murderer knew he wrote it with the intention of killing himself, but acted regardless?
Hardly.
What?
Oh, what's going on?
Oh, hello, Mr. Dale. This is District Attorney Markham.
How are you?
We've been using your office.
So I see. We have a search warrant, Mr. Dale. It's entirely legal.
A little embarrassing, you'll have to admit that, legal or not.
Mr. Dale, if I were you, I wouldn't worry about any embarrassment that might be caused you in this office.
What do you mean?
Yesterday, when you and I and Mrs. Somer were on the way to the roof, the attic was very dark.
It was that.
You were in the lead, but you avoided a trunk that I promptly bumped into.
What? Yes, that's true, now that I recall it.
Mrs. Somers said you'd never been in that house before. Yet you avoided the trunk.
Oh, I have very good eyesight.
Or a good memory.
What do you mean?
I just don't want you to resent our being here, that's all. We do have good reason, don't you think?
I don't think I have anything to say.
That, Mr. Dale, is probably the smartest thing you've said since you came into this room.
What does that mean? That I'm due to be arrested any moment on suspicion of murder?
I wouldn't say that. Not any moment, Mr. Dale. I want to be very sure of my proof before Mr. Markham makes any arrest in this case.
Oh, but Tony, I'm sorry. You'll never know how sorry I am. I went to the district attorney.
She's sorry. She rats on me. Now she's sorry. Look, I'm getting tired of kicking you out of my apartment. Now beat it, Lila.
Oh, let me stay, Tony. I won't be any trouble. Just let me hang around.
Out.
Ah, you're expecting that summer dame. She's going to be here.
Shut up, you. Don't you talk about her. Don't even say her name.
Oh, I'm not good enough to say her name, huh? I'll say it. I'll scream it so everybody can hear.
Shut up, I said. All right, get out. Get out fast before I change my mind and start tossing you out. Well, are you going?
Tony, darling.
Tony, darling, you make me sick. How did I ever go for a dame like you anyhow? Sometimes I think I'm...
Oh.
Okay, Lester, open it up in there.
Who is it?
Sergeant Heath, homicide. Open up.
Oh, you really did it to me, didn't you, Lila? I gotta get out of here. I can't stand a pinch right now.
Tony, I left the door unlocked when I came in.
Oh, you dope, you.
Okay, Lester, hold it. You're not going anywhere.
According to you. According to me, I'm leaving right this minute.
Hold it, I
say. Okay. Thanks for the warning shot. I can take a hint, Heath. You want me to go with you? I go.
Oh, Tony, don't.
Come to think of it, even you'll be better company than this.
Well, what is it you wanted now, Mr. Vance?
All the clippings you have on a man named Joe Somer. I don't imagine there'll be too many.
Well, if his name was ever in our paper, we'd have the clips in an envelope. You don't want the stuff on a suicide, do you?
No.
It's a good thing those clippings haven't been filed yet. T to T U T U to S S S E S E S E S U. Oh, here we are. Silly, Savansky, Silly, small. Oh, here we are. Somer, Joe. Here's his envelope, Mr. Vance. He feels kind of thin.
Well, I expected that. Now to see what's in it. Mm-hmm. 2 clippings, one dated 5 years ago. A little item about the marriage of Joe Somer and Dorothy Blaine. The other...
Interesting, huh?
Very. This first clipping is even more revealing, however, in the light of the second one. Listen to this first one. Introduced only 3 months ago at a beach club, Dorothy Blaine and Joe Somer culminated a whirlwind romance in marriage at the home of so-and-so last night. Couple left for a honeymoon in Bermuda.
Well, that's not too unusual.
In view of this, it is. Listen, here's the second clipping. Joe Somer, local businessman and partner in the firm of Somer and Dale, was taken to Mercy Hospital this morning, suffering from a nervous collapse.
Yeah?
According to Alfred Dale, only his fortunate earlier arrival at the office prevented his partner's suicide.
That means something, huh?
It does to me. But it's going to mean a whole lot more to Alfred Dale.
Tony!
Oh, it's you.
Tony, I waited out here in the street to find out what would happen to you.
So what?
I heard you were arrested.
You heard I was arrested. Sure, I was arrested, but I'm out.
Did they think you killed my husband?
How do I know what they think? All I know is I'm getting out of town.
I'm going with you.
Now, don't be a dope. I need you like I need a hole in the head.
You're taking me. I'm going home to pack right now. I'll meet you at the airport in an hour.
Now, listen.
You better take me, Tony. It'll be so much better for you if you do.
Look, I'm a busy man, Vance. I can't be running around town just because you call me and want me to be somewhere.
You won't be bothered very much longer, Mr. Dale.
That's good.
I wonder why Mrs. Somer doesn't answer her bell. You'd better try it again.
Did it ever occur to you that perhaps she isn't home?
Did it ever occur to you that this house might be watched? And if she were at home, that man across the street, who happens to be Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Department, would have told me. But still,
Mr. Vance.
Yes, and Mr. Dale, your husband's partner. You two remember each other, of course.
Naturally.
We're coming in, Mrs. Sommer.
Yes, of course.
I really don't know what I'm doing here, Mrs. Sommer.
I don't either. What is it you want, Vance?
We want to go into the living room, for one thing.
We'll talk out here if you don't mind.
Oh, but I do.
Well,
Well, what's that I see in the living room? A trunk. Going somewhere, Mrs. Sommer?
come in, gentlemen. Yes, I was going somewhere. I was leaving town. Any objections, Vance?
Definitely. Mrs. Sommer, do you own a gun?
Of course not. What kind of a question is that?
Figure it out. You see, the person who killed your husband fired a shot at me the other night.
You're convinced that someone killed my husband?
Yes.
That he didn't commit suicide?
That's right. Dale, do you own a gun?
Why,
Oh, come now. It'll probably be on record if you do.
All right, Vance. I own a gun. And I carry it.
I'll take it if you don't mind.
You are?
Thank you. Pardon my back a moment, Mrs. Sommer.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Vance, what are you trying to do?
Stop right there, Dale. I want you to remember something for me. Just 1 second while I lay your gun down on the table. Now.
Now what?
Mr. Dale, do you recall that about 6 or 7 years ago your partner tried to commit suicide?
Yes, I do.
You left a suicide note at that time. What happened to it?
Why, I don't know.
I do. It's the same suicide note the police found in this house just after Mr. Sommer was pushed off the roof. It had to be. There wasn't a pen in this house or in your office that matched the pen or ink used in that letter. The police found the first suicide note, planted here to indicate Sommer really did it the second time.
What are you trying to prove? And if it's the fact that I murdered my husband, let me inform you that I never even knew him when he tried to kill himself the first time.
That's correct. You didn't.
Oh, I see what you're driving at.
That's good.
I took the note 6 years ago, kept it, killed Sommer the other day, and left the note here, and you thought I was in this house before when you discovered I didn't trip over the trunk in the darkened attic.
Is that what I'm driving at?
Well, it must be. But I won't stand for it, Vance. I won't be framed for murder.
Stop right where you are, Dale. Do yourself a favor. Don't make me force you to stay. Mrs. Sommer,
Yes?
you killed your husband, of course.
So you say.
So I say, and so I can prove. And you know I'm not bluffing, don't you? You knew you gave yourself away up on the roof the other day. That's the reason you tried to kill me in my apartment.
Yes. I know you're not bluffing. I realize what I did. And I realize that I've got to kill you now. You realize that, too, don't you?
Vance, she's picked up my gun.
She won't use it.
Oh, no?
Now, Mrs. Sommer...
I won't use it, huh, Vance? That's what you think.
Vance, my gun is loaded.
He knows. And he must know that I'm going to shoot both of you now.
The gun won't fire, Mrs. Sommer. I took out the bullets when I turned my back on you a moment ago. Now I'll take that gun away. Thank you. That will be all, Mrs. Sommer. All, that is, except my explaining to Mr. Markham how I knew it was you.
Well, Vance, I guess there isn't anything more to tell in this case except the most important thing of all. How did you know it was Mrs. Sommer?
First of all, we know from her confession that she found her husband's old suicide note.
Vance, please, how did you know she was the murderer?
Well, Markham, she claimed she was not at home when her husband allegedly jumped to his death.
Yes?
She said he went up to the roof to fix a radio aerial. And that's what gave him the idea to come down, write the suicide note, then go back and jump.
That was her story.
She said she hadn't been on the roof after her husband was killed until she went up with Dale and me.
Yet she knew the aerial was broken.
Well, she could have known that without going up there, Markham. A wire dangling, bad reception if a radio set were in good order, a number of ways. There was one thing she couldn't know, though.
What was that?
How it had been fixed. She walked right over to the spot where a new wire had been wound around the insulator.
Yes?
Now, the only way she could have known that was if she had been there when her husband was fixing it. Or, of course, immediately after, which wasn't likely.
It couldn't have been immediately after, Vance. She had to leave the house after pushing him off the roof. She probably left by a back exit, went shopping, and returned in time to hear the bad news.
Undoubtedly. When she walked to the aerial, she knew she'd made a mistake. But she wasn't sure that I knew what she had done.
Oh?
She tried to kill me so as to be on the safe side. But then, when I let her alone for a while, she thought perhaps I hadn't noticed her error, and she didn't try to kill me again.
Yes.
I let her alone, as you must realize, because I wanted to be absolutely sure about her.
I know that. Her motive was money. Money and her love for Tony Lester. Vance, one thing has always puzzled me about this case. You never knew Joe Somer. All you saw was his covered body the day we went up to his house. Yet, you didn't believe it was suicide even then. Why?
Something you said, Markham.
Something I said.
Something you and the police officer said, rather. You told me how considerate a man Joe Somer was as we were driving over to see him.
Yes, that's right.
The policeman said that Somer narrowly escaped hitting some people who were walking in front of his house when he jumped.
Oh, I see what you mean. A considerate man would have made sure he wasn't going to injure anyone else, even though he had decided to do away with himself.
That's right. Of course, I wasn't sure, but subsequent events convinced me I was right.
All I can say is that fortunately for us, we had you to get to the bottom of this murder.
Thank you, but that's completely unimportant. The only thing that matters is that when we reached the bottom of the murder, we reached the end of the rooftop murder case.
Edgar, open up. Please, open this door.
There's something very wrong in that bedroom, Dick. Something is terrible wrong. I hear Mr. Downey crying out, and I come and get you two right away. Oh, you did right, Matilda. Daddy! Oh, please open this door. Dick, can't we break it down? He's in there. Listen to him.
I can't break down this door. It's solid oak. When I had this house built, I insisted on it. I'm sorry about that now. Why don't the police get here? You did call them, Matilda.
Oh, yes, Mr. Staley. I call as soon as I tell you what I hear in this room.
Good.
I can't stand listening to this. We've got to do something.
I
Wait,
know.
I look through the keyhole. Oh, yes, Matilda, do that, please.
Well, what do you see? What do you see, Matilda?
I see Mr. Downey. He stands there in the middle of the room. I see his face. His neck.
What about it?
His neck, Mr. Staley.
Yes?
It is being choked by a gray glove. A gray glove is at his throat. Just one glove. It's choking him.
What, a gray glove?
Yeah.
Well, who's wearing it?
I do not know. I cannot see any arm, any body, just a glove.
Hey, let me look. Get away, Matilda.
Yes, certainly. Well, Dick, what is going on in that room?
Whatever it is, Ruth, it's all over now. Your father's lying on his back in the middle of the room. And there's a gray glove lying right next to him.
A few more with the axe ought to do it, Riley.
Okay, T.A. These oak doors are sure tough. Stand back, Markham.
Right. I'm glad I called you to come down here with me, Vance. From what I was told on the telephone, what happened in this room is pure fantasy.
I'm glad you called me too, Markham. And I'm glad I got here in time to break in the room with you and our police friend here. Where are the owners of this house?
I've asked them to wait in their room.
That does it, Mr. Markham. I can reach in and turn the key from here.
Okay, fine. Vance, look there.
Just as Mr. Staley described it to you.
Yes.
A dead man and a gray glove lying next to him. Look at his throat.
It's been clawed. Somebody choked him to death. But there's nobody in this room, and that door was locked.
Take a look at the windows, D.A. Bard?
Yeah, okay, Riley. Take a look around the house. See what you can find. Don't bring the family in here, though.
Right. Be seeing you, D.A.
Yeah. Well, Vance?
Let me understand something. Mr. Staley looked through the keyhole and saw this gray glove on the floor choking the dead man?
That's what he told me. The maid, Matilda, saw it too, and all three of them heard this man here repeating, "It's choking me, it's choking me."
Well, this is something. A man is choked to death by a gray glove. A glove that was obviously on the hand of somebody who couldn't possibly be in the room.
Didn't give you a tumble, Joe. You must be losing your stuff. Kind of nice she was.
Who needs her?
Hey, the fellow's inside the store. You want to go in and chew the fat?
Who needs it? Besides, Sammy, I got a date.
Who with?
My girl.
Oh, Marge.
Who else?
Good thing she didn't come along when you were whistling at that dame.
So if she came along, so what? So she'd see me. What is that, a crime?
Well, not to me, it ain't.
Hey, tough break about her grandfather. The guy who got choked to death in this room?
Yeah.
Yeah, tough break.
He didn't like you.
Who needed him? Marge likes me, that's all that counts. Hey, scram, Sammy, here she comes.
Okay. I just want to stick around, say hello.
Okay.
Hello, Joey.
Hi.
Hello, Sammy. Nice to see you.
Thanks, same to you. Joey and I were just talking about your grandfather.
Joey, let's
Shut up.
I didn't say nothing. I just said you and I was just talking about Marge's grandfather. That's all I said.
Joey, could we
Of
go
course,
somewhere?
everybody knows you didn't like Joey here and was raising the roof because you used to meet him on street corners. But I wouldn't say there was any reason to kill a guy, would you, Marge?
Joey, please, let's go take a walk or something.
Who needs it? Wait a minute. I want this guy to keep talking.
Let's go,
Go
Joey.
on, Sammy. You were saying?
Nothing much. Just that I don't think you'd kill a guy for not liking you to go out with Marge here. Of course, he wouldn't be the first guy you knocked off, but...
I need him.
Let's get away from here fast, Joey, before a crowd comes. Please, Joey.
Some guys talk too much. Some dames, too. You should remember that, Marge.
Please, Joey. People are starting to come around. Let's get away from here.
Okay, Sammy will be all right when he wakes up. Hurry up, will you?
All right.
How do you like that punk trying to say that maybe I killed your grandpop? The guy who'd say a thing like that is stupid. He don't know nothing.
Either that, Joey, or he does know something.
I've never known you to question anybody in a kitchen before.
There's a
Vance.
first time for everything, Markham. Matilda,
Yes.
you don't have to stop washing those dishes to answer some questions.
No, I don't stop.
Good. How long have you worked for Mr. and Mrs. Staley?
30 years. I come with them when they first get married. I stay with them ever since.
They're very fond of you. I was talking to them right after the body of Mrs. Staley's father was found in his room, and they told me how highly they regarded
Oh,
you.
they are good people.
Were they happy, Matilda?
Oh, yes. So happy.
Well, Vance, I guess that tells us nothing.
What did you want it to tell us, Markham?
I was hoping your questions might shed some light on the ridiculous situation in this house. How a man could be choked to death with a gray glove, which we found on the floor.
Oh, that?
Yes, definitely that. Mr. and Mrs. Staley heard her father cry out that the gray glove was choking him. Yet after looking through the keyhole, they could see neither body nor arm attached to the glove at his throat.
There was a slight inaccuracy in your description of what happened, my friend, but it doesn't matter. You see, I know how that was done.
What?
Yes, you...
Oh, I'm so clumsy. I'm so sorry to drop the dishes. I picked them up.
Nervous, Matilda?
No, I don't think so.
It seemed to me that you were. You knocked over those dishes when Vance said he knew how Edgar Downey was murdered.
Well, I'm sorry.
I know. But about what?
I think, now let me see, I think it's a little tight across the shoulders, Mr. Brooks.
Fix it.
Certainly. Would you care for a little extra drape in this suit?
Who needs it?
But,
Just
Mr. Brooks...
make sure there's enough padding in the shoulders.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Brooks. I'll especially see to that. You want the trousers pegged, of course?
What else? And see that they come up high enough, you hear?
Oh, yes, Mr. Brooks.
Okay, that does it. Now, when do you want me to come?
Joey, you in there?
Who is that?
It's my girl. What's she doing here? In here, Marge. Come on in.
Joey, I've got to talk to you.
So talk.
alone.
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Brooks. The fitting was about over, you know. I'll see you Thursday. Thank you.
Joey.
Well, Marge,
Joey, what do you think's happened?
how do I know?
Philo Vance is working on the murder of my grandfather.
So, he's got a job.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send him a wire of congratulations.
Joey, don't fool. This is too serious.
Yeah?
It isn't only that he's working on the murder, but he's found out something.
Lucky him.
He was talking to Matilda, our cook, this morning.
Oh.
The district attorney was there.
So?
The district attorney said he wished he knew how the murder was committed, and Vance said that he knew.
Oh. He did he?
Joey, you've got to do something. This is for me. You know about Mother and Dad.
What am I supposed to know about him?
Well, you know how terribly they quarreled when Grandfather came to live with us. I told you that.
So what am I supposed to do? Stick my neck out and get into trouble? Who needs it?
Well, if Vance knows how Grandfather was killed, it's going to affect somebody I love. My mother or father or you.
Oh, I get the gimmick now. You're scared.
You'll think of something to do, won't you? Please.
Sure, I think of something.
Only don't get into trouble, Joey. I wouldn't want that.
I'll try not to. Okay, honey, relax. I won't be the one that gets into trouble. It'll be Philo Vance.
Must we quarrel now, Ruth? Must we?
I don't know. I'm so sick of arguing with you, Richard.
So am I.
Oh, I'm so tired of everything since what happened to my father. Right in front of my eyes.
It happened in front of my eyes, too. Don't forget that. Ruth.
What is it?
We were so happy before he came to live with us. I'm sorry about what happened to him. You know I am. But can't we go back to our lives of a year ago?
I don't know. I just don't know. Who is it?
It's me, Mrs. Staley. Matilda.
Come in. What is it, Matilda?
Oh, if you're busy, I come back later.
Come in now. And what do you want?
Please, I would like perhaps to take off this afternoon, Mrs. Staley.
All right, Matilda. If you like, why, it's
You're
all
taking
right.
another afternoon off?
Yes.
You're away more often than you're here. Where are you going this time?
I know where she's going, Richard.
Oh, you do? What's happening in this house? Why all the secrecy? Don't you think I'm entitled to know things, too?
I tell you, Mr. Staley.
No. Now, look, Richard. We're still finding things to quarrel about. We shouldn't.
No?
We have no real reason. Why don't we stop?
Why don't I have a right to know where Matilda's going?
Well, what difference does it make where she's going? It's personal. Very personal.
Apparently. All right, Matilda. Take the afternoon off. Take the night off, too. Don't come back here at all.
Richard.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Staley. I must come back here. You see, I have no other place to go.
Midnight edition of the morning paper's just out. Paper, mister?
No, thanks, Jimmy.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Vance. Hey, what's cooking?
Nothing much. Just out for a little exercise before going to sleep.
Oh, well, okay. If there's anything I can do for you, you let me know, will you?
All right, Jimmy. I'll remember that.
Hey, buddy.
You mean me?
Sure, you got a match?
I think so. I think I have one here.
Freeze, fella. Don't make a move.
Oh. Stick up?
Don't you wish it was?
Frankly, no.
No, this ain't no stick-up. Stick-up would be over nice and quick. I'm going to be with you a long time. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless you leave the murder of that old Downey guy up to the police. If you do, you'll never see me no more.
That, I assure you, is a great inducement.
That probably means something, but not to me. Look, Vance, get smart. You're stepping on somebody's toes. That somebody don't like it. Sent me around to work on you if you wouldn't scare off. And I'm going to do just that.
You're going to work on me, are you?
Yeah.
Well, I assure you, it's a very interesting project. You'll have some fun.
You're telling me.
I'm not only telling you, I'm showing you. See it, I'd be mindful of.
Hold on, Mr. Vance. I'm going to have to help you.
Thanks, Jimmy, but I don't think I need you. You're going to need a doctor, will I?
Here I am, Mr. Vance. Oh, wow, look at him. He's out cold.
Yes, Jimmy. I was out for some exercise before going to sleep. Looks like I got the exercise all right, but he got the sleep.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Gray Glove murder case opened when the body of Edgar Downey was found in his locked bedroom. His daughter and her husband and their cook heard him cry out that something was choking him, and through the keyhole saw a gray glove at his throat, but with no body attached to it. This, Philo Vance insists, he can explain, but he doesn't know who on our suspect list is the killer. Vance is in my office now, and I have several things to tell him.
This isn't the right time to tell you how the gray glove strangled Mr. Downey, Markham, but believe me, I will, and very soon.
I'll wait, inasmuch as there isn't anything else I can do. I'm also waiting for the autopsy, as a matter of fact, but I have something to tell you.
Going to make me wait, too?
No, I know you must have a reason for not talking now, but listen. Did you know that Mr. and Mrs. Staley were having serious quarrels about her father coming to live with them?
No, I didn't.
Well, it's true. Now, you take a situation of this sort. Two people who get along beautifully for years suddenly have their happiness threatened by a third person. Don't you think the husband might have killed his wife's father?
No.
Now, Vance.
You can build that as much as you like, Markham, but it isn't a motive for murder, in my opinion. Now, the wife might have killed her father.
What?
Certainly. If the old man were wealthy and had left her his money...
I see what you mean, but would a woman kill her own father? And how was it done?
I merely offered a suggestion in opposition to yours about Mr. Staley being the killer, that's all. Wasn't my theory.
But you do have one.
Yes. You see, a rather tough character tried to intimidate me last night as I was taking a walk.
Oh?
I don't think either Mr. or Mrs. Staley would have hired him.
And who did?
I don't know. But I have a hunch whoever it was will show up. And very soon. He knows I don't scare easily now. And apparently he's worried.
So am I, after what you told me.
Don't be. My activities for the next hour or so are very tame. I'm going to take a ride with a lady.
Mrs. Staley?
No.
Her daughter Marge, whom I know you haven't met as yet?
No. I'm going for a ride with the one woman in this case who can tell me something important, if I can make her talk. The cook, Matilda. Enjoying the ride, Matilda?
I like automobiles.
I'm glad. You know, I like mysteries, but I don't like murders.
Nobody likes murders.
I suppose that's true enough. Matilda, don't you want to know how I came to pick you up in this car as I did?
No. I came down from the building. You were there. You say to get in. I get in.
I had followed you to that building. It was a hospital, wasn't it?
If you say so.
Who's ill in there, Matilda?
You don't know?
No.
I don't tell you.
Matilda, don't you see what you're doing? You're
obstructing... Hey, look out! Oh, the car! It almost pushes off the road there.
Yes, so it did.
Oh,
somebody wanted to talk to me and did it the hard way.
Oh.
Here he comes.
My. How
Hi.
you do that?
You're Philo Vance, aren't you?
Yes. What's the big idea of cutting in front of me just now?
My own idea. I get things like that all the time. The name is Brooks, Vance. Joe Brooks.
I have a little information for you, my friend.
Who needs it? Look, Vance, a friend of mine stopped you on the street last night. Only you stopped him. He was more of a friend of yours last night because he was giving you a little tip.
I thanked him. In my own way, of course.
Sure you did. Anyhow, he came to warn you to lay off this murder case. You said you wouldn't do it. Now, I think you will.
How wrong can a man be?
You mean me?
Yes.
Cut the sarcasm. Who needs it? Vance, I'm not threatening you now. I'm not that stupid. Threats don't mean nothing to a guy like you.
That's pretty apparent, isn't it? What's your proposition?
I'm not threatening you. I'm promising you something. Duck out of this case, or I promise you I'll take care of you personally. And, Vance...
Yes?
My word's awfully good.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Hello.
What are you doing for dinner tonight?
Nothing special, Vance.
Well, you are cordially invited to eat at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Richard Staley. Dinner is at 7. I'll expect you.
Well, I'll be there, of course, but what's the big idea?
The big idea is to get this case over with in a hurry. And tonight at dinner is when that's going to be accomplished.
Oh. Who else is invited?
Mr. and Mrs. Staley, their daughter Marjorie, a boyfriend of hers named Joe Brooks, who introduced himself to me in his car this afternoon, and, that's all, I guess.
One of them is our murderer.
Someone who'll be there tonight is, I assure you of that.
And that's when you'll tell me how somebody could have gotten in and out of a locked room and choked a man to death with a gray glove?
I promise.
I'll be there.
May I please have your attention? As you know, this dinner was my idea. Oh, Matilda,
Yes?
please stay here. You can serve the dessert later, if you will.
Oh, very well.
Mr. and Mrs. Staley, I wish to thank you for allowing me the use of your home, your cook, and your food for this dinner. I hope you don't mind Police Officer Riley being here.
That's quite all right.
We're only too glad to be here.
Thank you. Riley,
Yes, Mr. Vance?
I hope you don't mind waiting.
I'm used to it.
Good. Now, Miss Staley,
Well,
you're probably wondering how I knew about you and Joe Brooks, who's sitting next to you. It's very simple. I have a newsboy friend named Jimmy. He saw a friend of Mr. Brooks pick a quarrel with me on the street and identified him for me.
You checked on Sammy, found he was my friend, asked questions, and found I went with Marge. Some brain. Who needs it?
I do, Mr. Brooks, very much. Now, for the first time, I want to tell all but one of you how Mr. Edgar Downey died.
You mean that?
One of you, the murderer, already knows. The others will be very interested, I'm sure. Edgar Downey wasn't strangled.
What?
He was poisoned.
Oh, but that can't be. I heard him say, it's choking me. It's choking me. And Dick looked through the keyhole and saw the glove at his throat. So did Matilda.
Really? It was my understanding that Matilda looked through the keyhole and announced that she saw the glove at your father's throat. When your husband got to the keyhole, Mr. Downey was already falling.
Well, I imagine that's right.
Let me continue. There are several poisons that constrict the throat. Mr. Downey was poisoned. When the poison began to take effect in his bedroom, he instinctively grabbed his throat.
When he said it's choking me, he didn't mean the glove, he meant the poison.
Of course. No glove was choking him. When you get a report of the autopsy, Markham, you'll find I'm right, that he was poisoned.
I don't want to inject no sour note in this, Vance, but what's with that gray glove?
Joey, how did you know that glove was gray?
Oh, me?
Yes.
I didn't. I guess most gloves are gray, ain't they, Marge?
If you don't mind, I'd like to handle this investigation my way. Now, I want to tell you all this. The same poison that killed Mr. Downey was fed to all of you just now at dinner.
What on earth do you mean?
Please, everyone. The poison won't take effect for a half hour. And in the meantime, I'm sure I'll have a confession from the guilty person. The one who caused Mr. Downey's death.
How are you going to get that confession, Vance?
No one is to leave this room, Markham. The guilty person knows what poison was used, and I'm sure also knows the antidote for that poison. I'm quite certain there'll be an effort made to get that antidote.
But suppose there isn't. What are we supposed to do? All sit around and die?
No, Mrs. Staley. I've made provisions for that, believe me.
Wait a minute, Vance. I can't let you do this. After all, I'm district attorney. I represent the law, and what you've done is very illegal, even though it might solve a murder case.
That's right.
Let me ask you something right here. Do you or don't you know who was responsible for Mr. Downey's death?
Certainly I know. Now. Matilda, where are you going?
I just out to the kitchen for a minute. I come back in.
You're not going anywhere, Matilda. Riley, there's our murderer. Take her.
No, right, Matilda is the murderer?
I've got to get in there.
Take her out, Riley.
She's coming, whether she likes it or not. Come on, you.
Vance, I don't understand all this, and I'll hire the best lawyers to defend Matilda.
You won't want to after I tell you how sure I am of her guilt. In fact, I'm quite certain she'll confess when she gets to headquarters.
What about the poison that was fed to all of us, Vance?
There wasn't any poison, Markham.
What do you mean?
Hey, what's with all this mixed-up business? Who needs it? You say we weren't served poison? Then why did Matilda make a break for the kitchen?
Vance, what is this? I'm just as confused as everybody else is here.
I don't blame you, and I'm sorry. First of all, let me tell you this. Matilda is the one who poisoned Mr. Downey.
Oh, no,
I thought I could make her try to leave the room on a pretext to get the antidote for the poison she thought was fed her, and I did.
You know so much, Vance. Tell me where she was spending all the time she took off from her work.
Mrs. Staley, would you answer your husband, please?
Matilda had a son who was very ill, Richard. That's why she was taking all that time off. She was going to a hospital to visit him.
Oh.
How did you know, Vance?
I picked her up at the hospital yesterday, Mrs. Staley.
Oh.
Later, I went back to see her son's doctor. He told me the boy needed very expensive treatments. Then I asked him about a poison that might constrict a victim's throat.
And what happened?
He told me what types would. And he also told me something very important. He said that a quantity of that poison had been found missing from the hospital immediately after one of Matilda's visits. That was all I needed to know. I prepared this little dinner party, hoping that Matilda would confess. And she will, I'm sure of it.
But my father never did anything to Matilda. Why should she want to kill him? What reason would she have?
I think I know the reason, Mrs. Staley.
What?
But I'll have to wait just a little while to make sure.
Vance, now will you please explain what actually happened in Mr. Downey's bedroom when that gray glove was seen clawing at his throat?
Certainly, Markham. The glove was never at his throat. Matilda said she saw it when she looked in through the keyhole. Staley looked in just in time to see the old gentleman fall over dead.
That's right, come to think of it. But the gray glove, how did that get on the floor?
Matilda had put it there earlier. She knew about the poison, she knew Mr. Downey's habits, and she knew how long the poison would take to work. So she went to Mr. Downey's bedroom, dropped the glove on the floor, and went out, after which he locked the door in back of her.
Oh, I see what happened. The poison started taking effect. Matilda got the Staleys to the door and pretended to see the gray glove at Downey's throat. The power of suggestion was so strong that when Staley looked through the keyhole, he was willing to swear that he, too, later saw the glove at the dead man's throat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now that that's explained, let's go to the motive. What was it?
You'll read it in Matilda's confession. Mr. Downey had left her $10,000 in his will. She needed that money for her son's treatment and begged him for it. He refused her, so she killed him.
What about those attacks on you by this Joe Brooks and his friend?
Joe thought he was being a gallant in protecting his girl's family by threatening me, forgetting that he, too, had a motive for the murder. The fact that the grandfather didn't approve of him.
Who would?
You're perfectly right, Markham. In the words of Mr. Brooks himself, who needs him? Well, I guess that does it, my friend. Of course, we should have known the clawing marks on Downey's throat weren't made by a gloved hand at all.
Yes, we should have realized that at the beginning.
It might have helped. However, it doesn't matter now that we're at the end of the gray glove murder case.
Don't move, you.
No, don't shoot me.
Okay, if you do like I say.
Yes?
Get up that dough. Come on, get it up. The money in the drawer. I just saw you counting it. Get it up.
I have no money. Business has been bad.
Business has been great. We've cased this store for a week. Pull open that cash drawer.
No, I can't.
Okay, so I'll do it.
No.
I know what you're thinking. I'll be a cinch to describe the cops. Dark, medium height, wearing a mask, a checkered suit, and a gray hat.
Oh, I wouldn't go to the
Oh,
cops.
yes, you would. Now back away from this drawer.
Yes.
Good boy. No money in here, huh? Business is bad.
Well,
You're the...
No, don't. I'm an old man.
You're lucky you lived this long. Take this money. And here's a receipt for you.
Oh.
You're not unconscious. Don't fake it. I don't want you to be out completely.
You've got your money now. Now, what do you want?
I want you to be able to describe me, and I want you to see this. Look at me. Keep looking at me.
What
for?
I want you to be able to tell the cops you were held up and robbed at midnight by a guy wearing a checkered suit and a gray hat. I want you to tell them this.
Where are you? I can't see you.
Of course you can't. I've made myself invisible. Tell the cops that. See if they believe you.
Holy mackerel, you're hurt bad. Here, I'll put my coat under your head and I'll go phone for an ambulance. Here you are.
Thank you.
What happened to you? I saw somebody with a gun backing away just now, but all of a sudden he seemed to vanish. Did he shoot you?
I left my house a few minutes ago.
Take it easy.
Exactly midnight. Man in mask, checkered suit.
The man in the checkered suit.
Gray hat.
Yes.
Held me up. I resisted. He shot me.
The police will be interested in that. I'll call and tell them that just as soon as I call a doctor for you. Shouldn't be too hard to find a man in a checkered suit and a gray hat. Only how are they going to find a man who vanishes?
Police department.
Oh, police. Come quickly. My name is Martin.
Yeah?
I've got a store on Main Street. A little while ago, exactly midnight. Man in a mask, checkered suit, and a gray hat held me up.
What?
He hit me on the head.
Huh?
He thought I was unconscious, and then he made me come to, and after he hit me, he stood over me a minute and told me to describe him. And then he disappeared into thin air.
Wait a minute. A masked man in a checkered suit slugged and robbed you at midnight on Main Street and vanished? What's going on? We got 2 other reports in the last 2 minutes that a guy answering that description committed 2 other crimes in 2 different parts of town, all at midnight.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. All I know is I'm hurt. Please, send someone over here right away. This is serious.
Sure, I know, Mr. Morton. It's serious, but it sure sounds awful funny to me.
Well, Vance, what do you make of it? 3 crimes, all taking place at midnight in different parts of the city, and all by a man answering the same description.
I don't know what to make of it, Markham, except to dismiss it by saying it's impossible, which you answer immediately by saying, I know it's impossible, but it happened.
I've left out the most startling bit of information of all, Vance. If you think the 3 situations are fantastic, I want you to hear a witness to one of the crimes. Wait till you listen to his story. Come with me.
Right.
I have a policeman guarding him in this store right here, Vance. Just wait till you hear what he has to say.
All right, Markham, I'll wait. It will have to be something to be more unusual than 3 crimes by one man committed at the same time in 3 different parts of this city.
It is. In all my years as a district attorney, I never heard of anything like this. Well, come in here with me.
Hi, D.A. Hello, Mr.
Hello,
Vance.
Collins.
Hi.
I think our friend Mr. Frank here has calmed down a little, D.A.
Yes, I'm all right now, Mr. Markham, only I still say that what I told you actually happened.
Well, suppose you tell me, Mr. Frank.
I heard shots at midnight, and I started to run toward them. I saw a man on the ground. He'd been hit. I saw a masked man in a checkered suit backing away, his gun in his hand. And then while I watched him, he whirled around and became invisible.
Invisible?
See what I meant, Vance?
Completely invisible. I could see him 1 minute very plainly. A second later, he'd vanished. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it happened just that way.
Well, perhaps, Mr. Frank, he passed beyond your range of vision.
But that's impossible. I could see the drugstore on the corner, and that was 50 yards in back of him. He just vanished into thin air.
The same thing happened in the other 2 crimes, Vance. The thug just vanished.
You know, Markham, come to think of it, anybody who can be in 3 different places at the same time might be able to do a little thing like become invisible.
About time the boss got here, don't you think, Pete?
Yeah, sure.
What's with you?
Yeah, nothing. Just thought of something funny.
Yeah?
Can you imagine the look on the cops' kisses when they get a description of you? Medium height, dark hair, wearing checkered suit and gray hat. Then they get the same description of me and the same one of Eddie.
That's part of the boss's plan, Pete. Boss is awful smart.
I'll say.
Awful smart, awful cold, awful tough, and awful crooked.
Yeah.
You know, if I had my choice of any 4 things in the world, those are the 4 I'd want.
Sure, if you had 'em, what else would you want that you couldn't get awful easy? But you know something?
What?
One thing I wouldn't want is for the boss to be sore at me.
I know what you mean. Sometimes I... Oh, hello, boss.
Hey, boss, everything went smooth tonight. Georgie and Eddie and me did just like you told us. Wore the clothes, made sure the suckers got a good look at us. I had to shoot a guy, and Georgie here had to knock a guy in the noggin, but what's that? The other boys haven't reported in.
None of the rest of my boys is working tonight. You both did very well. Where's the money, the fruits of your activities? The results of my well-formulated planning?
Fruits? What fruits?
I got all the loot, Miss Walker. Got it all here ready for you on a table. Here, look.
I can see it's there. And I think you know me well enough by now not to try holding out. And now, how would you like to hear about our next job?
Personally, I'd like.
What is it, Miss Walker?
Gentlemen, where, besides the bank, is there better than $25,000 in bills of various denominations lying around, waiting for us to pick it up?
Search me.
That would hardly help us any.
Hey, that's a pretty funny joke.
Gentlemen, the situation I described is real. I know where there's about $25,000 in cash, just waiting for a smart young man in a checkered suit, but carrying a submachine gun this time, to grab it.
I'm young.
Well, I'm the smart one. Send me, Miss Walker, huh?
I'll send you both. And Eddie will be there, too, wearing his checkered suit.
Yeah.
I might even have a couple of more boys in checkered suits scattered around, in case of a tie.
Whatever you say goes, Miss Walker. But where is this 25 grand that's just waiting to be taken?
I'll let you know, Pete, when the time comes. And, when the time comes, you go.
Just listen to the suckers having a wonderful time.
Sure, Ted. Just listen to this. This is the money they paid for having that wonderful time. Must be over $20,000 here. Not bad for one night. One nightclub.
You better put that money away. It's making me nervous. Let's go into the office.
Okay. I'll stick it in the safe in a minute. Kind of like the idea of holding this kind of dough in my hand. Makes me feel important. Now, one of these days, I'm going to have a club of my own.
It's great when it shows a profit, but you can lose your shirt if things go bad.
I'll take my chances. I'm a little tired of being here night after night, checking the waiters and keeping books. Someday I'm...
Okay, you both of you freeze.
Stick up.
That's right. We won't need all these lights in here in case somebody gets nosy and looks in. Yeah. Is he good enough for what I want?
And what is that?
All the dough in front of you guys. Want to live to report that a masked man in a checkered suit did the sticking up, shove all that money in a bag, and make it quick. It ain't that I'm nervous, you understand, just as this Tommy gun is.
Do it, Ted.
I'll be darned if I will. I'm going to show this...
Silly boy. Now, you other guy going to be brave and dead or smart and alive? Work fast before somebody pokes his head in here.
I'll get you your money.
Step on it, then. Too bad the customers can't see this act. This would really be a floor show for them. Because as soon as I get that dough, me and the dough are going to disappear right before your eyes.
No, I'm sorry, Markham. I haven't found out a thing.
You read about the murder at that nightclub last night, Vance?
Yes, the checkered suit killer again. And he did his vanishing act again, I understand. He's getting a little too cute, Markham.
Cute? He's getting ridiculous. There's no known way of arresting a man who can be 3 places at once and turn invisible at will.
There's a reasonably simple explanation for all that, Markham, I'm sure. For instance, there isn't one man involved, but 3 or possibly 4, all answering the same general description and all wearing checkered suits.
That's right.
As for the...
I beg your pardon. Mr. Vance?
That's right. I'll call you back, Markham. I have a visitor.
Good enough. Bye, Vance.
Goodbye. Please come in, won't you? You make a very attractive picture framed in the doorway, but this chair will be just as flattering, I'm sure.
Thank you. Vance, do you know who I am?
The fallacy of my life is that I am so very familiar with a lot of things that aren't half as interesting.
Thank you. The fallacy of my life is that I've heard too many things that aren't half as interesting.
It would surprise me greatly if this kind of talk was the reason you came to my office.
You needn't be surprised. It isn't. Vance, my name is Walker, Elise Walker, and we have business to discuss.
Have we?
Yes.
What about?
Well, it's about this crime wave now going on. The shootings and hold-ups done by the man in the checkered suit. According to the papers, the police are baffled.
You mean because they can't figure how one man can be in so many different places at the same time?
Something like that.
That's easily explained. The crimes are being committed by more than one man. I still don't see what brought you to me, Miss Walker.
I have been rather indirect, haven't I?
Mm-hmm.
Vance, I came to you because I want $1 million.
Well, your desire is understandable, but your coming to me for it isn't. I don't have $1 million.
Oh.
And haven't you heard, Miss Walker, getting $1 million isn't quite as easy as that. You've got to do something more than just go up to a total stranger and ask for it.
Yes, I know all that. But still, I want the $1 million, and strangely enough, I think you're going to want to get it for me.
I'm a little selfish that way. I always had the idea that I was going to make my first $1 million for myself.
Oh, it isn't your money I want. It's the city's.
It isn't information I want, it's clarity.
All right. Now, before I begin, let me tell you this. If you were twice as clever as you are, you could never prove this conversation between you and me ever took place. And if you ever accuse me of saying what I'm about to say, I'm going to laugh it off.
I think you've made your point. Now, what is this about $1 million?
I want $1 million for turning over to you, or to the police, the men in the checkered suits, the men responsible for the recent robberies and shootings.
Where are you going to find them?
I know where they are.
Oh.
And I know where the $1 million are, too.
Do you?
Yes. They're in the city treasury. You can go to your friend Markham, the district attorney, and act as intermediary in the deal.
Yes, I suppose I could if I had any inclination to.
Oh, you have regard for people, Vance? You don't want to see innocent people being killed. That's right, isn't it?
That's right.
Very well, then. I can stop all that. But if you don't go to see Markham, and when you see him, sell him on the idea of giving me $1 million, then this city will see the greatest crime wave, the most horrible reign of terror in its history. Think it over, Vance. You have until tomorrow.
This is District Attorney Markham. The checkered murder case opened when 3 different people in various parts of the city reported they had been assaulted at the same time by a masked man wearing a checkered suit who became invisible. Philo Vance is certain that a gang is at work and indicated to me that he had something terribly important to say, but believed he'd wait for further developments. All he said was that an attractive woman was involved in the checkered gang, a woman whose identity I do not know and whose whereabouts are a complete mystery. She might be...
Where's Pete, Georgie? He was supposed to be back a half hour ago.
Search me, Miss Walker.
I have an idea he stopped off somewhere after he completed his mission. If he did, I wish he hadn't.
Pete's okay, Miss Walker. And you know something?
What?
He looks good in a checkered suit. Me, I've got his color and I'm his height, but on me, nothing looks good. I wish I looked good in checks like he does.
I wish you were here. He's supposed to have a report on the bank vaults over at First National. I told him to put on a blue serge suit and to rent a safety deposit box so he'd get close to the inside and draw a sketch for us.
Oh, that's our next job, huh?
Yeah.
We sure did a pretty one on a nightclub. How much we get on that, Miss Walker?
You'll get your...
Hey.
Where have you been, Pete?
Where you sent me? Over to the bank.
What kept you so long?
I got delayed.
You left there over an hour ago. Where have you been?
I had to go see my girl. She called me up. I had to go see her.
She told you to go see her, and I told you to come right back. But you listened to her.
Oh, half hour one way or another don't make no difference.
It does to me.
Now, wait a minute, boss. Ain't you getting a little silly?
What?
They said, ain't you getting a little silly? A guy's got a right to see his girl once in a while. Guys get... Miss Walker.
Boss, don't.
I go to see my girl. The boy shoots me. Honest, boss, it wasn't worth it.
Well, Georgie, any questions?
Not me, boss. I ain't got any girl.
Perhaps I should have waited until after he told me the bank plans. Oh, now you'll have to go.
That my next assignment?
Yeah. No. No, get rid of this body first. I don't care what you do with it, but get rid of it. And do it on schedule. That understood?
Sure. Why not?
By tomorrow morning at 11, I want the plans to the bank vault and a description of how you got rid of the body.
Okay.
And, tell Eddie what happened.
You mean that you knocked off Pete? Why should I do that?
Why?
Yeah.
Because he has a girlfriend, too.
The day's almost over, Vance, and your mysterious lady friend hasn't called you.
I know, Markham, but she will. She was very definite about wanting to cross her gang for $1 million.
What kind of a mind would dream up an idea like that, Vance? It's the strangest and most unreal thing I've ever heard of.
Of course, it's ridiculous, my friend, but that doesn't make the woman any the less dangerous. The idea is not normal, and probably she isn't either. But the fact of the matter is that she is a menace.
Well, what are we going to do when, as, and if she calls or appears?
I don't know. All I know is what we're not going to do. We're not going to give her any $1 million.
What kind of a woman can she be, I wonder?
She could be an attractive one, if it weren't for her eyes. They're ice cold. What was it the man said once? The eyes are the windows of the soul.
That's right.
Miss Walker, if that quotation has any basis in fact, has a frosted soul. Personally, I'd feel more at home with...
Oh, finally.
I hope it's she. Hello?
Vance?
That's right, this Miss Walker.
Yes. I told you I'd call. I'm calling.
You want to know what decision I've made as to your proposition?
That's exactly what I want to know. Have you spoken to Markham?
You can deliver the checkered killers?
Definitely.
Mr. Markham is with me now. He'd like to know that for sure. Can he meet you somewhere?
Why not? I'll drive down to the end of Neck Road and be waiting for him in about an hour.
It's rather late for an unescorted young lady to be in that deserted section.
I have nothing to worry about. The only thing people fear in this town is the checkered gang. And they work for me. Remember?
You realize, of course, that instead of sitting here in my car, I could arrest you this minute, Miss Walker, after what you've told me.
Oh, you couldn't make it stick, Markham, and you know it. Why didn't Vance come with you to meet me?
He didn't say. Getting back to you and your proposition, you know, there's never been anything quite like this done in any city.
There's never been anybody quite like me in any city.
Yes.
Let me tell you something that I didn't tell Vance.
Yes?
Suppose you do catch one of the checkered killers. There are half a dozen waiting to take his place. They're all well paid and well organized. $1 million is cheap to get rid of them.
$1 million of taxpayers' money used to make a deal with a criminal organization.
Why not? Who's going to benefit if there's no checkered gang? The public, of course. This makes sense. Very good sense.
Not to me it doesn't, boss.
Who are you?
Apparently he's one of my boys, Markham. Checkered suit, mask, dark. Who are you?
You said it right, lady. I'm one of your boys.
Mm-hmm.
One of your boys that followed you out here to find out what was going on.
What?
I found out. Miss Walker, don't do that.
What are
I
you-
better take your hand
No,
back.
give
It's
that
liable
back.
to go up. Give me.
Look, whoever you are, I'm not
Shut
going to...
up. Boys, this is the district attorney. And you were going to make a deal with him, weren't you?
Well?
I don't know what I'm going to do with you. But as for the DA, he gets this. I think he'll be more comfortable laying out here in the road, so out of the car he goes. Move over to the wheel, boss. You're driving me back to the hideout where I can tell the boys what you were up to. They're gonna have something to say about what you was trying to do. And they're gonna do more than just say it, believe me.
The next thing I knew, Eddie, she yanked out a gun and shot Pete.
Yeah?
Right where you're standing.
Holy
Shot him like she was
smoke.
putting on lipstick. That's how calm she was.
Oh, she's ice, that broad, Georgie. Ice.
Then she tells me what to do about the bank vault. Says to get rid of Pete's body, just like that.
Yeah.
Honest, that dame is tougher than any guy I know.
You ain't kidding, Georgie. You ain't kidding. No, sir. Well, did you get rid of it?
Sure. Think I want to...
Okay, in you go.
What's the matter?
Don't
What
listen
is
to
it?
him. He's
Easy,
lying.
guys, relax.
Holy...
I just brought the boss here so you could hear what's been going on.
Don't believe him. He's making the whole thing up.
Yeah, what whole thing?
The boss was trying to make a deal to turn all of us into the district attorney.
Don't be
Wait
fooled.
a minute. You with the gun. Who are you?
I'm wearing a checkered suit, ain't I?
Yeah?
I'm wearing a mask, ain't I?
Yeah.
I'm one of you guys. She hired me yesterday. I followed her out the neck road about an hour ago and heard her make a deal with the DA, so I dragged her back here.
That's not true. I never saw him before. I'll prove it to you. I'll yank off that...
Keep your hands away from...
There we are. See, boys? It's Philo Vance.
Grab his arm, Eddie. Grab the gun.
I'll get the gun. You get him. Eddie, use your blackjack.
All right. Well, Miss Walker, we done it. We knocked him cold. Good, grabbing his gun like you done. That made it easy. Only he put up quite a scrap.
So that's Philo Vance, huh? He sent a friend of mine up. This one's on me. Give me your gun, Georgie, huh?
Sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Vance, you can't hear me, but just for luck, I'm saying goodbye.
Nobody in that room move.
What?
My men have machine guns.
That's Markham. He's bluffing. He's alone. Let him have it, boys.
Hey, yeah. Okay. Hold it, everybody. Right. I said hold it. Keep me covered from here in case they're not as dead as they look. I'm going in through this window.
Okay,
right.
Just hope we didn't get here too late. That's Vance lying on the floor. If he's been hurt... Vance.
Oh. Hello, Markham.
Easy, old boy.
Finally got here, eh?
Yes.
Mr. Swell Scrap, my friend. I almost handled the two of them.
You missed a rather interesting gun battle. Both of the men are dead, as you can see, and I think the girl...
Girl is still alive, D.A. Oh, I don't think she will be much longer. Your cops shoot too straight.
Yes, they do. Well, Miss Walker, I think the best thing we can do is get you to a hospital.
Oh, don't kid me. I never last the ambulance ride. Well, I guess this is it, eh? Funny, I wanted $1 million, and this is how I get paid off. I wanted gold and got paid off in lead.
Well, Vance, I'd say that the only thing I don't understand about the checkered gang is how they turned invisible. That still sticks in my mind as impossible.
It is, Markham. The invisible gimmick was a trick. The checkered suits were only checkered in front. The back was solid black. That applies to the back of the gray hats they wore, too. They worked in darkness or semi-darkness. The whole thing was planned to have a theatrical effect on the victims.
And it practically had the same effect on me. You're quite an actor yourself, Vance. When you showed up in that checkered suit and mask out on Neck Road, I wasn't sure it was you at all.
I wanted it that way. The blank cartridge I fired at you didn't hurt any, did it?
No, but the bump when I landed on the road did. You ought to be more careful how you throw corpses out of the car.
A corpse couldn't complain. Only did it so it would be logical for Miss Walker to drive me to the hideout so you and the police could follow us.
Oh, I see.
It was the only way I knew to get her to take me to the gang.
Well, you saved the city $1 million tonight, Vance. And tonight saw the end of Miss Walker's overambitious plans.
That it did. But Markham, most important of all, tonight saw the end of the checkered murder case.
long, fellas. See you all in 3 days. I'll be back, you blooming idiots.
Okay, don't take no wooden shillings, Algy. All that Algy.
Wait a minute, Algy. Wait right here.
Hi, Johnny. Nice of you to come down to welcome me.
Don't give me that welcome talk. You know what I'm here for. Did you bring it with you?
Shh. Somebody will hear.
Nobody around to hear me. Did you bring it? That's what I want to know.
I've got it all right, Johnny. Be at my room at 9 o'clock tonight. I'll let you look at it. Only there are 2 other gentlemen who'll be bidding for it, too.
So they'll be bidden.
Yeah.
One thing I'm guaranteeing, Algy. I'm the guy that's going to get it.
Hello, Algy.
Oh, it's Mr. Burke.
That's right, Algy, Mr. Burke. Your ship docked a little while ago. I was watching you when you got off.
I was going to call you as soon as I got my room here, Mr. Burke. Honest, I was.
Perhaps you were. I hope you were, for your sake. Did you bring it with you, Algy?
Aye, but Mr. Burke, you'll have to come here tonight to see it. As you probably know, there are 3 of you gentlemen who want it.
Sure. Johnny Peters, Reginald Sands, and me.
That's right.
I know they both want it.
Mr. Burke, Johnny seems to be sure he's the one that's going to get it.
Algy, please listen and remember this.
Yeah?
If Johnny Peters gets it, you're going to get it right between the eyes.
Hello.
Algy?
Speaking.
Ah, Reginald Sands, Algy, old boy.
Oh, hello.
Well, I see you've arrived on schedule.
Oh, we docked a couple of hours ago.
Very good, old fellow. And, you brought it ashore safely?
I've got it. And it's safe enough right here with me.
Well, really, old bean, then stop hole. Better keep it with you until I have a chance to get down there, Algy. I want to see it. More than that, I want to buy it.
You'll have to get online, Mr. Sands. You're not the only one who wants the diamond, you know.
Yes, I know. That stone is very much in demand.
That's right.
But, Algy, old top, it had better be me who gets it, because if I don't, you'll have another kind of stone for your very own. A tombstone.
Well, Vance, this is the room where the body was discovered. I'll bring you up to date as quickly as I can.
Thank you, Markham. But let me tell you first what I know.
All right.
The dead man was Algy Corcoran, a steward on a transoceanic liner. He'd been suspected of smuggling, but nothing was ever proven.
Right. Now, smuggling doesn't come under my authority as district attorney, but some of Algy's playmates are pretty rough characters, I understand. He was found shot to death right here last night. His boat docked yesterday afternoon.
What kind of a gun was used?
A Webley English gun.
Oh?
This particular model was at least 12 years old, ballistic show. Nothing unusual was in the room except a tea kettle on the portable stove and 2 teacups which had held tea that had been drunk. But there were no fingerprints on one cup.
The one the murderer drank from. If the dead man had, there'd be no purpose in wiping off the fingerprints. Right, Markham.
No question about that now. Well, Vance, as usual, we give you nothing to work on, but that hasn't stopped you in the past.
There's a first time for everything, my friend. Tell me this. What ship did Algy work on?
The SS Simplon from London.
There was a jewel robbery in London about 2 weeks ago in which the famous 40-carat Elton diamond was stolen. Algy is a suspected smuggler.
I see what you mean.
For a case that seemingly has no clues, Markham, I'd say we have rather a clear picture of what happened. Now let's see what progress we can make.
Well, come, old man. It can't take all that time.
No. You ever try to cut a 40-carat diamond, Mr. Sands?
I steal them. Cutting them is your department.
I've got to be very careful. You want this stone split exactly in half so it will no longer be recognized as the Elton diamond, but can be sold for matched earrings. 2 20-carat stones will bring you almost as much as 1 40-carat one.
Yes, and it'll be a whole lot less recognizable, old fellow. All right, go ahead. I won't interrupt you.
I'm almost finished. I'll put the Elton in this vise. Put my diamond cutter right here. And just tap it once with this mallet. That ought to do it. Good. Where'd you get the diamond, Mr. Sands? It was lifted in London 2 weeks ago.
I know. Never mind where I got it. Go ahead, old fellow. Tap it again with that thing, please.
Very well. Here goes. The lights. Who turned out the lights? Mr. Sands, we're in the dark.
It seems as if I'm in a bit of a predicament. I can't see you, but look, whoever you are in this room, let's make a bargain. I'll give you half of everything.
He'll give me half.
That you, Joe?
It's me, Edna. What a day.
Busy?
And how? What's for dinner?
I won't tell you. It's a surprise. All right?
Sure, dear. I have a surprise for you, too.
Oh, let me see.
Later.
Honey, no teasing.
Honey, no begging.
Oh, please, if it's a surprise, let me see it. Please, Joe.
What's for dinner?
Roast beef. Now, what's your surprise?
These.
Oh, Joe.
Pretty, aren't they, Edna?
Yeah.
2 perfectly matched 20-carat stones. Had to kill a man to get them.
Oh, the stones are lovely. I've never seen such fire.
Had to knock out a guy, too. Killed the fellow who cut the stones, knocked out the guy who lifted them from Algy Corcoran. The steward you read about?
The one that was killed? Sure, I read about him. Oh, Joe, these stones are the most beautiful I've ever seen.
Well, you keep admiring them. I'm going and wash up. I'll be out in a minute, and the roast beef better be ready and good.
Oh, it will be, Joe. You can be sure of that.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance, my name is Edna Burke. My husband is Joe Burke. He just killed a man.
What did you say?
I said my husband killed a man, a diamond cutter, he said.
Where is he now?
He's washing up. He can't hear me with the water running. Vance, I've been saving your telephone number, waiting for something like this. You've got to catch Joe, and then I'll be rid of him once and for all.
Where are you?
Harris Apartments. Hurry up, Vance.
I'll be there with the district attorney Markham inside half an hour. Goodbye.
That wasn't very nice, Edna.
Joe.
I heard, honey. I heard everything.
Oh, no,
You told Vance to come over, and then you'll be rid of me once and for all.
No, I didn't.
You know, it seems to me that when he gets here, it'll be the other way around.
There's the apartment door, Markham.
Yes.
I only hope that Joe Burke didn't overhear his wife talking to me on the telephone.
We'll know in a minute, Vance.
That we will. If he did hear her, he'd think nothing of killing her. I'm sure of that.
Hear anything, Vance?
Not yet.
Vance, thank goodness you've come.
Where is he, Mrs. Burke?
In here. Come in, please.
This is District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Burke.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Where's your husband?
There he is, lying on the floor over there. He's dead. I shot him.
What is this, Mrs. Burke?
He heard me phoning Vance. He tried to kill me. We struggled, and his gun went off, and he dropped. I know I should be hysterical and all that, but I'm not the type. He tried to kill me. He got killed. That's all there is to it.
I wouldn't say that. There's a whole lot more to it than that. You said he told you he killed a diamond cutter.
Yeah.
Well, a diamond cutter was found dead this afternoon. We suspected he may have been used to cut up the Elton diamond, and then was killed.
I don't know anything about that.
Your husband didn't mention anything about any diamond?
Not a thing. Oh, here's my husband's gun. I took it from him after he fell.
I think you'll find it's the one used to kill the diamond cutter, Markham, but not the one that killed the British steward.
You're right, Vance. This is an American-made automatic. However, Burke might have used another gun to murder Algy Corcoran.
Perhaps. Mrs. Burke, did your husband drink tea?
Are you kidding? He never drank tea.
Well, in that case, Markham, we'll have to look for another murderer.
Good afternoon.
How do you do? What can I do for you, please?
I'd like to know if you'd be interested in buying a pair of perfectly matched diamonds.
Diamonds? How big, please?
20 carats each.
20 carats?
Uh-huh.
That's a lot. Stolen, of course.
Does that make any difference?
Not to me. You would want a lot of money for them.
Oh, they're worth a lot. Here, take a look for yourself.
Very beautiful. It would take some time for me to get rid of these.
Put them away.
Somebody's coming in.
Somebody is in, Mrs. Burke. Somebody named me.
Vance, you followed me.
That's a logical conclusion. Yes, I did. And I'll take those stones if nobody minds.
Mister, if you're the police, take them. I know nothing about them. This lady brought them in. She asked me to buy
That's
them.
all right. I have nothing against you. Well, Mrs. Burke, apparently you left out part of your story, didn't you?
Vance, I told you the honest truth. Joe did try to kill me, and the gun did go off while we were struggling. Afterwards, I got the idea of taking these 2 stones, but the rest of the story was the truth. I swear it was.
Take it
I
easy,
never
Mrs.
was
Burke.
thinking...
You weren't the hysterical type. Remember, that's what you told Markham and me. Just relax. And the 5 of us will take a trip to Mr. Markham's office.
The 5 of us?
Yes, this gentleman and the 2 stones and myself. I imagine he'll be glad to see us all.
I beg your pardon, old boy, but I'll have to deny the district attorney that pleasure. I'll take the stones.
Who are you?
But it wouldn't matter if I told you my name, because to be perfectly frank, old man, I change it almost as often as I change my shirt. But I'll take those stones, old fellow. Now, please, Mr. Vance, give them to me. He'll start to shoot if you don't. Oh, there's no question about that. Well, Vance?
Well, I don't have any choice in the matter. Here they are.
Oh, no, don't throw them. I know all the tricks. Just leave them on the counter and walk away 3 steps with your back toward me. That's it. Now, all of you, walk.
Well, I should say we ought to walk, Mrs. Burke. Allow
Okay.
me.
Oh, quite the gentleman, aren't you, Vance, old boy? Quite a smart gentleman, too. And now I'll just take these diamonds. Actually, they belong to me, by the way.
There's a family in London that might dispute that statement.
Oh, I don't doubt it. Let us just say that I'm the American owner. It was I who had them when we, the diamond cutter and I, were hijacked by this lady's husband, Joe Burke. I knew he was after the stones. And I was watching his house and followed Mrs. Burke when she left with you after her.
We made quite a parade, I imagine.
Yes, all we needed was a banner and a band.
You say those stones belong to you, that you're the American owner?
Yes.
Does that mean you killed Algie Corcoran to get them?
The resourceful, redoubtable Philo Vance asks as leading a question as that. Why, it's hard to believe you'd be that obvious, Vance.
I apologize.
I accept your apologies.
I promise not to ask any more questions. And I promise you this. Within 24 hours, I'll have all the answers to this case, including knowing who you are and proving you killed Algie, if you did.
This is District Attorney Markham. The teacup murder case opened with the killing of Algie Corcoran, suspected smuggler. His murderer, we are sure, drank a cup of tea either before or after killing him and stealing the famous Elton diamond, which we are sure Corcoran brought across with him. Vance knows that the Elton has been cut up into 2 separate stones to prevent identification and was on the trail of the stones when he was held up. And they were taken from him by a man whom he didn't know but who spoke with a marked British accent. He has promised to report any new developments to me, and I expect to be in touch with him any day.
Markham speaking. Aren't you, Vance?
Yes, Markham. I've made several very interesting conjectures about this case, and I'd like to tell you about them.
Where are you now?
At home, but we can discuss this over the phone.
All right.
In my opinion, the teacup we found at Corcoran's room is the key to this entire case, Markham.
That's what I believed when you asked me to name it the teacup murder case for our records, but I'm not sure of the exact significance of the cup.
I'll explain that to you, but apparently I can't do it now. All I'll tell you is a very apparent fact. The killer is British. There's someone at my door. I'll check back with you later, Markham.
Do that, Vance. Bye.
Goodbye.
Vance, let me in, please.
Well, come in, my friend. Sorry to see you so badly beaten up, but it's nice to see you without a gun in your hand. Here, sit down right there.
Thank you. You recognize me, don't you?
Yes. You're the man who held me up at the diamond store and took the 2 stones from me. What happened to you? To them? And to your British accent?
Look, I'm going to give you this straight, Vance, because I need help. I was taking those diamonds back to my place when I got slugged and beaten up. Who it was that clipped me, I don't know, but he sure did a good job.
Yes, he did. By the way, who are you?
My name is Sands, Reginald Sands. That's my current name, anyhow. I used to work the boats. I'm a card man.
Cheating passengers in fixed games, eh?
No, the games weren't fixed, just the cards.
No.
Anyhow, I got to meet Algie Corcoran on board one trip, and I knew he was going to grab the Elton diamond over there and peddle it here, so I wanted to buy it.
So you went down to his room, killed him, and took it.
Talk, let's not start that over again, Vance. The important thing is that I haven't got the Elton stones. And I don't want the guy who has them to keep them.
Understandable, of course. And it's also understandable why you don't go to the police with your problem. By the way, what happened to your British accent?
Oh, it was knocked out of me by the guy who clipped me. See, I was born in Illinois, Vance, but I put on a phony accent when I worked the boats. You'd be surprised how a British accent can help me in my work, Vance.
Well, let's not discuss that now. Just give me an idea as to who might have done that manual tattoo work on your face.
Could have been only one guy. Johnny Peters.
That's a new name to me. Who's he?
Look, Algie told me 3 guys wanted the Elton. Joe Burke, he's dead, me, and Johnny Peters. I have a hunch Peters is the character that did a job on me. And I'll tell you where you can find him.
Do that. And once I get in his apartment, I'll find what I can get out of him.
Hey, let's see you do that dance you do at the club, baby.
Okay.
Only this time, nobody's going to be watching except me. Here, I'll turn on the phonograph. Hey, what kind of record is that?
Oh, Johnny, cutie, I put that on while I was waiting for you to come home. Leave it. So, classical.
Who needs it? I want something with a beat so you can hook.
Oh, yeah.
What's the use of having a girlfriend who can hop the buck if you can't watch her every once in a while? Like now, huh?
Oh, I'll dance for you, Johnny. Anytime. Give me another glim at those diamonds you got, will you, huh?
What's it worth to you?
This. Let's see the rocks, Johnny. Just once more, huh? I won't touch them. Just let me look, huh?
Okay. Hey,
Gee. Oh, look what happens when the light hits them. They sparkle just like rhinestones. Gee, I'd like a costume made of them.
Oh. All she wants is a costume made of 20-carat diamonds. Right away, baby. I'll make you one with my own lily white hands. Right away.
Oh, they sure are pretty.
They sure are.
Yeah.
A couple of guys have been killed for these rocks. One guy got beaten up pretty bad on account of them. But I got him. And I'm going to keep him.
Who's that?
I don't know. Kill that phonograph while I stash these stones and find out.
Okay, I will.
Now let whoever it is try to find him. If that's what he's looking for.
Where'd you put him, Johnny?
Baby, do you see any green in my eyes?
Why, no.
Think I'd trust you?
Johnny,
Shut up. Well, I see who's at the door. I got nothing to hide from nobody now. Well, who are you?
My name is Vance. Nice of you to ask me in.
I didn't ask you nothing, much less in. What do you want, Vance?
Well, right at the moment, I want to know why you're wearing adhesive tape on your right hand.
I cut myself when I was shaving.
On your hand?
I'm the neat type. What's it to you, Vance?
I'm looking for the Elton diamond, only it's 2 diamonds now. And I'm also looking for a killer. I think I'll find both together.
Well, don't look at Baby there. She don't know the right time.
Who don't? It's 8:30.
You see what I mean, Vance?
I'm not interested in her right now. It's you I want to talk to. You're Johnny Peters.
So?
So I don't think you'll mind if I look around your apartment. Do you?
Oh, but I do. Very much.
In that case, please stop me. Please try, I mean. It would make me very happy.
Never let it be said that I didn't try to make a guy happy. How's for this, Vance? Laughing yet?
No, but I'm going to be enjoying myself for the next few minutes. I can see that.
Cut it out! Stop it! Kill him, Johnny!
Well, that's that.
You hurt him. Vance, you killed him. Oh, you murderer, you. I could... Gee, you got nice eyes.
The better to see that telephone with, my dear. Excuse me just a second. You'd better get some water and throw it in your boyfriend's face.
Sure, I'll get some right away.
Markham speaking.
This is Vance. Markham, can you reach Mrs. Joe Burke?
Yes, she's in custody. She'll have to stand trial for her husband's death, you know.
Well, I want you to have her down in your office. You had Sergeant Heath pick up a fellow named Reginald Sands at my apartment. Have him there, too.
All right. When will you be here?
As soon as I can make it. And I'll have company with me. A mug named Johnny Peters. The one person who killed Algie Corcoran and started us on this case is included in the 3, Markham. It's either Mrs. Burke, Peters, or Sands. I don't know which one it is, but I guarantee I'll know 20 minutes after I get to your office. Come on, Peters. Don't make me drag you in. You're too heavy.
You hit awful hard, Vance. I don't hardly know where I am.
You're outside District Attorney Markham's office. And in a second, you'll be in there. Like now.
Here's Vance.
Sit over there, Johnny. That seat right there.
Okay, what can I lose? Hi, Sands.
Hi.
You look like you ran into a truck. What happened to you?
You look like you met the same truck.
Hello, Mrs. Burke.
What did you want me here for, Vance?
You'll find out. Thank you, Markham, for the trouble I put you to.
No trouble, Vance. Well, what happens now?
A little experiment. I have 3 lists of girls' names on these sheets of paper in my pocket. One goes to each of my suspects. Here you are, Mrs. Burke.
What do I do with it?
I'll tell you later. Yours, Peters.
Gee, this is what I've always wanted. A piece of paper.
Your list, Mr. Sands.
Thanks so much.
Mrs. Burke, read me the names on that paper.
Yeah.
Keep going till I stop you.
Okay. Alice, Beatrice, Clarice, Dorothy, Evelyn, Frances, Grace.
That's enough.
Okay.
Mr. Peters?
How do you know I can read?
Can you?
Sure. Alice, Beatrice, Clarice, Evelyn, Frances, Grace,
Hold it.
Harriet. It's a pleasure.
Mr. Sands?
My turn, huh?
That's right.
All right. Alice, Beatrice, Clarice, Dorothy, Evelyn, Frances, Grace, Harriet, more, Vance?
No, thank you, Mr. Sands. You've gone far enough. Markham, you can make your arrest now.
I don't doubt it. But which one is the killer we're looking for?
Couldn't you tell, Markham? Why, the murderer is Johnny Peters, of course. Markham, I know you want an explanation, and you're entitled to one.
I not only want it, Vance, I need it. Why were you so sure the murderer had to be Johnny Peters?
To begin with, I was always certain the killer of Algy Corcoran was an Englishman. That required no genius. The weapon used, a 12-year-old Webley, was British. The fact that he drank a cup of tea with his victim while either about to murder Algy or right after was another indication that he was British.
So far, so good. But how'd you know Peters was English? He certainly didn't sound it when he talked.
Finding which of our suspects was English was the hard part of this case. Peters had been over here a number of years, Markham, long enough to lose his accent when he talked.
Yes.
But not long enough to lose his inclination for tea, and when he read, the fact that he was English reached right out and asserted itself.
Yeah. Of course, you know that I don't know how it did.
The pronunciation of the name Evelyn, Markham. The English don't say Evelyn, they say Evelyn.
Of course.
That's how Peters pronounced it when he was reading that list of names I prepared for just that purpose.
Well, I'll be darned. His confession proves you were right, of course, and we found the diamonds in his apartment, but I'm still not clear on the mechanics of this case. What actually happened that night in Algy's room?
Very simple, Markham. Algy sold the Elton diamond to Reginald Sands. Sands left, and in came Peters. Algy made him tea, and then announced he'd sold the Elton to Sands. Furious at what he considered a double cross, Peters shot Algy with his Webley pistol. A gun he carried because he'd had it for so long he knew it couldn't be traced.
Then he wiped his fingerprints from the teacup he used and left.
Yes. Now, before he'd reached Algy's, Joe Burke, who was later killed by his wife, called Algy, and Algy told him he'd sold the Elton diamond to Sands. Follow that?
Yes, of course.
Well, the rest we know. Sands took the stone to be cut. Joe Burke came in, shot the cutter, and knocked out Sands. He came home, and his wife called us. What followed after that, you know.
That I do. And it isn't the only thing I know either. I know this is the end of the teacup murder case.
Can't you go any faster, driver? We've got a train to catch.
You'll make it, Mac. Don't worry.
Relax, Markham. There's really no use in starting off a vacation weekend by worrying about anything.
You know, Vance, I still don't believe we're going.
I imagine that nobody has ever started a vacation without that immortal line mark. You're quite certain no murder case came up this morning that you're running out on?
Now, you know better than that, Vance.
I know you're too good a district attorney to walk out on a crime just to rest, even for a weekend. I'm satisfied we're missing nothing.
And I'm equally satisfied that we'll find nothing exciting up at Northville, Vance. It's lumber country, peaceful country, very rarely any trouble.
Perhaps you're right.
I certainly hope I'm right.
Well, there we go, Markham, starting off a vacation weekend with entirely different viewpoints.
Couple more ought to do it, Johnny.
Right, Frank.
I'll take it from here. You just stand by.
Check. That did it. She's starting to splinter.
Out of the way, everybody! Timber!
Yeah, that's that. In an hour, she'll be hauled down to the stream and be on her way to the mill. I'll get down there this afternoon and look things over. Haven't been down there this week.
Don't let the boss find that out. Like as not, he won't like it.
Bill Avery? I don't think I care whether he likes it or not.
Hey there, you two.
Speak of the devil, you can talk to Bill if you like. He makes me sick. Got some checking to do, Bill. I'll get to you later.
I'm just as glad Johnny left, Frank. Don't think he likes me.
Like as not, he don't.
Well, I'm not very worried. Want to talk to you anyhow.
Not right now, Bill. I got lumber to look at.
Do it later. Anybody wants to know why you're not working, tell him boss wanted to talk to you. I am the boss, remember, Frankie.
You never were one to let anyone forget it. Don't it bother you none that I got this here axe in my hand?
You wouldn't do anything about me, Frankie. If you were going to do something, you'd have done it a couple years ago when I took over this mill.
Like as not, you're right. Only don't get no ideas that I forget things.
Like the fact that this mill was your dad's, till I produced a deed to it after he died? I bought the mill and all this ground in Northville from him just for his death. And you know it.
Do I? I'm glad you told me.
Well, there goes another one. I get a swell feeling when a big one like that gets cut down and crashes.
I know what you mean. Like as not, I'd get the same kind of feeling if a big one like you was cut down and crashed, too.
Everything all right at the mill today, son?
Yeah, Mom. Everything is all right.
William,
Look, Mom, keep knitting, will you? Leave me alone. I want to read the paper. Mill's shut down for the day. I don't want to talk about it.
I've been meaning to talk to you about something else, William. About Doris.
Well, what about her?
She called a little while ago to say she was on the way over. Doris is a nice girl, William. You've been seeing her for 5 years. You should be married to her.
Oh, I should I? Just like that, huh? Just because you say so.
Well,
Okay, now I'll tell you something. I'm not going to marry her, ever. And I just assume we didn't discuss it any further.
Don't talk to me like that, William.
Why not? It'll make you feel any better. I've taken care of Doris in my will. Taken care of her very nicely for these 5 years, but I'm not going to...
That's probably Doris now. Come in.
Good evening, Miss Avery. Hello, Will.
Good evening, Doris. Why, hello, Johnny.
What'd you bring that brother of yours along for? Bodyguard?
Maybe she isn't the one that's going to need one, Bill. Evening, Mrs. Avery.
Johnny.
I want to talk to you, Bill.
Oh, Johnny, you promised me you wouldn't start nothing. You promised, Johnny.
Isn't anything I'm starting, sis. Something I'm finishing. Mrs. Avery, would it be putting you out too much if you went upstairs with Doris?
Hey, what is this?
Hey, it wasn't none of my doing, Will. Honest, it wasn't. Johnny just made up his mind to come with me tonight. And you know Johnny when he makes up his mind to do something.
Come on, Doris. I'll show you the scarf I crocheted. Finished it this morning, and I'm starting on a sweater for you.
All right, Miss Avery, I'd love to see it. Maybe you show me that cross stitch you did. Yes, I'd like to.
Okay, Johnny. What's this all about?
It's right simple, Bill. Like you suppose, it's about Doris. You've been seeing her for 5 years, keeping every other fellow away. When you gonna marry her, Bill?
Suppose I tell you I'm not going to marry her.
Then I'll tell you that that's something you should have decided 4 or 5 years ago. Little late for that kind of thing, I'd say.
Well, go ahead, say it. If you have anything else to say, say that too and get out.
I haven't anywhere to go.
You haven't, huh? All right, then I have. And right now. A man can't stay in his own house without being hounded to death. Tell my mother and your sister that I've gone out.
Sure, I'll tell them. Only you're not going very far, Bill. Fact is, you haven't got very far to go at all from now on. Okay, men, keep those logs from jamming. Roll them, but keep them straight. Hey, Mike, take care of that one. It's going down Belly's side. Keep them moving now. Keep them pointing toward the mill.
Morning, Johnny.
Hiya, Frank. Just want to straighten out the boys on that timber we cut yesterday. Keep those logs rolling now. Keep them going downstream. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. I thought maybe you'd like to knock over a couple of big ones with me this morning. Brought your axe here in case you did.
Okay with me. Come on. There's a big baby just waiting for us yonder.
Uh-huh.
Glad you brought that axe of mine. I know what I'd really like to do with it. I was over to Bill Avery's house last night.
Well, like as not, I know what you mean. Johnny, look.
I'm looking. It's Bill Avery. Looks like he got caught under this tree just as he was falling.
He's dead, Johnny. That tree did it, all right.
Yeah.
Landed right on top of him. Hey, this thing here wasn't no accident, Johnny.
No, I reckon it wasn't. Only as far as anybody else is concerned, it was an accident, wasn't it, Frankie? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Better wake up, Markham. We're almost there.
Well?
Sorry, Vance.
Must have dozed.
Dozed? You've been fast asleep for the past 2 hours. Fine way to start our weekend vacation.
Oh, I don't know. Vacations are for doing things you don't get a chance to do while you're working. Like sleeping.
Well, don't tell me this business of being a district attorney keeps you up every night.
No, Vance. It only seems as if it's every night. Did it stop Northville?
That's what the conductor said. Well, let's go, Markham. Our bags are at the front door already.
I'm ready. 2 whole days with nothing to do but play and fish. Oh, it sounds beautiful. I didn't even let the office know where I was going.
Neither did I. Well, this is it. This is Northville. I'll hop down and take the bags, Markham. Hand them to me, will you?
Here you are. 1.
Yep.
2.
Right.
Well, nobody else seems to be getting off this train.
Good. At least we know we've not been followed. The only person in sight is that old fellow over at the station window, Markham.
What's more reasonable, then, that we talk to him?
Nothing. Let's do it.
We've got to talk to somebody, I suppose. We've got to find our hotel, get those bags moved, get directions to the fishing ground. Hello there.
How do you do, sir?
Hello, Sonny. Who's your friend?
Well, let's say his name is Smith.
Well, if that's the way you want it, it's okay with me. What's you want it for? Horse stealing?
I was, but they dismissed the charge. Where is everybody?
Here I am. What's on your mind?
Oh, we'd like to know where our hotel is.
What happened, Sonny? Lose your hotel? Dang careless of you.
Oh, brother. Look, my friend, we had a reservation at the Northville Mansion House. Now, how do we get there?
Take a cab.
And where do we find the cab driver?
That's me.
Well, that's fine. Now, can we get the baggage agent to move our bags?
Sure. That's me, too.
Versatile, aren't you? How do we find the way to the fishing grounds?
Get a guide.
And that's...
Nope. That's my brother.
And where is he?
He's to the funeral. Everybody in town's to the funeral. Bill Avery. Never saw a town so happy a fellow was dead. Owned the mill here, did. Only got it in a swindle. Hires lots of folks from around here. Only he don't pay 'em hardly nothing. Weren't very well liked, I can tell you that.
Everybody disliked him, eh?
Yep.
What did he die of?
Vance?
Oh, we're still on vacation, Markham. I didn't mean anything by it.
Want to know what he died of, huh? Well, a tree fell on him. Of course, somebody had to cut that tree down, but somehow nobody bothered to figure that out.
Well, here goes our vacation. I can see that. I think I'll send a notice to the fish around here saying, we're busy. Don't bother biting.
What's that you say, mister?
Well,
You know, you talk awful funny. You're the type of fellow they call character, ain't you?
Oh, no.
I beg your pardon. Is Mrs. A... Well, hello there.
Hi.
You're baggage agent, cab driver, and also butler for Mrs. Avery?
Nope. Just happened to be town sheriff, that's all. Say, mister, you asked a lot of questions at the station a little while back. I'd like to know why.
Certainly, Sheriff. You see, I'm Philo Vance.
Philo Vance? The investigator?
That's right.
Mountain High Moses. I read about you. Come on in. Miss Avery ain't at home, but come on in. She'll be back soon. Come
Thank
on,
you.
Yeah, Miss Avery stayed a little extra while at the funeral. Doris came here to fix her some tea, so it'll be here when she got home. Oh, Doris, come here.
Yes, Clem, I'm coming. You want me about something?
Doris, this here is Mr. Philo Vance from the city.
How do you do?
Hello, Doris. I'm going to wait for Mrs. Avery, but I'd like to talk to you.
All right, Mr. Vance.
You were engaged to Mr. Avery, weren't you?
Well, I guess you couldn't hardly call it that, Mr. Vance. It's something I'd like to think, though.
You must feel very badly about the accident.
No, now you come to say that, and I come to think of it, I don't feel bad at all.
Oh?
Can't understand why either, Mr. Vance. Oh, there's Miss Avery now. Someone to see him, Miss Avery, Mr. Philo Vance.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Vance.
How do you do?
Hello, Clem.
Hello, Miss Avery.
Won't you please sit down, Mr. Vance?
Thank you.
I'll take your hat and coat, Mrs. Avery.
Oh.
Your bag and gloves, too, if you like.
No, just my coat, please, Doris. I'll keep my hat and gloves on. I'm going out again soon.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take it in the next room with me.
Thank you, dear. And now, Mr. Vance, how can I help you?
Miss Avery, this Vance here is a private investigator.
Oh?
I know this isn't any of my business, but I thought that if there were any doubt about your son's death being an accident, perhaps I could be of assistance.
Well, excuse me. I'll go get Doris, fix a cup of tea for me.
All right, Clem. You're a stranger in Northville, Mr. Vance, yet you've already heard that my son's death might not have been an accident.
Yes, I have. Do you feel that it was?
No, but I haven't any idea who might have killed him.
I've heard the names Frank Joyce and Johnny Stanley mentioned in that connection.
Yes, and I can understand why. Maybe you also heard Doris's name mentioned, Mr. Vance. My son wasn't very good to her while he was alive, even though she is taken care of in his will.
Really? But cutting down a tree, could a girl...
Do that? I wouldn't know, really. But women in this part of the country are very strong, Mr. Vance, and very active. I'm sorry I can't tell you anything that might help you.
I'm sorry, too. But I take it that's a signal for me to go.
Oh, if you don't mind.
Very well. Goodbye, Mrs. Avery. And if I didn't know better, I might think that you didn't want whoever murdered your son to be caught.
I'm not surprised that you say that, Mr. Vance. As a matter of fact, I don't.
This is District Attorney Markham. The tree trunk murder case opened with the finding of the body of mill owner Bill Avery underneath the trunk of a freshly hewn tree. Vance and I, on vacation in the town of Northville, found, after talking to Avery's mother, that suspects are Frank Joyce, from whose dad Avery is suspected of swindling the mill, Doris Stanley, Avery's girlfriend, and Johnny Stanley, her brother. Vance has decided to interview Johnny Stanley and finds him at work cutting down a tree. It seems the young Stanley...
I got work to do here, Vance. Talking and working don't go too good together.
You're very adept with that axe, Mr. Stanley.
Why not? Been handling one since I was 14.
It strikes me as being singularly appropriate that a lumberjack with a grievance, such as you had against Bill Avery, would find some sort of poetic justice in making sure he died the way he did, pinned under a fallen tree.
That the way it strikes you? Well, what do you know?
Oh, I haven't any proof, Mr. Stanley. But I think I'm going to postpone the end of my vacation until I do find some.
Sorry. The axe slipped.
My foot isn't sorry. Another inch or two, and that axe of yours would have done quite a job on it.
Yeah, I know. Too bad. Now I gotta take time to clean the dirt off before I go to work on this tree again. Well, take a good look at that axe, if you like. And at my back, Vance. Want to see how the logs are moving downstream.
Interesting young man.
Vance. Oh, Vance, I've been looking for you.
Oh, hello, Markham. Well, this is quite a vacation we're having, isn't it?
Personally, I prefer our original intention, fishing.
Well, this is relatively the same thing. We have a murderer to catch. That's the principal difference. If our bait is right and our technique correct, we'll land him.
Hey, Frank! Frank!
Yeah, Johnny?
Hop over here, will you? I want to talk to you. Those logs are going downstream, okay?
Check. Like as not, they don't need me to send them down the mill anyhow. What's up?
Walk up here a little way with me. I got to talk to you.
I know what about, too, don't I?
That's right. It's about Bill's death and those two city fellas who've been buzzing around.
You mean Vance?
Yeah, he's one of them. Talk to you?
A little while ago. Had an idea I knocked over a tree so that it fell on Bill.
He's got an idea everybody around here knocked over that tree. Make a deal with you, Frank.
Like as not, I'm going to say okay.
That's what I want to hear. Look, Frank, whatever we know about Bill Avery's death, we keep to ourselves. You keep your mouth shut, and I'll do the same. Well?
Suits me fine. Never did like strangers butting in the business of us peaceful folks at Northville.
Hello, Johnny.
Afternoon, Mrs. Avery. Looking over the mill?
Yes, I am.
Awful hot for you down here, ma'am. Ought to take off that coat.
I don't mind.
Suit yourself. Only you couldn't get me to wear a coat nor gloves on this job. Roast to death. At least take your gloves off.
I really don't mind, Johnny, honestly. And, Johnny, I've got to talk to you. It's about Doris.
Wait till I turn off this saw. There. Now, what about Doris, Mrs. Avery? She been carrying on over Bill's death?
She's been crying all morning. Keeps saying it's her fault. Johnny, what does that mean?
You know as well as I do. Only we're the only ones that are going to know.
Well, somebody's over by the door, Johnny.
Yeah, I know, Mrs. Avery. Whoever it is, come on in. Is that Mr. Vance again?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Avery.
Oh.
Hello, Johnny.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vance.
Vance, what do you want here at the mill? More of your stupid questions, because if you do, I got no time to listen. I got work to do with this saw. Excuse me, Mrs. Avery.
Johnny, it isn't stupid questions that I want. I want some intelligent answers. Would you mind turning off that saw?
All right.
Thank you.
Well, let's get this over with. I got work to do.
You want me here, Mr. Vance?
Very definitely, Mrs. Avery. You can help me a great deal. You see, my investigations find nothing except that a lot of people wanted to see your son dead.
Yes, that's probably true.
In view of that and the fact that this case has been singularly unproductive of results, I wanted both of you to know that Mr. Markham and I are leaving here in the morning.
Good.
You're leaving Northville tomorrow, Mr. Vance?
Yes, I am. That means that if I don't find your son's murderer tonight, that will leave only the sheriff to look for whoever it is. And somehow I don't believe the sheriff is going to look very hard. I'm playing a long shot, Markham. When we get to the Avery house, I'll know if it worked.
As long as I'm in this race somewhere, Vance, perhaps you'll tell me what it is you're betting on.
Certainly. I had Doris Stanley call her brother and Frank Joyce over to Mrs. Avery's. I wanted the four of them and the sheriff there when we arrive.
And what's the long shot you spoke about?
If they're there and things work out the way I plan, I think I can prove to you who murdered Bill Avery.
That's what I like about you, Vance. We work side by side in a murder investigation, and you come up with a statement like that. Personally, I haven't found anything yet that points to any one of the suspects.
I have. Points rather definitely, too, I'd say. You'll find what I mean when we get to the Avery house.
Can I get you something, Mrs. Avery?
No, thank you, Doris. I'm glad you're starting to feel better.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I feel better now.
I'm glad you do, Doris. Glad you do.
What's this mystery all about? Why did you call me?
I can't tell you. I promised not to.
Like as not, that means you promised to call me here, too, and promised not to tell why.
Yes, Frank, I did.
Well, who'd you promise, sis?
I can't tell you that. I promised that nice Mr. Vance.
Vance?
So that's what it is. I thought this was something I could do for Mrs. Avery. Well, that settles it. Come on, Frank.
I'm with you, boss.
Wait a minute, boys. Have either of you anything to hide from Mr. Vance?
That's a mighty sharp question, Miss Avery. Should have thought of that one myself.
We got nothing to hide, nothing. That is, not that we know of.
Well, then why not wait? Doris, I believe I will have a glass of water, please.
Oh, sure, Miss Avery. And then, while we're waiting, would you show me how to make that crochet stitch? You promised.
I know I did. I'll show it to you in a few days, Doris.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I'll go get you that water.
Look, Johnny, like as not, you're going to stick around here and wait for that Vance, but I'm not.
Okay, Frank. If he wants us, let him come get us. Mrs. Avery?
Yes?
Tell Vance when he comes that we've got no...
Good evening, everyone.
Oh,
Come in, Markham.
good evening, Mr. Vance.
I see that Doris did as I asked her to. I owe her a debt of gratitude.
You don't owe me nothing, Mr. Vance. And here's your water, Mrs. Avery.
Thank you, dear.
Well, those are very fine lace gloves you're wearing, Mrs. Avery. Make them yourself?
Yes, I did. They match this collar and the cuffs.
So I notice.
Miss Avery's going to show me how to crochet in a couple of days, Mr. Vance.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now, you two men, Johnny and Frank, this meeting was arranged for your benefit.
We don't need any benefits or anything else from you.
Look, Johnny, I don't think I'd talk to Vance like that if I were you.
No? Who's going to stop me?
But if I were you again, I wouldn't try to find out.
I don't know what anybody else is going to do, but I'm getting out of here.
Please don't go yet, Frank. I want you particularly to be here.
Yeah, for what?
To hear me tell all of you who murdered William Avery.
Maybe I don't want to hear that.
Maybe you already know.
Mr. Vance, may I ask what we're waiting for? That is, if you do have something to tell us.
Of course, Mrs. Avery. Oh, Sheriff.
Yep, that's me. Ain't had nobody to arrest in 3 years, but I'm sheriff.
I'm afraid that record of yours is due to be broken momentarily.
That's what I don't like about strangers. Always starting something new.
Oh, thank you, Sheriff. Before I name the murderer of Mr. Avery, I'd like to say that Johnny here and Frank and Doris all had motives for killing him.
And what if we did? What does that prove?
Nothing. I also would like to look at Mrs. Avery's glove, if she doesn't mind.
Why the glove, Vance? What'll that tell you?
Nothing, actually, Markham. It will merely convince me. Please, Mrs. Avery?
You want to see my glove? Which one?
Either of them will do.
Well, I have a pair just like these in this drawer.
Please, Mrs. Avery, I want to see the glove that you're wearing.
Very well. Here you are.
Thank you. Markham, would you look at Mrs. Avery's hand? The back of the hand is very interesting, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, strong hand, Vance.
Yes, it is. Now I want you to see the palm of Mrs. Avery's hand. Look at it, Markham. Look at it, everybody.
Blisters.
Oh, no.
Yes,
What's
blisters. And the blisters got there when Mrs. Avery wielded the axe to fell a tree on top of her son so his death would look accidental. You killed him, didn't you, Mrs. Avery?
Yes. Yes, I did. But I had good reason. He was hurting everyone he knew. He was mean. He was dishonest. But I still wouldn't have done it if I hadn't found that he wanted to have me put away in a mental institution. I would have died there. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
No, Mrs. Avery, I'm sure you're not. Now I know all of you have resented Mr. Markham's and my presence in Northville. You felt that you can best run your own lives without interference.
That's right, Vance. We did feel that way.
Very well. I leave you with an officer of the law, your own sheriff, and a confessed murderer, Mrs. Avery. I'm sure you'll see to it that justice, whatever it may be, is served. Come on, Markham. We're due back in the city in the morning.
Vance, now that we're on our way home, how did you know Mrs. Avery committed the murder?
Well, every time I saw Mrs. Avery, she was wearing gloves. No matter what the occasion or lack of occasion, she wore gloves. She had also promised to show Doris how to crochet, but she postponed the instructions. Why?
Well, because her hands were blistered from the axe, just as you said. And how simple it all sounds now. Mighty strong woman she was to be able to cut down a big tree, Vance.
Yes, that's true. She did have strong hands. Too bad she tried to take the law into them. Well, Markham, our vacation is ended.
Yes, it is, Vance. And so is the tree trunk murder case.
Gets pretty lonely pounding a beat in this neighborhood, Mr. Gorham. Glad to walk a little way with you.
Oh, it's just the other way around, officer. Walking home alone at midnight in this section isn't my idea of fun.
You know pretty near all the characters around here, don't you?
All of them that ever checked into the hotel I clerk at. That is, if you're charitable and can call it a hotel.
Ah, poor fellas. I kind of feel sorry for some of them.
Yes, some of them. Yes, fellas like Johnny Edwards, Boxcar Charlie, or Billy Duke. Nice boys who just never quite made it. They'll work, only nobody will give them a job.
Well, Mr. Gorham, everybody's got their own problems.
Yes, indeed.
Some guys who... Look where?
Well, over there, behind the ash cans, there's a body lying there.
There is? Well, we'll soon see about that. Oh, it's a body, all right.
Oh.
A body in a full-dress suit.
Oh, that is all I need. I won't sleep for a week. All I need. I won't sleep for a week. All I need. I won't sleep for a week. All I need. I won't sleep for a week. All I need. I won't sleep for a week now.
I've got to phone in a report on this right away.
Yes, hurry.
Some swell got himself murdered. But why did he have to do it on my beat?
Officer, wait just a minute.
For what?
I think I know this man.
Now, Mr. Gorham, you know a lot of the characters from around here on account of your job, but you think you know this fella in the full-dress suit?
I'm positive I know him. Evening clothes or no evening clothes, I know him. He stays at my hotel anytime he has a buck for a room. The dead guy, all dressed up in a full-dress suit, is Boxcar Charlie.
What's the use of being district attorney, Vance, if I can't have a siren on my car?
Well, there's the little matter of seeing that guilty people are punished, that the laws are upheld, little things like that, Markham.
I know. But I think this siren is a throwback to the days when I was a kid and wanted to be a fireman.
I wanted to be a streetcar conductor.
I'll have to have a bell put in this car for you.
Oh, thank you.
There's the spot where they found the body, Vance. Just up the street where the crowd is gathered.
Glad I was with you when the call came in. The man definitely identified as a derelict, but wearing full evening dress when he was found murdered. Fascinating power.
I thought you'd like it. Now, let's see what we can do about finding out who killed him. After you, Vance.
Right.
Surprising the crowd that'll gather at any hour of the day or night just to see something unusual.
Oh, these people have plenty of time. Excavating work doesn't start for 7 hours or so, and they have to watch something.
That's so.
Let us through, please.
I'm sorry.
Let us through.
If you don't mind. What happened? Please, just out of my way, please. Thank you. Hello, officer. I'm District Attorney Markham.
Oh, I recognize you, Mr. Markham. I'm Riley, 23rd Precinct. I found the body.
Yes, I know. I see it hasn't been removed.
I'm waiting for the men from the morgue now, Mr. Markham.
While we're waiting, is it all right for me to examine the body?
Go ahead, Vance. It's all right, Riley. He's Philo Vance.
Oh, Vance is it? Go right ahead, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. I don't think I'll be more than a few moments.
Right, Vance. Officer.
Yes, sir?
Your report said the dead man lived at a very cheap hotel down in this section. Yet, when you found him, he was wearing evening clothes.
That it did, Mr. Markham. And don't ask me to explain it, because I can't.
You won't have to, officer, but I think I can.
What was that?
Vance, you took one look at the body, and you can explain why a down-and-out individual would be wearing a dress suit?
Not only that, but I think I have an idea where I can start looking for the killer of our friend Boxcar Charlie.
Now, Vance, I've seen you do astounding things, but never anything like this. How could you possibly find a clue so quickly?
Charlie was stabbed, but the knife isn't here, so it couldn't be that.
It isn't. And I never saw Charlie while he was living, if that's what you're thinking, Markham.
I'm not thinking anything at the moment.
All right, my friend, let's leave it just that way.
Personally, I never saw anything like this.
All right.
You're pretty smart, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. Now I'm going to investigate the clue I found, which will give me an idea of just how smart I am.
Okay, bum out. Come on,
George,
out.
Just a cup of coffee, George. Just a cup of coffee.
Get out, I said. This is a diner, not a free lunch joint. Willie, open the door. I gotta toss this guy out of here.
George, quick,
Come on.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Get rid of him, Willie.
Maybe he'll be back.
I doubt it. Suppose we get organized on that gimmick we got going. Everything's all set up for us.
I don't think so. I got another idea about that.
What's the matter with you? Do you have to argue about everything?
It's the use of living if you can't argue. No fun in agreeing with people.
And it's no fun in listening to you doubt everything either. Look, let's get something straight.
As if anybody as crooked as us could get anything straight.
There you go again. Anyhow, here's something you can't argue about. Boxcar Charlie is dead, ain't he?
It seemed like that when I stuck a knife in him, but I ain't no doctor. I ain't sure, you know.
I am. He walked into this lunchroom of mine at the wrong time. He heard something he shouldn't have heard, and he had to go.
Well, maybe he didn't hear nothing. We ain't sure he did.
We couldn't take any chances, could we?
Now, don't get sore at me. I killed him, don't forget. Anybody traces that knife and back to us, we can forget about this place and that big plan we got and everything else.
Nobody's going to do that. Don't worry.
Who's doing the contradicting now? Okay, Georgie. We got rid of the one guy who might interfere with us. We got clear sailing from here in. It's going to be happy days here again for us unless...
Now what?
Unless somebody gets hep to what we're doing. And then it ain't happy days here again. It's goodbye forever.
Hello, District Attorney Markham speaking.
Anybody that calls the DA's office at 2 o'clock in the morning doesn't rate as dignified an answer as that.
Hello, Vance.
Hello. I thought you'd come right back to your office when I left you after we found that dressed-up body.
And I thought you'd get in touch with me, so we both thought correctly.
That's right. It's a little difficult getting information at this hour, but I think I've finally come up with something.
Something like what?
Something like what I promised you. A place to start investigating the murder of Boxcar Charlie.
I thought you knew that when you looked at the body.
I had only a general idea. It isn't that any longer.
What do you mean?
Gone, like all good ideas, from the general to the particular.
Oh.
I just thought I'd let you know I'm on the way to a certain diner.
You hungry, Vance?
For information. I've been to 5 diners since I left you. According to the phone book, there's only one more particular diner left in town.
One?
Apparently, I've left it to last.
And like most of the cases we've had in this office, when it comes to a lead on a killer, I've left it to Vance.
Keep you pretty busy, don't they, Connie?
Oh, I don't mind. This mission is part of my life, George. I like helping people.
Why not?
Oh, and I want to thank you for bringing those sandwiches. The men will appreciate
Oh,
them.
I was glad to do it. What's the use of running a coffee shop if you can't give away the food you're not going to sell anyway? How's the big thing coming?
Oh, the benefits?
Yeah.
Better than I had any right to expect. Everybody's helped. They announced it over the radio. The newspaper men have been wonderful, and people are actually buying tickets.
Good.
Well, then I sold more than $1,000 worth today alone.
Why not? It's a good cause. A mission like the one you run here helps people.
It helps unfortunate people. Oh, but the others have been very kind.
Well, why shouldn't they?
Well.
After all, what are other people except unfortunate people who got a break?
In philosophy from a coffee shop owner.
Wow.
But, George, I never believed it. Anyhow, I've got $3,000 in cash right here in this envelope, and it'll be $10,000 by tomorrow, I hope.
All I can say is you're a pretty nice gal, Connie. Personally, I...
Oh, here comes the customer, George. Excuse me.
Hello, lady. I'm a poor unfortunate. I sure would like a cup of coffee. Maybe if you had something to go with it, I'd like that, too.
Well, that's what we're here for. It's rather late, but I just got in a fresh batch of sandwiches, so if you'll sit down...
Gee, sure. Thanks. Join me, Bud?
No, thanks. Connie,
Yes, George.
don't you think you ought to put this money in a safe or a bank or something?
Oh, not tonight anymore. I haven't got a safe and the banks aren't open. Besides, nobody knows how much there is in this envelope.
Now, $3,000 is a lot of dough. Hey, that bum is going for it.
Stop him, George.
I'll
George,
get
stop
that
him.
I will. Give me that
Let go,
envelope.
Mary. Let go.
I'll let go, all right. This.
Oh, George.
I didn't want to do that, but then you didn't want to lose that $3,000 either, did you, Connie?
No, I'll get some water for this poor fellow. Oh, and George, it was good of you to stop him from stealing that money.
Nobody touches that money, Connie.
You mean nobody but me, of course.
Sure. That's exactly what I mean. Hello.
Look, the joint is open, but nothing is going on. The boss is out, and I don't sling no hash.
I wasn't looking for food.
And what are you doing here at 2:30 in the morning? Slumming? Could be that. You look like something from uptown. Huh?
It doesn't matter where I come from, does it?
Maybe it does.
Now, don't be difficult, friend. I'm Philo Vance. That name mean anything to you?
No. But I'm glad for your sake you got it. Everybody's got to have some kind of a name. Of course, you overdid it a
Now,
little.
listen, you.
Hey, the coat. Don't bend the coat. Relax.
Okay.
What do you want?
I want to know whether you ever heard of a man they called Boxcar Charlie.
Not that I remember.
He never came in here?
Not that I know of.
You around this place very often?
Not so you could notice.
Where's the owner?
George, I don't know. Out somewhere, I guess.
I see I'm not getting anywhere. Is there anything you do know, my friend?
Yeah, sure. Try me on that 2 and 2 business.
Look, I've had no sleep and I've very little patience left. Get me a cup of coffee.
Hey, why don't you drink milk, huh? It's better for growing boys. Now beat it, Sonny. I'm awful busy doing nothing.
I've got nowhere to go.
You don't get out of here, they'll be digging you a place to go. Now beat it, I said.
That's right, you did say that. Now, is there any way you know of making me leave?
Yeah, just one very simple way. I ask you nicely, and then...
That was better than walking around the reservoir. Gave me some exercise, but very little else.
What else did you want? What happened to Willie?
Willie is out. You, George?
Yeah. What hit him besides you?
The truck that just happened to be going through your coffee shop.
That's a shortcut, I guess. More trucks go through here.
George, I've got some questions to ask you.
Isn't that funny? I got no answers. I'll look around for some if you like.
Now, don't you be cute.
Why should I answer anything you ask? Well, they are.
Look at Willie. That a good enough reason?
What'd he do, argue with you? Take the other side or whatever you said? He always did that. You shouldn't have got sore.
The next time I feel my emotions carry me away, I'll remember to ask your permission.
Yeah, do that.
George, I'm Philo Vance. I want to know something about a man called Boxcar Charlie.
Who?
Well, here we go again. George, remember Willie here?
Oh, Boxcar Charlie. Why didn't you say so? What do you want to know about him?
When did you see him last?
Yesterday sometime. Why?
He was knifed to death earlier tonight.
He was?
Yes.
Well, ain't that too bad. Why, he didn't have very much to live for, though, did he? What are you, a detective?
Not exactly.
Well, in that case, if I was you, you know what I'd do?
Should I?
Yeah. If you're smart, you'd follow your nose right out of here. It's the only way I know of keeping it out of a business that don't concern you.
This is District Attorney Markham. The full-dress murder case opened with the finding of the knifed body of Boxcar Charlie, derelict. When discovered, Charlie's body was clothed in full evening dress, which led Philo Vance to announce he knew where to start looking for the killer. Vance told me that a certain diner would supply a clue. But how he arrived at that, or what happened at the diner when he went there, I have yet to find out. Vance is here, however, and I'm about... Vance, I have a theory about the evening clothes.
Have you, Markham?
Yes. Boxcar Charlie wasn't a tramp. He was living in the slums for some reason. Actually, he lived a double life and was known by quite another name in society. That would account for his full dress.
Yes, it would.
Well, then you agree that what I believe is possible.
Oh, definitely. Of course, I haven't done any investigation along those lines, but it is possible.
If you haven't investigated, it's because you're on an entirely different and chances are a much more logical angle.
Well, it is different, I'll tell you that.
Will you also tell me what it is, what other reason there could be for a broken-down character to be wearing top hat and tails?
No, I will not. Not yet. But I must very shortly.
Well, that's something. And, by the way, why must you?
Because you'll find out for yourself very shortly.
Well, that's interesting news. Tell me what you found out at George's diner, will you, Vance?
I think I found out who killed Charlie.
Just like that.
Yes. I have several reasons for thinking that. One of them being the fact that it was so hard to get information about Charlie from the owner of the diner and his friend Willie.
How do you know they knew him?
That I've got to keep to myself until I'm sure they did. Remember, I said I only think I know our killers. When I'm sure and when I find why Charlie was killed, I'll let you know. And let you in on how I know.
Connie?
Oh, I'm over here, George. Come on over.
Brought you some fresh coffee from the shop this morning, Connie.
Oh, thanks. Would you set it down right there, please?
Sure.
Thanks. Guess how much came in this morning?
A lot, huh?
Mm-hmm. $8,000, George. I've got over $11,000 right here. Isn't that wonderful? I'll be able to build a sleeping dormitory and put in a kitchen and... Oh, golly, I think people are nice, don't you?
Some of them, Connie. I still think you ought to put that money in a safe place.
No, I will. As soon as someone comes in to relieve me, I'll go to the bank. Oh, it was wonderful opening those letters and seeing all the money that...
Hold everything, you two.
Well, what? George, he's got a gun. George!
What's the matter with your boyfriend, lady? Can't he talk?
What do you want? This is a mission. There's nothing here you can steal.
I wouldn't say that. I'll take that envelope on that desk, lady.
Oh, no, please. That isn't my money. It belongs to
It's
the...
gonna belong to me.
No.
That's all I care about. Now hand it over.
George.
Okay, Connie. Now, look, you. That money is charity dough. It's supposed to help poor people.
What's the matter? You think I'm rich? Give me that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, now that's better. Now, both of you be nice and quiet for 5 minutes.
No, you
Now-
don't.
Hey,
I knocked the gun out of his hand. Grab it, Connie.
You're not grabbing any gun, lady.
George.
Hold it. I got my gun back, and you got your boyfriend on the floor.
Please.
Now, see that he stays there for a few minutes, and you stay here, too, to take care of him, which will be also taking care of yourself. Over 10 grand already, Georgie, and I ain't through yet.
There'll be over 11,000.
I don't think so.
Again, he don't think so. Don't you ever agree with anything, Willie?
Not if I can help it. Yeah, one thing.
What's that?
That is a pip of a shiner you got on your right eye. I didn't know I could hit so hard.
Oh, flat
You know,
out.
when I clipped you at the mission, Georgie, I wasn't trying to hurt you.
You didn't. I faked getting knocked out, and you know it.
Well, then what's with the eye?
That smart Alec Philo Vance has been around, hasn't he? I suppose he hears about the stick-up of the mission and starts putting two and two together and finds I was at the mission when a holdup took place.
Oh, so you gave yourself a black eye. Smart guy.
Uh-huh.
And on you, it don't look bad.
Big joke.
Hey, now, where did I stop counting?
It was over 10,000. I don't know the exact figure.
Well, we'll call it 10,020. That was about it. Hey, Georgie, somebody's trying the door.
Oh, shut up and he'll go away, whoever it is.
Come on, open up in there. I heard you talking. Open up.
Hey, that sounds like Vance.
Yeah, for once, I wish I could argue with you. You better open up as soon as I stash this money out of sight.
Okay, get rid of it. I'm going to open the door.
All right.
Hold it, I'm coming.
Okay, Georgie, let him in.
Okay. Hello, Vance.
Hello. Aren't you open for business?
Does it look like we are?
No. I came over to see you about that holdup at the mission, George. I understand you were quite a hero.
Well, are you back again?
Apparently. Right at the moment, I want to talk to George. Any objections?
Not from me, no.
I thought you were investigating Boxcar Charlie's murder, Vance. How come a stick-up interests you?
There might possibly be a connection, you know. That's a lovely eye you have.
Like it? Maybe you'd like one to match.
Willie would talk you out of trying. But I'm hoping he won't, if you know what I mean. Have any trouble seeing out of it?
Not a bit. My left eye is awfully good. Well, you're here, Vance. I'm still waiting to find out why.
Just to get your story of the holdup.
What story? Guy came in with a gun. He grabbed the envelope with the money in it with his left hand. He started backing away when I knocked the gun out of his mitt. Clipped me while I was trying to grab the envelope, and that's all.
It probably ain't, Vance. Ask him more questions.
I really don't have to, Willie. I'm quite certain I know all the answers now.
Miss Connie here, and I have been waiting quite a while for you, Vance.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Markham. My apologies, Miss Connie.
Quite all right.
But I wanted to be very sure of my ground first.
And are you now, Mr. Vance?
Yes. I know George and Willie killed Boxcar Charlie. I know why they did it.
Oh?
And I know both of them were in on the plan to rob your mission of the benefit money.
We don't have to know very much more than that to make our arrest, Vance. I'm still waiting to find out the reason Boxcar Charlie was dressed in evening clothes, by the way.
I'm so glad he was, Markham. It made things so much easier.
Not for me.
Well, Mr. Vance, if you know who killed Charlie, if you know it was Willie and George, and you know they both robbed me, what are you waiting for? Why don't you let Mr. Markham arrest them so I can get that money?
I want you to try and get it without our having to arrest them, Miss Connie.
What?
You took the word right out of my mouth, Miss Connie.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be mysterious. What I meant was that if you'll do one thing for me, Miss Connie...
Yes?
We'll have 2 killers in custody before nightfall.
Sure, I know where George lives, Miss Connie. I sure am anxious to do something for you on account of all the coffee you give me at the mission.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Just point out the house to me.
Well, it ain't really a house. It's kind of like a basement.
Well, where...
It's right here. It is right there, Miss Connie. Only I sure hope you ain't going to get tangled up with him. I sure hope you ain't, Miss Connie.
I'll be all right. And thank you very much.
It's all right. It's sure all right. I'd sure like to come over to the mission sometime.
Any time at all.
Yeah? Who is it?
It's me. Connie from the mission.
Ah. I never expected you here.
I know you didn't. Hello, George. Hi, Willie.
You're all we need here.
Of course, I'm delighted to have you visit me, Connie, but I can't think of any reason why you're here.
I can.
I think Willie's got something.
You said it.
Look, George, you don't think I fell for that phony holdup, do you? I know Willie didn't hit you hard enough to knock you down. I let him grab that money. And now I'm here for a cut.
Oh. For once, I agree with you, George.
I have a little information, boys. Philo Vance knows the whole score, too. And if you don't land, you two characters are cooked.
So you're not the big-hearted dame who only lived to pass out coffee to bums, are you, Connie?
You want to talk about me or you?
All right.
Vance knows you killed Boxcar Charlie, and he knows Charlie probably overheard you two planning the stick-up, and so you killed him.
Oh, that Vance. How could he know that?
That ain't important. Connie, you've earned your cut, and you'll get it.
Fine.
Now, can you stall Vance if we make a three-way cut of the dough we got?
Maybe.
And I think I know how Vance located us. But does he know we faked that holdup, Georgie and me?
He sure does.
How could he know that? We didn't do anything.
That's a matter of opinion.
Vance.
And District Attorney Markham.
Yes.
Oh, how well did I do, Mr. Vance?
Hey, what is
Oh,
this? Snapping off the lock on the door so we could get in was excellent, Miss Connie.
Hey, that dame was a phony. How do you like that? And these characters heard us admit we killed Charlie.
The window, Willie. Let's get out the window.
Grab Willie, Markham. One down. How are you doing, Markham?
Watch.
Well, I'd say you were doing very well. And now, Miss Connie, your money is probably in this place somewhere.
I hope so.
I think we'll be able to find it and officially close this case.
Oh, no, you don't, Vance.
No? Why not?
First, I want to know how you tracked Boxcar Charlie's murder to George and Willie and how you knew that holdup was fake.
All right, Markham. I'll tell you. But let's take George and Willie downtown first. And I'll tell you how I knew second. Markham, you've been puzzled as to why Boxcar Charlie was wearing a full-dress suit when he was killed, aren't you?
Among other things, I am puzzled about that, yes.
Well, when I saw the full dress he was wearing, I noticed there were 2 worn spots about 1.5 inches wide on each shoulder. Now, what would make worn spots like that?
I haven't the slightest idea.
I thought it might be from a sandwich sign that was being carried around. The straps from the sign would wear down the cloth just that way.
That still doesn't tell you anything. Rather, it doesn't tell me anything.
I believed that if the man were in evening clothes, there had to be a reason for it. I believed he was carrying a sign advertising something to do with high hat or full dress. I looked in the phone book.
Yes, I remember you telling me you used the phone book.
I did, and found a number of high hat diners. 5 of them, to be exact. I investigated them all until I found George's place.
It sounds very simple now when you tell it. You mind telling me how you knew the holdup at the Mission wasn't on the level?
Not at all. According to Miss Connie's story and George's, he was standing facing the masked holdup man.
Yes.
And was trying to get the envelope with the money in it out of that individual's left hand.
That's right.
Then the holdup character allegedly hit George in the eye and dropped him.
That's the story George and Connie told.
Certainly, but George's eye made it a lie. You see, in that situation, the holdup man must have hit George in the left eye.
Yes.
Yet it was George's right eye that was black. An indication that somewhere along the line there was something a little bit spurious.
No doubt about that. George probably blackened his own eye to make his story and Connie's corroboration really stand up.
Yes.
Your theory of why George and Willie killed Charlie has been borne out by their confession, so I guess that's the end of that.
The end of them and of the full-dress murder case.
to me. I don't have to stand here on a street corner and talk to you. Nobody pays me to do it.
Okay, then why do you do it?
Because I'm a citizen. I'm a citizen the same as all of you, and I want you to know the same things I know about Jonathan Graves and his political gang who is trying to steal your votes. They're crooked men, completely crooked. They're in politics for their own personal good, not the good of the community.
That's right.
Now, be sure you remember that when you go to the polls election day. That's all I've got to say. Thanks for listening.
Wait a minute, Masters. I want to talk to you.
Oh, it's you, Graves. What could you have to say to me?
That was quite a speech you made.
Thank you.
You seem to be able to influence people very nicely.
Well, I read that book you've heard about.
Don't get cute, Masters. You're a very honest, upstanding young fellow, and I'm sure we could use you in our organization.
What you mean is you could use me so that I don't fight against your organization.
That's your interpretation. Of course, there is an element of logic in it. The truth is that if you keep up these street corner talks, you're going to get a lot of people disliking us.
That's the best news I've had all day. So long.
Wait a minute, young fellow. Don't be in such a hurry to get away. It might be very valuable to you to stick around and listen a few minutes.
I doubt it. The only thing I'd consider valuable would be if you and your crooked colleagues withdrew from the election.
No, we can't do that, my boy. You know that. We've got too much at stake. It's cost us a lot of money to build up our candidates. We can't just withdraw them just like that.
In that case, we've nothing to talk about.
Oh, but we have. We have something to talk about that should be very near and dear to you. You.
What about me?
You have your choice at the moment, Masters. A choice of being a quite wealthy, silent young man. Or a very definitely dead one.
Come on in, Eddie. Water's fine.
Well, move over. Give the guy room to dive.
Okay.
You want all the water in this pool for yourself?
Hello, boy. Welcome to Poolville, Eddie, old pal. I'll race you to the end.
No, Bill, I just as soon splash around a little. Relaxes me better.
Whew. Little tightened up from those street corner talks you've been making, huh?
No, not particularly. And incidentally, I'm getting results from him. Old man Graves is a little worried about my activities. He heard my speech this morning.
Well, don't stop, Eddie. This town will go on the rocks if Graves and his gang get in.
No, and I know it. Only that isn't what's really bothering me.
Huh? What is?
You remember Joe Cates?
Yeah, vaguely. Why?
I'm worried about Joe. He doesn't like me.
He doesn't like you because his girl does. That's nothing, Eddie. Lots of guys have fallen in love with another guy's girl. Come on, let's make the end of the pool.
What?
I'll give you a couple of yards start.
Well, I'll swim there with you, but let's not race.
Okay.
I'd rather talk.
Look, talking and swimming aren't for me. Let's sit up the edge of the pool if you want to gab.
Good enough.
Okay. What's with this Joe Gates business?
Well, he came to see me last night, Bill, and he warned me to stay away from Dorothy, or else.
You think he was serious?
Yes, he certainly sounded it. I don't scare easily, Bill. We wound up in quite a battle. I finally had to clip him.
Went that far, huh?
Further. In fact, it went so far that I sat down and wrote the district attorney a letter saying that if anything happened to me, they ought to grab Joe Cates right away.
Where's the letter?
In my desk. I told Joe I was going to write it, but I didn't tell him where I'd put it.
Naturally. Well, I hope this thing's only in your imagination, Eddie.
I do, too, but I'm afraid it's not. Well, want to hop in for a swim now? Getting that thing off my chest kind of made me feel better. All right, now I'll race you to the end of the pool and back, and then we'll get dressed, okay?
You got it, Eddie. Here we go.
Yep.
Wow, look at it come down,
Yeah.
Eddie.
Bad.
I guess old Jude Pluvius didn't think we got wet enough in the pool.
Probably. Lucky I don't live very far.
Wait with me out here, and I'll get a cab and drop you off.
No, by the time you get a cab, I'll be home in bed. All I have to do is walk to the corner, turn it, and I'm practically on my front doorstep.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
Okay, Eddie, I'll be seeing you. And don't worry about Joe Cates.
I'll try not to. Hope you get that cab in a hurry.
Thanks. Night.
Night.
Oh, good evening, officer.
Well,
Awful night, isn't it?
It ain't good. Waiting for a taxi?
That's right. My friend is lucky. He lives just around the corner. That's him walking down the street now.
Well, he doesn't seem to be too much in a hurry.
He's got a lot on his mind. Hey, officer, look.
What is it?
That fellow with a slouch hat and his coat collar turned up. Came out of a doorway and followed Eddie around the corner. I don't like that. Come on.
What the...
That was a shot, officer. Hurry.
I knew it was a shot, and I'm hurrying as fast as I can. Who was this Eddie?
Eddie Masters. Guy I've known for years. We were swimming together just now, and he was worried
Here's
about...
the corner. Let's see if he had something to worry about. He sure did. Is that him on the ground over there?
Sure is, and that guy bending over him. Grab him, officer. He's starting to run.
He ain't going to get very far. Stop, you! Stop or I'll shoot!
No, don't shoot. Don't.
Eddie.
Okay, you.
Eddie, what happened?
I saw you throw your gun away just now. You're coming to headquarters with me.
No, officer, no. I didn't do it. I didn't shoot him.
No, huh? Well, you just happen to be out for a stroll in this lovely weather, huh? Come on, back with me. I'll go pick up your gun and take you downtown.
I didn't do it, officer. I swear I didn't.
Why'd you run away when you saw us coming around the corner?
I was going to chase the guy who did shoot him. That's all I was going to do, honest.
Stop, you lying. Let's see if your victim's friend knows who you are. How is he, my boy?
He's dead, officer.
That's what I thought. Recognize this guy I grabbed? Hold your head up, you.
Sure I recognize him. He's the guy I saw sneaking around the corner after Eddie. He's the fella Eddie was afraid would kill him, and he did. He's Joe Cates.
Hello, Miss Morgan.
Oh, Mr. Vance, please come in.
Thank you. Is Mr. Markham in?
He's in his private office. He's been trying to reach you.
Yes, I know. I phoned my office and they gave me the message.
Is that you, Vance?
That's right, Markham.
Please come in here, will you, Vance?
Well, the command of the district attorney permits no pleasantries between you and me, Miss Morgan. Excuse me.
Of course.
Hello, Markham.
How are you, Vance?
Fine, thank you. And you?
I'm not sure. Sit down, won't you, Vance?
Yes, thanks.
I have something on my mind, something important.
Of course. Does it have anything to do with the trial you're conducting?
Everything. Vance, I left that courtroom today knowing definitely I can get a conviction in the state's case against Joe Cates.
And that bothers you?
Yes. Every bit of evidence points to Cates being the killer. Yet when we adjourned today, for the first time in my life, I was sorry that I'm the district attorney.
Well, this sounds serious, Markham. Tell me about it.
I'll tell you as much as I know. Joe Cates was picked up near the spot where Edward Masters was murdered, and we rushed the case to trial, as you know.
Tell me the things I don't know, Markham. Perhaps that would be easier.
All right. A witness, Bill Miller, saw this Joe Cates follow the victim around the corner. Then Miller and a policeman heard a shot and found Cates bending over Masters' body.
The newspapers say Cates threw away his gun and started to run, but the policeman overtook and overpowered him. That's the way it happened, isn't it, Markham?
Yes, and despite a letter in which Masters wrote he feared Cates, I'll tell you something, Vance. Cates denies shooting Masters, and I don't entirely disbelieve him.
No?
No, despite this letter the victim wrote naming Cates as the man who had threatened him.
It seems there's rather a complete case against Mr. Cates, but you say you don't entirely disbelieve Cates' claim that he didn't kill Masters. Why?
I don't know why. Call it a sixth sense, call it anything you like, but I don't think he did it. Everything points to him, and I'm sure I'll get a conviction when the case goes to the jury. But I don't believe he did it.
Well, perhaps he didn't. Perhaps someone else did murder Mr. Masters. He had political enemies, I believe.
Yes, but Vance, it's the ballistics report on the gun that the police officer picked up that proved our conclusive evidence against Cates. The officer saw him throw it away. And it's the murder gun, all right, a pearl-handled automatic, a .45.
I know why you tried to reach me. As the district attorney, there isn't anything you can do to prevent Joe Cates from being convicted.
But as a man, I'm sure he didn't murder Masters. And tomorrow I've got to put him on the stand and convince the jury that he's guilty.
I know how you feel. Let me see. There are 3 reasons why Cates is believed guilty. The witness who saw him trail Masters around the corner, the letter written by Masters and indicting Cates, and Cates' gun which the officer saw him throw away and which has been proved to be the murder weapon.
That's right. Combined, they form irrefutable testimony against Cates.
But you're not too happy about the certain proof you have that Cates is a murderer.
Definitely not. Only there isn't anything I can do about it.
I don't like to see you unhappy, Markham. Maybe there's something I can do about it. I'll be at the trial tomorrow.
Quiet in the courtroom, please. Continue with your interrogation of the witness, Mr. Defense Attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I'd like him to identify this photograph.
Excuse me. May I? Pardon me, please.
I've saved a seat for you, Mr. Vance. Here.
Thank you, Miss Morgan. Well, how is Mr. Markham doing?
Wonderfully. He can't miss getting a conviction. The defense attorney is questioning the main witness now, but it won't mean a thing. Listen.
Now, the photograph you just looked at, Mr. Miller, shows the scene of the crime, Blake and Daggett Streets, and includes the spot where you were standing. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, you say you saw a figure whom you identified as Joe Cates turning the corner after the victim, Mr. Masters, had passed.
That's right.
Now, do you mean to say that you could definitely identify a figure in a pouring rain late at night, a figure with his coat collar up and his hat pulled down at so great a distance?
Yes, I do. I'm positive it was Joe Cates. The street lights were bright enough for me to see him. I even knew what color suit he was wearing under his coat. I could see the color of his trousers. That's how bright it was.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. Markham.
No questions.
See what I mean, Mr. Vance? Mr. Markham has a cinch in this case.
So it appears.
Your Honor, I wish to call back upon the stand my client, Mr. Cates.
Very well.
Mr. Cates, please, will you take the stand?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, now what? Mr. Cates, the state declares that a police officer seized you a short distance from where Mr. Masters' body was found lying on the ground.
Well?
A witness, Mr. Miller, says he saw you turn the corner shortly after Mr. Masters had passed.
That's right, I did turn the corner. I was following Masters to protect him.
From what?
I knew he was in danger. I knew I'd be blamed. I was following him to see that nothing happened to him.
Mr. Cates, a police officer says he saw you throw your gun away. Is that true?
Yes, I did throw my gun away. I didn't want to be caught with it on me.
The state says that gun the officer picked up, the one you threw away, killed Edward Masters.
I know. I've heard it a dozen times, only I can't help what the state says. All I know is I didn't do it.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Masters murder case began with the finding of Edward Masters' body, with Joe Cates discovered bending over the body seconds later. Cates had thrown away his gun when the officer approached, and later it was found to be the murder weapon. Cates is on trial, and I'm prosecuting him, but I have a strong feeling that despite the evidence, he is not the killer. Because of my misgivings, Philo Vance is in the courtroom as the trial continues with the defense attorney questioning the prisoner. It is sometime...
Mr. Cates, I want you to tell the court. Now, you admit throwing your gun away when the policeman approached. Tell the court, where did you get that gun?
Down at Henry's pawn shop. I paid $20 for it.
How many times had you fired that gun, Mr. Cates?
I never fired it. Never in my life.
Quiet in the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. You never fired it?
No, I tell you, never. Once when I was cleaning it at my place right after I got it, it went off accidentally, but I never fired it at anybody.
The police established definitely that it was the gun you threw away that fired the shot that killed Mr. Masters. Now, how do you explain that?
I'll tell you how. I'm being framed, that's how. I never fired that gun. I never aimed it at anybody, and I never murdered Edward Masters, but it doesn't look to me like anybody's going to believe that.
Well, this is Henry's pawn shop, Vance. Do I go in with you?
No, Markham, please. I want to do this alone if you don't mind. Wait for me, will you?
Of course. After the trial this afternoon, I don't mind being alone, believe me.
The trial isn't over yet, Markham. Tomorrow's another day. And by tomorrow, we may have some hope for Cates.
I hope so, Vance.
I won't be long.
Yes? Yes? What can I do for you, sir?
I'm not sure. Can anyone hear us?
There's no one here, sir. Nobody but the two of us. What is it you want?
A gun.
I'm sorry, sir. Guns do not sell. If you have something to pawn, I'll gladly look at it. If you wish to purchase something, I'll gladly sell it. Except guns. Guns I do not sell.
I've got a lot of money.
Money wouldn't help me if I went to jail. A lot of money, you say?
That's what I said.
What kind of a gun?
How much do you want for a .45 automatic, pearl-handled?
With a pearl handle, it'll cost you $100. Without, it's less.
How much less?
I have a foreign pistol for $20. I have them for any price over that.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. I'll be back.
When they say they'll be back, they never come back. Plenty of money, huh?
Good day, sir.
Well, Vance, what'd you find out?
Nothing definite, Markham, but something that insists that I continue on this case. I don't know how I'm going to prove it at the moment, but I think that I can blast the most incriminating evidence against Joe Cates. Possession of the murder gun.
Yes, Miss Burke?
There's a Mr. Akins to see you, sir.
Who? Mr. Akins. I don't know any Mr. Akins. You sure he wants to see me?
He said he wanted to see you, Mr. Graves. He asked if you were the political leader, and I told him yes, and then he said he had something very private and personal to discuss with you.
What could that be?
I'm sure I don't know, sir.
Well, send him in. Then if you like, you can leave.
Well, thanks, Mr. Graves.
Private and personal. What could that be?
Mr. Graves.
Come in, Mr. Akins. What can I do for you?
I rather think it's something you can do for yourself. Yes, Mr. Graves, that's exactly what I rather think.
And what does that mean?
Mr. Graves, I live at the corner of Blake and Daggett Street, above the drugstore.
Well?
Remember that rainy night when that fellow, what's his name? Yes, Eddie Masters, was shot?
Yes? What about it?
Well, I was standing at the window, looking out. I like to look out when it rains. I think streets are prettiest when it's raining.
Forget the streets. What's on your mind?
Well, my windows face the corner where Masters was shot. And I saw who shot him. I rather think it was you, Mr. Graves. I've seen your pictures in the papers often. Yes, I rather think it was you.
Oh, you do, huh?
Oh, yes. I was going to mention it to my wife, but I said to myself, no, I said, I'm going to see Mr. Graves himself. I'm sure he'll give me something for not saying anything about this to anybody. You see, I was rather sure you would.
You were. You were sure you were going to get something to keep your mouth closed.
I was rather certain of it.
You're going to get something to keep it closed, all right? Keep it closed for good.
Oh, no. No, please.
This, Markham, will prove something to us or nothing, but it must be done.
Granted, it must be, if you say so. But what is it, Vance?
This is Joe Cates' apartment. He told the court from the witness stand that he had a gun and had fired a bullet from it accidentally the other day.
Yes.
The bullet apparently entered into the woodwork about here. I'm getting it out.
And what do you want with that bullet, Vance?
Support of a theory of mine, for one thing, Markham.
Should we answer that, Vance?
Why not? It's for you.
For me? Phone rings in Joe Cates' apartment and you know it's for me. Vance, how's that possible?
Relatively simple. It can't be for Cates. Everybody knows he's in jail. And I did call your office and leave word you'd be here.
Well, it could also be a wrong number. Don't forget that. Hello.
Mr. Markham, Riley.
Riley. Vance was right again.
What?
Nothing, Riley, nothing. What is it?
There's been another murder, Mr. Markham. Quiet fellow named Akins, George Akins.
Yes?
Lived at the corner of Blake and Daggett Street. We picked his body out of a lot. Shot through the head.
Where are you calling from?
The morgue. Akins' widow just identified the body. Thought I'd let you know.
Well, I'm glad you did. Thanks, Riley. Bye. Well, Vance, just to make matters worse, there's been another murder. A fellow named Akins lived at the corner of Blake and Daggett Streets. Shot through the head.
Well, rather unfortunate for Mr. Akins. But it doesn't make matters worse for us.
Why not? It's just another murder the police will have to solve.
Perhaps. Where did the murder of Edward Masters take place, Markham?
At the corner of Blake and Vance.
You see what I mean, Markham? I think perhaps our Mr. Akins might have seen the master's murder, tried a shakedown, and got himself killed for his efforts. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it?
Well, it can't be coincidence.
That's the way I feel about it, too. Now, Markham, there's something I want you to do for me. I want to be present when the bullet taken from Akins is compared with this bullet I just took out of the wall in Kate's apartment.
All right, Vance, but why?
Because the answer to that question is the answer to the master's murder, Markham.
Okay, Mr. Vance, I've looked. No doubt about it. The two bullets are identical.
Thanks, Riley. Satisfied, Markham?
I'm completely satisfied that the bullet we took out of the wall in Kate's apartment came from the same gun as the bullet that killed Akins. But what does that prove?
Everything. Everything to my satisfaction. I'm convinced now that Cates did not kill Masters. Satisfied beyond the shadow of a doubt. And I understand that Masters was particularly active against a political organization trying to get into power.
That's right. He made street corner speeches against the organization every day.
The head of that party is a Mr. Jonathan Graves, I believe.
Yes.
Get him in your office, Markham. I'm going to see Akins' widow. With half a break, we'll clear up this case in an hour.
I'm a busy man, Markham, a very busy man. What's the idea of getting me down here to your office?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Graves, it's Philo Vance's idea.
Vance? Well, if it's his idea, where is he?
On the way here, I hope. He went to see the widow of that fellow Akins, the one whose body the police picked up a little while ago.
What's that got to do with me?
I'm afraid Vance will have to tell you that when he gets.
I'm here to tell Mr. Graves right
Oh.
now. Thank you, Markham, for getting him here.
If you're Vance, don't thank him for getting me here. Thank me for coming.
My thanks to both of you. Mr. Graves, I've just come from seeing the widow of George Akins.
So Markham was telling me.
She told me a rather strange thing. She said that her husband was going to see you just before he was shot.
Maybe he was. He never got to my office, though.
That's still stranger. The young lady in your office told me that she showed Akins in to see you. That's the reason I was delayed, Markham. I saw both Mrs. Akins and Mr. Graves' office assistant.
Okay, so he was in to see me. What about it? He left. I never saw him again.
Mr. Graves, you made a terrible error, leaving your gun in your desk drawer.
You don't trick me, Vance. I didn't leave it in any drawer. I've got it with me right here.
Thank you. I'll just take it if you don't mind. Come now, Mr. Graves. You have no reason for not giving it to me, have you?
No, of course I haven't. No, I won't do it. I won't give it to you.
Oh, yes, you will. I'm taking it from
you. Stop it, you break. There, you've got it now. What do you want it for?
For a wonderful reason, Mr. Graves. It's undoubtedly the gun that killed Mr. Akins, for one thing.
You think my gun killed Akins?
No, but this is not your gun. I think your gun killed Edward Masters. It was Joe Cates' gun that killed Akins. But you fired both guns, Mr. Graves. Markham, when Cates' trial is resumed tomorrow, ask that the charge against him be dismissed and that Mr. Graves be held for Masters' murder.
Vance, would you explain to me about the murder gun? That's what's been bothering me.
It will bother you no longer, Markham. The gun that killed Masters was a pearl-handled automatic, right?
That's right.
Cates' gun, the one that he bought from the pawnbroker, was a foreign pistol. Cates told me he paid $20 for his gun. You can't buy a pearl-handled automatic for $20.
Oh, I see now.
The police officer picked up the murder gun, all right, but it wasn't the gun Cates threw away. That the murderer himself came back to find after the crowd had dispersed.
Give me that slowly, will you, Vance? Please?
Certainly. Cates threw his gun away when the policeman arrived.
Yes.
The murderer, Graves, saw him do it.
Uh-huh.
Graves had previously thrown his gun away when he was running with Cates after him.
Oh, I see now. Graves came back to pick up Cates' gun and keep it.
Keep it until he had to use it to kill Mr. Akins.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, my idea as to why Akins was killed was correct. He saw Graves kill Masters.
I don't see why Graves didn't get rid of Cates' gun after he picked it up.
No reason for him to, Markham. That gun hadn't killed anyone until he himself used it on Akins. Then he didn't dare get rid of it because if it were ever proven that it was Cates' gun, Cates would be absolved of the murder of Masters and the real murderer sought.
This has really been a beauty, hasn't it, Vance? Every possible element seemed to point to Cates as Masters' killer. But you found a way of breaking all of them down.
Well, Markham, I was glad to do it for a number of reasons. One of them is that all this publicity after Graves' indictment will mean that his crooked political machine will be at an end.
That's quite a coincidence, Vance. Yes, the end of the machine and, of course, the end of the Masters murder case.
quiet tonight, ain't it, Mike? Yeah, but I don't mind. Drive around another 2 hours, call into headquarters, and somebody else can have this patrol car for the next shift. Me, I'm going to bed. Nice houses on this street, huh? Well, they're big, say that for 'em. People live in them, got lots of dough, say that for 'em. Yeah. How'd you like to live in a house like that and on the corner? Yeah, not bad. Afraid Maggie wouldn't like it, though. Too many rooms to clean. Ah, she wouldn't have to worry about that. Servants, pal. She'd have to have a mess of servants. Yeah, you don't know Maggie. She wants to do everything herself. I never saw anything like Hey, it. Eddie, look. Where? Coming out of that big house we just passed. 2 guys. They're shoving guns in their pockets. Stop this heap. We're getting out. Right. Come on. Right with you, Mike. Get your gun out. Looks like we're in for a little action.
Hey, you two, stop! Stop or we'll shoot!
They aren't stopping. Let's let them have it. Right. Yeah, they got the same idea first. See how they like it. They're only half a block away. We'll grab them, Eddie. Won't have to grab both of them. One of them's hit. Look, he's staggering. Yeah, but look at the other guy. He's got his gun against his buddy. Hey, don't! He shot his own pal. How I'd like this shot to get him. My turn. We're both missed. He makes that car that's parked there was sunk. Well, he's made it all right. And there he goes. All right, let's go back and get our crate. We can chase him. Now, let's take a look at this buddy of the guy got away. He's done for. Through. Take a look. Ever see him before? Nope. Oh, get the people starting to come around. All right, everybody, get back. Go on home. Go to bed. Take a look for identification, Eddie. Right. All right, look, everybody. Nothing's going on. The show's over. Go on. Get back to bed. Get back to bed, will you? Hey, Mike. Yeah? We got a real mystery on our hands. First 2 guys stick up a place, then one of them kills the other guy, and look what I found in the other one's pocket. A piece of paper. All it's got on it is 2 words. Live on. Now, what's that mean?
Mr. Parker, boss.
Don't bother me, Larry.
I don't bother people, Mr. Parker. I do just like I'm told all the time. All the time.
Well, do what you're told. I told you not to bother me.
You sore at me, boss? Sore at me?
Of course not, Larry. I'm just trying to work out some instructions for our next job. Matter of fact, I'm very pleased with you.
Oh, thanks,
You
boss.
did very well last night, robbing the Hilton home and shooting Joe when the cops hit him.
I'm glad you liked it, Mr. Parker. Joe would have started talking if the cops grabbed him alive. He was hit in the leg and couldn't keep going, so I knocked him off. I done right?
You most certainly did. Now, just hold everything momentarily, Larry. I'm not sending you on the next job. I've got other friends, you know.
Oh, sure, I know, but ain't the cops got your phone tapped? That's what you said.
Well, they suspect I'm in back of these private home holdups, Larry, but they can't prove anything. And while they can tap this phone, they can't trace whoever it is I'm calling. That's impossible on a dial phone.
Yeah.
The message for tonight is hole pin.
Hole pin.
That's right. Take care of things just like we planned, will you?
Don't give it another thought. So long.
Goodbye, my friend. Good luck to you.
Hey, gee, boss, you're smart. Really smart, I mean.
Well, thank you, Larry. Thank you very much. But I have help. A great deal of help. And from the most unexpected places and people.
And then, Mr. Vance, the paper goes on to say that the robber who killed his accomplice is being sought by the police.
We expect to make an arrest shortly.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Vance. How did you know?
Oh, I'm smart, Miss Williams. Didn't you know?
Gosh, Mr. Vance, I've only been working for you for 3 months. You can't expect a girl to know everything in 3 months.
No, I guess not. I think, though, that...
Miss Williams, Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr.
Well,
Markham.
hello, Markham. I've rather been expecting you. Miss Williams was just telling me about the mysterious message found in the dead hold-up man's pocket.
That's why I'm here, Vance. I'd like to talk to you about the whole thing, if I may.
Well, come right into my private office, Markham. Can't have the district attorney of our fair city flaunting a furrowed forehead to the world at large. Gives the town a bad name. In here, please.
Thank you, but I'm not worrying about this town getting a bad name. I'm worrying about someone giving me a rather bad time.
Sit down, Markham, please. And let's have your problem.
Right, Vance. As you must know, there have been quite a few holdups of fashionable parties in the past few months.
Yes, I've read about them. In fact, you and I have discussed them from time to time. Casually, of course. But you mentioned the police suspect of Mr. Edward Parker.
We do, but Parker's clever. He has 2 or 3 stooges he sends out on the jobs. But let's take that robbery last night up on 58th Street. The one where one of the thieves shot his buddy after the police had wounded him.
What about it, Markham?
We found a slip of paper in the dead man's pocket, Vance. It said just 2 words. Live on. Then we intercepted a message Ed Parker was telephoning to someone. That message said, hole pin. Those words have some kind of meaning, I'm sure.
They most certainly have, Markham. A very definite meaning.
Not to me.
I just want a second to make sure of what I'm saying. That robbery last night on 58th Street, was it at number 4360?
Yes, but the papers all carry that.
I didn't remember it from the papers, believe me. Now I think I can tell you where the next robbery will take place.
Oh, no, Vance,
Yes,
no.
my friend. Of course, I'm not sure exactly when it will take place. But after I make a phone call, I think I'll be able to give you that information, too.
But, Vance, what you're saying is ridiculous. You can't possibly know that.
No? Well, I think I can. Just have the police at 2540 138th Street and see what happens. Yes, Markham, that's where the next hold-up attempt will be made.
I'm so happy you're having a good time, Mr. Davis. I'm so glad you're enjoying yourself. Incidentally, there's young Alice Morton over at the refreshment table. Wouldn't you like to join her?
Uh-huh. Definitely, Mrs. Blake.
I thought you would. Everybody, can I have your attention, please? At some particular time at every party, the hostess feels it her solemn duty to make an announcement. At the moment, duty calls. I think you'll all be glad to hear that we have with us that distinguished pianist, Dmitri Rabov, who has consented to play a few selections. Mr. Rabov. For his first number, Mr. Rabov plays the Rachmaninoff Prelude in G minor.
Okay, you at the piano, hold it! Everybody stay still and nobody move, there's a stick-up. Lock the door, Jimmy! Cut that out, lady, cut it out, or you'll never do no screaming no more. And don't none of you guys get brave all of a sudden. All of you got too much jewelry on. My friend here's got a big bag he's gonna put in the center of the floor. Go ahead, Jimmy, out. Now, that's it. All you guys and dames, one at a time, starting from my left, dump your rocks into that bag. And don't hold out or I'll come get 'em myself. Hey, you fat dame, you start it off. That's a go.
Open up this door. Open it up. This is the police.
Hey, it's the cops. Come on, Jimmy. Out them French windows and step on it.
Stop them, somebody!
Don't let nobody try it. That's what they get if they do. All right, bust through them French windows, Jimmy. Let's get going.
Open the door, somebody! Let the police in!
There they are. There. Which way they go?
Out the French windows. They might still be in the garden.
Okay, lady, come on, Eddie. Let's get after them. They're around anywhere. We'll get them.
Coming. Yes?
How do you do? I'm Philo Vance. You're Mrs. Blake?
Yes, I am. Please come in, both of you.
This is District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Blake.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you gentlemen come in and sit down?
We're not going to stay very long, Mrs. Blake. We just wanted to speak to you about the party in your house last night.
It was terrible. If the police hadn't arrived, every one of my guests would have been robbed.
If Mr. Vance hadn't told us that there'd be a robbery attempt at this address, the police wouldn't have arrived so conveniently, Mrs. Blake. But we'd like a description of the men who held up your guests.
Now, let's see. They were both average height. The one with the gun had a long, thin nose and a cut under his right eye.
Uh-huh.
The other was, well, just an ordinary-looking person.
I see. Mrs. Blake, I understand your position in the social world, and I imagine that this was rather embarrassing to you.
Well, it would have been under ordinary circumstances. But there have been several attempted holdups at parties recently, so I don't feel too badly.
What we want to know is whether you recognized either of the two men, Mrs. Blake. Had you ever seen either one of them before?
I'm quite sure I didn't. They both wore masks, but from their general appearance, I'm certain I'd never seen either one.
We thought that perhaps they might have been servants employed either by you or some of your friends who were victims of previous robberies, Mrs. Blake.
I doubt that very much. Is there anything else, gentlemen?
I think not, Mrs. Blake. Thank you so much for your kindness.
It's quite all right. Please drop in again if you like. Only let's make it a less formal visit.
Well, thank you.
We may do that, Mrs. Blake. At least one of us might do that. That one of us being me.
I'd be glad to see you at any time, Mr. Vance. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Blake.
What's getting into you, Emily? You going crazy?
No, I don't think so, Ed. Why?
Why? He gave Vance and Markham a perfect description of one of my boys. You'll blow this racket of ours sky high before we really get started.
You're such an alarmist, Ed. I didn't tell them anything they couldn't have gotten from any of the guests who were here last night. What'd you want me to do? Give them a false description so that the trail would lead directly to me?
I'm sorry, Emily. I guess I didn't think of that. Now, let's get back to what we were talking about before Vance and Markham got here.
I think we'd better talk about what happened when Vance and Markham got here. We can't use that code anymore, Ed. Vance has already broken it.
How do you know?
Markham said that Vance knew the holdup was to be here. They've tapped your wire, Ed, heard you give instructions in cipher, and broke the code.
That Vance is too smart. Maybe I ought to take care of him.
Maybe you shouldn't have started with him.
How'd I know he'd be called in on this case? There weren't supposed to be any murders, you know that. Larry killed Joe and the cop's bullet got him, but we didn't plan on that.
No. But in order to be successful at anything, Ed, it's well to be prepared for emergencies. Nothing ever goes entirely according to plan.
Well, our next job ought to. Where's it going to be?
Let me see. I have the invitation right here in my desk. Oh. Mr. and Mrs. Cornelius Worthington requests a pleasure. Let me see. Tomorrow night. That's it, tomorrow night at the Worthington home. And if I know Celia Worthington, she'll have everybody who means anything in this town at her house.
Good. This time we don't fool around with codes or with anything else. This time I do the job myself. Larry and I.
I like that. That means there'll be only 3 ways to split. You and Larry and me.
2.5 ways. We'll cut Larry's piece down to a half of what he's supposed to get. He never knows what he's going to get.
You know, Ed, I think we ought to give a little thought to Philo Vance. He might give us trouble.
Him? I don't think so. Let him interfere with this, and he won't know what he's going to get either.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Cipher murder case opened with the shooting of a hold-up man by his own accomplice. In the dead man's pocket was found a code message which Vance succeeded in breaking down, to such an extent that when I told him we had tapped the telephone wire of a Mr. Ed Parker and heard him say, "hole pin," Vance immediately gave the address of the next hold-up attempt. We were able to thwart that effort as a consequence, but had no idea where the gang intended to strike again. It is for this reason that I'm calling on Vance, whom I expect to find in his office. Vance, where are you?
In my private office, Markham. Come right in.
I'm on the way. How are you today, Vance?
Very well, which apparently is more than I can say for you. What's bothering you, Markham?
This Cipher case, Vance. We've continued to tap Ed Parker's phone, but we've gotten nothing from him that even resembles a code.
I didn't imagine you would.
You think he knows we've succeeded in figuring out his code?
I'm reasonably certain of that.
Just because the police broke up that holdup at Mrs. Blake's the other night?
That's only one reason, Markham. But the others aren't to be discussed right now.
Vance, you know the police broke that code Parker used. It took them some time. Yet you figured it in less than a minute.
I'll explain that to you, Markham, but not now. Right now, I'm wondering where that holdup mob will hit next, and how I can find out.
Well, they seem to be concentrating on gatherings of the elite. Strictly social stuff.
Really? Well, then the chances are that Mrs. Emily Blake would be invited to the next affair. And she did invite me to call on her, remember, Markham?
Yes.
I think I'll accept that invitation, my friend.
I see. You intend to get her to tell you when the next big social event will take place and perhaps ask you to accompany her. Vance, you're a very resourceful man.
That isn't the only reason I'm doing it, Markham. Don't forget, Mrs. Blake is a very charming woman.
Julia, hurry with my hair. I don't have all night, you know.
I know, Mrs. Blake. I won't be a moment. I've laid out all your jewelry on the dressing table. You can be ready in a moment after I get finished.
Well, then hurry up and get finished, why don't you? I'll get that myself. You stand in back of me and finish my hair while I'm talking.
Very well, madame.
Hello?
Emily, this is Cornelius Worthington.
Cornelius! Don't tell me I'm that late that you called to find out what was delaying me.
No, not quite. Emily, dear, there's a change in plans about the party tonight.
Oh?
Yes, one of the children's ill, and they've quarantined our house.
Oh, how dreadful, Corny.
We called the Applebys, and they're going to have our party at their house. Come there, won't you? I've got a dozen people to call, so I've got to cut this short. The Applebys are at 651.
651?
131st Street.
131st Street.
You don't mind, Emily?
Oh, it's perfectly all right, Connie. I understand. Toodaloo.
Oh, I'm finished, Mrs. Blake.
Oh, good. Now, hand me that telephone.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wait. There's someone at the door. Here, call this number and just give them this message. The message is Vop Pip.
Vop Pip?
Yes, do it right away, will you? I'll get that door myself.
I'll do it, but I don't know what I'm doing.
Coming. Good evening. Please come in.
Good evening, Mrs. Blake. Why, you're staring at me. Is anything wrong? Is it the white tie or the topper?
It isn't either, Mr. Vance. Only you seem to look as if you belonged in a white tie. That's rather strange attire for a private investigator, isn't it?
Yes, but at the moment I'm not working at my chosen profession. You did invite me to call, didn't you?
Why, yes. But I'm going out tonight.
I thought you might be, hence these evening clothes. May I go with you?
Well, why not?
Thank you. By the way, Mrs. Blake, you look quite charming.
Thank you. My wrap, Vance, sits over by the chair.
Of course. Here you are. Beautiful shoulders, Mrs. Blake. Beautiful.
I'm going to run out of thank yous. But I warn you, it'll be long after you run out of compliments.
Perhaps. Where are we going, or shouldn't I ask?
We're going to a party.
Oh?
It was supposed to be held at the Worthingtons, but it's over at the Applebys. That won't bother you any.
We're still going.
Of course.
It won't bother me any. Shall we go?
Vance, I think you're the most charming man I've ever known.
That, Mrs. Blake, speaks eloquently for my conceit and very badly for the other men with whom you've been. Are all social parties this dull?
No, only the ones I've been to.
Score one for the distaff side of the combination. You know, I think we're getting along rather well.
I'm glad to hear that. We were, as far as I was concerned. But I'll have you know that when you walked into this room, every woman in the place turned to stare at you.
I didn't notice.
Used to that sort of attention, Vance?
Immune to it. Tell me, who is everybody here?
Well, let's see. That's Appleby Junior over there. His dad owns mills or something. And next to him...
Mrs. Appleby?
Don't be naive. That's Celia Worthington.
Oh.
Mrs. Appleby is over by the piano with Cornelius Worthington.
Cozy, isn't it? What happens when it comes time to go home?
See that light switch next to you?
Yes.
At midnight, somebody turns that out, and everybody rejoins the partner he came here with.
No wonder people are looking so strangely at us. Tell me more about the others.
Well, there's Montgomery Todd over there. Mr. Todd is the tall man looking vaguely around the room.
And Mrs. Todd?
Well, she's the one Montgomery is looking vaguely around the room for. She's the thin woman over by the palms at the other end of the room. Very wealthy.
Isn't everybody here?
Practically.
Okay, everybody. Don't anybody do anything except what I tell them, and nobody will be hurt.
Another robbery.
All right,
Sort of
quiet.
an epidemic lately, isn't it?
Now, look, all of you, you've all got jewels. They're probably all insured. Now, we want them, and we don't want any trouble getting them. I want all the men to turn their backs
The lights! What happened to the lights?
Hey, boss, there's a trap. Let's get out of here fast.
Come on, let's get
I guess I can turn the lights on now, don't you think, Mrs. Blake?
Oh, you acted very quickly, Vance. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you, too, Mrs. Blake. Perhaps you didn't act as quickly, but your acting was very good just the same.
Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance. I've just left Mrs. Blake. The party we were going to switched addresses at the last moment.
Yes, I know. My men found only servants home when they went to cover the Worthington house.
2 men just tried to hold up the guests at this party, Markham. I slipped away to call you and report.
Oh, glad you did. Sergeant Heath found out where the party was. He just called in to say he picked up 2 men who were fleeing from the Appleby mansion. Come on down here, Vance. I'll have them here in a few moments.
I'll be there, Markham, and I'll bring Mrs. Blake with me. I'm quite sure she can supply all the identification we need. Right in here, Mrs. Blake, if you will. This is District Attorney Markham's office.
This is all very distasteful to me, Vance.
I'm sorry, but it has to be done. Please come in.
All right.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment. Hello, Vance. Glad you're here. Good evening, Mrs. Blake.
Hello, Mr. Markham.
Mrs. Blake, we picked up these 2 men as they were running from the Appleby house an hour ago. Can you identify them as the men who tried to hold up the guests of the party?
Well, no. No, I can't.
They're the men who tried to hold up tonight's party, Markham. I recognize them.
Thank you, Vance. I guess that's all we need. We can take them in and break up the mob that's been preying at society functions.
Do you have all of the mob members, Markham?
We have Parker here. He's the one whose phone we had tapped. And Larry Dayton, that's the short individual in the corner there. We think he's Parker's #1 helper. There may be 1 or 2 others, but we'll get them.
I'm quite sure you will. You might as well have everyone connected with the thefts, Markham. For instance, you might take this very important member of the gang, Mrs. Emily Blake.
What's...
I? Mr. Vance, you can't mean that.
Are you sure, Vance?
Quite. And I can mean that, Mrs. Blake. I can do more than mean it. I can prove it.
I'd like nothing better than to relax at the end of a case, Vance, but we've gotten confessions from Mrs. Blake and Ed Parker, and I'm still not relaxed.
Markham, what's the trouble?
You know, I told you the police broke that code that Parker was using, but never explained it to me. I want to know first how you broke it, and so quickly.
Oh, that? Well, let me see. The original code message found on the dead man was, "Live on," right?
Yes.
And the robbery the dead man was fleeing from took place at 4360 58th Street.
Yes.
The letters in the words "live on" became the numbers 4360 and 58, Markham. By use of a code word, each letter becomes a number. That's why when you intercepted Parker's message about hole pin, I was able to tell you the address of the next attempted stick-up.
But how could you have broken the code so quickly?
The minute I saw it, I knew it as well as I knew my own name. In fact, it was my own name.
Your own name? What?
Philo Vance. The P was 1, the H 2, the I 3, the L 4, and so on.
Well, I'll be darned. They picked your name. I wonder why.
2 reasons. 1, it was known to everybody involved. 2, they never thought I'd be called in on a mere series of robberies.
Well, that brings me up to the question of Mrs. Blake's guilt, Vance.
That? Well, it started because I believed there had to be somebody on the inside tipping off the gang as to where these parties were being held. I didn't suspect Mrs. Blake until after the robbery at her house when, in an effort to divert suspicion from herself, she described one of the masked thieves too well.
How do you mean, too well?
She said he had a cut under his eye. Now, if he had worn a mask, and we know he did, she couldn't have seen the cut. That got me to thinking. And then I learned that Cornelius Worthington was giving a party. I went to him and got him to switch his party to the Appleby's house.
Why?
Well, Worthington was to wait at his home and escort every other guest to the Appleby's personally. There, the guests were to be told the phone was out of order. But Worthington was to call Mrs. Blake and tell her about the change in plans for the party.
Oh, I see now. Then when the party was held up, it was only Mrs. Blake who could have been in touch with Ed Parker to tell him the new address.
Exactly. Anything else, Markham?
I think not, Vance. I do think that lack of funds and a desire to maintain her social position must have put Mrs. Blake in the middle of this situation.
I imagine so. But let's forget her into the middle of this situation. Let's realize we've reached the end of the Cipher murder case.
Yes, Mr. Vance?
Miss Williams, is Miss Deering there?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Vance. She's not. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, please come in my private office, Miss Williams.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Vance?
I want you to take some notes on the White Willow murder case, Miss Williams. Make a copy for me and send a copy to Mr. Markham, please.
I always send a copy to the district attorney, Mr. Vance.
Good. Oh, before I begin, there'll be a Miss Sarah Payton in to see me in a few minutes.
Yes.
She telephoned for an appointment. When she arrives, ask her to come right in, will you please?
She's out in the outer office now, Mr. Vance. She said her appointment wasn't till noon, so she preferred to wait, she said.
Well, ask her to come in now, will you please, Miss Williams? The notes can wait.
Certainly, Mr. Vance, in a second. Miss Payton, would you come in, please?
Oh, thank you very much. How do you do, Mr. Vance? I'm Sarah Payton.
Oh, hello, Miss Payton. Please sit down. All right, Miss Williams, please.
Yes, Miss Vance.
Now, Miss Payton, what can I do for you?
For one thing, Mr. Vance, you can look at me.
Oh?
Did you ever see a more ordinary-looking woman in your life?
I beg your pardon?
Well, I'm sensible about it, Mr. Vance. I should be. After all, I'm not a child. I'm 34 now.
I don't see how.
How that affects you or how it can be important? Well, it is. Believe me, it is. I've got to tell you some facts first. Please listen.
Of course.
Well, when I was a child, I was just a child. I wasn't as pretty as little girls generally are. I was just a child, very plain child. I went to dancing school, but the boys had to be either bribed or threatened to dance with me.
Go on, please.
Well, it was the same in school. I went to proms, sure, and dances, and I tried to be friendly, but the other girls were always more attractive. Boys always wanted to be with them. They never wanted to be with me. I went through my life like that, Mr. Vance. Being just one of the people everybody sees every day that nobody pays any attention to.
Are you sure you wanted to see me, Miss Payton? I'm a private investigator.
I know, Mr. Vance, and I'm quite sure I want to see you. About a year and a half ago, I inherited quite a bit of money, and now I believe I'm going to be murdered.
Murdered, eh? You're rather calm about that, Miss Payton.
If I am, it's because it doesn't matter greatly to me, Mr. Vance. You see, during the past year, I've had all the happiness anyone could possibly ask for. What happens to me now isn't terribly important.
Well, that sounds like you've come to me to see that I do not prevent your murder.
Well, that's partly correct. I want to pay you, Mr. Vance, not to investigate my murder. If if I'm killed.
I see. In other words, you don't want your murderer caught by me if he succeeds in eluding the police.
That's it exactly. He's clever, but you're clever too, Mr. Vance, and I don't want him caught.
Miss Peyton, this is the strangest proposition ever made to me. I'm sorry, I have to turn it down.
I was afraid you would, but there's no harm in trying.
Who is it you think will murder you?
Oh, no, Mr. Vance. After all, you wouldn't help me. Why should I help you?
Samuel, sit still just a minute. I want to see if this sweater I'm making will fit you.
Uh-huh. Seems to be the right width across the shoulders.
Must you do that now, Matilda?
Well, I do if I ever expect to finish the sweater.
I think maybe I ought to give it an extra inch or so. It might shrink.
Give it 2 extra inches, but leave me alone.
Well, I'm sorry, Samuel. I didn't mean to annoy you.
Oh, it isn't you. It's that sister of mine, Sarah. What am I going to do about her?
Nothing. Why should you do anything about her? She's living her life the way she wants it. She's old enough to know what she's doing.
I can't sit by and let her throw herself away on that gigolo. How a girl can let herself be talked into... Oh, I can't understand it. I just can't understand it.
That's because you're a man.
I'm man enough to do something about that situation, I'll tell you that. I bet she's even left him all of her money. Wouldn't surprise me any if she changed her will and left everything to him.
Oh, not everything, Samuel. You know she'll leave you something.
I know. I don't know anything. She inherited a lot of money. She'll leave him the money. You wait and see.
Seems to me that something ought to be done about him, Samuel, don't you think?
No, I don't. I think something ought to be done about my sister.
Oh, say it again, Joe. Just once more.
I love you, Sarah, darling. You're the sun, the stars, you're everything.
Oh, you're lying, but it sounds so good. Sounds so wonderful. You didn't mind my buying you that easy chair. I was hoping you'd like it.
Mind? I never mind anything you do, Sarah, darling.
You know something?
Hmm?
I've never been so happy in my life as I've been this last year. You just made it perfect for me. I don't care what happens after this.
I'm glad.
You got a right to be. I guess I should be too sensible to believe that a man like you would fall in love with me. But I don't want to be sensible. Can you understand that?
I understand only you, darling.
Yes, I believe you do.
Well, Sarah...
Let me finish. I've been sensible all my life, and all my life has been dull, miserable. The one time I forgot to be sensible, I remembered to be happy. That's when you came into my life, Joe. You've been wonderful for me.
Sarah, darling, I'm delighted. What else can I say?
Nothing. There's nothing I want you to say. I have to run now. Please love me a little while longer.
Forever, darling. I'll see you to the door.
Tonight?
Dinner in the theater.
7 o'clock, Joe, at my apartment.
Of course. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Oh, brother.
Are you kidding? Very pretty scene, Joe. You're going to be quite an actor.
Oh, shut up.
Please, Joe, love me a little while longer. Oh, nuts. That's supposed to be a smart dame. I'm glad I'm stupid.
Will you shut up, Diane? It's tough enough making love to that gal without being reminded of it when she's not around.
I don't know if you mind it as much as you say.
What?
I said I don't know if you mind it as much as you say.
Look, you know I've got to make love to her. You know what kind of money we're playing for.
Oh, you do it too good, Joe. You do it like you meant it. Maybe you want all that dough and you want her, too. And what happens to me if that happens?
It's not gonna happen.
It better not. I don't have to remind you that we're a team, you and I. Do I, Joe?
Look, will you shut up?
Yeah, when I'm finished. Joe, you and I are a $100 dance team. We never were anything else. We'll never be anything more. It was me that spotted this gal. Me that planned it.
Sure it was you, so why gripe?
Because it looks like you're doing some planning of your own. Well, don't do it, Joe. Your mind ain't used to working. It could be unhealthy if you started using it this late in life. Remember what I say, Joe. It could be very unhealthy.
Vance? Oh, Vance?
In here, Markham. My private office. Come on in.
I'm on the way. How are you, Vance?
Very well, thank you, Markham. And very surprised at your visit.
Don't give me that, Vance. Nothing surprises you ever.
Won't you sit down, my complimentary friend?
Your complimentary friend happens to be a very busy district attorney at the moment. There's been a murder, Vance. A woman named Sarah Peyton.
Sarah Peyton, eh? Well, that was to be expected.
You mean you knew she was going to be murdered?
No, but she did. She was in to see me to pay me not to look for her murderer.
What?
I won't explain it now, Markham, but that's what happened. Tell me the details.
All right, I'll give them to you as far as we know them. She was found dead in her one-room apartment, shot to death.
Mm-hmm.
Her body was in one corner, and a man's top hat was on the studio bed in another corner of the room.
Really?
Yes. Sergeant Heath is checking it now. Heath's done quite a bit of investigating and found out some very important information.
Such as the fact that there was a gigolo mixed up with Miss Peyton?
Well, yes, but Vance...
How did I know? She practically told me, Markham. No mystery about it, believe me. Tell me what else Heath found out.
Well, this gigolo, his name is Joe, is a professional dancer, part of the team of Joseph and Deanne. Small time, as I understand it. Miss Peyton's brother gave us that information.
Her brother? Who's he?
Oh, very legitimate, Vance. Woolen business, quite substantial, married, has been for 15 years. He told us about this Joe.
Yes, so you said. And there was a top hat on the bed in the murdered woman's apartment, eh, Markham?
Yes, we reasoned that the murderer was somebody Miss Peyton knew. He came in, they quarreled, and he shot her. Then, believing the noise of the gun would attract neighbors, he fled, forgetting his high hat.
Very possible, of course, Markham.
What are you looking for, Vance?
My hat, Markham. Just because your murderer forgot his is no reason why I should go out investigating him without mine.
Give me a little help on these lifts, Diane. Jump when I lift you.
Jump? That's all I gotta do is jump. Joe, I'm so jumpy now I don't know what I'm doing. Let's stop rehearsing. I can't keep my mind on what I'm doing.
Okay, that suits me. Mike, that's all for now.
Okay. What's the use of rehearsing this dance act anyhow? A couple of weeks we'll have all the dough we need now that your girlfriend got knocked off.
Maybe you got something there. How did you know about her getting killed? I forgot to ask you.
I read it in the papers.
It wasn't in the papers.
How did you know about it?
I heard it on the radio.
It wasn't on the radio. Look, you want to stop this clowning and talk like you and me are supposed to talk? We're partners, remember?
Sure, I remember. Only there's some things you...
How do you do? I'm Philo Vance. May I come in?
Who's stopping you?
Thank you. You're Joseph and Diane, I imagine. I wanted to talk to both of you about the death of Miss Sarah Peyton.
What about it, Vance?
You knew she was murdered.
Sure he knew it. He told me about it.
I told you. You knew it. You said you read it in the papers.
Don't give me that.
Excuse me, but it doesn't really matter what either of you said. How did you know about Miss Peyton, Joe?
I had a date with her last night. When I got to her joint, I found she'd been knocked off, so I scrammed.
And you, Miss Diane?
I was following Joe. I didn't trust him.
I gathered that. If you didn't precede him, I don't imagine the police will be too interested in you. Of course, there's the little matter of proving whether you were there before or after your friend here, but that will be taken care of later.
It's okay with me. They, find the will yet?
Yes, as a matter of fact, they did. I went to Miss Peyton's apartment with the district attorney, and we found the will together. You inherit quite a lot of money, Joe.
No kidding. Isn't that nice?
You don't seem very excited about it.
I expected it. Anything else you want with us, Vance? We're rehearsing our act.
I think you've already done quite a good act where I'm concerned, Joe,
Vance,
but
I knew I'd find you here.
Oh, hello, Markham. May I present the dance team of Joseph and Diane? The district attorney, Mr. F.X. Markham.
Hello.
How do you do? Vance, I'm glad you're right here on the ground floor for the finish of this case.
The finish? So soon?
We think so. Remember the high hat we found on the bed in the murdered woman's apartment?
Yes, of course.
Well, Sergeant Heath has succeeded in tracing it. It belongs to Joseph here.
What?
Joseph, I'm arresting you for murder.
What is this? It's a frame. I didn't leave my hat in that dame's apartment.
Come now, Joe. We know you were friendly with the woman. We know you inherited from her. We've got quite a case against you, Joe.
Have you, Markham? I doubt it.
What? Vance, whose side are you on?
Yours, of course, but I'd rather you didn't make any mistakes, Markham. It is quite possible, of course, that you did find Joe's hat in Miss Peyton's apartment.
Of course we found it there on the bed.
I repeat, it's quite possible that you found it there, but I can tell you quite definitely that he didn't leave it there.
This is District Attorney Markham. The High Hat murder case got its name from a hat that led us to Joe, a dancer. The topper was found on the bed in the apartment of murdered Sarah Payton, a woman who had tried to pay Philo Vance at one time not to investigate her murder. Vance has asked me to release Joe and his partner, Diane, but will not clarify his remark that Joe did not leave his hat in Miss Payton's apartment. We are watching Joe's rooms, and one of my men just phoned and said that Samuel Payton, the murdered woman's brother, has just gone in to visit the dancer. He should be there.
Stand up, you dirty rat.
Lay off.
Stand up and take what's coming to you.
Relax, will you, Peyton? The cops let me off. They know I had nothing to do with killing your sister.
I know better. Maybe they can't prove anything on you, but I'm not going to try. I'm going to beat it out of you. You'll admit it when I'm through with you.
Don't be silly, Peyton. You're out of your class.
You think so? Well, what do you think now?
I told you not to fool around, Peyton. Somebody's liable to get hurt.
Sure, you. Maybe that first smack didn't do the trick, but I'll beat the living daylight.
Cut it out. Quit it, you dope.
Dope, huh? We'll see.
Okay, I hate to do this, but...
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Markham. This is Joe. The dancer, you know.
Yes, I know. What is it?
That dead dame's brother, Sam Payton, just came up to visit me.
I know that, too. We've got men watching your apartment.
You have? Then you better have one of them come up and cart this bird away. I had to knock some sense into his head. But that ain't all.
No? What is all?
As he fell on the floor, something dropped out of his back pocket, Markham. A gun, pal.
What?
Maybe you'd better get somebody up here right away, huh?
Are you ready, Smith?
Yeah?
Well, this is it, Vance. We're going to shoot a bullet out of the gun we took from Samuel Payton into that cotton bale. And if it matches the bullet we found in his sister, we'll know plenty.
Yes, I suppose you will. Well, let's get on with this, Markham.
Right. Let it go, Smith.
Right.
Now, that bullet's in the bale of cotton Smith shot at, Vance. Let's get it out. I'll take the gun, Smith.
Suits me fine, Markham. I'd like a look at it, too.
Of course. The bullet will be embedded in the cotton bale, but it can be removed easily. We use cotton
I know, Markham, because it won't destroy any markings on the bullet.
Someday I'd like to be able to tell you something you don't know, Vance.
Markham, there are a lot of things that fall into that category, believe me. I'll get that bullet out with this pocket knife of mine. Ah, there we are. That did it. Ugly thing, isn't it?
It could be very beautiful if it matches the bullet that killed Sarah Payton, Vance. I mean, it would solve this case beautifully.
I hope you're right, my friend. Where's the microscope, Markham?
In the next room. It's all set up with a bullet from Miss Payton already under the microscope.
It won't take a second, then, to find out whether we have the murder gun.
And the murderer.
Yes, I know.
Through here, Vance.
Right you are. Markham, let me smell that gun that Smith just fired, will you?
Of course, here it is. There'll be a strong odor of cordite, you know.
There should be. And there is. There's also a suspicion of another odor.
Really? Well, metal can have its own peculiar smell, I suppose. I've put this bullet under the microscope, Vance. Want to take a look?
I most certainly do.
What are you humming about, my friend?
The bullet markings match, Markham. The murder bullet was undoubtedly fired from the same gun Joe reports having taken from Mr. Samuel Payton.
Vance, when you have that look of concentration on your face, you're thinking, so perhaps I'd better not interrupt. But I would like to know what it is you're thinking about.
To be honest, it's about this visit we're making to Mr. Samuel Payton and his wife.
I could have sent Heath to arrest Payton. After all, the murder gun did drop out of his pocket after Joe had clipped him.
That's Joe's story, Markham. Did you ever think that that might be an excellent way of getting rid of the murder gun? Joe may have had the gun all the time and merely told you it had fallen out of Payton's pocket.
Say, Vance, that is possible, isn't it?
It's very likely, I'd say.
Well, we'll find out very shortly. This is the Payton home. Coming, Vance?
Definitely.
If Joe planted the murder gun so that it would seem Payton had it, Vance, How does that tie up with your theory that he didn't leave his top hat on the murdered woman's bed?
It doesn't. But about the hat and the bed, Markham. Joe's in show business. Show people have a superstition about hats on beds. They'd no more think of leaving their hat on a bed than they'd think of jumping out of a window.
Oh, I see.
Of course, it is possible that Joe knew we'd think the hat was a plant if it were found on a bed, so he put it there purposely to clear himself. But that's unlikely.
Vance, nothing is unlikely.
Yes?
Mr. Peyton, this is Philo Vance, and I'm District Attorney Markham.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting you to come in.
I'm afraid we're going to have to ask you to come with us, Mr. Peyton.
I've been expecting that, too.
You knew we'd check the gun Joe took from you and find that it had fired the bullet that killed your sister?
I thought you might.
We're pretty thorough, Mr. Peyton. However, to be perfectly fair about this, I'd like to know one thing.
Yes?
Did you bring that gun to Joe's room?
Yes, I did. The gun's mine. I'm your man, Mr. Markham. I murdered my sister.
Keep playing, Mike. We're paying you by the hour. Joe'll show up sometime or other. You know, it's a funny thing. It's about time you showed up, you big clown. How long? Oh. Mr. Vance.
Hello, Diane. Isn't Joe here?
No, you want him?
Not particularly. There were some things I wanted to ask him, but they weren't terribly important.
No, I don't imagine they were. I hear you got a confession from Mr. Peyton. That's good work, Vance.
Well, thank you. That is, if Mr. Peyton is the murderer, which I doubt. I think I'll wait for Joe.
It's okay with me. Piano bother you?
Not at all. Very rhythmic, I'd say.
You dance?
Not very well.
Want me to teach you? Come on, come here. It's easy. Just put your right arm around me. That's good. Now, you just think where you want me to follow, and I'll follow. See? Easy, isn't it?
Quite. What perfume is that you're wearing, Diane?
It's called finesse. You like it?
Very much. Always use it?
All the time. Why?
Why? Because if that's true, it practically absolves you from the murder of Sarah Peyton.
You want to see Mr. Peyton, Vance? Why? He's confessed.
Yes, I know.
It sort of throws out your theory that Joe planted the gun, doesn't it?
That it definitely does, Markham. I still want to talk to him, though.
This cell is right down the line. Incidentally, in his confession, he gave the motive. He knew his sister had left him some money in her will, and he wanted it immediately.
Simple motive, isn't it, Markham?
This whole case is terribly simple. At the moment, I don't know why I bothered you with it.
Oh, it was no bother. But it isn't solved yet, my friend.
Oh, Vance, please, not that. We don't often get a murderer to confess with so little trouble.
You got a confession, all right, Markham. But was it from the murderer? This the cell?
The next one. Oh, I think Mrs. Peyton is with him now. That bother you any?
Not at all. Hello, Peyton.
Hello, Vance. Markham.
I've got the keys. I'll open the cell door.
All right.
This is my wife. Mr. Vance, Mr. Markham, Mrs. Peyton.
How do you do?
How do you do,
Mr. Vance, isn't there anything you can do for my husband? He isn't a murderer.
I've been trying to tell that to the district attorney, Mrs. Peyton.
Oh, you have? Then there's hope for him?
I think so.
Why should there be hope for me? I killed my sister, I admit it. Oh, dear, no, I'm sorry, Matilda, but there isn't anything. Here, take my handkerchief.
I have one of my own in my bag.
Delicate perfume your wife uses, Mr. Peyton.
What's the difference whether it's delicate or not? What do you two want here?
Has she always used it, Mr. Peyton?
Yes, always. She has it made up. She likes it. Now leave her alone.
I'm sorry, but we can't. You see, I'm very certain that despite your confession, it was your wife who killed your sister.
Vance, I've got to know one thing.
Only one, Markham?
One thing at a time, let's make that. Now, you told me that Sarah Peyton came to you and asked you not to look for a murderer in the event that she was killed. Why would she do that?
Because she suspected that Joe would kill her eventually, Markham.
And she didn't want him caught. I don't understand that.
In order to understand that, you'd have to understand the woman. She was a plain woman. She wasn't ugly, just nondescript. Everything about her was plain. The way she looked, the way she dressed, her hair, everything.
That idea about your not catching her murderer was decidedly not plain, Vance.
No, it was. You see, Markham, even Miss Peyton's mind was just run-of-the-mill. She wasn't clever and she wasn't stupid. All her life, she'd either been ignored or disregarded by men.
Please go on.
Then she inherited a lot of money. Even that meant nothing to her. She didn't know what to do with it. Her wants were simple. Money wasn't important. You may not believe it, Markham, but it's hard to cultivate expensive habits when you're not used to them.
I believe it, all right, but I also believe we're getting away from why she didn't want her murderer caught.
Well, she believed that her gigolo, our friend Joe, would kill her eventually. He came on the scene soon after she inherited all that money, and he gave her what she told me was the only happiness she'd ever had in her life. She was content to pay for that happiness with her life.
It was all right with her if he killed her?
Yes, and she didn't want him caught after he killed her. She was quite willing that he get away with her murder.
He could have killed her for the money she left him, of course, but why didn't she just give him the money? That would have saved her life.
It wouldn't have been very much of a life, Markham. If she'd given him the money, she'd never have seen him again, and she knew it.
That makes sense now. Women are funny creatures, Vance.
There's an epic remark, my friend, that must have been made centuries ago. Man's a funny creature, too. Take Samuel Peyton. He was willing to go to the chair for a murder his wife committed.
How did he know she had killed his sister?
The gun. She used his gun. But she carried it to Sarah Peyton's apartment in her handbag, and anything a woman carries in her handbag gets the perfume of the bag on it.
Yes, I've noticed that. When you found that Mrs. Peyton's perfume matched the odor of the gun, you knew you'd found your killer.
That's right, despite her husband's confession. He tried to shield her, knowing she'd killed his sister for the money that was left him. She tried to cover the murder by getting Joe's high hat and leaving it at the scene of the crime, but we saw through that. Quite an emotional sequence, wasn't it, Markham?
Quite. But like all things when you work on them, Vance, it reached a very satisfactory end.
Yes, Markham, I think you can safely say that this is the end of the high hat murder case.
As we go into the final laps of this race, ladies and gentlemen.
Duke's in the lead.
Yeah.
Now if he can only hold it. One more lap and he'll cut the flag. Sure, Joe.
Come on over here away from the rail, Tony. We can see if he wins it from here. Even if he does, I'll still take him when I get my own crate.
I never saw a grease monkey yet who didn't want to be a racing driver. Except me.
Yeah.
Me, I'm happy. I don't crack up. I don't go through no fences. I'm happy. I fix a tire.
Sure,
Beat him
sure.
gas, but I'm just a mechanic, and I know it.
Look, I'm not trying to run your life, Tony. You're happy here in the pit. Okay, so you're happy. Hey, there goes number 8 out after Duke. He's catching him.
And they're coming around the bend and into the stretch. Hey, did you see that?
Sure, Duke tried to push number 8 through the fence. That's Duke for you. That's him all over.
Hey, here they come. Hey, look. Number 8's nosing in front.
Yeah.
They're shooting top.
That's even too good for him.
They're heading for the finish. There's a guy with a checkered flag. It's between number 8 and Duke. It's Duke. No, there's a finish. It's number 8.
So what? Somebody's got to win, don't they? It don't have to be Duke just because we're here in his pit.
I'm going over to the rail. Here he comes rolling toward us.
Okay, I'm with you.
He'll be fit to be tied, Joe.
Now, ain't that just too bad?
I'm going to talk to him. Hey, Duke.
Yeah?
Gee, that was a tough one to blow, Duke. You only lost it by a nose.
I didn't lose it. It was lost for me.
What do you mean, Duke? What do you mean?
Yeah, Duke, what do you mean?
Which one of you guys checked my tires before the race started?
Joe here did.
That's right.
What up blew on me halfway through the race?
Yeah, I know. We put the new one on, didn't we? Tony and me practically broke a track record for speed, too.
Oh, you changed it fast enough, but number 8 didn't have any tire changes. That's the reason he got up there in front of me.
Gee, Duke, that could happen to anybody. A tire blows, boom. It happens all the time.
Sure, but it's generally an accident.
Sorry if my checkup on the tires wasn't right, Duke. They tested okay. Sorry if that made you lose a race.
You want to be a racing driver, don't you, Joe?
Yeah.
Figure you can drive for old man Roberts someday, too, don't you? Huh?
Yeah, I do. What about it?
You know what's liable to happen when a tire blows when you're going around a turn beating 100 miles an hour?
I said I was sorry I'd made you lose a race, didn't I?
I'm not talking about losing the race. I could have cracked up, gone through a fence. You cost me the race, all right, but you almost cost me my life. It's all right to be ambitious, Joe, but don't overdo it.
Hey, Chickie, what was my time?
Hold it, Joe. I'm on my way over. Oh, you did great, Joe. Just great.
Yeah? What did I do exactly?
You did it a minute faster than number 8 that copped the big race on Saturday. The one that beat out Duke.
Yeah, good. That means I enter this crate for the next big race. You know, this little supercharger of mine really went to town. This thing was hopping all the way.
Joe, you're going to beat Duke when you go up against him, aren't you?
Oh, you know I am, honey. I've been mechanic for that guy for a year. I know him inside out. I'm going to beat him all right. Before the year is over, I'll be the top driver for old man Roberts.
Oh, you bet you will. That's my guy who said that.
And that's my girl who says that. You really have forgotten all about Duke, haven't you, Chickie?
You made me forget him, Joe. I've forgotten him. But not what he did to me. You've got to run him into the ground at the next race, Joe. You've got to beat him.
Don't worry, Chickie. I'll beat that guy. One way or another.
I knock with 9 points. Kings, 10s, and 6, 7, 8 of diamonds. How many do you have, Duke?
I don't know you, Mr. Roberts. Got to figure it out. There's a king I lay off on you. 10 I lay off. That makes it 3 5s, 3 deuces, 3 and an ace. 4 points, undercut.
Well, how do you like that? Tony, did you ever see anything like the luck that Duke has in gin rummy?
He's awful lucky, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, stop turning around and look at Tony after every hand, Mr. Roberts. That isn't going to help you win, you know.
Well, something better help me. I haven't won a hand all night. And in my own office with my own cards, too.
Now, Mr. Roberts, if I was you, I wouldn't hold no high cards. Maybe that's a way to be Duke in gin rummy. Save the smallies.
Now, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Tony, how is it every time I play, Duke, you're standing in back of me?
Well, I just like to watch you play, that's all. I don't open my mouth, do I? I don't say nothing.
No, you don't talk. But you can see my hand and you can signal him.
Signal me? Now,
Yeah.
wait a minute, Mr. Roberts.
Wait, nothing. You can signal him, Tony, with that toothpick you always have in your mouth. Yeah, you keep it in one corner. It means I have kings, a little toward the center queens, in the center jacks, and the other corner tens. That's how it could be done.
Now, Mr. Roberts, you don't think I'd cheat you, do you? After all, I drive for you.
After tomorrow's race, you'll be saying used to drive for me. I've got this thing figured out now. Tony signals with the toothpick. And if he takes it out of his mouth, that shows I need the card he's signaling for in a run. That's what's been going on here.
Gee, Mr. Roberts, I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't smart enough to signal nobody. I wouldn't know how to signal anybody.
You'd know how to remember what's told to you. Duke, you've won at least $15,000 from me in the past few months. I want that back.
Mr. Roberts, that's being unreasonable. You weren't being cheated. I won that money, honestly.
I doubt it. I don't think you ever did anything honestly in all your life. Do I get that money back, Duke?
I don't see why I should give it to you.
You don't, eh?
No.
I'll explain it to you. I hate losing. But worse than that, I hate being cheated.
Something is going to be done about it, believe me. And very soon.
Ever been to one of these auto races, Markham?
No, never, Vance. I've seen the standard motor car races, but never these midget jobs.
Does you good to get away from your office once in a while. You're too conscientious a district attorney. You never have any fun.
Look who's talking. If I were on a case at the moment, I wouldn't be here, but neither would you, Vance.
Well, concentrate, Markham, because there's the...
They're off. The first sprint of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Making the first turn, it's number 6, 8, 7, and 12, with the rest of the cars bunched in back. They're heading into the first stretch now with the leaders still in the same position. Number 3, driven by young Joe
That's
Turner,
my boy.
starting to come up. Wide of the pack, and number 7, that's Duke Wilson's keeping him on the bank and preventing him from getting up top speed. Wilson is crowding number 3 to the rail, and 3 drops back. Here they come past our broadcasting booth. And number 6 is giving way to the speed of it's number 4. Number 4 is coming up from nowhere on the near turn, and he's leading all the cars with number 7 in back of him now, and number 3 laying back in third position, waiting an opportunity of getting between them. There they go, hub to hub, making the turn and coming around at top speed. Here comes number 3 making his bid. Number 7, that's Wilson, tries to crowd him off. Wilson's tugging at the steering wheel. He can't seem to straighten it out. There he goes! Through the fence! He's turned over. The
Poor
officials
fellow.
are running over to the Wilson
That's the
car.
accident, wasn't it, Vance? It was nasty, all right, Markham. But I'm not so sure it was an accident.
Sure was a tough break for you, Mr. Roberts. Your car was leading all the way when Duke went through that fence.
It was a tougher break for Duke. The ambulance doctor said he doesn't have a chance.
Yeah, that's what happens in this racket, Mr. Roberts. You never can tell when you start a race where you'll end up. That's the reason I don't want never to drive. Me, I'm a grease monkey. I'm no auto racer. But I still say it was a tough break for you, boss.
How do you figure that?
You got kind of sore at that game last night. You promised Duke something. Looks like you kept your promise.
Why, you...
Not to me, don't you understand, but to other people. If they should happen to be told what you said after the game busted up.
Yeah, go ahead.
I like working here, Mr. Roberts. Take me out of a pit where I can kick a motor around and fix it, and life ain't worth living. I stay on the payroll, don't I, Mr. Roberts?
Hello, Mr. Roberts.
Who are you, and what are you doing in my office?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance, and I've been waiting in your office for you. I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
Well, originally it was because Duke Wilson, who was killed at the racetrack this afternoon, drove one of your cars. And I suspected it might not have been an accident that caused his steering wheel to go haywire.
Yeah, go on.
Police investigations showed that the steering mechanism had been almost severed, so that a yank at the steering wheel would throw the car out of control.
I didn't know that.
As I said, that was the original point in my coming to see you. Since I've been here, I happened to notice this gin rummy pad on your desk, with the score of an unfinished game and scores of a lot of games that you did complete.
What about it?
Someone with the initials EW won all of the games and was winning the game which you quit on. Would that be Duke Wilson?
I've played with him quite a bit.
I've never heard of a gin game being called off before it was over unless it was interrupted by someone or something like a quarrel. And after looking at these scores, I can see what you might have quarreled about. Didn't you ever win?
No, as long as you asked, I didn't. What about it? Who's there?
Me, Mr. Roberts, Joe Turner, and Miss Dale.
Turner won today's race, didn't he?
Yes.
Please ask him to come in, Mr. Roberts.
Come in.
Mr. Roberts, I didn't know you were busy.
Come on in. This is Joe Turner and his girlfriend, Chicky Dale, Philo Vance.
Hi,
How do you do?
Mr. Vance.
Congratulations on winning that race, Turner. Nice driving.
Thanks. Mr. Roberts, I came up here to see if you could use a guy like me, testing your stock cars and driving for you, now that Duke's not around anymore.
You didn't waste much time, did you, Joe?
Huh?
Do you know Vance and the police think Duke was murdered?
Murdered?
The steering wheel was fixed, so the first yank at it would send the car out of control. You were a mechanic, I understand, Joe.
Yeah, that's right.
Were you near Duke Wilson's car before the race started or late last night?
Of course not.
Are you sure?
Well, I was in the garage, just getting some tools of mine. I used to work there. But I never went near the car.
Perhaps you didn't.
Don't believe him, Vance.
No. Well, it seems that we have a young man with opportunity and motive right here in the office.
What do you mean?
Quite interesting. It's a good thing for you, Miss Dale, that you had no reason to hate Wilson and that you weren't near his car last night.
Good thing? It's a bad thing. I used to go with Duke, only he threw me over. And I was in the garage last night. I went there with Joe, only I was walking around while he got his tools. So nobody can say I didn't fix Duke Wilson's wagon either. Hello?
Chicky, this is Joe.
Oh, Joe, darling, what happened after I left you and Vance in Mr. Roberts' office?
Well, nothing much while Vance was there, but after he left, Mr. Roberts offered me a job.
Oh, Joe, that's wonderful.
It's great, only I don't understand something he said.
Well, tell me about it. What was it?
Well, he said that starting right away, I could start driving for him, providing that I forget about what I saw last night.
Uh-huh.
But, honey, I didn't see anything last night.
Didn't you, darling?
Oh, no.
Well, I did.
What are you talking about?
When you went into the garage to get your tools, I was walking around like I told Vance. And who do I see right near Duke Wilson's car but old man Roberts himself? He's hiring you to keep my mouth shut.
This is District Attorney Markham. The motor murder case opened when Duke Wilson was killed while driving his racing car. Later, the steering wheel was found to have been tampered with. Vance has discovered that Wilson won a lot of money from George Roberts, car manufacturer, and also that he had made enemies of Joe Turner, recently a mechanic but now a racing driver, and Turner's girl, Chicky Dale. Vance has told me that he's on the way to a private garage to see Tony, Duke's mechanic, and he should be there about now.
Can you hear me under there, Tony?
Sure, Mr. Vance, I can hear you. I can hear you good. I gotta get this private bus fixed for a friend of mine, or I'd come out from under this car and talk to you. Go ahead, I can listen, okay?
Tony, you were Duke's mechanic. Did you want to be a driver?
Who, me? Nah, not me. I'm a guy who likes what I'm doing.
Were you and Duke friendly?
Yeah, in a way. I was with him last night, Vance.
Where was that?
Old man Roberts' office. Wait a minute, I'll slide up. Oh, I sure am a mess, ain't I?
Well, that's what overalls were made for, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. Well, listen, like I was saying, I was in Roberts' office, and there was a gin rummy game going on between the old man and Duke. And it wound up...
in an argument because Duke won so consistently.
Who told you that, Roberts?
No, he carefully refrained from going into that subject, but I gathered he believed Duke was cheating.
You gathered? Brother, he really told Duke off, but good.
Tony, do me a favor, will you?
Sure. What do you want?
There's a telephone pay station right over in the corner. Here are 3 nickels.
Wait till I wipe my hands. What do you want me to call?
3 people. Chicky Dale, Joe Turner, and Mr. Roberts.
Okay. What do I say when I get them?
Tell them who you are, and tell them you know something they wouldn't want you to talk about. Then tell them you are leaving town for a day or so, and we'll call them when you get back. Okay?
Right. Here we go.
Which of the 3 are you calling, Tony?
I may be stupid, but I'm polite, Mr. Vance. I'm calling the ladies first.
You sent for me, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I did, Turner. Sit down.
Thanks.
I offered you a job last night after Vance left this office, remember?
Sure, I remember. Not only did you offer me a job, but I took it.
Well, I've changed my mind. There is no job with my company for you.
Wait a minute. Hey, now look. You said something about my not talking.
I don't care now whether you talk or not. I can't bribe everybody in the world to keep quiet about my fighting with Duke or my being near his car the night before he was killed.
I don't want to know what you can or can't do, Mr. Roberts. I got a job with you. You said so yourself.
I told you I changed my mind.
You can't do that. I counted on that job. It means a lot to me. It means Chicky and I can get married.
Who cares about Chicky and you?
I care about Chicky and me. They're not going to do anything to hurt us. Do you understand? Well, do you understand?
Get out of here.
Oh, no. This means too much to me. I'm staying right here till you decided you've changed your mind again, that you do want me to work for you.
I said get out of here. Get out or I'll throw you out.
Don't try it, Mr. Roberts. Don't... Hey, take your hands off me. Take them off, I told you. Okay, this'll take them off.
You'll be a sorry young man for that, Turner. A very sorry young man. You'll never drive another racing car on any track in the country. I'll see to that.
Go ahead. See what harm you can do me, especially when the police hear about you being next to Duke Wilson's car the night before it was fixed so as it would crack up.
I don't understand exactly why Vance wanted me to see him here, Miss Dale. I hope you don't mind our using this apartment for a meeting place.
I don't mind anything. I've got worries.
Really? Tell me about them.
Spill to the DA? Not me, Markham. Not while I can think the answers out myself.
Oh, that must be Vance now.
Well, I've got something to tell him if it is. And I'll soon find out whether it is or not. Press that buzzer on the wall, will you? It opens the door.
All right.
Hello, Miss Dale. Markham.
Good evening, Vance.
Hi, Vance. I want to talk to you. Something's going on that I don't understand.
What's the trouble, Miss Dale?
A couple of hours ago, I got a call from that stooge grease monkey, Tony. He says he can louse me up, and he'll see me in a couple of days when he gets back in town.
Well?
Well, that call came only 15 minutes after I get one from some guy who don't give his name, but says that if I'm a smart girl, I didn't see anything around the garage the night before Duke Wilson got killed.
It does sound rather involved, doesn't it, Vance?
A little. Miss Dale, did you ever go out with Tony, the mechanic?
Me? I should say not. I used to go with Duke Wilson.
I know that. How about Mr. Roberts? I just want a point covered. Did he ever try to take you out?
Him? He's old enough to be my father. Look, I never went with anybody except Duke and Joe. I never went with anybody else. Nobody else ever tried to date me, call me, or write me, ever. Satisfy you?
I'm satisfied.
How about you, Vance?
Oh, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied that now I know who murdered Duke Wilson.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Roberts.
Well, what do you want, Miss Dale? And make it quick.
Oh, take it easy, Mr. Roberts. I came here to make a deal, not to start a fight.
What deal would I possibly want to make with you?
Oh, let's put it this way. Vance and Markham just left my apartment, but they left after Vance insisted he knew who killed Duke Wilson.
How can that possibly affect me?
Oh, stop kidding, Mr. Roberts. You're not talking to a dope. I've been around, which isn't important, but I was around the garage the night Duke's car was gimmicked, and that is important.
I went through all that with your boyfriend, Joe Turner.
Yeah, he told me. Look, Mr. Roberts, Vance maybe knows who fooled around with that steering wheel, but he can't prove anything because he wasn't there the night before Duke went through the fence, but I was.
Somebody else was there, too, apparently. Somebody who called me up and threatened me. Tony.
That was a gag, a trick of Vance's. He tried it on me, too. Mr. Roberts, Joe Turner's got to have that job if I'm going to keep my mouth closed.
You'll keep it closed. You've got nothing to say except that you saw me in the garage.
That could be enough.
You won't say that to anybody, Miss Dale. You won't tell it to a soul. Because what I was doing there had nothing to do with Duke Wilson's death. But it might look as if it did. So you'll keep your mouth closed, Miss Dale. You'll keep it closed or I'll close it for you.
Look at him go, Vance.
Turner has a good car, and apparently he's a good driver. And he believes in practicing. That's important.
Think he practiced murder before he killed Duke Wilson?
I didn't say Joe Turner killed Duke, Markham.
You didn't say he didn't either. You didn't get me down here to the racetrack just to watch Turner work out.
No, that's right, I didn't.
Hey, Mr. Vance. Pretty good time Turner's making, huh?
Very good, Tony. Tony's checking Turner's time and helping out at the pit. Come on over. He can tell us something we want to know.
Right. Vance, suppose you tell me something I want to know on the way.
All right, I will. I called Mr. Roberts and asked him to meet us here.
Now I'm completely informed. Thank you very much. As if I knew what I was thanking you for.
You'll know very shortly, believe me.
Well, Mr. Vance, how about that car? I really got it working like a charm, ain't I?
I imagine you have. And I imagine Mr. Turner will concur with my imagination.
Hey, what a motor, Tony. You're a genius. This thing runs like a clock. Hi, Vance.
Hello, Turner. Whose car is that you're driving?
I own. The one I won the race with. The race where Duke Wilson got killed.
Built it yourself, eh?
Yeah, Tony and me.
Did Tony and you build the murder of Duke Wilson, too?
What are you talking about?
Hey, Mr. Vance, I don't like that kind of talk. I don't like it at all.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Very well, Mr. Turner. Tony and you didn't kill Duke Wilson. Tony did it all by himself.
Me? How did you know I killed him? I'll knock you up.
Vance, look out. I got a monkey wrench. I'll shove myself.
Well, thank you, Joe. You can do other things well besides drive racing cars, I see.
So this is the monkey who killed Wilson. He's the one who gimmicked the steering wheel.
That's right.
Vance, did you just trick him into making a break, or did you really know?
I knew, Markham, believe me. Of course, his admitting it won't hurt your case in court, but I knew. I'll meet you tonight and tell you how I knew Tony murdered Duke Wilson. It was really very simple, Markham. The only complicated part of this case was that there were 4 suspects. That's quite a few.
Most certainly is, especially when 3 of them had motives like Turner, Miss Dale, and Roberts. And it turned out the 4th was the killer. Why did Tony want Wilson dead, Vance?
Apparently because he was Wilson's partner when they both were cheating Mr. Roberts at gin rummy. Apparently Wilson wouldn't split with him.
Reasonable, especially in view of the fact that he knew Roberts and Turner hated Wilson and that he'd never be suspected. What made you think it was he?
I didn't think. I knew. Remember, Markham, when we were in Miss Dale's apartment, she said she had received 2 phone calls. One from Tony, and one a quarter hour before that from somebody who threatened her if she told what she'd seen in the garage the night before Wilson was killed.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Well, there's no question in my mind but that the first call came from the real murderer who knew Miss Dale was at the garage that night and thought she might have seen something. Second call did come from Tony, and he made it at my request.
Well, who made the first call?
Tony. Only I didn't know anything about that one. All I did know was that he dialed Miss Dale's number without having to look it up in the phone book when I asked him to get her on the phone.
Oh, which means that he'd called the number before.
Very shortly before.
Yes.
After Miss Dale told me he'd never called her previously, never had tried to date her, then I knew that the only way he could have known her phone number was if he'd just called it. And if he had called it, he was the murderer.
Well, you certainly call that, Vance. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you know something? I never suspected Tony, not once. Not even in the beginning.
The beginning isn't important, Markham. What is important is that this is the end of the motor murder case.
Put the car in the garage for me, Jonesy.
Right-ho, Miss Dixon, right-ho. I'm finished with the lawn anyhow. Oh, Miss Dixon, that young David Allen is in the house. He's been waiting for you. I saw him come in.
Let him wait. Do him good.
When I was a young fella, gal didn't treat a fiancé like that, no, sir.
Fiancé, you mean ex-fiancé.
Well, in that case, I guess it's different. I didn't know.
Neither did he till this morning. Where's he waiting?
Inside somewhere, miss. I'll just put the car in the garage.
Good enough. Take over, Jonesy.
Yes'm. Been pushing a lawnmower all day. Now I get to have something push me.
now for a session.
That you, Joyce?
Yes, it's me. I'll be right in.
There you are, Joyce. I've been waiting for you.
Whoever would have guessed. What's the matter? Didn't you get my letter?
Yes? Came this morning. First thing this morning before I left for the office.
Well, if you got my letter, what are you doing here? It said pretty plainly that you and I were washed up, didn't it? Because if it didn't, I'll tell you now. We're all washed up. Now beat it.
All right, Joyce, I'll go, but tell me why. What have I done?
Done? You haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you mean. Except for the fact that you have no money, and that doesn't matter because I've got plenty. You're perfect. You're good-looking, normal, and your nails are always clean. There's nothing wrong with you except that you're dull, that's all.
So because there's nothing wrong with me, there's something wrong. Well, maybe there is something wrong with me. Something that you don't know anything about.
Oh, this I've got to hear.
Look, Joyce, I know where you get your money. I know that you don't own an honest dollar.
Why shouldn't you know that? You work for the man who takes care of my business.
You realize that all I have to do is tell what I know about where your money comes from, and you'll go to jail.
Oh, now we're getting around to blackmail, are we? Well, that's a point in your favor.
I'd never tell unless you make me, unless you do what you said you were going to do in that letter.
And then what?
Then I'll see to it that I'm not the only one that's hurt. Joyce, you've always had everything your own way. It's about time you were paid off. You've been getting away with murder all your life.
Oh, I have I? I've been getting away with murder all my life.
Yes, you have.
Keep talking, Alan. You're giving me an idea.
Good heavens, my boy, stop sitting at your desk mooning. What if our beloved client decided not to marry you? Forget it.
I can't, Mr. Stone.
You know, there's a strange philosophy employed by young men. Unless they garb their thoughts in the deepest black when a romance is done, to their minds the romance was not worthwhile. Come, boy, we have some figures to go over. Now, Miss Dixon's income for last week from the 2 gambling houses was... Now, let me see how much...
I'll answer it, Mr. Stone.
Oh, sorry, lad. Can't have any of my clients hear that voice of yours on the phone this morning. They'll think things are desperate in this office.
Well, aren't they?
That, my boy, we shall discuss in a moment. Hello. Bartlett Stone speaking.
Mr. Stone, this is Jones, Miss Dixon's gardener.
Well, what is it, Jones?
Mr. Stone, I've been gardener to the Dixon family for 20 years. If Miss Dixon's parents were alive, I could go to them, but now I don't know what to do.
Come, man, what is all this?
Well, Mr. David Allen, the young man who works for you, Mr. Stone.
Yes?
Last night, he and Miss Dixon had a terrible argument. After I put the car away, I heard them threaten each other, and, well, Mr. Stone, they both sounded as if they meant it.
Oh, they both did, eh?
I kind of would like you to do something about that, Mr. Stone.
I definitely will. Thank you for calling, Jones. Goodbye. That was Miss Dixon's gardener, Allen.
So I gathered when you mentioned his name.
He said there was rather a serious quarrel at the house last night. I'm surprised that you lost your temper, my boy.
Look, let's not pretend any longer. Of course, you realize I know Miss Dixon owns a string of gambling houses. But I also know how you've been stealing from her. So, don't you try to be the big white father to me.
Allen, my boy, you surprise me.
Yes?
You surprise me greatly. And in the light of your remarks, perhaps I might relieve poor Jones' mind. He begged me to do something about your threatening Miss Dixon. You know, Allen, I think Jones has something there.
Come.
Mr. Markham,
That's right. Please come in.
your secretary said it was all right to come in.
Yes, she let me know you were coming. You're Miss Dixon.
That's right, Joyce Dixon. All right to sit down?
Please do. Allow me.
Look, Markham, let's you and I not kid each other. You're the district attorney, and you know a lot about me, only you haven't been able to prove anything, right?
Go ahead, Miss Dixon.
I came up to tell you a couple of things. One is that I'm selling out. I won't be operating after this week.
And the other things?
I'll take them in order. My money is being handled by a guy named Stone, Bartley Stone. You know him?
Vaguely.
Well, that's all anybody ever knows him. He's been stealing from me every week for I don't know how long, but I don't mind that.
You don't?
No, why should I? He runs my business, and he's stealing less than the next guy would, so what's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
But he's got a young kid working for him, kid named David Allen. I was engaged to him till yesterday.
Nothing you've said sounds like a matter for you to come to me with, Miss Dixon.
I don't want any matter concerning me to come to you, Markham. Especially, I don't want you investigating my murder. See what I mean?
Oh. I wish you could stay a few minutes longer, Miss Dixon. My friend Philo Vance is expected here any minute, and there's nothing he likes better than to meet an intended murder victim.
Think I'm kidding, don't you?
No, I don't think so. But I think you know you've caused my office a great deal of trouble in the past, and, well, you're not exactly one of our favorite people.
That means it's okay for somebody to murder me?
Not at all. But the point is that...
Well, hello.
Vance, come in.
Thank you.
This is Miss...
Joyce Dixon. How do you do, Miss Dixon? I'm Philo Vance.
How do you know my name? We've never met.
No, that's right, we haven't. But your initials are on your handbag, the name Joyce is on that pin you're wearing on your blouse, and besides, Mr. Markham's secretary told me. What are you upset about, Miss Dixon?
Who says I'm upset?
You say it. Oh, not in words, but there's a bit of polish peeled from the index finger of your left hand. Women generally do that when their nerves are acting up. Not only that, but you undoubtedly left your home in a hurry.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. If there were anything obviously wrong with the way Miss Dixon is dressed...
Look, both of you, stop taking me apart. All right, so I'm nervous, I'm upset. I did leave my house in a hurry. Who cares? But how did you know, Vance?
A woman's curiosity finally triumphing over her sophistication. Miss Dixon, your makeup is very revealing. You neglected to use mascara on the eyelashes of your right eye. The other eye is made up perfectly. Either you were too upset to realize what you had missed doing, or too much in a hurry to leave, or both.
Okay, so it was both. Now let's stop this before you tell me what I had for breakfast. Look, Vance, I came up here to see Markham, but now that I get a look at you, I'd rather talk to you.
Well,
How'd you like to be my bodyguard?
professionally?
What else?
I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Now, Markham,
Let's say my escort.
Well,
I'm on a spot, Vance. Markham will tell you all about it. There are at least 2 guys who'd be happy to see me dead. And I've got an idea they're not the patient type.
Miss Joyce, if what you really want is protection, the police will supply that.
Skip it, Markham. I don't only want protection. I want Vance.
Hello, Joe's Diner.
Oh, hi. This is Dave Allen, apartment 3A in the boarding house on the corner. Can you deliver some food up here?
It's a little late, Mr. Allen. 10 o'clock.
Well, it won't take you a minute.
Okay. What do you want?
Get me some tomato juice, a sandwich of some kind, and a bottle of milk.
What kind of a sandwich? We got all kinds.
Oh, I don't care. Anything.
How about a combination sandwich?
Okay.
Have it up in 5 minutes. Tomato juice, sandwich, and a bottle of milk. Anything else?
Yes, but it's nothing you can do anything about.
I will have your table in just one moment, Monsieur Vance.
Thank you, Jacques. Well, Miss Dixon?
Having wonderful time. Glad you are here.
Thank you.
The show you picked out was real good, Vance. And this joint is real classy.
In any event, you have been safe all evening.
That I have.
Well, you've brought me up to date on your situation, Miss Dixon, but you haven't told me too much about your ex-fiancé, David Allen. How about that?
But Dave, well, let's see. He's tall, blonde, wears heavy glasses, eats only what's good for him, salads, stuff like that, drinks milk all the time, and wears 3-button suits, only he buttons all 3 buttons. You know the type?
Quite well. Sounds rather conventional.
Well, that in itself is enough for me to dislike the guy. Oh, here's the head waiter.
Right this way, if you please, Monsieur Vance. I
Thank
think I have
you.
your
Vance.
table.
Oh, Vance.
Oh, excuse me just a moment, please. I'll be right there, Markham.
Markham, wonder what he wants.
Jacques, would you please escort the lady to my table?
My pleasure, Monsieur.
Don't be long, then.
You should have enough conceit to believe that I'll want to hurry. Excuse me, please.
This way, if you please, Miss Dixon. The table is right this way.
What is it, Markham?
Vance, I'm glad I found you. Your very efficient secretary told me you were here.
A very efficient employer always gives her his itinerary, Markham. What's the matter?
Vance, David Allen, the ex-fiancé of the young lady you've been escorting all evening, was found shot to death an hour ago.
Really? Where?
In his room. From what we can gather, he came in at 10 o'clock and immediately ordered something from a place called Joe's Diner on the phone. At 10:15, the man from the diner found the door open and Allen dead.
Well, this started out as a pleasant evening. Now it's becoming an interesting one. I'm going to go to work on this case at once, Markham. And perhaps I'll get some food for thought at Joe's Diner.
Only to me a thing like this happens. Only to me.
You realize why I'm asking you these questions.
No, I don't, Mr. Vance, and I don't care. Only to me does a thing like this happen. 10 o'clock, I'm ready to quit work, and I got to take an order from a guy who gets killed a couple of minutes later.
Now, let me get the facts straight. Mr. Allen called you at 10 o'clock.
On the nose. He orders tomato juice, a combination sandwich, and a bottle of milk, and he hangs up. Only to me does a thing like this happen. Then he gets killed.
Yes, and only to him did a thing like that happen. Well, thank you very much. I have an idea that what you've told me is very important, which makes it exceptionally important that I find out what it means.
Vance, there are too many things about this case I don't understand.
No explanations yet, Markham. That is, none that would satisfy you. Well, we'll find out in a moment about Mr. Stone. He's Miss Dixon's business manager, and David Allen worked for him.
Yes. Now, let's hope he's at home.
There's one way to find out. That's his apartment door.
I see what you mean. I don't hear anything from inside, Vance.
I don't either.
You know, it is possible that Mr. Stone isn't at home, even though it is 2 in the morning.
Yes, it is. No question about it. It's also possible Mr. Stone took a sleeping pill, fell asleep, and is too drowsy to hear our knocking.
Oh, please, Vance, stop being so logical.
All right. I'm coming.
Oh.
Who is it making all that... Oh, the district attorney.
Hello, Stone. This is Philo Vance.
How do you do?
At some other time, under some other circumstances. Meeting the great Philo Vance would indeed be a pleasure. Gentlemen, I've been asleep. I've taken a sleeping pill.
Vance figured as much, Mr. Stone, but we've got to come in and talk to you.
Very well. Come in. But if I fall asleep, it won't be the company. You understand that, my friends. Neither the company nor the hour. Merely the pill I took. And please come in.
Thank you.
And now, gentlemen, what is it that I can... That undoubtedly must be for one of you. It can't be for me at this hour.
Why not try answering it, Mr. Stone?
Excellent idea. Yes. Hello?
Hello, Bartley.
Joyce. What is it you want at this time of night?
Bartley, come over to my house at once before the police get here. My gardener, Jonesy's been murdered, and I've got to talk to you.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll call you later.
You can talk to her now, Mr. Stone. We could hear Miss Dixon very plainly.
The police are here now, Joyce. I'll be right over. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So Miss Dixon's gardener has been murdered. I'll get Sergeant Heath on the phone at once.
Do that, Markham. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stone, how long had you been sleeping, would you say?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess I stopped reading about midnight. What time is it now?
2 a.m.
Well, what about it, man? Why the question?
You were reading in bed, of course.
That's right. I put on my pajamas, took a pill, and got into bed.
Did you now? Mr. Stone, do you always put your pajama coat over the shirt you wore today? You ought to be a little more careful. The collar's quite visible. You'd been out. Only came in a few minutes before Markham and I knocked. Where had you been?
Wouldn't you like to guess?
Yes. And wouldn't you like to know what I've guessed?
This is District Attorney Markham. Philo Vance says to call this the combination murder case. It opened with a completely conflicting situation. David Allen, former fiancé of Joyce Dixon, was found dead in his room at 10:15. And a nearby restaurant reported he had ordered a light snack at 10 o'clock. While the medical examiner is conducting his investigation, Vance and I have learned of the death of a man named Jones, Miss Dixon's gardener. My men report that Bartley Stone, business advisor to Miss Dixon, is at her home now. It is hours later.
Now let me see, my dear. This is quite a problem. Quite a problem.
I don't need you to tell me that. Listen, Bartley. I have an alibi for Dave Allen's death. I was with Vance. But I was at home when Jonesy was killed in his quarters.
Why did you kill him, my dear?
I kill him? Why should I kill him?
I don't know. But if you didn't, why send for me?
Now, look, Bartley, let's not get cute with each other. I don't want any investigations around me. I can't take them, and nobody knows that better than you.
Well?
You've got to do something for me. If anybody asks you any questions, you can tell them that you were with me. That you met me as soon as Vance left me at the Golden Eagle nightclub. You were with me for hours.
Preposterous, my dear, preposterous. Vance and the district attorney were at my apartment when you phoned about Jones' murder. I've told you that.
Yes, but you also told me that Vance figured you weren't asleep at all, but had just come in. Okay, so you admit you just came in. You were with me. That's all there is to it.
I admit that sounds very good for you. Why should I lie for you?
For a very good reason, because I can send you to jail for mishandling my money if you don't.
You can send me to jail? My dear, where do you think you'll be when you do? All I have to do is talk, you know.
You won't talk, and you'll say what I told you to.
Now, Joyce, put down that ashtray. Put it down. We can discuss this reasonably.
You'll tell Vance you were with me, do you hear?
Now, Joyce, listen. Keep away from me. You and I can make a deal. Put that ashtray down.
You'll tell Vance we were together?
No.
You practically sent out an invitation for this, Bartley. You begged for it.
No, don't. No.
Hello?
Miss Dixon, this is Philo Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. Rather late for a social call, and much too late for a business call, isn't it?
I'm just trying to make an appointment for breakfast with you. Can Markham and I pick you up at, say, 9:30?
I don't know why not.
No, but I'll wager you'd like to know what for. Now, Markham, please stop concentrating. It's a beautiful morning, and we're on the way to the home of a very definite suspect, Miss Joyce Dixon.
Suspect in which murder, Vance?
Both murders.
She has a slight alibi for the time when Dave Allen was murdered. She was with you.
So it would seem. But I'm not certain she was.
Well, we know Allen came into his room and ordered something to eat at 10 o'clock and was found dead at 10:15. Or do we?
The murderer would like us to believe that, I'm sure. In fact, that might be the reason poor Jones was murdered.
Vance, you're going much too fast to suit me.
And much too slowly to suit me. Drop me at the corner of Miss Dixon's house, Markham. I'd like to go in there alone, if you don't mind.
I'll do it on one condition. Tell me when this case will be over and why you think that Allen might have been killed long before 10 o'clock, at which time we think he called Joe's diner.
All right, Markham, I will. Wait a minute.
What is it, Vance?
I've just thought of something. You drop in on Miss Dixon, Markham. Stay with her all day if you have to, or get a police guard for her.
What's going on, Vance?
I'm going on to see Bartley Stone again. One piece of information, and by this evening, Markham, I think I can promise you, this will no longer be an unsolved murder case. Nasty cut on your head, Mr. Stone. What happened to you?
An accident, Vance.
I hardly imagined you'd done it on purpose. Mr. Stone, there's only one question I have to ask you.
By all means, sir. By all means. I'm quite at your service.
Thank you. You see, Mr. Stone, I believe that David Allen and the gardener were killed by the same murderer. And I think I know who that is.
Oh?
Oh. Tell me this one thing. Did you ever have dinner with Allen? Did you know anything about his personal habits?
I didn't associate with my employees, Vance. But I did have lunch with Allen several times. Did I tell you what you want to know?
Not yet. Tell me a little more about him. Things you do know.
He was quiet, reserved, conservative. He was a vegetarian, and he never drank anything but milk. Very healthy young man, sir. You'd think he'd have lived to be 100. Now, have I told you what you want to know?
You most certainly have. And now I'll tell you something you might not want to know. By midnight tonight, you'll be in jail.
Don't get up, Miss Dixon. I'll answer the phone.
It's my house, Markham, or am I under arrest?
No, not yet, but I'll still answer the phone. Hello.
That you, Markham?
Yes, Vance. What are you?
I've just left Bartley Stone. Listen, Markham, is Miss Dixon there with you?
Of course. Why?
Ask her this question. I'll hold the phone. Ask her if Jones, the gardener, was ever in the house when David Allen was being served anything to eat.
Just a minute, Vance. Oh, Miss Dixon.
Well, what is it?
Vance would like to know whether your gardener ever saw your ex-fiancé, Dave Allen, have dinner at this house.
No, he never did. I didn't allow the gardener in the dining room. All right, so what does that make me, a snob?
I don't know yet. Oh, Vance.
Yes, Markham, I heard Miss Dixon. Tell her it doesn't make her a snob. Tell her it makes her a murderer.
About time you got here, Vance. What's the idea of having me held here in my own house?
That was my idea. It was to prevent you from killing anyone else, Miss Dixon.
Oh, really? And just who am I supposed to have killed?
Your ex-fiancé and your gardener, and I don't doubt that you might also try to kill Bartley Stone, which is one reason I thought I might have to confine him to jail for safekeeping.
Philo Vance, the great mastermind. You stand there and tell me I murdered a man who was killed at 10 o'clock at night, while I was with you at 10 o'clock. Oh, brilliant deduction, Vance. Don't understand how you do it.
David Allen wasn't killed at 10 o'clock. The police believed he was because of that phone call made to Joe's diner. Only Mr. Allen didn't make that call. Your gardener did.
Oh, you were there and saw him, I suppose.
I didn't have to be there. You see, your gardener picked up the phone at your orders, and he told Joe's diner to send him some food. But he included in that food something that told me the whole story. He included a combination sandwich.
Very interesting. And that proves conclusively that I killed Allen.
It doesn't sound as if it would, but it does. You see, a combination sandwich consists of ham and cheese. Allen was a vegetarian, but your gardener didn't know that. Allen would never have ordered a sandwich with meat in it.
So Bartley Stone could have been the man making the call, establishing an alibi of his own. No?
No. Stone knew that David Allen was a vegetarian, and he isn't the kind of man who'd forget.
I'm not the kind of girl who forgets. You know, you really are brilliant, Vance. By the process of elimination, you figured I killed Allen, then killed my gardener so that he could never say he covered up for me.
Exactly. And right now, you're imagining you're going to kill me.
Oh. It's more than imagination. I'm going to do it. Right now.
Please put down that gun, Miss Dixon. Mine is pointing directly at you.
Markham, where did you come from?
I'll take that gun, young lady. And in answer to your question, I've been in the back of the drapes in this room. Vance asked me to be on hand.
I'm very glad I did.
Well, now you know I killed 2 men. I made the mistake of practically admitting it. Vance, what made you suspect me? Tell me that. It'll make me a little happier.
What made me suspect you? Merely the fact that you wanted me around the night David Allen was killed. You wanted it to be known that you were with me at 10 o'clock, at which time you had your gardener presumably establish the time of death. It was a little too rigged. Didn't strike me right.
That's fine. You get a hunch, I get a murder rap. Well, that's the way things go, I suppose.
I'd like to know one thing, Miss Dixon. Why did you kill your ex-fiancé?
He was going to turn rat. Tell what he knew about me. Just to convince me he wasn't such a goody-goody. And that was the end of him, even though he didn't know it at the time.
Yes, Markham, that was the end of him. That also was the end of a faithful servant who tried to cover up a crime for Miss Dixon. And this is the end of the combination murder case.
Anything else, Mr. Vance?
Not that I can think of at the moment, Miss Williams. Let me know when Miss Deering comes in, will you please?
Yes, sir. Oh, it's time for the news, Mr. Vance. Shall I turn on the radio?
It's the only way I know of that I can hear the news, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Here we are.
Mr. Markham didn't call this morning, did he, Miss Williams?
Why, no, sir. We haven't heard from the district attorney since the movie murder case, Mr. Vance. I guess he must be busy, huh?
I guess so.
And that's the news from Washington. On the local scene, police are baffled over a mysterious murder
Mr.
that
Vance.
occurred about midnight last night. Jane Green, daughter of wealthy merchant Eric Green, was found stabbed to death near her home. Neither her distraught parents nor her sister Penny could advance a motive for her death. Police Sergeant Heath has all available men working on the case, although lack of clues may hinder their operation, Heath disclosed. Other local
Please turn that
news
off, Miss Williams.
includes
Yes,
the finding of a kitten.
Another murder, huh, Mr. Vance? And the radio said that the police are baffled.
The police aren't the only ones, Miss Williams. I'm a little puzzled myself. You're sure Mr. Markham didn't phone me?
I'm positive. You could call him, you know, Mr. Vance.
Yes, I know, but... Oh, don't bother, Miss Williams. I'll get it.
Oh.
Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance. Markham.
Well, how are you, my friend? I rather expected this call, but I expected it earlier.
What do you mean?
I just heard over the radio about the mysterious murder of Jane Green. I understand there are no clues.
Well, yes, that's right, Vance, but some will turn up. They always do, you know. But I just called to check with you and tell you I'll be busy on this case for some time, so we won't be able to get together.
Oh, Markham, don't you...
Don't I want you to work on this case, Vance? I don't think so. Sergeant Heath and his men will find something. Thanks just the same, Vance. I'll be talking to you. Bye.
Goodbye.
What are you thinking about, Mr. Vance?
Miss Williams, Mr. Markham doesn't want me on this case. He has a reason, he thinks. But I think I know what that reason is.
City desk, Daniels.
Joe, this is McNamara. Give me a rewrite, man. I've got something hot.
Give it to me, Mac. I'll take it.
Get ready. Here it is. I'll give it to you fast. You can check me for spelling when I'm finished.
Shoot.
While police were combing the city for the mysterious slayer of 20-year-old Jane Green, the killer struck again. Penny Green, older sister of the dead girl, was murdered in the identical manner.
I got it.
Her body discovered by a passerby in an alley near the Green Mansion.
Yeah?
A singular feature of the killings, aside from the fact that a knife was used in both instances, was the fact that neither of the victims wore any makeup whatsoever. The meaning of this clue, if it is a clue, is still vague, Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Department admitted. That's all so far.
I got it, Mac. You don't have to check for spelling. Better keep on the yarn. It's page 1. We'll shoot whatever you give us into the later editions.
Right. Okay, Joe, you know what happens if the cops turn up the killer.
I know, Mac. You'll call me back.
Look, Heath, I don't want to be hard-boiled, but there must be something on those 2 murders that you've turned up. You've been working on them all day.
Oh, I'm sorry, D.A. I've had men all over the greenhouse. I've had them checking the lives of those 2 girls. Something will crack.
Something better, Heath. Eric Green is an important man. Have you spoken to him?
Well...
Have there been any threats made against him or his family?
He and his wife have been under a doctor's care, but I got to him for a while. Now, nobody tried to hold the guy up for dough, and he can't give us any leads at all.
Heath, we've got to find that murderer and find him fast. It looks like whoever it is wants to wipe out the entire Green family. You've got to get me some action.
Oh, we're working, D.A.
Work harder then. Get me some results.
Look, D.A., how is it you haven't brought in your friend Philo Vance on this case?
Well, never mind how it is. This is a police case, and you represent the police department.
Well...
That's all, Heath. Call me if anything breaks.
Okay, Mr. Markham, but I still don't know why you didn't call in Vance.
You know something, Daddy?
What?
I just seem to fit into your arm. Isn't that wonderful?
What's wonderful about it? I tried you for size before I decided you'd be my girlfriend. Nice party?
You throw the best parties in town, Daddy.
What's with this daddy business? Am I old enough to be your old man?
Oh, Daddy, you're so silly. When I call you Daddy, I don't mean Daddy.
I mean, Daddy.
Okay, so I'm Daddy. Hey, Peggy, how about a dance with the company, huh?
Hey, everybody. Peggy's gonna dance.
Oh, please, Daddy, not now, huh? Later. All right.
It's up to you, baby.
Hey, everybody. Peggy's gonna dance first. Later.
Ah, thanks, Daddy, darling. I just like it here with you. It's so cozy.
Cozy in a joint with 20 people?
Uh-huh.
I don't know how you figure that, but it's okay with me. You know, I've been wanting to ask you something, Peg. How'd you like a job in that place I run?
Me in a gambling house? But what could I do?
Look pretty. Take the suckers' minds off the dough they lost. What about it?
Oh, sounds good, Daddy. I'll let you know. Now, suppose you let me know something.
Anything, baby. What's bothering that pretty blonde head of yours?
Well, what I want to know is why you threw this party. What are we celebrating?
What are we celebrating? We're celebrating the death of two dames, Jane and Penny Green.
Mrs. Green, where are you?
Over here, Jim. I'll keep the lights dim so as not to disturb Mr. Green. Come over.
Thanks, Mrs. Green. How is he?
He isn't too well. The shock of what happened to Jane and Penny has done something to him, the doctor says. He's resting in the next room now. If we don't talk too loud, we won't disturb him.
I just came in to see if there was something I could do, Mrs. Green.
Oh, thank you, Jim, but there isn't anything. I know how you must feel. You were practically a member of our family.
A few more months and I would have been. If this awful thing hadn't happened to Jane.
Yes.
2 months more and we'd have been married. I can't believe all of this.
I can't either. It's very hard for all of us. I loved those two girls. They couldn't have been closer to me if I'd been their real mother.
I know, Mrs. Green. Both of them used to say that all the time. Please ask me if there's anything you want me to do, will you?
Oh, thanks, Jim. I just can't get over how this all happened. Eric and I were sitting here playing chess. We thought Jane was in her room. Then the phone rang, and it was the police telling us what had happened.
I wasn't supposed to see her last night. She said she was spending the evening at home with you.
I know. That's why Dad and I didn't go out at all. We were here all evening together. Oh, Jim, who could it be who's trying to wipe out our family?
I don't know, Mrs. Green. But I promised myself something, though. I won't do any sleeping until the murderer of your daughters is caught.
Still nothing, Heath. What are you doing, man?
I'm sorry, D.A., but you told me to call in and report, so I'm calling in and reporting. But I haven't got anything new to tell you. We're checking every angle.
You're not talking to the newspapers, Heath. You're talking to me. I not only want to know what you're doing, I want to know what results you're getting. Remember that.
Well, how can you get results when you can't get any clues? Answer me that.
I don't know, Heath. If I did, I'd be doing it myself.
I wish you were doing it yourself. Okay, D.A., I'll call you back.
Goodbye. How can you get results when you can't get clues?
Hello, Markham.
Vance! Vance, you're just the man how are you?
Well, I think I'm all right. That is, I was all right until I didn't hear from you in the Green sisters' murders.
Oh, that, Vance. We're doing pretty well with that, thank you. I just didn't think I ought to bother you.
Bother me, Markham? Oh, come now. You know how I feel about murder cases, especially those that are so completely puzzling.
We'll find out who killed the Green girls, Vance. Thanks for your interest, but we'll find out for ourselves. I'm a little busy now, so if you don't mind...
I just called the newspapers and told them that I was working on the case.
You did what? You couldn't, Vance.
Why not?
Because that's the one thing I didn't want to happen.
Well, it's happened. So I don't believe there's anything you can do about it.
But, Vance, you don't know what you've done.
I think I do. Markham, my friend, I appreciate what you tried to do. Somebody called you and told you that if you called me in on these killings, they'd kill me.
You know that?
I reasoned it. Right after the first murder, you got a phone call threatening my life. If that somebody had threatened yours, you'd have laughed at him and hung up. But you couldn't take a chance with my life.
The caller pointed out that he wasn't asking me to do anything that was against my oath as a district attorney. I debated quite a while.
I'm sure you did. That call you got was very complimentary to me. Was it a man or a woman?
Well, it was hard to tell, Vance. Whoever it was used a handkerchief over the telephone mouthpiece and disguised the voice. You know, of course, I'm glad you figured out why I didn't call you. You're not worried about that threat?
Hardly. Markham, I've read up on this case, and I know the important facts. That the two sisters were killed in the identical manner. That neither wore makeup. That one of the sisters was engaged to a man named Jim Manning.
Yes, Vance?
I'll tell you this. Jane, the first girl killed, was called out of the house by somebody she trusted. Somebody who said it was urgent. The lack of makeup is that clue, Markham. Jane Green would never have left the house without taking time to put on makeup if she hadn't known the caller and he hadn't said to hurry.
And the other sister, Penny, she was called out by the same person on the same urgent pretext?
I'm not so sure about that.
But Vance, Penny had on no makeup either. You said yourself there was no other reason you could think of except an emergency message.
Yes, I did, didn't I? Well, Markham, there is one other reason. Only it applies to Penny and not Jane. If it's all right with you, I'm going up to see Mr. and Mrs. Green. I promise you some action on these two killings, Markham, and I won't be too long in keeping that promise.
City desk, Daniels.
Joe, this is Mac.
Yeah?
I got an ad for the Green Sisters murder case.
Go ahead.
Philo Vance, brilliant private investigator whose keen mind has helped the police on numerous criminal cases, has entered the Green Sisters murder case.
Right.
Vance, in a specially prepared statement, declared that while he has no definite clue to the slayer of the two girls, he is confident that there will be a break in the case within 24 hours.
I got it.
District Attorney Markham, who previously had declined to state why he had not asked his friend Vance to investigate the murder, said to this reporter, "Hey, I do get a byline, don't I, Joe?"
The byline runs for the rest of the story, Mac.
Just want to be sure. District Attorney Markham said to this reporter, quote, "Vance is confident that he can break the case in 24 hours." Well, that's it, Joe.
Vance made a crack like that?
Mm-hmm.
Before he even started working on the case?
That's right. It's a direct quote. But don't ask me how he expects to crack it. All I know is that if Philo Vance says he'll do it, he'll do it.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Green Girls murder case opened with the finding of the body of Jane Green, daughter of wealthy Mr. and Mrs. Eric Green. The next day, Penny Green was found, murdered in the identical manner as her sister. Philo Vance entered the case this afternoon, and after a talk with me, went immediately to the Green home where he was to meet Sergeant Heath. Heath and Vance should be together about now because it is just...
You want to see Mr. and Mrs. Green now, Vance?
No, Sergeant Heath, not at the moment. Whose room is this?
This was Penny's room. Why?
I'd like to see it.
There's nothing in it that'll help you, except her diary. Well, come on in. And there are the lights.
Thank you. You think the diary will help me?
Yeah. Who knows what'll help you? Here it is, over on this dresser.
Oh, yes, of course. I'd like to take a look through this.
Help yourself.
Went shopping this morning with Jay. Lunch with Jay. Matinee. Good show. Home. That's the last entry. Made the day of her sister's murder.
Yeah. She and her sister went everywhere together. Her sister's name was Jane.
Yes, I know, Sergeant. Nothing else in here you think might be helpful?
No, not a thing.
Well, I'll take your word for it. You're a very thorough police officer, Heath.
Thanks, Vance. Now, where to now?
I thought I might like to talk to Mrs. Green. I understand she's taking this better than her husband.
Yeah, well, she's in here. It's a kind of a sitting room. You want me in with you?
Not unless you want to come.
Just as soon not. I've questioned her till I'm blue in the face. I'll see you, Vance.
Come in.
How do you do, Mrs. Green? I'm Philo Vance.
Oh, hello, Mr. Vance. I've been reading about you in this paper. Do you really think you can find out who killed my daughters?
I'm going to try, Mrs. Green. I may need a little help, though.
Well, tell me what you want to know.
Thank you. To begin with, I understand your two daughters were very close.
Yes, they were.
Both of them favorites of their father?
Both of them.
What about Jane's boyfriend, the lad she was engaged to?
Jim Manning? Well, what do you want to know about him? He and Jane were very much in love.
I see, Mrs. Green. I'm sorry if this sounds awkward, and I know it will, but where were you at the time Jane was killed?
At home. Here with my husband. We didn't leave the house all evening. Sergeant Heath checked that with Mr. Green and the servants.
I'm going to tell you why I asked. You see, Mrs. Green, there was a possibility, a remote possibility, of course, that you might have wanted your stepdaughters dead.
I, Mr. Vance?
I said it was a remote possibility.
What?
The reason might have been this. While they were alive, they would share in Mr. Green's money in the event that he died. I understand he isn't too well. With them dead, you'd get it all.
I see what you mean. I'm sorry, Mr. Vance, but I'm afraid you're going to have to look elsewhere for your killer. I was at home. 5 people know I was here.
6. I believe that now.
Thank you.
Mrs. Green, please forgive these wandering eyes of mine, but your purse is open and there's a very strange disc on top of the handkerchief in your pocketbook. What is it?
Oh, that? Oh, it's a chip, a poker chip. Mr. Green and I used to have poker parties here once in a while, and, well, I needed some extra chips. I was going to have that one matched.
I see. And your husband's name is Eric Green?
Yes.
The initials on the poker chip are MG. Mistake, perhaps?
The first initial? Oh, yes.
I didn't mean the initial, Mrs. Green.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, sliding panels in the doors. This is really a gambling house, isn't it?
What's it to you?
My name is Vance, Philo Vance. I'd like to see the owner of this place. I understand his name is Gibson. Mike Gibson?
He ain't in. Get lost.
My good man, it took me 2 hours to find out what individual whose initials were MG operated a gambling house. I assure you I won't leave until I see him.
So wait. See what good it does you.
Oh.
What's the trouble, Tommy?
Guy named Vance. Philo Vance. He wants in. I don't know him. He don't get in. Them's your orders.
Philo Vance?
Hmm.
Open the door, Mike. We're glad to have him with us.
Okay, you're the boss. Come on in.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gibson, for giving your man here permission to let me in.
That's all right, Vance. What's in your mind?
Can we talk here?
Here, out in the gambling room, in my office, any way you like.
Your office, then.
Right this way. Bet a quarter I know why you're here, Vance.
Gambling isn't my line, Mr. Gibson.
I don't generally bet either. Betting is for suckers. I like to let them think they can beat percentages. They can't, but they get a whole lot older and a whole lot poorer before they learn. In here. Make yourself comfortable, Vance.
Well, thank you, I will.
Now, Vance, you're here because of some connection between this joint and the murder of those Green kids. That's what you think, right?
That seems a reasonable assumption. You know I don't gamble. You've read I was working on the murders. Yes, that's right, Mr. Gibson. Tell me, did the Green sisters gamble?
You know, all of a sudden, I don't hear so good.
Did Mrs. Green gamble?
My hearing ain't a bit better. How do you count for a thing like that?
What is your connection with the murder of the Green girls?
Connection? I got no connection.
Hey, Daddy, there's a... Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't know you were busy.
See you in a little while, Peggy.
Okay, but...
Just a minute, please.
Oh, you want to see me?
Yes. My name is Vance. You work here?
Look, Vance, Peggy doesn't know anything about this case.
Of course I don't. Oh, what case?
Never mind.
You had a message to deliver to Mr. Gibson just now, Peggy.
Sure, he's supposed to call Plaza 81561.
Oh, isn't that the number of the Green residence, Mr. Gibson?
I wouldn't know. So long, Peggy.
She's not leaving. Unless you prefer I talk to her outside.
Talk to her any way you like. We've got nothing to hide. Personally, I got some business to take care of. Tell him anything he wants to know, Peggy. As if you knew anything.
Well?
He's the nicest, Daddy.
All right, Peggy. Let's drop the act.
Huh?
What's your connection with the Green girls' murder case?
Hey, look, Vance, don't go tying me up with any murder rap. I'm a girl just trying to get along. I don't mess with killings.
What about Gibson?
I don't mess with killers either. I know better.
I don't doubt it. The trouble is, Peggy, that perhaps you don't know enough.
Hello there, Vance.
Hello, Markham. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. I've just come from a very enlightening meeting with a gambler named Gibson and his girlfriend. Where's Mrs. Green?
In her room next to her husband's. She rarely leaves it, Vance. I told her you were coming, and she said to go right in when you came.
Well, then, let's go. Good evening, Mrs. Green.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Vance? Hello again, Mr. Markham.
Hello.
Mrs. Green, I know you'll be very interested in who killed your daughters, so I thought I'd come up to tell you this in person. Is Mr. Green awake?
Why, no, he's asleep in the next room. The door's open, so please don't raise your voice if you can help it.
I rarely raise my voice, Mrs. Green. What I wanted you to know was this. I've just been to see a gambler named Gibson. That name mean anything to you?
Why, no, it doesn't.
Good. The police have Mr. Gibson's telephone lines tapped. They can listen to any calls that come to him. In an hour, there'll be a cordon around the block to intercept anyone who tries to get to Mr. Gibson.
You better make that 2 hours, Vance. There are a lot of preparations for what you want.
In 2 hours, then. Now, Mrs. Green, I want you to do something for me.
Yes?
Get on the telephone and tell Jane's fiancé, Mr. James Manning, exactly what I told you. But add this fact, that Mr. Gibson told me that if I came back this evening, he'd tell me what I want to know about the murder of your 2 girls.
Awful weather, Vance.
Awful. It's miserable. It's raining cats and dogs.
Yes, it is, Sergeant Heath. We're lucky we have this doorway to shelter us.
Do you mean to tell me that little black door across the street there leads to a gambling joint, Vance?
It leads to Mr. Mike Gibson's gambling house, Sergeant. Very swanky, too, believe me.
Yeah, I believe you when I see who else it is you expect to drive up there. And Jim Manning was there, but he couldn't get in. How long do you expect?
There's somebody, Vance.
I got out of that car and headed right for the door. I'm an old fella. Hey, that's Mr. Green.
Yes, it is.
Is that our suspected murderer, Vance?
I'll let you know in a minute, Markham. Want to see if he gets into the gambling house.
He's arguing with the guy at the door. The guy just closed the slide in his face. And there goes Mr. Green back in his car.
You can forget about Mr. Green, Markham. He isn't involved in those murders.
Well, then who is?
I think I know who is, but I'll be certain in a few minutes.
Hey, what was that Green guy doing out here? He's supposed to be in bed.
I can explain that, I think, later.
There's another car at the door, Vance. Oh, no, it's a cab.
Hey, a woman's getting out. She just made a beeline for that door.
Can't blame her much in this weather, can you, Sergeant?
Oh, I guess not. There's that guy sliding open that peephole. Hey, he's letting her in.
That's all I wanted to know. Sergeant Heath, you can arrest Mrs. Green for murder.
Oh, wait a minute, Vance. When her daughter Jane was killed, we know for a fact that she was in her house.
She was, Markham. But I repeat, you can arrest Mrs. Green for murder.
City desk, Daniels.
Mac, Joe.
Yeah?
The Green sisters' case is cracked.
Oh, yeah?
I just came from an interview with Philo Vance. Get this and get it quick.
Go ahead, Mac. Talk.
I'll take it from the top. Going way back, Penny Green, that's the second sister who was killed, wanted to marry Jim Manning. That was Jane's fiancé.
How did Vance figure that?
The initial J in Penny's diary. All along, they took it for granted that meant Jane. But Vance figured it stood for Jimmy, and he checked.
I got it.
Jim told Vance he'd had a lot of trouble with Penny because apparently she was in love with him. He went shopping with Penny to buy a present for Jane.
That explains the diary notation, eh?
Right. The rest of this is a quote from Vance. Quote, "At midnight on the murder night, Penny called her sister out of her house, saying it was urgent. Jane left, and Penny killed her." End quote.
Penny killed Jane.
Mm-hmm.
Then why did they arrest Mrs. Green?
Quote from Vance. "It was Mrs. Green who killed Penny. She realized what had happened, and she owed a great deal of money to Mike Gibson. She saw a way of getting rid of Penny so that she, Mrs. Green, would own the entire Green estate when Eric Green died." End quote.
What about Mike Gibson?
Vance says it was probably he who suggested that Mrs. Green kill Penny in the same way that Jane was killed to make the police think that one murderer was at work. It was he, too, who undoubtedly called Markham to keep Vance off the case, Vance thinks.
What goes with old man Green?
Eric Green was not asleep when Vance asked his wife to call Jim Manning earlier this evening. He heard Vance say that Mike Gibson knew who killed his daughters, so he wanted to find out who it was.
Yeah?
That's why he went to Gibson's place.
Only couldn't get in.
Which convinced Vance he hadn't been there before. You see, Vance thought it might have been he who owed Gibson the money.
I see.
He never was certain that it was Mrs. Green until she got in the gambling house without any trouble. Final quote from Vance.
Yeah.
Quote, This was all a very clever scheme on the part of Mrs. Green and Gibson.
Uh-huh.
Undoubtedly, they figured on doing away with Mr. Green eventually, and that would leave Mrs. Green with all the money and Gibson with his outstanding gambling debt collected.
Yeah.
After Penny set the stage by murdering her sister under the impression that would induce Jim Manning to eventually marry her. End quote. Well, that's 30, Joe.
Got it. Well, it was a good scheme, I guess. But it sure came to a bad end for Mrs. Green.
Yeah, but it's a good end for the Green Girl's murder case.
All right, you know what you have to do now, Art. After the fall from the balcony, we stop the camera and we pan into you lying on the floor, right?
Just go ahead and shoot the scene. I'll be where I'm supposed to be.
Okay. Now, Joe, those lines.
How do you like that guy, Joyce? I've only been in 70 Western movies. In every one of them, there's a scene like this.
I don't think Mr. Haley would tell you anything if he wasn't sure there was a reason. You are a little unreliable, you know, Art, despite what the kids think of you and those 70 Westerns.
Well, I'm with friends. I can see that.
All right, cut it out, Art. We want to shoot this scene. All right, you two up on the balcony. You start slugging, you wrestle, and both of you fall over the balcony, right?
Right. Got it.
All right. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet.
Quiet. All right, now. We can pick both of you guys up on the microphone, so make this good and real. All right, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 6. Take it away.
Action.
All right, I tell you. There you go. All right, there you go.
Dirty swine, I tell you. Get away from me.
Okay, cut. All right, that was good. That was great. Fine. Well, that stuntman we've got doubling for you really can take falls, can't he, Art?
That's what he's paid to do, isn't it?
Yeah, but everyone doesn't do what he gets paid to do around here. For instance, you're paid to act.
Who's writing your dialogue, Ed? Bill Moore?
Very funny.
Hasn't he got enough trouble with the lines in this picture? This is the worst talk I've ever had to say.
Well, I guess this is a typical Art Ingram picture, isn't it? You've griped about everything so far. Your story, your lines, your leading lady.
Oh, you're not too bad.
Thanks. Tell me, you do think your horse is all right?
Sarcasm's catching around this place. What do you say, Ed? Let's get on with the next scene.
All right, suits me. All right, places for next scene, everybody. Places. Places. I will run through it once and then shoot it. Let's try to make the first one a take.
Joyce, look at the way those extras move when Ed yells at them. What a life. Yeah, what a life that double of mine leads. You realize, Joyce, that I was supposed to take that fall from the balcony.
I realize it very well. You have no idea how I wish you had taken it. Maybe you wouldn't have gotten up.
Partner, put down that 6-shooter, he said.
Bill? Bill, are you busy?
Oh, no. I'm just banging on this typewriter to keep my fingers limber. What's up, Joycey?
Oh, I just came off a set. Been working with Art Ingram all morning, yeah. Are you really not busy, Bill?
I'm doing some last-minute rewrites on tomorrow's scene, Joyce. Art was complaining about his lines, and Ed wants to keep peace in the family, so little Billy goes to work. It can wait, though. Why do you ask?
I'm not complaining, Bill, but I wish you'd write me some smart lines, some things that'll give me a chance to stand out. I've got all I can do to get my face in the camera when I work with Art.
That bum knows more tricks than a monkey.
You're not kidding.
I'll do a rewrite on your lines for you, Joyce. Glad to do it.
Oh, gee, that's swell. Apparently you don't like him either.
What do you mean, either? I don't like him, but I didn't think there was any friction between you two.
Well, there is. Tell me something, Bill. What reason do you have for hating Art?
You really want to know?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you. I had a kid sister in college a couple of years ago. She was terrific. Pretty, had talent, was engaged to the campus hero. Had everything her own way.
What college, Bill?
Daniels University. Remember Joe Layton, All-American end?
Well...
Intercollegiate heavyweight champ, baseball and track star?
I know the name.
Well, that was the guy Mary was engaged to. And one day, Art Ingram went up to Daniels U to shoot some scenes for a picture, and he met my sister. She didn't have sense enough to tell me she'd met him, but she fell all over herself, falling in love with the guy. She quit school, followed him back to the coast, and 6 months later committed suicide.
Oh, no.
Oh, huh? Yes, with a capital Y. Someday Ingram and I are going to settle up about Mary. I promised myself that a long time ago.
Bill, don't do anything about Art that'll get you in trouble. He isn't worth it. Believe me, he isn't.
Don't worry, Joyce. When I do something about Art, it won't get me into any trouble. I guarantee that.
Oh, keep those horses quiet, will you, fellas? We don't need them till the next scene. Now get them away so we don't pick them up on this microphone. That's good.
That's all right.
All right, that's fine. Now, Joyce, you know the action in this scene.
I'm not in the first part of it.
Huh?
Art comes galloping up, rides in front of the camera, and then rides out. He's
That's it.
supposed to be chasing the bandits who have me.
Fine, all right. One thing that guy can really do is ride. Quiet, everybody!
Quiet! Quiet!
Okay, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, scene 7. Take it away.
Action. Holy mackerel, what a thing to happen to me. Ingram's been thrown. Come on, George.
Yeah.
All right, get back. Everybody get back. I don't touch him.
Nobody's touched him, Ed. Look at him. He's not moving.
Come on, let us through there. Let us through, will you?
Ed.
He's lying pretty still. I'll see in a minute if he's hurt
Ed.
bad. He's dead, Joyce. Looks to me like his neck's broken. Must have landed on it.
Ed, look at his hand.
What about it?
When he rode past us a second ago, that big diamond ring of his was on his finger. I saw it.
So did I. You couldn't miss it. Hey, it's not there.
And nobody touched the body before we got here. What happened to the ring, Ed?
I don't know. All I know is what happened to Art Ingram.
Like organ music, Vance?
I like practically every kind of music, Markham. It's very restful. And so's your driving, by the way. For a district attorney, you drive very well.
How a district attorney is supposed to drive?
Oh, you know, full of fire and fury, always in a hurry to get somewhere.
Not on my day off, Vance, and not when accompanied by my favorite of private investigators.
Well, thank you.
Come to think of it, if I do drive a little faster, we'll make my apartment by dinner time. I have an appointment with Mrs. Markham, and I don't want to be late.
Late, Markham. Nothing's either late or early. Time is a convenience that we humans decided upon to facilitate appointments or to make a schedule practical. I never make appointments, and I live by no schedule, so time is relatively meaningless to me.
Your remark comes under the same category, my friend.
We interrupt this organ concert to bring you a news report. Art Ingram, well-known movie cowboy, was killed in an accident this morning when his horse threw him.
Vance.
Very unfortunate.
Witnesses supply a fantastic angle to the accident. His director and co-star insist that when Ingram rode past the camera a few seconds before his death, a diamond ring was seen on his finger. When he was thrown, without ever being out of their sight, the ring was missing. We return you now to...
Why turn off the radio, Vance? I thought you enjoyed the organ concert.
There's one thing I enjoy more, Markham.
Yes, and I know what it is. It's investigating murders. But apparently Art Ingram wasn't murdered. And if he was, you certainly have no way of knowing it.
Haven't I? I think otherwise.
Now, wait a minute, Vance. Don't tell me that just because that ring is missing, you think Ingram was murdered.
The missing ring has nothing to do with it, Markham. They'll find the ring. It probably fell off Mr. Ingram's hand and is in the bushes somewhere. But something proves to me that man was murdered. Markham, your day off is herewith canceled. We're going to work.
That's how it happened, Vance. Exactly how it happened.
He rode past you and the camera, Miss Payne.
Yes.
He was leaning over the horse's neck as if to get more speed from him. Then he fell off a few seconds later and landed on his head.
And Vance, his neck was broken. That all makes sense.
Not to me.
Why don't you settle for being half right, Vance? They found the ring just as you said they would. It had fallen off Ingram's hand and was in the bushes at the side of the road. Why do you insist he was murdered?
I'll explain that to you, Markham, but not now. Miss Payne.
Yes?
Did Mr. Ingram have any enemies in this troop?
Why don't you ask me if he had any friends? That'd be easier to answer.
I see what you mean. Are you included in the camp of the enemies?
Ingram didn't bother me one way or another. All I can tell you is I didn't like him. But there is somebody here who hated him.
Who's that?
Bill Moore. He wrote the scenario for the picture we were shooting. Believe me, Vance, he had a reason for seeing Ingram dead.
That automatically gives me a reason for seeing him. Markham.
Of course, Vance. Mr. Moore, please.
Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Come right in here, if you will.
Well?
Hello, Mr. Moore.
Hello.
I understand you and Art Ingram didn't get on very well.
Who told you that, Joyce?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Just because it's true doesn't mean it has to be public property. Okay, Mr. Vance, I hated Art Ingram. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I don't know at the moment, young man. But if you did anything about killing him, I promise you I'll do something about that.
What am I going to do? I'm going to try and finish the picture, of course. What? No close-ups. I'll shoot all the scenes that Ingram was supposed to do with his double. That guy'll have the most famous back in show business when I'm through. What? Yeah, okay. Well, if there's any more trouble, I'll call you. So long.
Mr. Haley, you gonna let me finish the picture?
That's right, Wally. You're going to take Art's place. And we only need you for a couple of scenes.
Oh, well, gosh, I'm not sure that I can do that, Mr. Haley.
Okay, so you're not sure. I am.
It's very hard for me to remember more than one thing at a time, Mr. Haley.
Yeah, okay. Now, we'll shoot the scenes in pieces.
Yeah, but I was...
Don't worry, will you, Wally? Haven't I got enough problems? With Vance and Markham and a couple of cops lousing up the studio and me trying to get a picture finished? Am I going to have trouble with you, too?
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Haley. I don't give anybody any trouble. Only I'm really a stuntman, not an actor.
Yeah, I know. Now, will you stop worrying? Leave that to me. Now, you be on a set ready to work at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, this is great. This is fine. I start out shooting a cowboy picture and I wind up making a murder mystery.
Vance, are you in there?
Come in, Markham. I'm using the director's office for my own temporarily. I need someplace to concentrate while I'm correlating my findings on this movie murder case.
And what are your findings, Vance?
Well, I've questioned everybody in sight, Markham. That includes the director, Ed Haley, Ingram's co-star, Joyce Payne, the writer, Bill Moore, and Ingram's double, Wally Douglas. But if I add up what I found out from all of them combined, I'd still have nothing. That Douglas interests me, though.
Ingram's double?
Mm-hmm.
Is it your idea that he killed Ingram thinking he could take the star's place?
Hardly. He's no actor, and he knows it. He's an ex-pugilist, Markham. Was beaten up pretty badly in the ring, I understand. Of course, that's not unusual.
Vance, let's understand each other. Both of us are working on this case. Neither of us, apparently, has made any headway. But you do know something that I don't, so let's start from there, shall we?
You want to know how I knew it was murder. Is that it, Markham?
It most certainly is.
Well, that's reasonably simple. How many Art Ingram pictures have you seen?
Oh, few, I guess. I don't know actually why.
You remember the scenes where he rides horseback?
Of course, he was an excellent rider. Oh, now I get it. You've built a whole murder theory on the premise that a rider as good as Ingram wouldn't slip off his horse. Now, Vance.
That reproachful tone would be used correctly if that was what I built my theory on, but it isn't, Markham. I've seen a dozen Ingram pictures. In every one of them, he rode horseback, and in every one of them, he wore gloves when he rode.
That's not unusual. Most cowboy stars, maybe all of them, wear gloves when they're riding.
That is exactly why I knew Ingram was murdered. His director and co-star saw the ring on his finger when he rode past them, remember? If
yes.
the ring was seen on his finger, he couldn't have been wearing gloves. Yet he always wore gloves when he got on a horse. Now, what's the answer, Markham?
Oh, he didn't get on the horse. He was put on after he was dead.
You're right. His killer figured out a way to make it look like an accident. Now I've got to think of a way to figure out the killer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The movie murder case began when Art Ingram, cowboy star, was thrown from his horse. But Philo Vance reasoned that what looked like an accident was actually murder. Suspects include Ingram's director, his co-star, and a scriptwriter, Bill Moore, although Vance finds Wally Douglas, stuntman, an interesting character. In an effort to finish the picture, director Ed Haley is shooting an outdoor scene with Wally Douglas acting as Ingram. And Vance and I are interested spectators. It is the following...
You'll be interested in this, Markham, Vance. Now, in a scene, the hero rides right past us. He doesn't know the bridge up ahead is washed out, and he's heading for sure destruction. When the heroine, that's Joyce, the heroine rides up in back of him and lassos him.
While both of them are riding at top speed?
Well, in a Western movie, nobody ever rides any other way. We've rehearsed this scene several times, and we're ready to shoot it.
Miss Payne actually lassos Wally Douglas.
Oh, yes, she's very good with the rope. You watch and see. Okay, here we go, everybody. Miss Payne, ready?
Ready.
Wally Douglas?
Okay.
All right, let's make this. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet.
Quiet. No sound. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production number 11254, C7. Take it away.
Action.
All right, boy, come on. Hit it.
Okay, Joyce, now throw that lasso. Throw it. All right, cut. All right, that's it. Print that one. We'll dub in the sound later.
That young lady is very good with the rope, isn't she, Mr. Haley?
Joyce, she's sensational. Terrific. Why?
Yes, Vance, why?
No reason. Must there be a reason for everything I say, Markham?
No, but there generally is, isn't there?
Joyce?
Bill, what are you doing in my dressing room?
I'm here to take care of you, Joyce. That's what I'm here for. I didn't have a chance before this to really show you how I feel about you telling Vance about me and Art Ingram.
He'd have found out anyhow, Billy. Vance would have found a way of...
That's nothing to what I'm going to do to you, kid. Maybe this will teach you to keep your mouth shut.
No, you don't. You don't get away with slapping me, you two-bit, no-talent...
My hair. Let go of my
You were going
hair.
to teach me, were you? I'll show you.
Somebody's
a
at the
thing or
door.
two.
Let's quit this quick.
Who's there?
It's I, Philo Vance. May I come in?
Come on.
Oh, hi, Vance. Joyce and I were just running over a scene.
Yes, I heard part of it from outside. Scene is quite the word.
You, want to know what happened in here, don't you, Vance?
I'd hate to think I couldn't guess. Actually, I came looking for you, Mr. Moore. I've just found out the reason you hated Art Ingram.
You found out about my sister?
That's right.
I could have saved you a lot of trouble, Vance. After the way this guy busted in on me, believe me, I'd have told you all the details myself.
Your sister was very young, very pretty, engaged to the campus hero. Four-letter man, is that right, Moore?
That's right.
She killed herself a few months after she left college to follow the late Mr. Ingram. You didn't want me to know about that, did you, Moore?
No, but not for any reason that you think. I didn't want you to know because I didn't want that story dragged out again. Is that wrong?
Not if that was the reason.
I told you it was.
Miss Payne.
Yes?
I watched you lasso Mr. Ingram's double this morning. You're quite strong.
What about it?
Well, somebody, whoever killed Ingram, had to boost him up to his saddle after he was dead. To tell you the truth, I didn't suspect you at first because you're a girl.
Well?
To continue telling you the truth, that fact doesn't continue to keep you off my list of suspects.
sit here next to me on this crane, Vance. And when we begin shooting, it'll swing up and out and come right over the action.
This is very interesting, Mr. Haley. Thank you very much. What happens in this scene?
Well, it's a mountain cabin, see? Well, the hero walks in, finds one of the cattle rustlers guarding the girl, and knocks him out. We'll use Wally Douglas, of course, but he's been instructed to keep his back to the camera. I hope he can remember a simple thing like that.
Douglas has approximately the same build as the late Mr. Ingram.
Just about. Okay, everybody. Quiet.
Quiet.
Okay, let's make this. Sound. Sound's ready. Quiet, everybody. Roll 'em.
Production 11254. Scene 47. Take it away.
Action.
So,
Look out, Art. He's got a gun.
well, if he has, he won't get a chance to use it.
Oh, thank goodness you got here, darling. Please put your arms around me. You deserve it, you know. After all, you were the victor.
The victor? Well, to the victor? Victor over the verdant field.
Cut! Hold it, everybody.
What was wrong, Mr. Haley?
You'll hear in a second, Vance. Oh, Wally Douglas, your line is supposed to be, to the victor belongs the spoils. What happened to it, Wally?
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I just couldn't remember it.
Oh, where'd you get the line you did remember?
I don't know. It just came to me.
Well, tell it to go away and not come around anymore. We don't want it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's make the whole scene over again. Places, everybody. Oh, Wally.
Yes, Mr. Haley.
Will you please remember your lines and keep your back to the camera?
Okay.
All right, everybody. You, Pete, get off the floor.
Will I have to take another poke in the jaw from Wally? He hits like a mule.
Fake that punch, will you, Wally? You almost broke Pete's jaw.
I'm sorry, Mr. Haley. I forget things.
Yeah, I know. Places, everybody. All right, let's do this again. Make it right this time.
Excuse me, please, Mr. Haley, but do you mind if I leave?
Why, no, not at all. This getting boring, Vance?
On the contrary, it's very interesting. In fact, I might almost say revealing.
You might at least tell me what you're looking up, Vance.
I will in a moment, Markham. Ah, here it is. The quotation is from Pope. Victor over the verdant field.
Whatever that means.
It means a great deal to me, Markham. And it's going to mean a great deal more, I believe, after I make a long-distance phone call.
Listen and listen close. I know it's 3:30 in the morning, but I couldn't call before because I've been watched. I know you killed Art Ingram, but I hated him too. Hated him enough to give you a chance to get away. You see, Philo Vance knows you killed Art. Don't ask me how. He knows it, that's all. There's a train out of here at 5 o'clock. That gives you an hour and a half to get packed, blow, and remember me in your dreams. So long. How did I do, Vance?
Very well, Miss Payne, very well. You see, I'm quite certain that you just spoke to Mr. Ingram's murderer. Now, Mr. Markham and I are going to get the proof we need.
You know, I haven't been up this late or this early in years, Vance.
It is almost 4:30 in the morning, isn't it, Markham? And our man hasn't shown up yet. The train should be here in a few minutes, and so should he. In fact, look.
Where, Vance?
It's very dark, Markham, but isn't that a shadow over there by the station platform?
I don't see... Oh, yes, it is. It is, Vance. It's a man.
It's more than a man, Markham. It's our man. Better get in back of him in case there's trouble. Got a gun, Markham?
Yes.
Keep it handy. I'm going right up to him. Hello there.
Huh?
Going somewhere?
Oh, it's you, Vance. Oh, so the tip was straight. You did know it was me, didn't you? Well, you're a sucker for trying to take me, Vance, because I'm going to...
I'm glad you did that, Markham. Very happy indeed that you knocked him out.
If I hadn't, he most certainly would have knocked you out, Vance. He was just about to. And now, if I'm not too inquisitive, who is he?
Use your flashlight, Markham. I know you'll want to get a look at our murdering friend.
I don't have my flashlight, and it's too dark to see.
In that case, I'll enlighten you. The murderer of Art Ingram, Markham, was his own double, Wally Douglas. You know, Markham, I've never done anything quite like this before.
You mean sitting in a private projection room and seeing yourself on the screen?
That's right.
I asked you to have a film and recording made of your explanation of the movie murder case so that we'd have it for our home, Vance. Mrs. Markham and I have a new 16mm projector, and Mr. Haley practically begged to be allowed to shoot this for us.
I'll know whether I'm indebted to him or not as soon as I see what I look like and hear what I sound like.
Please don't forget I'm in the picture, too.
We're ready to begin any time, Mr. Vance.
Well, that might as well be now.
Good enough. Lights out. Here we go.
Markham, you wanted to know why Wally Douglas killed Art Ingram and how I knew it was he who had done it.
That's right, Vance.
Well, to begin with, I was watching a fight scene being photographed when I saw Mr. Douglas knock out one of the actors with a powerful right hand.
Oh, that's the beginning.
His entire appearance indicated he had been a professional fighter, and that blow proved it.
That still doesn't tie him up with the Ingram murder.
No, but he made a curious speech when he had knocked out the man. He said something about the victor and verdant fields.
I remember when that puzzled me.
That was a very learned quotation to be used by an ex-pug. In fact, I had to look it up to find that it was written by Alexander Pope.
That suggested to you, then, that Wally Douglas, the double, had been well educated.
Reasonably well, at any rate. There was no question but that the beatings he had taken in the prize ring had affected his mind a bit, but it still functioned to an extent where he remembered certain incidents and lines from his past.
That long-distance phone call you made.
Oh, that really
When
had
was
me
it made
puzzled,
to?
you know, really.
Daniels University. I wanted a description of the four-letter athlete who had been the fiancée of the girl who killed herself over Ingram.
You mean the sister of Bill Moore, the writer?
Correct. I got the description, Markham, and also found that the fiancée had majored in English and that Alexander Pope was one of his favorite authors. It seems that after his fiancée's death, he left college, went into the ring, and quit after absorbing terrific punishment. After that, he lived only to get revenge on the man who took the girl he loved from him.
That's it, Mr. Vance.
You figured out his murder scheme, Vance, just because he forgot to put gloves on Ingram's hands before boosting him onto his horse.
That was the beginning of our activities, Markham. And now, this is the end of the movie murder case. That includes us, you know, Ellen.
I know, Vance. If you chew this piece of gum, Mr. Vance, you'll find you won't mind our coming down quite so much.
Oh, thank you, miss.
No trouble. We'll be landing in less than a minute now. If there's anything you want, let me know.
Thank you, I will.
If there's anything I want, whom do I let know?
Me, Miss Deering. I'm your employer, escort, and the person responsible for your traveling out to the Southwest, am I not?
Vance, what is it you're going to write when we get to Barlow?
Right, Ellen?
Yes.
I'm not going to write anything. We're going out there because there was a murder at the Billings Jude Ranch this morning.
Oh.
And the owner of the ranch, an old friend of mine, wired me.
Want you to clean up the case, eh? So the ranch doesn't have a bad name.
Uh-huh.
Why didn't you tell me that before we left?
There was no reason to. District Attorney Markham saw us off, and he would have felt a little slighted, I imagine, if I were working on a case outside his jurisdiction.
Oh, so because the DA couldn't come, you brought me. Well, as long as I couldn't make the varsity, at least I'm the #1 substitute.
Well, we've landed, Ellen. And in a moment or so, we'll be on our way out to the Billings Ranch.
Suits me fine.
Well, this is it.
Get that bag for me, Van.
Yes, sure. Philo Vance. Telegram for Philo Vance.
I'm Vance, young man.
Oh, here's a telegram we've been holding for you, Mr. Vance.
Thank you very much.
Not at all.
I know bosses who let their secretaries open their communications.
I'm saving you the trouble, Miss Deering.
What is it, Van? Something wrong?
I don't know. It's from Billings, the owner of the Jude Ranch.
Oh, the man who got us all the way out here because of the murder on his place? What does he say?
I'll read you the message. It says, Vance, please disregard my request.
What?
Gladly pay you for your time and trouble, but urge you to take next plane back without coming to the ranch.
Wow. What in the world could that mean?
I haven't the slightest idea, Ellen, but I guarantee I'm going to find out.
Now, look, everybody, let's all relax around the campfire and do some community singing. I'll start you off with Home on the Range, okay? Come on. Oh, give me a home, oh, where the buffalo roam, and the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard Okay, everybody, if you don't feel like singing, I don't blame you. Now, look, my job is to see that everybody at this Dude Ranch has a good time. So, despite what's happened here this morning, let's forget it and relax, okay? Come on, that's more like it. Now, you know, a funny thing happened to me on the way down to the bunkhouse today. A fella come up to me and said, "Hey, did you see that cute-looking blonde guest of ours? She's sitting over yonder with a fella on each knee." I said to him, "So what? A gal comes out to a dude ranch, she wants to be a cowboy, so she winds up with a pair of chaps." Hey, all leaving me, huh? Well, as the fella said when he saw the price of a nightgown was $100, good nighty.
Danny?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Billings. You been here all this while?
Yes. You haven't done a very good job of entertaining my guests, Danny.
You mean making them laugh? How are you going to make them laugh? They're all worried about that murder this morning. After all, one of the guests was knocked off. What do you expect me to do? Have them rolling over in laughs after that?
Well, you've got to get their minds off it. I can't have everybody leave here just because Bob Anderson was shot.
It isn't that he was shot, Mr. Billings. It's why. Nobody knows why, and everybody's jittery for fear a crazy murderer's loose.
Danny, did you ever hear of Philo Vance?
Vance? Sure. Who asked? Why?
I called him right after Anderson's body was found and asked him to fly out here. I just sent him a telegram asking him to go right back.
Hey, you're a little mixed up, aren't you, Mr. B?
No. Now, if you can relax the guests, we'll be in good shape. And with Vance here, there'll be investigations. The reporters will come out here. All the publicity will ruin me. That's why I asked him to go back.
First you asked him to come, then you asked him to hop home without even dropping in to say hello. I guess I can understand what's on your mind. First you wanted help, then you figured Vance being here would only stretch out the bad publicity.
That's right.
Mr. Billings, who do you figure killed this Anderson?
I wish I had an idea about that. I didn't know anything about him. He was a guest, the same as any guest. And early this morning, he rode out to the hills before breakfast. An hour later, we found him shot to death.
Oh, Vance is going to like that. No reason for killing him, no clues, no nothing.
Why do you say Vance is going to like it? I told you I asked him to turn back, didn't I?
Oh, sure, but you know Vance. Maybe better than I. I only read about it. And if there's a murder case around, you don't think he's going to duck it, do you?
No, Danny, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't. I'm sure Vance will be here very soon. I'm very sorry to say.
Hello?
Mr. Philo Vance?
Yes?
Our long-distance call has been put through, sir. We're ready with Mr. Markham.
Good. Put him on, please.
Hello, that's you, Vance?
Yes. Good morning, Markham.
Morning. How are things in the wide open, you know what?
Excellent so far. Ellen and I got here to the Jude Ranch last night, despite the fact that my friend Billings tried to rescind his invitation at the last moment.
Have you seen him?
Yes, late last night. I had quite a talk with him and thought you might be interested in the details of the murder I'm about to work on.
You know I am, Vance.
Well, it seems that a young man named Bob Anderson was a guest here at the ranch. Yesterday morning, he rode out into the hills.
Yes?
His body was found a couple of hours later in a clearing. He'd been shot, and his horse hadn't moved until the body was found.
Well, that sounds inviting enough to please even you, Vance. Any clues?
I don't know of any yet. The body's not here anymore, of course, and I haven't seen the horse Anderson was riding, nor questioned anyone except Billings and a fellow named Danny Edwards, who acts as a sort of master of ceremonies around here.
Learn anything from them?
No, except that two young ladies had their sombreros set for the dead man.
Oh.
I'm going to talk to them right after breakfast.
Well, nice of you to keep me posted, Vance. Call me again, will you?
I will if I make any progress.
In that case, I expect to hear from you in a couple of hours.
Well, thank you, Markham, for your confidence. Right at the moment, I wish I was as sure as you.
Now, Tony, you just sit still and let me fasten this saddle on you like a good little horse. Yeah, that's a good fella.
Don't do that with men, but you have trouble with horses, don't you, Mary Lou?
Well, Carol, good morning.
Good morning. Oh, brother, that southern accent of yours is as phony as your blonde hair.
I declare, I never heard you talk like that in my life before. On the old plantation? Never you mind about me. Why don't you run off somewhere before somebody finds out a few things about you?
I hope you don't know what you're talking about, for your sake. Look, Mary Lou, maybe if Bob were still alive, I'd have reason to dislike you.
You'd have a very good reason. I was taking him away from you. Not that that was too hard. Kind of upset your plans a little, didn't it?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it did. I came out to this ranch because Bob was here, and I thought I could get him to propose.
You didn't forgive him very nicely when he didn't. Firing a shot into him.
I didn't kill him, but you might have.
Me, honey Charles? Why would I kill him? He's in love with me.
He had no intention of marrying you either, and you know it.
You've got no right to say things like that about that poor dead boy.
No?
No.
Listen and let's understand each other.
All right.
Bob's death is being investigated. A fellow named Philo Vance got here late last night.
Philo Vance? Who's he?
You know who he is, all right. He's a friend of Billings, who owns this setup. And he came out to try to find out who killed Anderson.
Well, I don't see how that could possibly concern me.
No?
No.
Then why were you outside Billings' office when Vance arrived, eavesdropping on everything Billings was telling Vance about the murder?
Vance,
Yes?
what good is riding out to the place where Anderson's body was found going to do it?
If we don't find out anything, at least the scenery is good and the air is healthy.
We didn't have to travel all this distance just to breathe air. It isn't bad back home either.
Let's say the scenery's good, then.
What scenery? A couple of hills, a lot of abandoned oil wells, and a mess of cactus. Is that good?
Beats billboards, Ellen.
Well, I don't see how. An advertisement, at least, is prettier than that cactus. Personally, Listen, unless the Pony Express is coming this way, we're getting company.
It's Billings. I knew he was coming.
And if there's anything you don't know is coming.
Thank you, my dear. You and Markham ought to get together and form the Vance Admiration Society.
Well, that isn't what I admire about you. But you can't say I don't appreciate it. Hi, Mr. Billings.
Morning, Miss Deering. Hello, Vance.
Hi.
I gave her pretty good directions on how to locate the clearing where Anderson's body was found, Vance. I thought I'd come out and make sure you didn't miss it.
Vance finds everything he looks for, Mr. Billings.
That may be, but the clearing is back about 100 feet or so, and you... Those were shots.
They came from just over that ridge. Let's go. Come on.
Oh, Vance, if ever I complain about the typewriter chair in the office, flood me, will you? It isn't comfortable, but at least it doesn't bounce when I sit on it.
Those shots mean another murder, Vance. I'm ruined.
If it is murder, Billings, I guarantee that this time the murderer won't get away. We'll know in a second now.
That's 1 second too long for me on this horse.
Oh, boy.
Hey, where's the emergency brake on this animal? Oh, boy. Oh.
Well, Billings, there's your murder.
Huh. Nothing but my comedian, Danny Edwards, teaching one of the guests how to shoot.
Good morning, everybody. What brought you all galloping over this way?
Well, we heard shots, Danny. We thought maybe...
There was more trouble? No. Just teaching Mary Lou how to shoot. Mary Lou, have you met Philo Vance?
Not the great private investigator, Philo Vance. Well, I certainly am proud to meet up with you, sir. I'm Mary Lou Bard of the Virginia Bar.
How do you do? This is Ellen Deering.
Well, I'm sure pleased to meet you, too, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll just bet, honey.
I hope our shooting didn't scare you people. Mary Lou wanted to learn how to handle a gun, and I've been showing her. She's pretty good for a beginner, too.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Billings, young Anderson was shot while on his horse right near here, wasn't he?
More than 100 yards away is where we found his body.
Where's the horse he was riding?
Stable. Why?
Why? Well, that's easy, Mr. Billings. Vance wanted to question the horse. Ain't you heard? Horses carry tails.
Vance, I
All right, Ellen. Stay here outside the stable if you like. All right, Ellen. I'm not going to look at him either if the truth has to come out. I want to see this saddle.
Why? It just looks like a saddle to me.
It's the saddle Anderson was riding when he was shot. Ellen, come here.
How close can I get?
This will do. Take a look at the middle of this saddle.
I'd rather look at it than be in it. What do you want me to look at? That scratch in the leather?
Yes. How could a scratch get in the middle of a leather saddle? A scratch that was made only recently. You can tell by the color.
How could a scratch get there? I haven't the slightest idea.
I think I know.
Well, that's fine. Only what does it mean?
It means that Anderson was not killed in the clearing where his body was found.
Oh, no, Vance. Now, don't tell me a scratch tells you that. I don't believe it.
Our murderer won't want to believe it either, Ellen. Believe me.
District Attorney Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, Mr. Philo Vance is calling long distance.
Oh, please put him on.
Markham?
Hi, Vance. What's up? A development in the Anderson murder so soon?
Definitely. In fact, I think I know almost everything about the case. Where Anderson was killed and why he was killed.
If that's true, come on back here, Vance. I'll have a new murder all ready when you arrive.
I know everything about the case except one thing, Markham. I don't know who did the killing. And not only that, I don't even suspect anybody.
Hey, Danny, wait a minute.
Me, Carol? Sure. Always at the service of the guest. What do you want, soft routine or a couple of box gags?
Neither. I want to talk to you. I understand you took Mary Lou out riding this morning. Taught her to shoot.
So what, Carol? It's part of my job. Entertain the guests, the boss tell me so. I entertain them. Do you want to learn to shoot? I teach.
That phony dame doesn't need any instructions.
Hello, you two. May I join you?
Oh, hi, Vance. Sure, come on. What's up?
Just a couple of questions I want to ask both of you.
About Bob Anderson's death?
Yes.
I might as well tell you, Vance. I knew him in the city, and I...
Followed him out here thinking perhaps he'd propose in so romantic a setting.
Mary Lou?
Yes, she told me that a little while ago. She,
Hey, Vance.
Oh, my secretary, Miss Deering. Over here, Ellen. Come over.
Not a bad-looking girl.
You're so right.
Vance. Oh, Vance, I've really got something to tell you. Whew.
Well, it can't be that whew, Ellen.
It isn't, but I've just got to catch my breath. Billings just sent me to find you. Guess what's happened?
They found oil in this territory.
They found oil. Huh? How did you know that?
I reasoned it, Ellen. In fact, unless I'm very much mistaken, it's the motive for Anderson's murder.
What does that mean, Vance?
You'll find out soon enough, Carol. Perhaps too soon to suit you.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Black Gold murder case, a name given to it by Philo Vance, originated in a dude ranch in the Southwest and started when a man named Anderson was shot. Philo Vance, summoned by the owner of the ranch, arrived to find a scratch on the saddle of the horse the murdered man rode, which leads him to believe Anderson was killed at a distance from where he was found. Vance also told me on the phone he knew the murder motive. And when oil was discovered in the vicinity of the ranch, that confirmed Vance's theory. Vance is still away, but is reporting the progress of the case to me on the phone. He said that
Honey child, Danny boy, I'm getting kind of scared.
Not the dialect, Mary Lou. We're alone. What are you scared about?
This Vance being here. He'd already figured out why we had to kill Anderson.
You did the killing. You shot him.
All right, but why did I do it? Because I couldn't let him find out what we already knew. Couldn't let him, could I?
I don't know. All I know is I'm a whole lot sorry I let you in on the oil I discovered out there in the hills.
You did it because you like me, Danny. Remember?
Sure.
Remember? You still like me, don't you, Danny? You still like me,
don't you, Danny? A dame that could kill a guy just like...
Just like what, Danny?
Just like...
what, Danny?
Just like... Oh, honey.
Don't let go, Danny. Don't ever let go.
You're not scared when you're in my arms?
You're not scared when you're not scared anymore. Won't ever be scared anymore as long as I'm with you.
That's the way to talk.
Too bad somebody had to stumble over that oil out in the hills. 2 more days, Monday morning, and we'd be way in the dough and way far away from here.
If I'd have known somebody else would find what Anderson was looking at when I shot him, I wouldn't have had to kill him.
No, it doesn't matter. The way we're set up, we're in the clear, and by Monday we'll be rich. All we gotta do is sit tight and kill time till then.
Okay. I'm one of the best time killers you ever saw, sugar.
Are you listening, Markham?
Go ahead, Vance. I can hear you.
Good. I'll bring you right up to date then.
All right.
Here's what happened in this case.
Yes?
Somebody, Billings, the ranch owner, or one of his guests, or somebody who worked for him, found oil in this territory during the past week.
Oil? Oh, so that's why you said this was the black gold murder case. But how come oil in that area, Vance?
This is oil country, Markham. In fact, there are a lot of wells in the territory which were started and then abandoned.
Oh.
Apparently, one of them was fertile, and somebody found it out early in the week.
Then this Anderson fellow rode out there and also discovered it, only he was seen and killed by somebody who wanted to keep the oil a secret for a while.
Right. And I know why it was to be kept secret.
Why?
That is, I think I know. The killer was stalling until he could purchase that property.
And he wanted to buy it before the owner knew there was oil on it.
Exactly.
I see. Vance, how did you know Anderson wasn't killed where his body was found? You never told me that.
No, but I will, as soon as I find out who killed him. Markham, I have a plan that will bring our murderer out into the open.
I'm anxious to hear it, Vance. Kindly fire when ready.
You didn't know it, Markham, but that's exactly the plan I have in mind.
A little more of this gasoline around. I'll see what it...
And what, Mr. Billings?
Carol.
That's right, Carol. What's going on out here? Gasoline, matches, fuse? What are you trying to burn?
Go on back to the ranch house, Carol. This doesn't concern you.
It didn't, but it does now. Looks to me like you were going to set this old oil well on fire. But I think I can figure out why.
Figuring isn't going to do you any good. I've got to keep you quiet.
No, I'm going back and tell everybody what you're doing.
I can't let you do that.
Carol, come back. Come back, I say. Carol, don't go back to the ranch house.
Keep away from me.
I can't let you get back. That'll spoil everything.
Keep your hands off me. Don't touch me.
I'm sorry, Carol. This is something I'm mighty sorry I have to do.
So that's how an oil well looks when it's on fire, Van.
Yes, I've never seen anything quite like it except in a newsreel. Too bad it had to go up just after oil was discovered, Mr. Billings.
That doesn't bother me. It isn't my land out there.
I declare that's the most spectacular fire I ever did see. I'm sure glad we're at a distance from it. Isn't it beautiful, Danny?
It sure is. I remember one time I was playing one-nighters in the East. I got so hot on stage, the theater burned down.
Danny, Danny, come here a minute, won't you?
Sure, Mary Lou. Excuse me, folks. Be right back for an encore. What's up? Chicken Southern style?
Danny, there goes $50,000 of mine up in smoke.
I know. Only what can we do about it?
I mailed a certified check to the farmer who owned the land that oil well was on. He'll get it tomorrow morning. Monday, that is, and if we don't get it out of the mail first...
100 miles from here where the guy lives, Mary Lou. It'll be tough for me to get away.
You've got to. I'll see to it. I'm taking every dime I got in the world and spend it for a burned-out oil well. I worked hard for that $50,000. I had to marry 2 guys to get it. I'm getting that check back before that farmer ever gets his mail tomorrow morning.
You gonna leave here?
You bet I am. Catch me, Danny. I'm pulling the faint. Oh.
Help! Help somebody. Mary Lou's faint.
What happened, Danny?
What's the matter, I don't know. Here, honey, child. She started a shake and said something about the murder, and now this fire, and then she fainted. She seems to be coming out of it now, though.
I've got to leave here. All this excitement is just too much for me. I'm going to leave here.
It's all right, Mary Lou. You leave if you want to. You can move out tonight if you like.
Ellen,
Yes, Vance.
she's moving out tonight. But I'm making my move right now. Come in. Oh, hi, Ellen.
Hi, Vance. Well, I've got all the dope. I called the county seat, found out the clerk's name, got him at home, and got the information you wanted. Bertram J. Parker, 36 Linwood Road. Do we go?
No, we don't. Well, I do. We don't. There's liable to be trouble, Ellen.
You don't know how much trouble I'm going to make if you don't take me.
Sorry you might get hurt. But I wouldn't want that to happen.
You really wouldn't, Vance?
No.
Why, that's the first friendly remark you've made to me all week.
No, I wouldn't want you to get hurt, Ellen. After all, we've got a lot of work to do when we get back to the office.
Hurry, Danny, hurry.
This mailbox is no cinch to open with a screwdriver. Take it easy, Mary Lou, will you?
Okay, but hurry. I want this to go haywire. Pulling that faint last night and getting Billings to make you take me home was too good to waste. Gave you the excuse you needed to leave the ranch so you could come here with me.
I know, but I don't have to hurry. Nobody will see us, don't worry.
Nobody will see us if you hurry. Saw that RFP mailman leave a couple of letters in this Bertram J. Parker's mailbox. One of them must be the one I sent with a certified check in it. Now hurry up, will you?
Stop tackling me, will you? Doing the best I can. Got it? There.
Good. Now give me the letters fast.
There you are.
This is it. Here, put the other one back and give me a match. Okay. I'm going to burn this note of mine in
I'll
one...
take that letter, Mary Lou.
Vance, where'd you come from?
Side of the road. I've been watching you both for a half hour. Now you're coming with me.
Danny, don't just stand there. Do something.
You bet I will. Oh, well, funny man, let's see you laugh when I hit.
Turn him around this way. Turn him around, Danny, so I can shoot.
I can't. I'm trying, but I can't.
You've got to. You've got to kill him or we'll never get out of this. Now, hold him right there now. Now, hold him just 1 second, Danny. Danny.
Yes, Mary Lou. You hit Danny. Now I'll take that gun.
I'll never give it to you.
Sorry,
I'll never...
I've got to take it from you. There.
Oh, Vance, it was all Danny's fault. He planned the whole thing. He shot Anderson. He did it all. I just advanced the money. That's all I did. The whole thing was his idea. He found the oil. He killed...
Excuse me for interrupting you, Mary Lou. The story you're telling, you'd better tell the local sheriff. Perhaps he'll believe you. Personally, I can't.
One good thing about being away from home, Vance, there always comes a time when we're headed back. I know we wound up the case all right, but I don't know how you figured out the details.
Well, Ellen, Anderson's body was found in a clearing. There was a mark, a scratch on the saddle of his horse. Now, what would make a scratch on the saddle?
Well, I'm sure I don't know. Something sharp, no doubt.
That's right. Something like a belt buckle. Now, everybody on Dude ranches wears those huge silver buckles on their belts.
Yes, I know.
Now, how could a belt buckle scratch a saddle? Except if a body were thrown face down over the saddle.
Oh, I see what you mean. Anderson was shot somewhere else, thrown over the saddle, and his horse led to the clearing some distance away.
Right. And why? Because somebody didn't want him found where he was shot. There was one explanation for that, and the abandoned oil wells told me that explanation.
Yes, I know that. That much I understood. I hope you understand that in trapping Mary Lou and Danny, you did get one lucky break. That oil well fire forced us to try to intercept their check.
There was no oil well fire, Ellen.
Are you kidding? Vance, I watched it with you, with Mary Lou, and Danny, and everybody. Except Carol. What happened to her?
She almost upset the apple cart, Ellen. You see, I sent Billings to start a pop fire out in the hills. Fire that was to force Mary Lou and Danny out into the open. But she saw him do it and threatened to announce what he was doing.
We couldn't let that happen because then Mary Lou and that comic of hers would have known the fire was a problem.
Exactly. Billings just kept her tied up until after the blaze. Then he let her go with his apologies and mine.
I see. Then because of a plan of yours, it wasn't the oil well that went up in smoke, just the plans of a murderer.
Very nicely said, Ellen.
Very nicely said, Ellen. Excuse me for not curtsying. I'm still a little stiff from riding that horse. How near are we to the city?
Oh, about 20 minutes to the end of this plane trip, I'd say.
The end of the plane trip and the end of the black gold murder.
That's what I heard, Tommy. That's what I heard, I tell you. Frankie ain't gonna stop until he stops you.
That right, Chick? Well, what do you know? So Frank Stacy's bringing our feud out into the open,
That's what I heard. What are you gonna do about it, Tommy?
Stop fluttering around. Maybe I'll be able to think. Oh, when do they call you Chick? You act more like a chicken than anybody I ever saw. A 40-year-old chicken. Hey, that's really something.
Well, they don't call me Chick because I act like a chicken. It's because I got a high voice.
Because you're yellow, you're chicken-hearted.
Oh, gee,
Shut
boss.
up. You're not my problem at the moment.
What I told you about Frankie Stacy brought you down, huh?
Not exactly. But it is making me think.
I kind of got an idea he'd lay off if we'd keep away from his territory, boss. That's what's getting him so sore at you.
What he wants doesn't interest me.
Maybe if you two guys could get together, you could work something out. You better do it fast on account of Frankie figures on knocking you off. Anyway, that's what I heard.
I know that's what you heard. Chick, I think I got something.
Yeah, what?
Frank Stacy wants to kill me, but I'm going to see to it that he killed somebody else.
I don't think that would exactly satisfy him.
He isn't going to have any choice in the matter. Chick, I got it. Stacy's going to murder somebody in front of witnesses. Witnesses who'll talk whenever I say the word.
Oh, I see what you mean. You'll get Stacy to knock somebody off, and then hold that over his head like.
Exactly. And he'll do anything I say.
Hey, I gotta hand it to you, Tommy. That's swell. You got somebody picked out for Frankie to knock off?
Yeah, I think so.
Who?
Why, you, of course.
Good shot, Frankie.
It was solid, Eddie, solid. And I'm getting hep to all the angles on this billiard table of mine. I'm sharp, huh?
Sure, Frankie, sure. You glad you bought the table now?
Natch. Only I think I'm going to change the color. I don't like that green business.
All pool tables got green, whatever that is on them, Frankie.
That's the reason I'm going to change the color on mine. I'm going to be different. Keen, that's me. Now back up and watch me make a masse shot.
Quarter says you can't.
Put up or shut up.
I can't do it for both of us.
My money's good. Now shut up while I try this shot. Easy money, Eddie, easy money. We're always making easy money, ain't we?
Sure, but generally I'm on the collecting end, not the donating. That reminds me.
Huh?
Tommy Morrow is still moving in on some of our stores.
Well, he won't be much longer. I'm going to take care of him and that stooge, Chick. Today, maybe. And I'll take care of him solid. I got a plan. Oh,
Want me to get it, Frankie?
never mind. Yeah, Stacy talking.
Frankie, this is Joey.
So?
So about Tommy Morrow. You better work fast, Frankie. I just heard that he's sending Chick Lewis out gunning for you. Straight tip, Frankie.
Yeah, thanks, Joey. I'll remember this.
What was it, Frankie? Anything important?
Could be. Tommy Morrow is sending that stooge that acts like a chicken. You know, that Chick Lewis, out to knock me off.
He's sending Chick? What's he gonna do, peck you to death?
That ain't funny, Eddie.
I'm sorry, boss. What are you gonna do?
Me? I'm gonna call Tommy and make a deal with him later. Right now, I'm gonna try and make a 3-cushion shot with this billiard cue.
You see why I asked you to come to my office, don't you, Vance?
Well, no, Markham. To be perfectly honest, I don't. But a summons from the district attorney is a command appearance for me, so here I am.
I want you to realize what'll happen if the reports I have are true.
That there's a feud between Tommy Morrow and Frank Stacy, and that it's liable to flame into the open at any minute.
That's right. And when that does come out into the open, there's going to be shooting. Only I don't know any way to stop it. Or perhaps you might.
If I were sure that either Morrow or Stacy would wind up being killed, I wouldn't bother about it. We'd be much better off without them. There is a chance, though, that some innocent people might get in the way when their gang guns start.
Yes, I believe that, too. There must be something you can do to prevent a murder, Vance.
My talent lies mainly in solving killings, Markham.
As I well know. We have one possibility of averting bloodshed in this situation. I understand that Morrow and Stacy hate each other, but that they respect each other, too. that they've arranged some sort of a conference.
Find out where the conference is being held, arrest them both, and you have your solution.
We have no case against either of them, not right at the moment, that is. But I'm convinced the conference won't work out, and I'd like to prevent the bloodshed I'm sure will follow.
I understand your feelings. Now, let me see. There's Tommy Morrow and his chief stooge, Chick Lewis, on one side. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, Lewis is a thin, red-headed fellow, looks more like a chicken than he does a man. On the other side is Frank Stacy and his head hoodlum, a character named Eddie the Lug.
Of the Boston the Lugs, no doubt.
No doubt.
Markham, I realize your predicament, and I thank you for giving me the overall picture of the situation.
So far, I haven't given you any complete picture. It's more like a negative. What do we do about it, Vance?
Nothing, I'm afraid, my friend. We'll just have to wait till we see what the negative develops.
Well, Tommy, here we are. You see any sign of Frank Stacy? I don't see none.
No, Chick, I don't see any sign of him either. But he'll be here. This meeting was his idea.
You think he was on the level when he asked you to meet him?
Could be, and then again, maybe this is a gag. You keep me covered all the time I walk up to meet him, and if anything happens, I'll... There's a car pulled up over there.
Yeah, I see it. 2 guys in it.
That should be Frank Stacy and Eddie the Lug.
That's you, Tommy?
Yeah, Frankie.
I see you brought company.
You ain't exactly alone either.
I didn't bring Eddie to make trouble. Just to make sure you didn't. How about meeting me halfway?
Good enough. I'll take your eyes off him a minute, Chick, you hear me?
Don't worry, Tommy.
I'll keep Frankie between his gunman and me so Eddie won't do any shooting. You just make sure Frankie doesn't make a move. If he does, don't ask questions. Let him have it.
Sure.
You coming or not, Tommy?
Right with you. Keep your hands away from your pockets, Frankie. I'll do the same.
Solid, Tommy.
Okay, Frankie. This is as far as I go. You come the rest of the way.
Check. Glad you decided to meet me, Tommy.
I listen to propositions all the time. What's yours?
I hear you got your stooge, Chick, gunning for me.
What I hear is that you're a little sore at me for cutting in on you. You're supposed to be out after me.
Maybe the whole thing is a misunderstanding.
I wouldn't bet on that.
Natch. Now look, Tommy. This is a deal. Stay away from my territory and there'll be no trouble. Keep cutting in and both of us will be sorry. You'll be sorry you did it and I'll be sorry about what I have to do to you. Latch on?
That's no proposition.
No?
No.
Well, this is. We start working together. Put your territory and mine together. Run things together and split the take right down the middle.
Well, part of that sounds all right. It's okay with me to do just what you say, except one thing. We split 60-40, and I get the 60.
That ain't exactly fair.
So sue me.
People say you're tough. I guess people are right. You don't like a 50-50 deal.
Somebody must have told you.
Okay, Tommy. You had your chance. As far as I'm concerned, we dig each other. The meeting's over.
Good enough, only let me tell you something. Tomorrow at this time, you're going to be begging for the chance at a 40% cut. Spend a little time thinking about that, Frankie. You ain't got much more than a little time left.
Hey, what's the matter, Frankie? That shot was a pushover and you blew it. You nervous or something?
Maybe, Eddie, maybe I am. Give me my gun.
Sure, Frankie, sure. Only you're in your own house. Nobody'll try to get at you here. You worried about Tommy Morrow?
I don't want him to make his move before I'm ready to make mine. Now, let me have that gun.
Sure, Frankie. Here it is.
I feel better with it in my pocket. Yeah. Now maybe I can shoot a little billiards. I'm gonna try this one off the rail. 2 bits I make it.
No bets.
That gives me all the confidence I need. I'm solid now, Eddie. Plenty solid. All I needed was...
All you needed was what, Frankie?
Hey, boss, that's Chick Lewis, Tommy Morrow's stooge.
That's right. And And don't either of you do nothing stupid like reaching. Frankie, I got a message from Tommy for you. He says if I want to prove I'm not yellow, I'm to take my gun down to see you and let it do the talking on account of...
Good work, Frankie. You done it. You got him right in the chest.
So that was the gunman Tommy sent down to get me, was it? Get rid of him, Eddie. Starting to bleed all over my new billiard table. I don't like the green cloth, but I don't think I like it red either.
In detailing my notes on the Sterling murder case, it struck me that the first incoherency was...
Vance, are you busy?
Oh, please come in, Markham. I was just dictating some notes to the machine so Ellen could type them up the first thing in the morning. But it can wait. Just a second now till I turn this off. Glad to see you here, Markham.
Thanks.
Sit down. Your face tells me somebody's been killed.
I must remember to make it a little less revealing because that's exactly right, Vance.
One of those two gangsters you were concerned about?
No.
No?
No, it's one of the henchmen I told you about. Remember a fellow named Chick Lewis?
Yes, he worked for Tommy Morrow, and he acted a little like a chicken, I believe you said.
That's the one. We found his body dumped in a lot about an hour ago. He'd been shot. One bullet did it. What's the obvious implication?
That he was sent to kill Morrow's rival, Frank Stacy, and Stacy shot first.
But that's not what you're thinking. It never is. You refuse to accept the obvious ever. That's one of the reasons I came down to you right away, even before we picked up Stacy.
Now, wait a minute, Markham. I never refuse to accept the obvious at any time. The point I think you were trying to make is that some things are obvious to me that aren't to other people. Nothing you've told me makes me believe that Chick Lewis was killed by anybody other than Frank Stacy.
Good. That's all I wanted to know. Oh, that might be for me, Vance. I left word where I was going.
There's only one way I know to find out. Hello.
Hello, this is Marcy, homicide. Is District Attorney Markham there?
Just a moment, please. Here you are, Markham. Take the phone on the other side of the desk. I'll continue with my dictating.
Good enough, Vance. Sorry I'm such a bother. Hello?
To continue with my notes
Yes,
on the
Markham.
Sterling murder case.
What's
The
that?
two sisters were very clever in their idea.
What are you talking about?
But their mistake was in trying to be cleverer in their
can't be.
execution of the crime than they were
Yes, I do.
in planning.
Thank you. Vance?
Yes?
Vance, that call came from Sergeant Marcy in the homicide department.
Yes, I know. I imagine it was something about the murder of the man who was called Chick, correct?
Yes, he just got the police laboratory report on the bloodstains on Chick Lewis's clothes.
And?
Vance, it wasn't human blood at all. It was chicken blood. Chick Lewis had chicken blood in his veins.
Really? Well, that changes things considerably.
It does? How?
I said before that I didn't know any reason that it wasn't Frank Stacy who killed Chick Lewis. I've changed my mind.
This is District Attorney Markham. The chicken murder case concerns the killing of Chick Lewis, henchman of gang lord Tommy Morrow. Morrow has been feuding with a rival, Frank Stacy, and it's natural to believe that Lewis was shot down by Stacy. However, when Philo Vance was informed that bloodstains found on Lewis's clothes proved to be chicken blood, he immediately formed a theory as to his murderer. I'm still in Vance's office trying to find out what it is he has...
I'm not trying to be mysterious, Markham. Honestly, I'm not.
In that case, you're being mysterious without trying. That's all I can say.
My theory as to who killed Lewis might be entirely impractical. Yours might be right. I'd rather not go into detail at the moment. It's too possible I might be off on a tangent.
You very rarely are.
It's a luxury I can't afford too often. Markham, I'll make you a promise about this case.
What's that?
Leave my theory and me for a few hours, and I'll see to it that you're in on the finale. If I'm right.
What about Stacy? You think I ought to pick him up?
I don't know why not. That is, if you can find him. I imagine he'll go into hiding. And Markham, if I'm not right about my idea of who killed Lewis, I'm going into hiding too.
Well, this thing worked out just the way I planned it. Thanks for your help, kid.
It's okay, Mr. Morrow.
Now, remember what you did. It helped me get Stacy over a barrel, and that's where I'm going to keep him, too. Oh, and you can cut out that Mr. Morrow stuff, kid. Just call me Tommy.
That's okay.
Now, just a minute. Yeah, who is it?
This is Stacy, Morrow.
Hiya, Frankie. You got my message to call me?
That's right. What happened? You decide to get together with me and split the take 2 ways?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that. In fact, I was pretty sure you were ready to listen to that 60-40 deal of mine. Now.
What do you mean now?
Just that. Now. You knocked off a pretty good boy of mine, Chick Lewis, Frankie.
Oh, I did I? Well, that's news to me. Of course, I heard he was dead.
Cut it.
But,
You killed him. You killed him at your apartment.
with my little hatchet.
Get cute if you want. But I can send you up anytime I like for knocking off Chick.
You saw me do it, of course.
I didn't.
I got a little news for you. If I killed the guy, and I'm not admitting anything, you understand, I wouldn't be stupid enough to do it with anybody around.
You should have made sure of that, but you didn't. Besides, you trusted the guy who saw you kill Chick.
Eddie?
That's right. He's working for me now.
That's your story.
Wait a minute. Eddie, talk to your ex-boss.
Sure. Hello. That you, Frankie?
That's enough. Put Tommy Morrow back on.
Sure. Wants to talk to you again.
I thought he would. Okay, Frankie, what goes now? 60-40 split for me and you? Or does Eddie go to the cops?
Tommy, it looks like you and I are partners. Well, practically partners, anyhow.
Feel like telling me where we're bound for, Vance?
Yes, Markham, I do. I feel very much like telling you.
Well, then.
But I'm not going to. All I can say is that we're en route to find the murderer of Chick Lewis. You've told me that Frank Stacy can be found in his apartment, generally.
That's correct.
And that Tommy Morrow, who employed the dead man, operated from a store. I want very much to talk to one of those 2 men.
I think I know where we're going in that case. You don't concede that Stacy killed Lewis, therefore you want to talk to Tommy Morrow. Is that correct?
Exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the store from which he operates.
Now, the shades are drawn over the store window, but I think I see some light from the inside.
I'm sure you do. And there's a rather strange-looking individual standing in front of the store.
Yeah. A bodyguard, probably.
Morrow's?
It could be. No, Vance, it isn't. I recognize that man. That's Eddie the Lug.
And he works for Stacy.
Yes.
But he's down in front of Tommy Morrow's office. Well, this is really making sense now.
It isn't to me. Unless Stacy happens to be down visiting Morrow.
I doubt that. Wait here a moment, will you?
Do I have any choice in the matter?
Mm-mm.
That's what I thought. I'll wait for you.
I won't be long, Markham.
Going somewhere, Bud?
Yes, I think so. I'm going in to see Tommy Morrow.
What makes you think so?
Look, I don't have any time to delve into my reasoning with you. Step away from that door. Apparently, you didn't hear me. Let me try your other ear. My name is Philo Vance. As soon as you step away from that door, I'm going in to see Tommy Morrow because I think he killed Chick Lewis. Come on, move, you.
Make me.
All right, I will.
You
I don't think so.
Oh, I imagine you're right, Vance. You didn't need any help, did you?
Not with that character. Well, as long as you're here, Markham, let's go into this store and we'll see Tommy Morrow together.
What about him?
Oh, leave him lying there. He's a good advertisement for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, let's go. Vance, there's nobody here.
There's certainly no place for anybody to be hiding. But there's a door leading out the back of this store, and I imagine that Mr. Morrow went out that way when he heard the commotion in the front.
Vance, let's wait right here until you tell me something. You believe, apparently, that Morrow killed his own employee, Chick Lewis. You've offered me no reason for your believing that, or any motive for Morrow to kill Chick.
You're absolutely correct.
Oh, it's about time I was. A few moments ago, you told me that seeing Frank Stacy's stooge, Eddie the Lug, outside this store confirmed your theory.
That I did.
You don't tell me how or why or when this case will be over. Don't you think it's about time you parted with some information?
Yes, I do. I believe, in all honesty, that this case will be over tonight. I believe that I can turn Chick Lewis's killer over to you. And what's most important, I believe I can prove everything I say.
You sure he said his name was Philo Vance?
Sure, I'm sure. And he was looking for you, Tommy. He knew something. I'm sure he knew something.
That Vance is an awful hep character, Tommy.
Nobody asked you, Frankie.
Well, I can tell you what I think, can't I? We're partners now, ain't we? 60-40 maybe, but partners just the same. I think getting rid of Vance is a good idea.
That's why we're here in front of his apartment, ain't it? That's why Eddie has his Tommy gun pointed at the window, ain't it?
And I'm awful anxious to get even for that knocking around he gave me, too. Believe me, I am. A couple of shots from this gun will square things.
It always does. You know, Tommy?
What?
You and I stop our fighting, team up together, and the first thing we do to make the partnership start is have a jam session with a Tommy gun and a guy named Philo Vance. Hey, by the way, you were pretty smart.
What do you mean I was smart?
Buying off Eddie here so he'd be on your side after I killed Chick.
That wasn't dumb.
No, that was sharp, keen, solid. I like having a smart partner. Now, if only Vance would show his face out of that apartment house door, we could go celebrate someplace.
Let him show his face. Just let him show his face.
Get Eddie getting sore. He's got to work himself up to shooting a guy.
Well, he could make an exception in your case if you keep needling him.
That ain't wrong, neither.
All right, I'm sorry.
Hold it, Frankie. The apartment has doors opening. That's Vance in the doorway.
That's Vance, all right. Posed nice and pretty. Just waiting for this.
He's fallen. You got him, Eddie. Let's get this car moving.
Not so fast. Don't move, you three. My men have this car surrounded.
Cops!
That's
Markham,
right.
the district attorney.
Well, Markham, maybe you got us. We did a lot of characters a favor knocking off Philo Vance just now. He's smart, yeah. But he couldn't outthink a machine gun bullet.
If you knew how I felt about Vance, you wouldn't talk that way, Morrow. I have a good mind to take care of you three personally. And forget about the law.
That's not necessary, Markham.
Vance?
That's the guy we
That's right.
killed.
You don't think I'd let myself be killed just to prove my theory was correct, do you, Markham? After you take these three individuals down to headquarters, I'll tell you why I wasn't killed. And how that chicken blood proved no red herring in this case.
You'd better start from the beginning, Vance. I have a hunch this is going to be complicated.
It isn't at all, Markham. And I think I'd better start at the end. You know now why I called you to be in front of my apartment with some policemen.
Yes. You saw something that led you to believe there'd be an attack on your life because you knew too much about the Chick Lewis killing. And there was. And we heard enough while the police and I were hiding in the hedges near the gangster's car to send them all away for a long time.
If not forever. Very well, then. We have that much out of the way. I'll take it from there. When I saw the men parked in front of my door, I suspected who they were, so I called you. And then fixed up a dummy to resemble me as much as possible.
Then you came down, opened the street door, set the dummy up, and ducked out the back way. I gathered that.
That much is true. Now you want to know how the fact that there was chicken blood on Chick Lewis's clothes proved to me that Frank Stacy didn't kill him.
Before you go into that, I think I'd better tell you that Frank Stacy has already confessed to killing Lewis.
I have no doubt that he thought he killed the man.
What?
This is what happened. Tommy Morrow wanted to get something on Stacy, so he framed the murder. He had Chick Lewis show up at Stacy's apartment, a bladder containing chicken blood underneath his coat. He had already bribed Stacy's stooge, Eddie the Lug, to put a blank cartridge in Morrow's gun.
I see now. I think. Stacy fired the blank. Chick Lewis fell, and as he was falling, broke the bladder containing the chicken blood. In other words, the whole thing was staged to make Stacy think he killed Lewis.
That's right. So that Morrow could, in the future, dominate Stacy.
But if what you say is so, Vance, that Stacy fired a blank, Lewis would still be alive.
Yes, and the chances are he still would be alive if he hadn't quarreled with his boss, Morrow, after the supposed murder. This is pure supposition, of course, but I imagine Morrow's confession will show you I'm right.
In other words, the supposedly dead Lewis was carted out of Stacy's apartment by Eddie. Lewis then went to report to his boss, but they quarreled, and Morrow killed him.
I'm sure that's what happened. It was the only reasonable explanation of why there was chicken blood on Chick Lewis's clothes, Markham. You remember that's what interested me in the beginning.
Yes, I do. And I'll be glad to remember that this is the end of the chicken murder case.
Come on, keep it moving, you guys. What are you doing? Setting up a roadblock? Get those cars going. Hey, lady, what are you doing? You'll get yourself killed running through that traffic.
Please come with me now. Something terrible's happened. Hurry!
Now, what is it that's so terrible, Chickadee?
I'm a manicurist in the barber shop right over there. Man came in for manicure about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, is that so awful, little one?
Well, he seemed to be in pain. When I was almost finished, he seemed to be trying to stay conscious, but he kept telling me to hurry.
Well?
A minute ago, he keeled over in the chair. I think he's dying.
And what makes you think so, may I ask?
Oh, I noticed blood in his coat. He was bleeding to death. Said he'd been shot. That's why I ran over to get you.
He was dying and he insisted on getting a manicure? We'll see what this is all about. Is this the shop?
Yeah, it is.
All right now. Where's this fella who's supposed to be dying?
He isn't supposed to be dying anymore, officer. He's dead.
Tell me honestly, Vance, did you ever hear of anything so completely unreasonable?
A dying man insisting on a manicure?
Yes.
No, Markham, I never did. But I'm glad you called me in on the case.
I had to call you in. Despite the fact that I'm district attorney and have a very capable police force functioning, I'm sure this case will be a test for even your talents.
You know who the dead man was?
Yes, a scientist named Edgar Wilson. But we have no idea who shot him, or why, or for that matter, where.
I understand that you don't know, but what theories have you, Markham?
Theories? What theories could anybody have? Sergeant Heath has a fantastically fictional idea that there was a code message on the man's fingernails, and he wanted that message covered by liquid polish when he felt himself dying.
That would be something new, wouldn't it?
I suppose. What ideas do you have?
Well,
Hello, D.A.
Sergeant Heath. You don't look very happy.
I wonder why. Hi, Vance.
Heath?
What's the trouble, Heath?
Trouble? Oh, I got no trouble. I just got a murdered guy who wanted a manicure on my hands, that's all.
Seems to me he wanted the manicure on his hands.
What?
I'm sorry.
Please. What about your theory that there was a code message written on the fingernails? What have you done about that?
I had the laboratory put some polish remover on the guy's nails. Polish came off all right, but there was nothing written on them.
But isn't it possible that whatever was written came off when the polish remover was applied?
Hey, I never thought of that. Holy cow, if that's what happened, I'm the prize bonehead in the department.
All right, now take it
I ought to
easy.
kick myself all over.
Don't do it on account of the polish remover here.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure there was nothing on the victim's nails.
That makes me feel better. Hey, how do you know there was nothing on him?
I don't know. I just don't believe there was. And I have good reason.
As usual.
The DA here